as twilight deepens. In the frigid northern realm, a military green jeep traverses the pristine, snow-covered road, stirring up flurries of snow. In the rear seat, a young man discreetly rubs his slightly reddened eyes. Behind the jeep, a dense throng of individuals clad in matching military green uniforms stretches endlessly. At this moment, they all stand with fingers united, their middle fingers gently touching their temples, eyes glistening with moisture, intently gazing at the receding jeep. "Hail the War God! Hail the War God!" Suddenly, a unified roar erupts from the crowd, akin to waves crashing against the shore, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The driver, a burly man named Ma Chao, casts a reluctant glance at the young man in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Guardian, are you truly departing?" The young man, whose true name is Yang Chun, has accomplished remarkable feats within merely 5 years of service, earning him accolades and exceptional merit. At the age of 27, he has become the youngest guardian in history, safeguarding the northern frontier of the 9 provinces. Since assuming the role of guardian, he has achieved countless military victories, earning the title of the Invincible War God. The Northern Realm has now been forged into an indomitable fortress who would dare to challenge us. Upon finishing his statement, Yang Chun produces a photograph with a red background depicting a marriage certificate. The image reveals him and a woman of exquisite features, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her long hair is simply tied back. With almond-shaped eyes uplifted, a prominent nose, and full lips, she is more stunning than any so-called star. Yet in the photograph, her expression is one of discontent. "Qinshi, how have you been?" Yang Chun gazes at the enchanting woman in the photograph, murmuring softly. As he looks at their sole photograph, a hint of happiness graces his lips, and his thoughts drift back to the past 0.5 years ago. Qinshi, then a fresh university graduate, founded Sanha Group, becoming a well-known beauty and president in Jiangzhou. At the pivotal moment of Sanha Group's development, she fell victim to a conspiracy, was drugged, and became entangled with a security guard from her company. That fortunate security guard was none other than Yang Chun. The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou spends a night with a company guard. Before Yang Chun and she could leave the hotel, this headline had already topped Jiangzhou's news, with countless media outlets rehashing the story. In an instant, everyone in Jiangzhou, from the elite to the common folk, was aware that the most beautiful woman had spent the night with a mere security guard. Overnight, Sanha Group's market value plummeted by more than half. To mitigate the fallout, Qin's family sought out Yang Chun, urging him to marry into their family. The news of their marriage spread like wildfire, creating a sensation throughout Jiangzhou, while the Qin family became the subject of ridicule. Yet, shortly after their marriage, Yang Chun quietly departed, striving for a day when he would be worthy of Qin Shi. For 5 years, her breathtaking figure has continuously occupied his mind, fueling his ascent to glory. However, with each thought of this woman, Yang Chun's heart is filled with remorse. 3 days later, at Jiangzhou International Airport, a Boeing 747 gently descends. At last, "I am home." Yang Chun descended the suspended staircase, stepping onto the soil of Jiangzhou, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. "Wow, Mommy, where are you?" As Yang Chun exited the airport, a melodious cry from a little girl echoed in the air, causing an inexplicable tightening in his heart. "Guardian." Before Ma Chao could finish his sentence, Yang Chun interrupted. "From the moment I departed from the Northern Realm, I ceased to be a guardian. That title must not be uttered again." Seeing the solemn expression on Yang Chun's face, Ma Chao involuntarily trembled and tentatively called, "Brother Chun." Noticing Yang Chun's lack of response, he smiled and remarked, "Brother Chun, that little girl bears a striking resemblance to you. Could she possibly be a relative?" Instinctively, Yang Chun cast a glance at the little girl, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to look away, overwhelmed by a powerful sense of familiarity. Particularly, her weeping visage tugged at his heartstrings. As if sensing his gaze, the little girl abruptly ceased her crying, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Yang Chun's. The connection of their gazes allowed Yang Chun to discern her features with greater clarity, intensifying that inexplicable feeling of kinship. Her delicate, refined little face, with skin as tender as mutton fat jade, sparkled with innocence, and her long, Tear-stained eyelashes fluttered like delicate wings. No more than 4 years old, she was already a beauty, destined to grow into a captivating enchantress. "Daddy!" the little girl suddenly exclaimed before Yang Chun could comprehend. She joyfully rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around his leg. Boom! In that instant, Yang Chun felt a buzzing in his mind. Beside him, Ma Chao was taken aback, his mouth agape. Could it truly be that she is Brother Chin's daughter? After a considerable pause, Yang Chun regained his composure, crouching down to meet the little girl's sparkling gaze. He spoke as gently as possible. "Little one, you must have mistaken me. I am not your father." Wow! To his surprise, the moment he finished speaking, the little girl burst into tears, wailing, "Daddy doesn't want me anymore. Daddy doesn't want me anymore." Passers-by turned their heads, whispering and pointing at Yang Chun. Seeing the little girl cry again shattered Yang Chen's heart, leaving him utterly at a loss. He, the formidable guardian of the Northern Realm, who instilled fear in countless hearts, now found himself floundering before a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. Should this become known, it would surely leave many in disbelief. "Little girl, I truly am not your father. Wow, Daddy doesn't want me anymore." With every attempt to clarify, the little girl's cries only intensified. 5 minutes later, sweat streaming down his forehead, Yang Chun finally relented, gently lifting the little girl into his arms. Her tear-streaked eyes remained fixed on Yang Chun, her small hands clutching his clothing tightly, as if afraid of being abandoned. "Brother Chun, since this little girl adores you so much, why not embrace the role of her father?" Ma Chao suggested with a chuckle, only to promptly close his mouth when he met the razor-sharp gaze of Yang Chun. In a moment of desperation, Yang Chun cradled the little girl and made his way to the airport security office. The child was once again in a fit of tears, yet Yang Chun endured the anguish and left with Ma Chao. Just as they departed, a woman in a form-fitting black business suit rushed towards the security office, her long hair flowing behind her. Xiao Xiao, upon seeing the sobbing child, her eyes welled with tears, and she dashed forward, enveloping the little girl in a tight embrace, unwilling to let go. To her, the child was her very essence. 5 years prior, shortly after her marriage, she discovered she was pregnant. However, the man she loved vanished without a trace, leaving her heartbroken, only to learn later from her mother that he had taken 500,000 yuan from her father and disappeared. In that dark time, she contemplated ending her own life, but the thought of the tiny being growing within her compelled her to persevere. Over the past 5 years, she endured humiliation, and even the business she had painstakingly built was seized by her family during her pregnancy, all thanks to that man. Her heart brimmed with hatred for him, the man who had abandoned her without warning and had been missing for 5 long years. "Mommy, Xiao Xiao saw Daddy," the little girl exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling, before pouting her lips and beginning to cry again. "But Daddy doesn't want me anymore." At the sound of her daughter's words, the long-haired woman shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning, her gaze turning vacant in an instant. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce with the license plate Jiang 88888 slowly came to a halt at the airport entrance. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit promptly approached and respectfully opened the car door. If this scene were to be witnessed by the upper echelons of Jiangzhou, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded, for this middle-aged man was none other than Su Chenggu, the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou. Yet here he was, opening the door for another. Then, an elderly man with a head of silver hair descended from the vehicle, donned in a dark blue tank suit. Leaning on an exquisitely crafted cane topped with a sapphire the size of an egg. Though he appeared frail and aged, his posture was remarkably upright, exuding an aura of authority. "Young master should be coming out soon, right?" The elder suddenly spoke, his piercing gaze fixed on the airport exit. Just then, 2 tall figures emerged in succession, one following the other. The elder's eyes remained locked on the youthful silhouette in the lead. To Su Chengwu's astonishment, the elder swiftly approached, bowing with fluid grace, and respectfully declared, "From the Yuan family of Yindu, Steward Han Tianqing, here to escort the young master back to Yindu, to preside over the Yuan family." Upon hearing the elder's self-introduction, Yang Chen finally grasped the identity of this elder. However, upon hearing the words Yuan family, the joy of returning to his homeland was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of anger that furrowed his brow. Yangchen cast a disdainful glance at Han Tianqing, remarking, "How ironic. 10 years ago, my mother and I were cast out of the family and threatened never to set foot in Yindu again, simply because I was a bastard, unworthy of claiming anything from the Yuan family. And now, you expect me to take charge of the Yuan family? 18 years ago, at the tender age of 9, I knelt at the gates of the Yuan family in pouring rain alongside my mother for an entire night. Did any of you ever feel a shred of compassion? 5 years ago, when my mother was gravely ill and I found myself in desperation, I sought the Yuan family's aid for her treatment. How did you respond then? Now that you know I have returned in glory from the northern frontier, wielding significant power, you wish for me to lead the Yuan family? Go back and inform that person, what does the Yuan family mean to me? If you dare provoke me again, do not be surprised if I personally visit Yindu." These words had weighed heavily on his heart for many years. The trials of 5 years in the military had steeled him, rendering him emotionally composed, yet the long-suppressed memory stirred something deep within this resolute man, causing his eyes to redden. Han Tianqing sighed deeply, seemingly anticipating this very reaction. He spoke, "The Yinqing Group is to be established in Zhangzhou soon. This was named after you and your mother while she was still in Yindu, a venture she built through her own efforts. Now that your mother has passed, the Yinqing Group rightfully belongs to you." Yang Chun smiled coldly, correcting him, "It is not the Yuan family returning it to me. The Yinqing Group has always belonged to my mother. It was simply taken from her without mercy." With that, Yang Chun turned on his heel and walked away. Indeed, the Yuan family has much to answer for. As he gazed at the departing figure, Han Tianqing wore an expression of profound sorrow. He then turned to Su Qinwu beside him and instructed, "Young Su, from this day forth, you must employ every means at your disposal to assist the young master." In response, Su Qinwu, with a respectful demeanor, declared, "Han Lao, without you, there would be no Su Qinwu today. Rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly support the young master." Han Tianqing suddenly added, "By the way, the young master has been married for 5 years. Now that he has returned, you should represent the Yuan family and convey our regards to the Qin family." "Understood." A taxi sped along, with Yangchen seated in the rear, his thoughts drifting back to the past. That fateful night, drenched in torrential rain, had irrevocably severed his ties to the Yuan family. 5 years ago, his mother succumbed to a grave illness, leaving him, freshly graduated and penniless, entangled in a scandalous affair with Qin Shi. To preserve the family's reputation, the Qin family coerced Yangchen into marrying into their clan. In desperate need of funds for his mother's treatment, he acquiesced and requested 500,000. However, before he could arrive at the hospital with the money, his mother had already passed away, and he had not even had the chance to bid her farewell. Following his mother's death, Yangchen fulfilled his obligation by marrying into the Qin family, though he felt unworthy of the woman he had long admired, Qin Shi. Shortly after their marriage, he enlisted, and thus began a 5-year separation. At the entrance of an aged courtyard, a brand new Maybach stood parked. Yangchen glanced at the luxurious vehicle and smiled faintly, realizing that the Qin family had garnered even greater esteem than 5 years prior, as evidenced by his father-in-law's extravagant car worth several million. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Yangchen's emotions were exceedingly complex. Though he too had been a victim of the events that transpired 5 years ago, he had still taken what was rightfully hers, her innocence, from a woman renowned as the most beautiful in Jiazhou. His abrupt departure after their marriage had been a grave error, one that no doubt subjected Qin Shi to years of gossip and scorn. At that time, his insecurities had driven him to enlist, believing that only through valor could he be worthy of her. Now, having achieved success and amassed power and wealth, he finally felt deserving of Qin Shi. As he approached the courtyard entrance, Yangchen raised his hand, poised to knock, but his arm froze as a jarring conversation echoed from within. The voice of Qin's mother resounded, "Xiao Wang, I am currently in the process of applying for that waste's death certificate. Do not rush. Once it is finalized, Xiao Shi will regain her single status." Qin's father chimed in. "At that point, I, your uncle Qin, will be the first to endorse your marriage to Xiao Shi." "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I trust you will handle everything with Xiao Shi," came Xiao Wang's reply. "Rest assured, and Xiao Shi will undoubtedly agree." The laughter of Qin's parents filled the courtyard, while Yangchen's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white. Merely recalling that unforgettable figure, he forcefully suppressed the rage within his heart. After all, he was the one who had wronged Qin Shi. Moreover, his return was solely for her sake. Bang, bang, bang. As Yangchen's fingers rapped against the door, a voice filled with impatience emerged from within. "Who is it?" The sound seemed to disrupt Qin's mother's tranquility. and soon the footsteps drew nearer. Upon opening the door, her smile had yet to fade completely when she was confronted by a figure she never wished to see again. Instantly, her expression turned ghostly, and she exclaimed in shock and anger, You were Yangchen?" 5 years had passed, yet Qin's mother retained her charm. Her appearance scarcely altered. Despite the years of warfare, Yangchen's features had not drastically changed, but the vitality that emanated from him had transformed entirely. In Qin's mother's eyes, Yang Chun was akin to a ghost from the past, hence her astonishment and fury upon his return. "Mother, it is I." Yang Chen's face broke into a gentle smile. This return was solely intended to make amends with Qin Shi. "Indeed, it is you, that useless fool." Qin's mother finally recognized the man before her as Yang Chun. With her hands on her hips, she took on a haranguing demeanor and retorted, "You chose to return just when Xiao Shi is about to remarry, intending to create chaos. Are you?" At that moment, Qin's father rushed over, catching sight of Yang Chun and overhearing his wife's words. Without hesitation, he swung a punch at Yang Chun, bellowing, "I will kill you, you scoundrel, daring to come back." Smack! A towering figure suddenly appeared, seizing Qin's father's arm and coldly stating, "No one has the right to lay a hand on him." The man who intervened was, of course, Ma Chao, having fought alongside Yang Chun for many years. His imposing stature and fierce appearance instantly quelled the commotion, leaving Qin's father aghast. "Get out." Yang Chen's voice was as frigid as frost. His razor-sharp gaze fixed on Ma Chao. Although Ma Chao felt reluctant, he would not defy Yang Chen's command and could only release his grip, saying, "I'm sorry. Brother Chen, recognizing your error, leave now. From this day forth, without my command, do not interfere with any matters." Yang Chen's expression was one of icy resolve. In that moment, an aura inadvertently emanated from Yang Chen. And it was enough to make Qin's father and mother realize that the son-in-law they deemed useless had indeed returned somewhat changed after 5 years. Yet, this fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it came. To them, Yang Chun was still a failure. With Ma Chao's intervention, Qin's parents no longer dared to lay a hand on Yang Chen. "Now that you've grown a backbone, you even dare to confront me. Get out. Leave this instant." Qin's father shouted, his anger palpable. Had it not been for the imposing figure of Ma Chao, he would have struck Yang Chen long ago. Yang Chen's heart burned with fury, but the image of that cherished figure he had longed for over 5 years quelled his anger. He continuously reminded himself that his return was solely to make amends with Qin Shi, and he could endure anything. This worthless individual cannot leave. His return is perfectly timed. Today, let him accompany Xiao Shi to process their divorce, and tomorrow we shall arrange for Xiao Shi and Wang Jian to become engaged, thus sparing us the trouble of obtaining a death certificate. Qin's mother hastily grasped one of Yang Chen's arms, fearful that he might genuinely depart and become lost to them forever. Qin's father, suddenly enlightened, seized Yang Chen's other arm, exclaiming, "Your mother is correct. Once Xiao Shi returns, you shall proceed with the divorce." Yang Chen was forcibly drawn into the courtyard, and to the unknowing observer, it would appear that this pair of in-laws were warmly welcoming their son-in-law back home. Upon entering the house, they were met with a grand banquet table in the living room, already filled with guests, all relatives of Qin's mother. Among these relatives was an unfamiliar face, a young man adorned in high-end brand attire, deliberately showcasing his wrist adorned with an expensive Rolex, while the surrounding relatives seemed to gravitate around him. At that moment, the young man squinted, fixated on Yang Chen, who had been invited in by Qin's father and mother. On the dining table sat a large cake, suggesting that someone was celebrating a birthday. Yet, in Yang Chen's recollection, neither Qin's father nor mother nor Qin Shi had a birthday on this day. Whose birthday could it possibly be? Just moments ago, relatives had been discussing the need to procure a death certificate for Yang Chen, and now, the living man stood before them, causing a wave of shock to ripple through the gathering. But soon, their eyes gleamed with excitement, as if anticipating a spectacle. Yang Chen, had he not been missing for 5 years? Why had he suddenly returned? After all, he chose this moment just as young Master Wang was to marry Xiao Shi. Surely, he must have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? In the presence of young Master Wang, he was but a discarded pawn, unworthy of contention. Qin's mother's relatives whispered among themselves. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, their voices hushed yet audible to all present, including the young man referred to as young Master Wang, who appeared oblivious to their chatter. He turned to Qin's mother, inquiring with curiosity, "And who is this?" With a disdainful scoff, Qin's mother cast a contemptuous glance at Yang Chen, stating, "He is the one who vanished for 5 years, the very one for whom I was about to obtain a death certificate, yet has now reappeared. But fret not. His return is timely. While the death certificate will require time, the divorce can be finalized today. She unabashedly expressed her intent to facilitate Qin Shi's divorce. Then, with a proud demeanor, continued, Yang Chun, this is Wang Jian, the eldest son of the Wang family in Jiangzhou. In a few years, he will inherit the family leadership. I advise you to rid yourself of any improper notions regarding Xiaoxi. We have already consented to their union. If you possess any self-awareness, hasten to complete the divorce proceedings upon Xiaoxi's return, lest you delay her happiness. At that moment, the relatives at the table chimed in, eager to seize the opportunity to disparage Yang Chen in front of the esteemed young master, each hoping to curry favor with him. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Yang Chen's eyes, fleeting yet potent. These relatives were truly insufferable, were it not for Qin Shi. He could effortlessly teach them a lesson in decorum. Wang Jian appeared exceedingly pleased, a smug expression adorning his face as he leaned back in his chair, gently swirling a goblet filled with red wine. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he remarked to Yang Chen, I wonder what you have been up to during your 5-year absence. Yang Chen cast a fleeting glance in his direction, responding coolly, I went to the north. Went to the north? Surely, you haven't spent 5 years raising pigs there, have you? Wang Jian chuckled, his laughter echoing as a relative nearby burst into hearty laughter, followed by the others at the table joining in boisterously. Yang Chen remained silent. A subtle smirk crept across Wang Jian's lips as he produced a check, swiftly signing his name with flourish before sliding it across the table toward Yang Chen. With an air of bravado, he declared, you must have noticed. The Qin family does not welcome you. Your return must surely be motivated by financial gain. As long as you are willing to initiate divorce proceedings with Qin Shi, the figure on this check is yours to fill in, and you can redeem it at any bank in Jiazhou immediately. The relatives of the Qin family exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with avarice, eager for the check to be addressed to them. Why should we pay him? One relative scoffed. Qin Shi is my daughter. If I demand their divorce, they must comply without question, and why should he be compensated? Qin Mu regarded the check as if it were her own money being freely given to Yang Chen. A flicker of disdain crossed Wang Jian's eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of joviality as he replied, Auntie, to me, money is merely a series of numbers. I wish to avoid complications and simply want to expedite Qin Shi's return to singlehood. Hearing these words, Qin Mu dared not retort further, her gaze toward Yang Chen growing increasingly frigid. Amidst the envious stares of the relatives, Yang Chen reached for the check, just as everyone anticipated his acceptance. Yang Chen unexpectedly tore the check into shreds before their eyes. He then turned his calm gaze toward Wang Jian, stating firmly, if Qin Shi wishes to divorce, I shall not linger in the Qin family. However, if she does not, no one shall meddle in our affairs. Those familiar with Yang Chen from the north would recognize that this composed demeanor marked his most perilous state. Wang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling an unexpected pressure emanating from the young man before him, a feeling he found quite distasteful. The others watched with glee, believing that daring to offend Wang Jian was tantamount to courting death. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the distinct sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the room, revealing 2 figures, Qin Shi and a little girl. Wang Jian, why are you here again? This is my home, and you are not welcome. Please leave immediately. Upon seeing Wang Jian, Qin Shi's expression darkened, issuing an outright dismissal. Hearing that familiar voice, Yang Chen, who had his back to the entrance, trembled involuntarily. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, rehearsing them in his mind repeatedly. Yet when faced with the reality of seeing Qin Shi, he found all his rehearsals rendered futile. At that moment, he could not muster the courage to turn and face the woman he had longed for, burdened by deep remorse for 5 long years. Daddy! Yang Chen had yet to turn around when a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him. His body trembled violently, and upon turning, he beheld a petite figure rushing towards him with a radiant expression of joy. Just moments ago at the airport, it was this little girl who had clung to him, calling him daddy. Yang Chen crouched down instinctively, enveloping the girl in his embrace. It felt utterly natural, as if he had cradled this child countless times before. In that instant, Qin Shi also caught sight of Yang Chen. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze around them, leaving only the intensity of their gaze. Over the past 5 years, this figure had frequently haunted his thoughts. The longing and guilt he felt for this woman had been the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of strength. He had endured hardships, determined to become worthy of her. Qin Shi's eyes were fixated on him, and a myriad of emotions flickered across her exquisite face. Xiaoxi, I have returned. Yang Chen was the first to shatter the silence. His declaration jolted Qin Shi from her astonishment, and her enchanting visage gradually shifted to a colder demeanor. Yang Chen clearly observed her expression transform from shock to numbness, and finally to a tempest of hatred. 5 years ago, they had been ensnared by a conspiracy that led to their entanglement. In order to protect their family's reputation, Yang Chen was compelled to marry into the Qin family. While Qin Shi, a woman who held her chastity above all else, reluctantly accepted the situation. However, she never anticipated that less than a month into their marriage, Yang Chen would suddenly vanish, only for her to later learn from her mother that he had taken the 500,000 given to him by her father. At that moment, she discovered she was pregnant. Subsequently, the Qin family seized the opportunity during her confinement to claim the Sana group, which she had painstakingly established, under the pretext of bringing shame to the family. Reflecting on those dark days and the countless tears she had shed in solitude, Qin Shi's heart brimmed with resentment towards this man who had abandoned her. If you had perished, I would have accepted it. But you chose to disappear for 5 years only to reappear and reopen my old wounds. Are you delighted? Qin Shi cried out, her voice breaking as she sought to unleash the pent-up emotions of all those years. Witnessing the anguish of the woman he cherished, Yang Chen felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Xiaoxi, I am truly sorry. He stepped forward, his expression earnest, beyond an apology. He found himself at a loss for words. Why did you leave without a word 5 years ago? Qin Shi bit her lip, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Chen. I wanted to become worthy of you. Yang Chen responded resolutely, gazing into her captivating eyes. Before his return, he had vowed never to let this woman suffer again. Huh? Qin Mu suddenly interjected with a cold laugh, casting a scornful glance at Yang Chen. Your words are far sweeter than your actions. It was you who sought out old Qin, promising that if he gave you 500,000, you would never see Xiaoxi again. Yang Chen immediately denied the accusation. I did not. A flash of fierce light darted across his eyes. He felt wronged by Qin Mu's claims. Not did you? Then let me ask you, 5 years ago, did old Qin not give you 500,000? Yang Chen explained, I borrowed 500,000 from my father-in-law, but I didn't use it. The next day, I returned every penny. Nonsense. You took the money and vanished completely, only to reappear today. When did you repay me? Qin's father immediately denied it. The couple's discord offered no opportunity for Yang Chen to defend himself, as they were determined to accuse him of absconding with the funds. With a swift motion, Qin Shi raised her hand and struck Yang Chen, pointing towards the door, her voice trembling with emotion. Get out. Just leave. The little girl, who had been clinging to Yang Chen, burst into tears, crying, Mommy, don't send Daddy away. All the other kids have fathers, and I don't. I want my daddy. Please don't send him away. The child's sobs were heart-wrenching, her small hands clinging tightly to Yang Chen's neck, as if fearing that if she let go, she would never see her father again. Qin Shi instantly panicked, forgetting her accusations against Yang Chen, and hurriedly embraced her daughter, holding her close while repeatedly whispering, Mommy, 1T send Daddy away, 1T send him away. Smile, don't cry. As she spoke, tears streamed silently down her cheeks. No matter how much resentment she harbored against this man, he was ultimately her daughter's father. For her child, she was willing to endure anything. Daddy, Mommy promised to not send you away. Now you must promise me that you will never leave Mommy and me again, okay? The little girl said, her voice a blend of tears and hope as she looked up at Yang Chen. Though the exchange between mother and daughter was quiet, it struck Yang Chen like a thunderbolt, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The first time he laid eyes on the girl at the airport, he noticed a resemblance between her features and his own. At just 4 years old, everything pointed to the truth. This child was indeed his flesh and blood. Could it be that the night 5 years ago had resulted in this little girl? After 10 months of gestation, today marked her 4th birthday, coinciding perfectly with the duration since he had left. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. He suddenly stepped forward, gazing at the tearful, breathtaking woman before him, and trembled as he asked, Is she our daughter? Qin Shi, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, nodded after a long pause. He was the child's father, entitled to know the truth. Despite having suspected it, hearing Qin Shi confirm it sent waves of exhilaration through Yang Chen. The once great warrior now found tears streaming down his face, filled with guilt and remorse. He tightly embraced his daughter, whispering softly in her ear, Daddy promises you, I will never leave you or Mommy again. Though his voice was gentle, it was resolute, for a man of honor does not make promises lightly, once made. There for a lifetime. Release my granddaughter. At that tender moment, Qin's mother rushed forward and snatched Xiaoxiao from Yang Chen's arms. Fearing for the child's safety, he had no choice but to relinquish her. An overwhelming surge of fury welled up within him, however. Upon seeing his daughter, and recalling the excruciating pain she endured during her 10 months of pregnancy. Along with the slander and humiliation she had suffered alone over the years, Yangchen managed to quell his anger. Xiaoxi, I am aware of your tender heart. But this time, your father and I shall not allow you to leap into the abyss once more. Qin's mother, her face flushed with indignation, pointed to the table laden with gold and silver jewelry. This is the betrothal gift brought by Wang Jian. Your father and I have accepted it on your behalf. You must go with this worthless man to finalize the divorce and prepare to marry Wang Jian, before the couple even voiced their intent to divorce. Qin's mother had already begun plotting her daughter's remarriage. Were it not for his wife and daughter, he would have acted long ago. Well, Xiao began to weep anew. Grandma, please don't send Daddy away. I want Daddy. Don't send Daddy away. Despite her tender age, the little girl grasped her grandmother's words, leading her to sob uncontrollably. The sight shattered Yangchen's heart, for this was his first experience of fatherhood. Qin's mother, displaying impatience, coldly scolded, Qin Xiao, be quiet. Your father is long gone. He is not your father. If you cry again, I will lock you in the dark room. Xiao's body visibly trembled, and she dared not cry out any longer, stifling her sobs as she gazed pitifully at Qinshi and then at Yangchen. Observing his daughter's palpable fear, Yangchen realized that Qin's mother had likely confined her before. His anger surged, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Before he could unleash his wrath, Qinshi snatched their daughter from Qin's mother's grasp, her face streaked with tears. Mother, how many times must I tell you? She is still so young. Do not frighten her. Why must you persist in this manner? If this happens again, I will move out with Xiao. Feeling a pang of guilt, Qin's mother quickly replied, I was merely trying to frighten her. I would never truly confine her. Just divorce this worthless man, and we can discuss everything else. Ignoring her mother, she turned to Wang Jian, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Young Master Wang, your family is affluent, and I am unworthy of you. Moreover, I am already married. Even if I were not, I would not consider being with you. Besides, he has returned. I kindly ask you not to disturb our lives any further. Thank you. At that moment, Wang Jian's countenance darkened considerably, yet upon beholding Qinshi's enchanting beauty, he managed to suppress his displeasure, secretly vowing that once he had her in his grasp, she would experience his true might. Xiaoxi, how can you speak like this? Young Wang has done so much for us. Are you truly unaware? Qin's mother, visibly irate, chastised Qinshi before turning to Wang Jian. Young Wang, do not heed her. In this household, my word is law. Wang Jian offered a slight smile, assuring, Auntie, rest assured, I will undoubtedly win Xiaoxi's heart with sincerity. Yangchen's expression grew colder as Wang Jian openly declared his pursuit of his woman. Truly, the heir of the Wang family was not to be underestimated. His poise was unmatched by many. Our dear Qinshin is truly exquisite. And it is only a talented young man like Wang Xiao who is worthy of being her ideal partner. Wang Xiao, on the day you wed Qinshin, I shall undoubtedly present you with a grand gift. A multitude of relatives, chattering incessantly, unabashedly extolled Wang Jian while subtly expressing disdain for Yangchen. Qinshi's body trembled with indignation, yet, surrounded by elders, she discreetly glanced at Yangchen, only to find him expressionless and silent, neither rebutting nor displaying anger, which deepened her disappointment in him. Had Yangchen been privy to Qinshi's thoughts, he would have been disheartened to the point of despair. His silence was merely an effort to spare her embarrassment. At that moment, the housekeeper began to serve the dishes, inviting everyone to the dining table. With Yangchen being the sole exception, he found himself in a quandary, neither able to leave nor remain. Daddy, I want you to hold me while we eat, came the lively voice of Qin Xiao, her bright eyes sparkling as her delicate arms waved towards her father. In that instant, all anger dissipated, especially upon hearing the word daddy, which melted his heart. However, Qin Mu was relentless, scolding the little girl, be quiet. He is not your father. Your father has long since passed away. Qin Xiao pouted, on the verge of tears. Mom. Qinshi's voice brimmed with impatience as she lifted her daughter from her seat, coldly instructing, you sit here. This remark was evidently directed at Yangchen, who cast her a grateful glance before promptly taking a seat. I want Daddy to hold me. Nestled in her father's embrace, the little girl was elated, curiously tugging at his ears and caressing his face, bursting into delighted laughter. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of tenderness crossed Qinshi's eyes. As the group gathered around the dining table, before anyone could even pick up their chopsticks, Wang Jian presented a beautifully packaged pink gift box to Qin Xiao, exclaiming, this is a birthday gift from Uncle Wang. Happy birthday, Xiao. It dawned on Yangchen that today marked his daughter's birthday, and a wave of guilt washed over him for having missed 4 years of her growth. Qin Xiaoxiao, timidly glancing at Wang Jian, felt a rush of joy at receiving a gift, her gaze fixated on the charming pink cartoon-wrapped box. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," she exclaimed. Wang Jian, beaming with a sunny smile, encouraged her, "Open it and see if you like it." The little girl, filled with curiosity, eagerly tore open the small gift box. Upon unveiling the outer layer, she discovered another exquisite box inside. Opening it revealed a dazzling bracelet that sparkled brilliantly. "What a beautiful bracelet!" exclaimed her aunt, Qin Yi, her face alight with envy. "Upon learning of Xiaoxiao's birthday, I entrusted a friend from a foreign nation to procure a batch of raw diamonds from a grand diamond mine. Subsequently, I commissioned an internationally renowned jewelry master to craft a bespoke diamond bracelet exclusively for Xiaoxiao, one of a kind in the entire world." Wang Jian wore a smug expression, his words dripping with the significance of this exquisite piece and his regard for Qin Xiaoxiao's birthday. A diamond bracelet, designed by a celebrated jeweler, and personalized to boot. Surely it must cost over 100,000 at the very least? Qin Yi's eyes sparkled with desire, yearning to claim the bracelet as her own. Wang Jian, reclining comfortably, remarked with pride, "The diamonds themselves aren't particularly exorbitant. It's primarily the cost of hiring that jewelry master that adds up. Altogether, it's merely around 600,000. 600,000. The relatives collectively gasped at the mention of the price. Truly, Wang Jian, the scion of the Wang family, was generous indeed. Most importantly, he cared for Xiaoxiao. Once Wang Jian became her father, Xiaoxiao's childhood would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Indeed, Xiaoxiao was fortunate to have such an eminent figure as her father. The relatives paid no mind to Yang Qin's presence. And Wang Jian's grin widened as he threw a taunting glance in Yang Qin's direction. Qin Shi's expression darkened considerably, although she was exceedingly disappointed in Yang Qin. She had never agreed to marry Wang Jian. Today was Xiaoxiao's birthday. "Surely, you have not come unprepared, devoid of a gift?" At that moment, Qin Yi teasingly inquired. And all eyes turned to Yang Qin. "Of course I have," Yang Qin replied. At the mention of her father's words, Xiaoxiao's face lit up with anticipation. For her, no gift could compare to one from her father. Qin Mu furrowed her brow, pondering how Yang Qin could have prepared a gift when he had arrived empty-handed. Others shared the same skepticism. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yang Qin casually removed a pendant from around his neck. Suddenly, Qin Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Yang Qin, is this truly your gift for your own daughter? A stone riddled with cracks? Did you pick this up off the street?" Yang Qin shook his head, responding earnestly, "I found it on the Gobi Desert." His words incited a wave of laughter from the assembly. Just moments ago, Qin Shi had harbored a flicker of hope regarding Yang Qin. Now, her expression froze in disbelief. This was the first birthday he celebrated with his daughter, and he had gifted her nothing but a found stone? The most disheartening part was that the room was filled with relatives. This was a blatant humiliation. Little did they know, this very stone, picked from the Gobi, had shielded Yang Qin from numerous lethal attacks. Each crack bore witness to a deeply etched memory. Only Qin Xiaoxiao, upon seeing the pendant, beamed with delight, raising her delicate little head and giggling, "Daddy's gift. I love it. Please help me put it on." Yang Qin's face softened with warmth as he gently adorned his daughter with the pendant. It must be said that this small stone, resembling mutton fat jade, though marred by numerous cracks, appeared remarkably exquisite when adorning Qin Xiaoxiao's neck, as if it were custom-made for her. Since it was a gift from Yang Qin, no one dared to acknowledge its considerable worth. After all, what merit could there be in a stone merely picked up off the ground? Qin's mother, visibly displeased, turned to Qin Shi and commanded, "Quickly put the bracelet gifted by young Master Wang on Xiaoxiao, so certain individuals may recognize the distinctions between the celestial and the terrestrial." In elevating Wang Cheng's status, she did not hesitate to belittle Yang Qin. At that moment, Yang Qin unexpectedly seized the diamond-studded bracelet, cast a glance of indifference, and tossed it into the trash bin. His audacious act left everyone aghast. Did he truly just discard a bracelet valued at 600,000? "What are you doing?" Qin's mother thundered in fury. Yang Qin lightly furrowed his brow, responding, "This bracelet, when worn over time, is detrimental to one's health." "You speak nonsense." The usually composed Wang Jian, upon witnessing Yang Qin publicly discard the bracelet, was filled with indignation. "I exerted tremendous effort to acquire this bracelet. How dare a worthless person like you insult it?" Yang Qin coldly regarded Wang Jian and inquired, "You claim this bracelet, adorned with red diamonds, cost you 600,000? Wang Jian retorted angrily, "Do you question its legitimacy?" Yang Qin continued, "If you truly spent 600,000, I can only conclude that you are a fool with too much money. With a sneer, Yang Chun denied Wang Jian the chance to retort and elaborated. Red diamonds are the rarest of gems, so scarce that they lack a fixed market price, barely visible in the diamond market, only surfacing at select celebrity auctions. In 1987, a 0.95-carat red diamond auctioned at Sotheby's fetched a staggering $880,000, equating to a per-carat price of $920,000, which translates to over 60 million in Jiuzhou currency. And your bracelet, surely it contains at least 1.5 carats of diamond? Pray tell, how did you procure a red diamond bracelet for 600,000? He continued. This is not a natural red diamond, but rather an ordinary diamond that has undergone irradiation treatment for color alteration, a type that possesses significant radioactivity. Prolonged wear can pose grave health risks. You dare to give such a dangerously radioactive bracelet to a mere 4-year-old girl. What are your true intentions? Yang Chen's piercing gaze unleashed a barrage of soul-searching inquiries, rendering Wang Jian utterly speechless. The room fell into an oppressive silence, all eyes fixated on Wang Jian, while Qin Shi's expression darkened ominously. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Jian's face turned frantic, particularly under the weight of Qin Shi's wrathful gaze. He hurriedly stammered. Xiao Shi, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly harm Xiao Xiao? Deep down, Wang Jian felt a pang of guilt, for he did not understand the value of red diamonds. Had he known their true worth, he would never have gifted such a bracelet. He had merely given an underling 60,000, which had resulted in this particular bracelet. Am I speaking falsehoods? Yang Chen let out a cold laugh, remarking on the rarity and exorbitant value of the red diamond. You wouldn't understand. You can search online to verify my claims. Shut your mouth, Yang Chen. At that moment, as Wang Jian found himself in a difficult position, Qin's mother, filled with ire, scolded, Who do you think you are to criticize, young Master Wang? He has stated that this bracelet was procured through a friend overseas. Even if there were issues, it bears no relation to him. At least young Master Wang has expended considerable effort to prepare a gift, whereas you, after 5 years of absence, present your own daughter with this discarded piece of stone? Yang Chen realized that any explanation would be futile. In Qin's mother's eyes, he was nothing but a worthless failure. A stark contrast to the esteemed son of the Wang family. Little did she know, her perception of the heavens and earth had long been upended. Enough. Finally erupting from her silence, Qin Shi trembled slightly as she inhaled deeply, striving to contain her anger. Her gaze fixed on Wang Jian, she said, My husband misplaced your belongings. I apologize for that. However, rest assured, I will compensate you 600,000. What? Wang Jian was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. This time, I was misled, deceived by the wrong person. Since this bracelet is radioactive, it is unsuitable as a gift for Xiao Xiao. I shall present a more fitting one another day. No need, Qin Shi replied coldly. Seeing this, Wang Jian refrained from further discussion. Qin Shi was in a furious state, and contesting her opinion would only diminish his chances. At that moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce, adorned with the license plate Jiang A88888, gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Qin residence, followed closely by a brand-new, unregistered white Maserati, lavishly decorated in vibrant red, clearly a vehicle for a lady. 2 imposing men emerged from the Rolls-Royce, carrying a large box into the Qin household. Mr. Qin, there are visitors outside who claim to be delivering gifts and are carrying a substantial box, the housekeeper reported joyfully after returning from the door. Moreover, a Rolls-Royce with the Jiang A88888 plate is parked outside. Initially, the Qin family did not think much of the gift delivery, but upon hearing about the luxury vehicle, astonishment spread across their faces. Qin's father stood up abruptly, inquiring, Are you certain it bears 5'8"? Indeed, sir, it is unequivocally 5'8", the housekeeper confirmed. Everyone, come with me to greet them, Qin's father declared, hastily making his way to the courtyard. The owner of the Jiang A88888 vehicle was none other than Su Qingwu, the wealthiest man in Jiuzhou. How could he not be anxious? As Qin's father and the others rushed out, they were met by a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit. Hello. Qin's father swiftly approached the man, extending a warm handshake. Upon encountering the middle-aged man, Wang Jian was taken aback, for this individual was none other than Zhou Fu, the esteemed steward beside Su Qingwu. Although merely a steward, even his father would bow respectfully in Zhou Fu's presence. It was indeed a significant occasion that the steward graced them with his presence, and Wang Jian hastily apologized for the lack of proper greeting. With an air of familiarity, he approached Zhou Fu, extending his hands in greeting. However, Zhou Fu furrowed his brow and scrutinized him, asking, "Who are you?" Wang Jian hurriedly replied, "Steward Zhou. I am the son of Wang Dali, just last week. Get lost." Zhou Fu interrupted with a fierce shout, leaving Wang Jian nearly paralyzed with fear. The Wang family, though considered a second-tier force in Jiangzhou, paled in comparison to the Su family. Just moments ago, he had sought to impress those around him. But he had been swiftly unmasked. Even Qin's father, who had intended to inquire further, now refrained from speaking. Zhou Fu produced a list detailing the betrothal gifts and began to recite it. A fortune flows in, 10 shops at People's Square. Long-lasting prosperity. 99% equity in the Golden Jubilee Hotel. Unwavering stability, a Maserati, and a villa at Sun and Moon Star. As he continued to list the lavish gifts, the significance of the occasion dawned upon the onlookers. Gazing at the stacks of cash, the car keys, equity certificates, and property deeds piled within the box, everyone was utterly astonished. Zhou Fu had long departed, yet they remained in a state of disbelief. "Brother-in-law, you have a wonderful daughter." Finally, someone broke the silence. "No wonder he is the richest in Jiangzhou. Such grand gestures ensure that Xiaoyi is destined for a life of fortune." Xiaoyi. Once you marry into the Su family, do not forget your relatives. In an instant, everyone began to gather around Qin Yi. With her sister being the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, how could the younger sister be anything less than exceptional? Qin Yi, initially taken aback, only realized the implications of the flattery surrounding her when she recalled that her sister had indeed married. The gifts, naturally, were meant for her. Yet she found herself puzzled as to when she had ever interacted with a man from the Su family. Yangchen stood beside Qin Shi, noticing a tinge of envy in her eyes while his heart swelled with bitterness. The gifts were intended for her, so why should she feel envy? Yet, should he voice this thought, none would believe him. "Do you see? This is true love. Your sister marries him, and not only does she receive no betrothal gifts, but you end up with 500,000 taken away by him. A man like you can never provide her with happiness. I advise you to divorce her sooner rather than later." Qin Yi approached Yangchen, one hand clutching the Maserati's keys and the other the villa's property deed. Her face alight with triumph. Yangchen cast a cool glance her way and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarked, "Are you so certain that these gifts are for you?" At his words, Qin Yi felt a flicker of doubt. After all, she had never interacted with a man from the Su family. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Yangchen, you worthless fool. What do you mean by that? I am the only unmarried one in my family. If these gifts are not for me, then who could they possibly be for?" As Yangchen was about to explain, Qin Shi sternly interjected, "Silence." At that moment, the voice of Qin Xiaoxiao chimed in perfectly, "Mom, I'm hungry." Hearing her daughter's plea, Qin Shi turned to her father, "Dad, it's time to eat." Qin Shi's father, Qin Daong, held a lowly position within the Qin family due to his lack of capability, yet Qin Shi herself was exceptionally talented and highly regarded by the head of the family. It could be said that the family's current standard of living relied entirely on Qin Shi. Thus, within this household, her status was elevated, except in matters of marriage, where her parents were particularly domineering. With the appearance of Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, Su Qingwu, and the generous gifts he brought, Wang Jian dared not flaunt himself any longer. He left without having eaten, citing some excuse. By 5 in the afternoon, after the relatives had departed, Qin Mu, Zhou Yucue, turned to Qin Yi and said, "Yi, please take Xiaoxiao to her room." Qin Yi understood that Zhou Yucue intended to reprimand her brother-in-law, and with a gleeful look at Yangchen, she took Qin Xiaoxiao's hand and said, "Xiaoxiao, let us go play hide and seek with Andy." Although Qin Xiaoxiao wished to stay with her father, the allure of playing a game with her aunt made her eagerly follow. In the hall, only Qin Daong, Zhou Yucue, Qin Shi, and Yangchen remained. "Yangchen, now that you're back, there are some matters we must clarify," Zhou Yucue said, clearing her throat. Her tone suddenly devoid of the sharpness she had shown upon first seeing Yangchen. Yangchen nodded respectfully. "Mother, please feel free to speak your mind." Zhou Yucue continued. "You are aware that 5 years ago, you and Xiaoxi were ensnared in a trap, leading to your marriage without any emotional foundation. You abandoned her shortly after your wedding, leaving her to shoulder the burdens of both mother and father, enduring immense suffering and countless rumors. You have no idea what she went through. Even the Sana group she established was forcibly taken by the family, all of which is a consequence of your actions." Yangchen felt a profound pain within. He recognized that Zhou Yucue's words were not mere fabrications but stark truths. He had been absent for 5 years, especially during Qin Shi's pregnancy, which only amplified the malicious gossip surrounding her. Shi's eyes were also red, her white teeth biting into her red lips. Mother, I understand everything you've said. But rest assured, my return is to make amends to Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao. I promise I will not let you down again. Yangchen spoke with sincerity, his demeanor earnest. Unsure of what else to say, relying solely on his genuine intentions. Do you still dare to speak of the future with us? At that moment, Qin Daong sprang to his feet, his face ablaze with fury. Do you think my daughter is a mere commodity? To be taken when desired and discarded when not? As he spoke, he gestured towards the table adorned with gold and silver jewelry. Look at others. For the sake of marrying my daughter, they have given so much. You are nothing but a worthless waste. Do you truly believe that 5 years of military service can bring happiness to my daughter? She has already been delayed by you for 5 years. Tomorrow morning, you shall proceed with the divorce. Zhou Yucue was deeply moved by Qin Dayong's words. Her face awash with tears as she lamented, Old Qin speaks the truth. You should divorce tomorrow. The men who wish to pursue my daughter could form a line that encircles Jiangzhou, yet you, this worthless being, have squandered your chance. How can you still desire to cling to her? If you truly love her, then you must part ways. Yang Chen's visage was steeped in sorrow. Regardless of how his in-laws scolded him, he felt deserving of their ire. The thought of Qin Shi suffering alone for so many years filled him with profound anguish. 5 years ago, he had chosen to leave, feeling unworthy of Qin Shi. Only by enlisting could he carve out a realm deserving of her. Yet fate dealt him a cruel hand when, unexpectedly, Qin Shi became pregnant. Qin Shi, already in tears, had become remarkably resilient through years of solitude. Even as her tears flowed freely, she refused to emit a single sound of weeping. Witnessing her torment, Yang Chen's heart ached even more. Now, if Qin Shi desired the stars from the heavens, he would find a way to pluck them for her. But would she be willing to accept such gifts? It was only now that he comprehended the truth. From the very beginning, it had been his unrequited love. In fact, he had harbored feelings for her even earlier than 5 years ago, yet Qin Shi had never regarded him with a glance. Even when ensnared by circumstances that led to their marriage, it was clear, as Qin Daong pointed out, that there was no emotional foundation between them. Yangchen had naively believed that as long as he could match Qin Shi in worth, he could ensure her happiness. In this moment, he recognized his folly. He had been mistaken for a full 5 years. With a sudden resolve, he rose and knelt heavily before Qin Daong and Zhou Yucue, the sound echoing as if the very room trembled. Esteemed in-laws, please allow me to pay my respects. Yang Chen's expression was grave and solemn. With a resounding thud, his forehead struck the unforgiving marble floor. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Zhou Yucue gasped in shock at the blood seeping from his forehead. Do not think to use this self-inflicted suffering to win back Qin Shi's forgiveness. Qin Daong, equally astonished, turned to the tearful Qin Shi, saying, Little Shi, do not be deceived by his self-pity. This worthless man should never be forgiven. Yet, Yangchen seemed deaf to their words, bowing again with fervent intensity. I bow to express my gratitude for the care you have shown to Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao over the years. He bowed once more. For 5 years, I have failed to fulfill my duties as a husband and father, allowing Xiaoxi to bear countless rumors and leaving Xiao Xiao fatherless. I owe an apology to my in-laws, and even more so to Xiaoxi and Xiao Xiao. Each bow was imbued with tremendous force. As if only through this act could he alleviate the torment within his heart. After dozens of bows, his forehead bled profusely. Beside him, Qin Shi was already in tears. Yangchen finally rose to his feet, and in that moment, he felt a sudden lightness. He approached the weeping Qin Shi and unexpectedly spoke, Xiaoxi, let us divorce. Upon hearing Yangchen's words, Qin Shi trembled, and both Qin Daong and Zhou Yucue wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Qin Shi stood up, her body shaking, biting her crimson lip tightly. Her makeup had long since smudged, yet it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. What? Divorce? She struck Yangchen across the face with a resounding slap, her voice filled with fury. What do you take me for? I admit that 5 years ago, you were also a victim. If you were unwilling to marry me, you could have refused. But now that we are married, why do you wish to leave? Do you know how much gossip and hardship I have endured since you left? Our daughter has been bullied in kindergarten, called a bastard for lacking a father. Do you understand the anguish in my heart when she clutches our only wedding photo, asking me when her father will return? After so long, I finally waited for my husband to come back, and our daughter awaited her father's return, only for you to tell me you want a divorce? Can you truly justify this to me or our daughter? Qin Shi finally erupted, weeping uncontrollably, as if she were venting all the burdens she had borne alone over the past 5 years. With each question she posed, Yangchen felt a stab of pain in his heart, and when Qin Shi broke down in tears, Even the hero who had faced countless battles without uttering a cry now found himself shedding tears. Yangchen stepped forward, suddenly enveloping Qin Shi in his arms. "Let go of me. Get out of my life. You said you wanted a divorce, so let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Qin Shi cried and struggled, fiercely pounding her fists against Yangchen's chest. Yet, his arms held her tightly, like a vice, allowing her to unleash her emotions as he softly murmured in her ear. "I'm sorry, I will never leave you both in this lifetime." As Qin Shi's emotions began to stabilize, Zhou Yucue grew anxious and hurriedly intervened, forcefully separating the two. "Shaoxi told you to leave, so why do you linger? Get out." With a thud, Yangchen was pushed away, although he had been expelled. Yangchen felt a surge of joy because Qin Shi was unwilling to divorce, regardless of whether it was for her reputation or their daughter for Yangchen. The best outcome was that they would remain married. After leaving Qin Shi's home, Yangchen headed directly to the Jiangzhou branch of Yinchen Group. The headquarters of Yinchen Group was located in Yindu, founded by Yangchen's biological mother, Yang Shuyan, before she met Yangchen's father. When their relationship was exposed, the Yuan family forcibly seized control. It was only after the Yuan family learned of Yangchen's status in the north that they returned Yinchen Group to him. Standing at the base of the Yinchen Group building, Yangchen felt a wave of nostalgia. Just the thought of the humiliation and suffering his mother had endured stirred a deep anger within him. "One day, I shall personally pay a visit to the Yuan family," he vowed as the fire of rage in his eyes gradually dimmed. At this moment, a white Maserati came to a halt in the parking lot of the Yanchen Group, and a woman dressed in formal attire stepped out of the vehicle. This woman was none other than Yangchen's rather imprudent sister-in-law, Qin Yi. The luxurious car was one of the betrothal gifts recently received by the Qin family, and she eagerly took it out for a spin, seemingly unbothered by the potential for ridicule. "I am so envious of you, to have caught the attention of the young master of the Su family, and to be bestowed such an extravagant betrothal gift. When you marry into wealth, do not forget your dear friend." A woman clad in the uniform of Yanchen Group approached Qin Yi with a radiant smile. Qin Yi warmly linked arms with the woman, grinning as she replied, "Forget anyone but you? It is I who needs your assistance now. Rest assured, with my involvement, your matters will certainly unfold smoothly. After all, I am the director of the Human Resources Department, wielding the power of life and death in personnel affairs. If it weren't for company regulations requiring documentation, I would have expedited your hiring process myself. But fret not, it will merely be a formality shortly. Thank you so much, Director-san. Are you being polite with me?" The two women exchanged playful banter, exuding a sense of camaraderie. As Yang Chun approached the company entrance, he caught sight of Yang Chun, and Qin Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Before Yang Chun could utter a word, her countenance darkened, and she exclaimed, "You perverted stalker! My mother chased you away, and you dare to harass me again? Let me make it clear, even if you were to kneel and plead, I would never assist you." Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he sneered, "Stalking you? Do you perhaps suffer from a persecution complex?" Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. However, she soon recollected herself and, covering her face with a chuckle, remarked, "You must be here for a job interview, right?" Yangchen remained silent, disregarding her, and took a step toward the entrance. Just as he moved, Qin Yi swiftly positioned herself in front of him, her face alight with mockery. "Yangchen, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Do you even comprehend what Yanchen Group represents? This is an enterprise under the auspices of the Yuan family in Yindu. Although the Jiangzhou branch has just been established, it is far from a place where anyone can simply waltz in." Who is this?" Director's son inquired, puzzled. Qin Yi cast a disdainful glance at Yangchen before addressing Director's son. "He is the good-for-nothing who deceived my sister 5 years ago, absconding with funds and now, presumably out of money, seeks to pester her again. Our family cannot tolerate him. He was just expelled." Director's son gasped, exclaiming, "So he is the scoundrel who tarnished your sister's name?" Realizing the subject of her words stood right before her, she quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize. Tian, he is indeed a worthless character, and you have spoken no untruth. There is no need for apologies," Qin Yi replied nonchalantly. Director's son glanced at Yang Chun before saying, "I sincerely apologize, but our company has already filled all positions. You should return." It was evident that this woman intended to assist Qin Yi, given that the branch had just been established and was in dire need of personnel. It was implausible that they would be fully staffed. Yang Chen paid no heed to their words. Not only did this branch company belong to him, but the entire Yanchen Group was also under his command. Even in the absence of the Yanchen Group, The resources and wealth at his disposal far surpassed those of the Yuan family. Ignoring the commotion, Yang Chen stepped towards the company entrance. Sun Tian, feeling anxious, rushed forward to block his path. How can you be so unreasonable? I have already informed you that the Yanchen Group is not hiring. If you attempt to proceed any further, I shall summon security. Step aside. Yang Chen suddenly barked, his voice laced with iciness, causing Sun Tian to involuntarily retreat a few paces. His tolerance at the Qin family had been solely for Qin Shi and his daughter. But that did not imply that anyone could trample on his dignity. Yang Chen, you possess an audacious spirit to cause a scene at the entrance of the Yanchen Group. While Sun Tian quailed in fear, Qini remained unperturbed. Supervisor Sun, what is the matter? A middle-aged man clad in a security uniform approached and inquired. Sun Tian, with a frigid expression, pointed at Yang Chen and exclaimed, Captain Zhang, this individual is attempting to force his way into the company. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. The chairman of the Yanchen Group is arriving today, and if you allow unrelated individuals to enter, it could lead to consequences far beyond merely losing one's job. Her words were laden with warnings. Captain Zhang, taken aback, quickly called into his walkie-talkie, and soon, over 10 security personnel, fully equipped, arrived on the scene. We should leave. Sun Tian shot Yang Chen a glacial glance. Qin, with a smirk of triumph, sneered at Yang Chen. If you wish to work at the Yanchen Group, you might as well abandon that dream for eternity. With that, she followed Sun Tian as they departed. You have no place to act recklessly here, so be gone, Captain Zhang declared with arrogance. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied coldly. You have yet to ascertain who I am and why I am here, yet you wish to expel me? Is this how you conduct security work? Captain Zhang raised an eyebrow. Supervisor Sun has accused you of harboring ill intentions. What fault is there in my expelling you? You believe everything she says? Do you take pleasure in being someone else's lapdog? Yang Chen's expression had entirely shifted, though his voice had grown considerably colder. Upon hearing this, the security personnel stood in stunned silence. You seek your own demise. Captain Zhang roared in fury, commanding, seize him and eliminate this scoundrel. At that moment, a black Audi A8 screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Yanchen Group. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit hurriedly exited the vehicle. Good day, General Manager Luo. The security guards promptly stood at attention. Yet, General Manager Luo did not spare them a glance. His face awash with anxiety as he rushed to Yang Chen, bowing deeply, Greetings, Chairman. The collective shock of the crowd was palpable at his words. General Manager Luo, the highest authority of the branch company, could only address one individual in such a manner, the chairman of the group. The realization of their earlier confrontation left Captain Zhang ashen-faced. With a thud, he knelt at Yang Chen's feet, urgently pleading, Chairman, I was blind and underestimated your greatness. Please, show mercy and spare me. General Manager Luo was still unaware of the unfolding situation. Having just received news that the chairman was coming to the company, he rushed over, only to find Yang Chen already standing at the entrance, seemingly in a confrontation with his subordinates. What is happening? General Manager Luo questioned with a face full of fury. He had invested immense effort to attain his position, and now, with the branch just established, his subordinate had offended the chairman, igniting his wrath. Yang Chen's expression was icy. Show mercy? If I were to let you off, would that make me a villain? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Captain Zhang nearly wet himself, on the verge of tears. Chairman, that wasn't my intention. I truly recognize my mistake. Please grant me another chance. Yang Chen coldly retorted, Get lost. After 5 years of military service, Yang Chen had learned an important lesson. Mistakes must be met with consequences. Given his status, he had no obligation to squabble with the security captain. Yet Yanchen Group was the only legacy his mother had left him, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish its image. Captain Zhang attempted to beg once more, but General Manager Luo kicked him down and scolded, Get him out of here. Luo Bin's attitude was exceedingly humble. He had heard whispers regarding Yang Chen's reputation. The two entered the company, and all eyes were fixed on Yang Chen in astonishment. The usually lofty General Manager Luo was now slightly bent forward, trailing closely behind Yang Chen. They had long been informed of the chairman's visit, and witnessing Luo Bin's cautious demeanor unveiled Yang Chen's identity. General Manager Luo had only just arrived in Jiangzhou and had already been visited by numerous elite families. Now, he was following a young man, an inconceivable sight. Naturally, with Luo Bin's stature, even the wealthiest in Jiangzhou would not receive such deference. This young man could only be the chairman. Isn't the chairman a bit too young? My heart flutters. Yang Chen's appearance stirred a significant sensation. Luo Look quickly. Is that person following General Manager Luo Yongchen? After completing her interview process and entering the lobby, Sun Tian spotted Yongchen's silhouette, her expression filled with surprise. By the time Qin Yi glanced over, Yongchen had vanished down the corridor. You mentioned that General Manager Luo was following someone. Do you really think it could be that useless waste? Qin Yi said with amusement. Sun Tian smacked her forehead, realizing, I was foolish. If General Manager Luo treats someone this way, it must be the chairman visiting today. On the top floor of the company, in a lavish office, Yang Chun sat comfortably on a sofa, eyes closed, in profound silence. Luo Bin stood nervously beside him. Chairman, your esteemed presence must indicate there is something you wish to convey. Please, I assure you, I will not disappoint. Wait. Yang Chen coldly replied with just 2 words. Then fell silent again, his eyes remaining shut. As time ticked away, Yang Chen remained with his eyes closed in deep contemplation. This demeanor instilled a profound sense of anxiety in Luo Bin, who felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A sense of trepidation enveloped him. What was the chairman waiting for? Could it be that he had uncovered some incriminating evidence? Just as Luo Bin wrestled with his mounting unease, the office door was thrust open. He was about to reprimand the intruder when he saw the individual approach Yang Chun, presenting a document. Brother Chun, here is what you requested. Only then did Yang Chun open his eyes, perusing the document, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Luo Bin's heart raced. His gaze fixated on the paper, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. With a loud thud, Yang Chun hurled the document at Luo Bin, demanding, read it aloud. Startled by Yang Chen's sudden fury, Luo Bin trembled, hastily retrieving the document from the floor. June 5th, Jingshiyuan Hotel, bribery. He barely uttered a sentence before faltering. Daunted by the weight of the evidence, the file contained a meticulous record of every incriminating detail from his brief tenure as general manager. The dates and locations of his transgressions were unambiguously chronicled, leaving no room for denial. Yang Chen's anger flared. Continue reading. Luo Bin quivered, collapsing to his knees at Yang Chen's feet. Chairman, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please grant me another chance. Tears streamed down his face. He had ascended from a lowly employee to this position with great difficulty. Throughout his years in the company, he had adhered to principles, never accepting a bribe until his recent appointment as the general manager of the Jiangzhou branch, where numerous local dignitaries had tempted him, ultimately leading him astray. Brother Chen, should we eliminate him? At that moment, Ma Chao's words struck terror into Luo Bin's heart, nearly causing him to faint. Ma Chao was not jesting. He understood the significance of Yang Chen to the Yanchen group. Luo Bin's acceptance of gifts implied he had engaged in actions detrimental to the company's interests, an audacious betrayal. With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the coffee table, Yang Chen remained silent, exuding an aura of impending doom. Luo Bin felt utterly incapacitated, devoid of even the strength to plead for mercy. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you a single opportunity, but remember, this is the only chance. Should you falter again, consider the bribes you accepted as a prepayment for your life, Yang Chen stated, his eyes narrowing, before rising to leave. A wave of relief washed over Luo Bin. He hurriedly assured Yang Chen's retreating figure, Thank you, Chairman. I promise, there will be no next time. He had anticipated being sent to prison, but unexpectedly, Yang Chen was willing to extend a lifeline. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he silently vowed to serve Yang Chen diligently. As they exited the company, Ma Chao, puzzled, inquired, Brother Chen, why do you still keep him? I have just returned, and there are not many capable individuals at my disposal. It is easy to make him disappear, but finding a general manager familiar with the operations of the Yanchen Group is a daunting task. Yang Chen responded, then continued. The Yanchen Group has been under the control of the Yuan family for so many years. The company's upper management has been nurtured by them. Unless I replace everyone now, if I were to do so, the company would surely fall into ruin at my hands. Even if changes are necessary, it cannot be rushed. I understand that Brother Chun intends to cultivate his trusted confidants and, when the time is ripe, instigate a significant transformation at the corporate headquarters. Ma Chao, though skilled in combat, is not reckless. He quickly comprehended Yang Chen's intentions. Brother Chen has clearly grasped evidence of Luo Bin's mistakes. Just as Luo Bin is on the brink of collapse, Brother Chen offers him another chance, ensuring he will be grateful and diligent in his work for the company. Should Luo Bin behave himself and prove capable, Brother Chen will undoubtedly provide him with a grander stage. Yang Chen cast a complex glance at Ma Chao and then sighed softly. With your abilities, if you remain in the north, your future is boundless. Following me would be a pity. Ma Chao instinctively stood up straight, his expression earnest. In terms of the North, Brother Qin is akin to a deity. Without you, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished. To stand beside you is indeed an honor. Yangchen chose not to respond further after taking a few steps. He suddenly halted and said, "Investigate something for me. 5 years ago, who was responsible for framing me in Qinshi?" A sudden, terrifying aura erupted from Yangchen. His eyes filled with frost. The following morning, at the top floor of Sana Group, the weekly company meeting was underway. The direct descendants of the Qin family were gathered around the conference table. "Qinshi, I heard that your worthless husband, who has been missing for 5 years, has returned?" The speaker was Qin Fei, Qinshi's cousin, who wore a smug expression upon seeing her enter the meeting room. "What does his return have to do with you?" Qinshi frowned and retorted, "It has nothing to do with me, but the Qin family's decline is due to the scandal between you two. Otherwise, the Qin family would now be among the elite families of Jiangzhou." Qin Fei replied with a sarcastic tone, adding, "If it were another woman in your situation, she would have long lost the face to continue living. I never expected you to have the audacity to bear a child. It is nothing short of a disgrace to the Qin family." "Shut your mouth." She stood up abruptly, her face aflame with anger. She could endure any insult, but not when it came to her daughter. That was her Achilles heel, untouchable and unspeakable. Not a single member of the Qin family stood up to speak on her behalf. Instead, they all wore expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. "The old master is here." Just as Qin Fei was about to speak, a commotion of footsteps echoed at the door. He shot a cold glance at Qin Shi and fell silent. Then, the silver-haired patriarch of the Qin family entered the meeting room, taking his seat at the chairman's position. The Qin family boasts several companies, yet only the Sana Group has flourished remarkably. Consequently, for years ago, after the venerable patriarch Qin brought Sana Group under the family S wing, it transformed into the family S stronghold. Each time Qin convened a meeting there, a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. This enterprise, which she had meticulously crafted, now belonged to the family. Despite the tumult of her emotions, the situation was irrevocable. Although the elder patriarch had aged, he showed no inclination to relinquish his position, firmly retaining the headship. Casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, he began, "Last month, the Yuan family from Yindu established a branch in Jiazhou. This period has been one of preparation, and I have recently learned that the branch is set to officially open in a few days. Countless esteemed families are eager to collaborate with Yinshin Group, and our Qin family cannot afford to lag behind. Our ascendance into the ranks of first-class families hinges on our ability to secure a partnership with Yinshin Group." The elder S words invigorated the attendees, prompting one to inquire, "Patriarch, if we succeed in securing a partnership with Yinshin Group, will there be a reward?" The elder S icy gaze met the speaker S, and with a sardonic smile, he replied, "Whoever secures a contract with Yinshin Group shall ascend to the position of chairman of Sana Group." The room fell into stunned silence. To win the collaboration with Yinshin Group, the patriarch was willing to bestow the chairmanship of Sanha Group as a prize. Qinshi bit her lip, anguished. Sanha Group rightfully belonged to her, and acquiring a partnership with Yinshin Group would evidently be a formidable challenge. Otherwise, the elder would not have dangled the chairmanship as a reward. In that moment, all eyes shifted back and forth between Qin Shi and Qin Fei. One was the patriarch's most cherished direct descendant, while the other was exceptionally capable. Both were favored by the elder. Yet those present were acutely aware that Sanha Group rightfully belonged to Qin Shi. Qin Fei, fully aware of the significance of this collaboration, was the first to rise. Smiling as he said, "Grandfather, I believe we must deliberate on this matter with great care." "Oh?" the elder inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Qin Fei replied, to be candid, "Grandfather, I began preparations when Yinshin Group first established its Jiangzhou branch. However, the threshold for collaboration is quite high. I have invested considerable resources to forge some connections. Yet securing the partnership remains a daunting task. Little Fei has done well, although the collaboration has not yet been secured. At least he has initiated action and established some connections." After the meeting, request 1 million in operational funds from the finance department, the elder generously stated. "Thank you, grandfather," Qin Fei exclaimed, elated, while the others looked on with envy. Qin Fei suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Qin Shi and continued, "Grandfather, although I am eager to secure the collaboration, I find it challenging to do so alone. In the eyes of Yinshin Group, the Qin family is merely one of many lesser families. Why would they choose to partner with us? Since you mentioned this, do you propose a solution?" the elder inquired. Qin Fei smiled and said, I have received insider information that the Yanqin Group will not choose any small families for this collaboration. With this in mind, we are no longer qualified to negotiate, so we can consider partnering with a family of similar scale to the Qin family. Xiafei, your proposal is excellent. Please continue. The elder remarked, growing increasingly pleased with each word. Qin Fei continued, Grandfather, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Jian, has been pursuing Xiaoxi. He has made it clear that if Xiaoxi marries him, the cooperation will be absolutely guaranteed. Everyone's gaze turned towards Qin Shi, whose expression shifted dramatically. She quickly interjected, Grandfather, I'm already married. How can I marry someone else? Xiaoxi, everyone knows about your situation with that good-for-nothing. You were married for barely a moment before he vanished for 5 years. There is no affection between you at all. It would be better for you to marry Wang Jian. At least he could assist the family, which is far more than that useless man ever could, the elder retorted. Looking pointedly at Qin Shi, with her lips pressed tightly together, Qin Shi's face was resolute as she shook her head. Grandfather, in this lifetime, I belong to Yangqin. He is my only husband. With a resounding slap, the elder struck the table in anger. If it weren't for your scandal with that scoundrel 5 years ago, the Qin family would have already risen to the ranks of first-class families. Are you intent on jeopardizing the future of the Qin family 5 years later? Qin Shi bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly. She did not even realize her nails had pierced her palms, as the pain within her heart was far greater. The Qin family's current standing was built upon the foundation of the Sana Group, yet the elder failed to acknowledge her contributions, instead blaming her for the family's inability to ascend to prominence. This matter is settled. After the meeting, I will personally contact the head of the Wang family to discuss the marriage alliance, the elder declared, making a decision without considering whether Qin Shi would consent. I am alive and well, yet you wish for my wife to remarry? When did it become anyone else's place to dictate what she should or should not do? At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly rang out, and a familiar figure appeared in the conference room. To the astonishment of the Qin family members, Yangqin walked to Qin Shi's side and sat down, gazing at her gently. I have said before, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Qin Shi wore a vacant expression, having expelled Yangqin the previous day, her daughter weeping incessantly, yearning for her father. Regret gnawed at her, fearing that her daughter's long-awaited father might vanish once more. Yet, just as she braced herself to confront the overwhelming tide of solitude, Yangqin unexpectedly appeared. His domineering presence seemed to stir something soft within her heart, causing her to tremble internally. Who are you to intrude upon the Qin family conference room? Where are the security guards? Expel him at once. The elder, at that moment, failed to recognize Yangqin. Years had passed since Yangqin had crossed paths with the Qin family, and after 5 swift years, how could they possibly identify him at a glance? Grandfather, this is Yangqin, the worthless man who vanished shortly after marrying Qin Shi 5 years ago, Qin Fei remarked, having heard of Yangqin's return. He cast a knowing glance at Qin Shi, amusement dancing in his eyes. Only then did the elder recollect who Yangqin was, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Aside from a slight change in demeanor, Yangqin appeared much the same, still clad in his shabby attire. Although Qin Shi longed for a companion to share her burdens, Yangqin's sudden appearance only muddled matters further. Anger flared within her. Who permitted your presence here? Yangqin was not taken aback by Qin Shi's hostility. If he were to gain her approval immediately upon his return, it would render such approval rather insipid. The elder raised his hand, silencing Qin Shi, and fixed an intense gaze upon Yangqin. Ah, it is you. The worthless one who tarnished the reputation of the Qin family. Had it not been for you, our family would have ascended to the ranks of the foremost families in Jiangzhou long ago. I cannot believe you dare return. A flicker of sharpness flashed in Yangqin's eyes as he scoffed. I besmirched your family's honor? Do you, as the patriarch of the Qin family, not grasp the truth? Ma Chao had thoroughly investigated the events of that year. It was merely a charade orchestrated by the Qin family in their quest for the Sana Group. Had it not been for Qin Shi, the Qin family would have crumbled the previous night. What nonsense are you spouting? The elder roared, slamming his palm on the table, rising abruptly with fury blazing in his eyes. In his agitation, he suddenly erupted into a violent cough, his body swaying precariously. Grandfather. Qin Shi rushed forward. But Qin Fei was quicker, supporting the elder. Stand aside. Qin Fei shouted furiously. Do you still have the audacity to call him grandfather? You brought this worthless husband here to provoke him deliberately, did you not? Should anything happen to him, we will hold you accountable. 5 years ago, it was your disgraceful actions that brought shame upon the Qin family. Now, do you wish to inflict further anguish upon him and lead the Qin family to ruin? In my view, Your family is a harbinger of disaster and should be expelled from the Qin family, never to set foot within its confines again. Qin Shi had sacrificed so much for her family, even relinquishing her rightful claim to the Sana group, now reduced to a state of betrayal and isolation. Witnessing the frail form of Qin Shi, Yang Chun felt an indescribable ache within his heart. The old man's anger gradually subsided as he looked at Qin Shi and said, "Little Shi, the decline of the Qin family originated from you. Now that the Yinshan group has established a branch in Jiangzhou, only by securing their partnership can the Qin family hope to ascend to the ranks of elite families. Our only chance lies in an alliance with the Wang family. You must either marry the eldest son of the Wang family or find a way to secure the cooperation. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled from the family." Upon hearing the old man's words, Qin Shi turned pale. Even the most prestigious families in Jiangzhou might struggle to obtain the Yinshan group's cooperation. How could she possibly achieve that? "Grandfather, Just as Qin Shi was about to refuse, Yang Chen beside her suddenly interjected, "We shall accept this task." "Excellent," Qin Fei exclaimed with delight, a mocking smile on his face. "Little Shi, do not claim that the family is bullying you. This task has been accepted by your husband himself. Even if you wish to back out now, it is too late." This was clearly an impossible task, yet he dared to agree. Some members of the family whispered amongst themselves, labeling him as a useless individual. The disparity between a top-tier enterprise in Yindu and a second-rate family business in Jiangzhou was vast. How could the Yinshan group possibly agree to collaborate with Sana group? "All right, today's meeting has concluded," the old man said as he rose to leave, his gaze once again resting on Qin Shi. 3 days. I will grant you just 3 days. If you fail to accomplish this task, you are to leave the Qin family voluntarily." With that, the old man turned and departed, leaving everyone watching Qin Shi with malicious glee. "Haha, Qin Shi, what do you have to contest with me? I am the true bloodline of the Qin family. In the old man's eyes, I alone represent the family's future. In 3 days, I shall watch with a smile as your family is cast out." Indeed. A daughter of a bastard dares to vie with Xiao Fei for power? What sheer arrogance. Xiao Fei, I have always supported you. Once you inherit the chairman's position, do not forget about me. Yes, Xiao Fei, we are all behind you. Soon, Qin Fei left the meeting room amid the adoration of the crowd, leaving only Yang Chen and Qin Shi behind. With a sharp crack, Qin Shi struck Yang Chen across the face. As he saw the tears streaming down her face, all anger dissipated from his heart. "Little Shi, Yang Chen began to speak, but Qin Shi interrupted him. "I admit, 5 years ago, you were a victim as well. However, you accepted the 500,000 my father gave you as compensation. Why did you not express your unwillingness to marry me sooner? You vanished for 5 years right after the wedding. Do you have any idea what I endured? After all I have suffered, why do you still wish to retaliate against me? Tell me why?" Tears cascaded from Qin Shi's eyes like shattered pearls, falling to the ground. Yang Chen was filled with immense pain as he grasped her shoulders tightly. "I truly did not take your father's money, nor have I ever considered seeking revenge. I returned solely to compensate you and our daughter. Please believe me. I would never harm you." "Silence. You are not worthy to mention my daughter." Qin Shi forcefully pushed Yang Chen away, her face awash with tears. "If you are not here for revenge, then why did you accept that impossible task at the family meeting?" In the quaint courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Shi had just returned home. Before she could even change into her slippers, Zhou Yutsue stormed up to her, brimming with anger, and inquired, "That good for nothing? Did he go to the company today?" "Mother, I am utterly exhausted. Could you please refrain from pestering me?" Qin Shi replied, her face a picture of fatigue. Yang Chen had already taken on that insurmountable task for her, leaving her overwhelmed. She truly wished to escape any further troubles. "How can you still be like this at such a time?" Zhou Yutsue, her face etched with worry, exclaimed, "I've heard everything. During the weekly meeting at the Qin family, your grandfather insisted that you either marry Wang Jian or secure a partnership with Yinshan Group, or else we shall be cast out of the Qin family. That useless man actually agreed on your behalf. He is a fool, and so are you. Why do you not choose to marry Wang Jian?" Qin Shi had already spent the entire day seeking connections regarding this matter, but ultimately, she had not even managed to step through the doors of Yinshan Group. She was already frazzled, and the last thing she desired upon returning home was for Zhou Yutsue to bring it up again. "Mother, I beg you, please stop. I've been bullied at the company, and even in negotiations, I faced ridicule. Must I return home only to be tormented by you as well?" Qin Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the weight of her suppressed emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Having endured enough of his daughter's misfortunes, Qin Daong, who had been seated on the sofa reading the newspaper, finally set it down and remarked with a helpless expression, "You should leave her be." Zhou Yutsue, undeterred, marched up to Qin Daong, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Qin Daong, do you understand what task she has undertaken? Collaborating with Yinqing Group is an utterly impossible endeavor. At this rate, in 3 days, we shall be cast out of the Qin family." Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, "I'm back." And Qin Yi entered the room, her face alight with joy. "I have wonderful news for everyone." However, as soon as she stepped inside, the tension in the air was palpable, the fury of her mother, the helplessness of her father, and the despair etched on Qin Shi's face. What is going on? The perceptive Qin Yi quickly approached her sister, taking her hand and asking, "Sister, are you all right?" Qin Shi merely shook her head gently. "Yi, could you help me pick up Xiao Xiao later? I need to retreat to my room for now." "What good news could there possibly be? Your sister has taken on a task with Yinqing Group, and if she fails, we shall be expelled from the Qin family." After venting her frustrations, Zhou Yutsue's emotions had settled somewhat, and she watched Qin Shi's departing figure. "Sister." Upon hearing Zhou Yutsue's words, Qin Yi's spirits lifted, and she hurried after the departing Qin Shi, exclaiming, "Sister, I will help you with the collaboration. After all, I am now part of Yinqing Group." The once despairing Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she grasped Qin Yi's arms, her excitement palpable. "Yi, you were truly accepted by Yinqing Group?" Upon posing the question, Qin Shi's expression dimmed, and she shook her head with a bitter smile. "Even if you were truly hired, you are still a new employee and cannot assist me." A flicker of unease crossed Qin Yi's face. However, upon observing her sister's demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy yet maintained her resolve. "Sister, trust me, it will be perfectly fine. My best friend, Sun Tian, is now the HR manager at Yinqing Group and has excellent connections with the upper management. If I seek her assistance, we will surely secure the collaboration." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Yi." Qin Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, having fretted over this matter for an entire day, finally receiving a piece of good news. Qin Yi rolled her eyes and retorted, "Thank me? Really?" She then turned to the jubilant Zhou Yutsue and declared, "Mom, I will take care of this for sister. She has worked hard all day, so please refrain from any further commotion." Zhou Yutsue repeatedly exclaimed good, saying, "As expected of my daughter. First, we received a dowry from the Su family, the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, and now we are entering Yinqing Group. Who would dare to look down upon us in the future? I'm off to pick up Xiao Xiao," Qin Yi said with a triumphant smile, turning away as the roar of the engine echoed, and the white Maserati vanished at the end of the road. At the Jiangzhou branch of Yinqing Group, on the top floor, Luo Bin stood nervously before Yang Chen, meticulously reporting the recent preparatory work of the branch. Yang Chen sat in his office chair, holding a document. "Chairman, many companies are interested in collaborating with Yinqing Group. The list in your hands contains several capable firms I have specifically selected for your consideration. Please deliberate on which ones to choose as our partners," Luo Bin said cautiously. Yang Chen merely glanced over it. Most were reputable enterprises in Jiangzhou. "Add Qin family's Sanha Group to the list. The rest of the partners can be your decision," Yang Chen remarked, casually tossing the list back to Luo Bin. Upon hearing the Qin family mentioned, a flicker of hesitation crossed Luo Bin's eyes, yet he inquired, "Chairman, the Qin family is hardly even a second-rate family, Sanha Group. My wife is named Qin Shi." Yang Chen interjected before Luo Bin could finish. Luo Bin's face morphed into one of astonishment, quickly followed by terror. "Chairman, I apologize. I had no idea Miss Qin was your wife. She has visited the company several times today, but I failed to see her." As he spoke, Luo Bin's guilt became palpable. Yang Chen, unfazed, instructed, "You will personally deliver the contract to Sanha Group tomorrow, but my identity must remain undisclosed to anyone. Understood?" Luo Bin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly acquiesced. Yang Chen glanced at the time. At this hour, kindergarten should be letting out soon, he said before rising to leave. At the entrance of Blue Sky Kindergarten, a white Maserati came to a stop, and 2 slender, long legs emerged from the vehicle. The captivating beauty, naturally Qin Yi, wore a gentle smile, her long hair dancing in the breeze. She remained unconcerned by the gazes of others as she strode into the kindergarten. It was only then that many men realized, to their dismay, that this enchanting beauty was already a married woman. At that moment, the kindergarten was bustling with parents picking up their children, leaving the teachers overwhelmed and unable to attend to all the little ones. Qin Yi searched for quite some time before she finally discerned the sound of her daughter. "Xiao Xiao." A gentle smile graced her lips as she was about to call out to her, but her brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Zhao's small face was flushed with anger, facing off against a little boy who appeared to be arguing with her. You're just a wild child without a father. I'm talking about you. I'm going to hit you. The boy boasted arrogantly. Xiao Xiao, holding back tears, shouted defiantly, I have a father. You be quiet. You're a wild child. How could you possibly have a father? The boy retorted loudly, raising his chubby little hand as if to push Xiao Xiao. Qin Yi, unable to intervene in time, could only cry out, What are you doing? Little ant. Xiao Xiao could no longer contain her tears and dashed towards Qin Yi. The boy, seeing the arrival of a parent, immediately lost his bravado and attempted to flee. However, in his haste, he slipped and fell with a thud. Wow. The boy burst into tears, drawing the attention of everyone around. Xiao Xiao, too, was in tears, sobbing as she protested, I'm not a wild child. I have a father. Qin Yi held her tightly, her eyes reddened, gently soothing her back. Xiao Xiao is not a wild child. She has a father. Xiaodong. A pair of middle-aged parents hurried over, distressed by their son's fall. Don't cry, sweetheart. Who bullied you? Mama will teach them a lesson. Mom, she pushed me. It hurt so much. The boy cried, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Xiao. Qin Yi felt a surge of anger. She had witnessed the boy attempting to push Xiao Xiao, yet he had slipped and fallen. Before she could respond, the boy's mother, without discerning the situation, stormed towards her. Fuming, your child is utterly unruly, lacking any upbringing, daring to hit my son. Do you know who I am? Xiao Xiao, feeling wronged, protested, I didn't hit him. He was going to hit me and called me a wild child without a father. Clearly, there are children raised without proper guidance. If your parents want to teach you. I will, the boy's mother retorted, advancing towards Xiao Xiao with the intent to strike. Qin Yi's fury ignited. She shielded Xiao Xiao behind her, ready to retaliate, exclaiming, Try to lay a finger on her. Parents, please do not resort to violence. A teacher had noticed the escalating situation and rushed over to intervene. But it was too late. The boy's mother lunged at Qin Yi, reaching out to claw at her face. Let me see if I want to tear your face apart. Qin Yi, known as the fiery pepper of the Qin family, would not allow the shrew to gain the upper hand. Before the woman could even touch her, Qin Yi had already kicked out in defense. Ouch. The young boy's mother was struck in the abdomen by a high heel. Letting out a painful cry as she turned to the boy's father in fury, demanding, Are you just going to stand there and watch me get hit? The middle-aged man was immediately taken aback by Qin Yi's beauty upon first seeing her, but with his wife under attack, he could not afford to admire her any longer. He rushed forward and slapped her. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that a man would raise his hand against a woman in public. Xiao Yi. As Qin Yi was about to receive another slap, Xiao Xiao shouted and rushed over. Qin Yi, in a state of shock, realized she could not evade the impending blow, and instinctively closed her eyes as the hand drew near. Suddenly, in that pivotal moment, a swift shadow appeared, grasping the middle-aged man's wrist. Ah! The pain in his wrist caused him to cry out. Hearing his scream, Qin Yi opened her eyes to see a broad back shielding her. Dad! Xiao Xiao recognized her father from his silhouette and exclaimed in joy. Yangchen did not release his grip and abruptly instructed, Cover Xiao Xiao's eyes. Upon hearing Yangchen's voice, Qin Yi understood who had come to her rescue. She quickly complied, shielding Xiao Xiao's eyes. Let go of me. The middle-aged man's face turned crimson from the pain as he glared at Yangchen and shouted, Do you know who I am? But before he could finish his boastful retort, a sudden, intense pain surged in his abdomen, and he was propelled like a soccer ball, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, all faces expressing shock. Qin Yi witnessed firsthand as Yangchen sent a man weighing approximately 180 pounds flying with a single kick. Her exquisite features were etched with disbelief. Dad, why are you here? Xiao Xiao broke free from Qin Yi's grasp, joyfully rushing towards Yangchen. Cradling his daughter, Yangchen's face radiated warmth and affection, of course. I came to take Xiao Xiao home. Having just witnessed Yangchen's extraordinary display of strength, Qin Yi could not help but question. Was this still the worthless brother-in-law whom everyone scorned? Xiaodong, did you see? I'm not a wild child. I have a dad, and he is my dad. Xiao Xiao suddenly turned to the young boy, her face brimming with pride. The boy burst into tears, having just seen Xiao Xiao's father effortlessly kick his own father away. An indelible impression etched in his mind. Hearing his daughter's words, Yangchen felt an indescribable ache in his heart. For Xiao Xiao, a complete family had become a mere luxury. Just seeing her father brought her such joy. This was the first time Qin Yi had witnessed Xiao Xiao so blissful. She rubbed her slightly reddened eyes and sighed inwardly. You dare to hit me? Just wait. After a moment, the middle-aged man finally stood up, his eyes burning with fury as he directly made a phone call. The two parents were merely playfully bantering, so let us not harbor resentment towards one another, as it could adversely affect the child. The principal of the kindergarten intervened, adopting an arrogant demeanor, and declared, Director Lin, spare us your words. I, Zhang Guangtong of the esteemed Zhang family, cannot allow a nameless brat to strike me, if I do not reclaim my dignity. Where shall I hide my face when word gets out? Qin Yi's expression darkened considerably. She whispered to Yangchen, he is from the Zhang family. Quickly take Xiao Xiao away. I am a woman. He cannot harm me. Yangchen cast a surprised glance at Qin Yi, taken aback by her sense of loyalty. Yet it was too late. At that moment, 3 vans sped towards the kindergarten, halting at the entrance. From each vehicle emerged 5 or 6 burly men. Who dared to touch my Guanggu? Come out, thundered the lead man. Xiao Xiao trembled in fear, clutching Yangchen's neck tightly. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted within Yangchen, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. Qin Yi shivered involuntarily, gazing at the man beside her with astonishment. Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid. Daddy will protect you. No one can harm you, Yangchen said gently. His words had a profound effect. Xiao Xiao's fear dissipated as she blinked her sparkling eyes and asked, Daddy, is that true? Daddy never lies. Yangchen replied with utmost seriousness. He then turned to Qin Yi, you take Xiao Xiao and leave first. I will handle the situation here. Daddy, I don't want to leave you, Xiao Xiao protested. Her grip tightening around him, her voice tinged with tears. Shengu, you should take sister-in-law away first. At some point, a towering figure appeared beside Yangchen. Upon hearing Ma Chao's words, Yangchen's brows knitted together, and he retorted, which of your eyes saw her as my sister-in-law? Qin Yi's face flushed crimson as she cast a cold glance at Ma Chao. Simultaneously, she was filled with curiosity about Yangchen's whereabouts and activities over the years. The fact that Yangchen could effortlessly kick Zhang Guang several meters away was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Now, the sudden appearance of Ma Chao, a formidable and menacing figure, added to her intrigue. Was it possible that during his 5-year absence, Yangchen had become a powerful figure in some underground force? This thought suddenly crossed Qin Yi's mind. If Yangchen were aware of her speculation at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the richness of her imagination. As Yangchen passed by Ma Chao while holding Xiao Xiao, he quietly remarked, this isn't the Northern Territory, so let's avoid any fatalities. Rest assured, Brother Chen. I know my limits, Ma Chao replied. Their conversation was overheard by Qin Yi, further solidifying her suspicions. Could it be that they had indeed taken lives? She was on the verge of tears, pondering what the Northern Territory truly was and who they really were. Throughout the journey, Qin Yi dared not utter a word. Driving cautiously, fearful of incurring Yangchen's wrath and sealing her fate. Inside the car, Xiao Xiao clung tightly to Yangchen's neck, terrified of losing her father once again. After 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the Qin family estate. Upon entering, they encountered Zhou Yutue, who, upon seeing Yangchen holding Xiao Xiao, turned pale and grabbed a nearby broom, chasing after Yangchen to strike him. You scoundrel! How dare you come to my home? Zhou Yutue exclaimed, breathless with rage. Once Qin Yi learned of Yangchen's secret, she could no longer allow her mother to act out in front of him. She quickly seized her mother's hand, saying, Mom, please don't be impulsive. He is only returning Xiao Xiao home. He'll leave right away. Xiao Xiao cried. I don't want to be a wild child without a father. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shi and Qin father rushed over, asking, what is going on? Qin Yi briefly recounted the events, and Qin Shi's heart ached. From today onward, you should stay at home. Everyone was taken aback. How could Qin mother permit Yangchen to remain? Have you gone mad? If you keep him here, what about you and Wang Jian? She retorted, Mom, do you really want to force my hand? If you insist on him leaving, then Xiao Xiao and I will leave with him. Qin Shi choked out. If it weren't for her daughter, she would never allow Yangchen to stay. She merely wished for her daughter to have a complete family. Yangchen was astonished, never expecting that Qin Shi would want him to stay in this home. He had longed to be with Qin Shi and their daughter. At this moment, Qin Yi also urged, Mom, let him stay for Xiao Xiao's sake. Seeing her daughter's distress, Qin Deong sighed and advised, since our daughter feels this way, let him remain. Zhou Yutue shot a fierce glare at her husband, understanding that expelling Yangchen was no longer feasible. She then stated, he can stay, but he must pay a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan. I will draft a contract for you. If you agree, you can stay. Yangchen readily acquiesced, feeling elated as he followed Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao upstairs. As Qin Yi watched the trio depart, a myriad of emotions flooded her eyes. She sighed softly, pondering silently. How wonderful it would be if, without the incident from 5 years ago, they truly loved each other. Soon, Cheerful laughter resonated from Qin Shi's room, while Zhou Yutsue wore a displeased expression. Mom, I'm not an ingrate. Once I marry into the Su family, who would dare to underestimate us? Qin Yi, sensing Zhou Yutsue's discontent, affectionately wrapped her arms around her neck, smiling warmly. Mentioning the Su family dissipated Zhou Yutsue's grievances, and she exclaimed joyfully, with such lavish dowry from the Su family and my employment at Yanqin Group, it is indeed you who has eased my worries. From now on, I shall rely on you to lead a good life. That evening, the little girl, Xiaoxiao, ungratefully chose to sleep on a makeshift bed beside her father. Her excitement over sleeping next to him kept her awake until late into the night. Gazing at his daughter in his arms, Yang Chun felt a deep sense of contentment, yet guilt gnawed at his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Shi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. Are you worried about the collaboration with Yanqin Group? Yang Chun suddenly inquired. Qin Shi coldly retorted, be quiet. Don't disturb Xiaoxiao. Yang Chun offered a bitter smile and fell silent. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, when Qin Shi awoke, Yang Chun had already departed. 5 years of military life had instilled a strict routine in him, making morning training an indispensable part of his day. Upon awakening, Xiaoxiao immediately noticed her father's absence and began to wail. No matter how Qin Shi soothed her, she remained obstinate until Yang Chun returned, at which point Xiaoxiao clung to him, refusing to let go. After finally calming Xiaoxiao down and delivering her to kindergarten, they were already half an hour late. At the top floor of Sana Group, the conference room was filled with attendees, as today marked the day the Zhang family from Jiangzhou would sign a contract with the Qin family. The Zhang family was a second-tier family in Jiangzhou, having narrowly missed entry into the first tier last year, and their assets far surpassed those of the Qin family. Xiaofei is truly impressive, managing to secure the collaboration with the Zhang family, someone remarked. This is nothing. Xiaofei even established connections with Yanqin Group. When Qin Shi returns empty-handed, Xiaofei will step in and finalize the deal in mere moments. Did you hear? That foolish Qin Shi waited all day at the entrance of Yanqin Group yesterday, yet never even set foot inside. It's utterly hilarious. Laughter erupted in the conference room as the crowd surrounded Qin Fei, jovially bantering. With only 2 days remaining, if the collaboration isn't secured, Qin Shi will have to leave the Qin family. At that point, I'll take you all to watch the spectacle. Qin Fei declared with an air of arrogance. Ha! For the first time, I wish time would fly by faster. Someone chimed in with boisterous laughter. Just then, a sudden commotion echoed from the corridor, and the raucous chatter ceased instantly. Elder Qin entered the conference room, accompanied by a middle-aged man, sharing jovial exchanges. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, the heir apparent of the Zhang family, Mr. Zhang. Today, he represents the Zhang family to sign the cooperative agreement with our Qin family. Please give him a warm welcome, the elder announced. After a round of mutual flattery, both parties proceeded to the contractual agreement. Just then, Qin Shi and Yang Chun rushed into the company. I apologize, Grandpa. Yang Chun and I were delayed taking Xiaoxiao to kindergarten. Qin Shi quickly expressed her regrets upon entering the conference room. Mr. Zhang, who was just about to sign, instinctively looked up at the mention of kindergarten and immediately spotted Yang Chun. It's you. Mr. Zhang slammed the pen onto the table with force. Yang Chun then realized that this was the very same Zhang Guang he had kicked yesterday at the kindergarten. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yang Chun. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to bother with this useless person. Let's finalize the contract first and deal with him afterward. The elderly gentleman sensed the tension in the atmosphere and hastily urged. I want to sign anything. Zhang Guang tore the contract in half and pointed at Yang Chun, furiously declaring, I was initially planning to settle the score with you, but who would have thought you were from the Qin family? Not only can we not cooperate today, but I shall also suppress the Qin family so that you learn the consequences of offending me, Zhang Guang. Yesterday, Zhang Guang was kicked by Yang Chun, and later, a group he called upon was defeated by Ma Chao alone. He himself had also received a beating. He had been contemplating revenge, and now an opportunity had presented itself. What? You dare offend Mr. Zhang? You truly do not know your place. Qin Fei exclaimed in feigned astonishment, quickly adding, Mr. Zhang. This brat is not from the Qin family. He has no connection to us whatsoever. Go to hell. Zhang Guang punched Qin Fei in the face. You called me grandpa and still claim there's no connection? Dream on if you think you can collaborate with us. Qin Shi, having heard from Qin Yi about the kindergarten incident last night, was aware that Yang Chun had struck Zhang Guang. However, she never anticipated that they would meet so soon, and in such a significant setting. The elderly gentleman grew anxious and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Zhang, this scoundrel truly has no ties to the Qin family. Just say the word, and I will have them expelled from the family. Please reconsider our collaboration. Qin Shi, look at the trouble your useless husband has caused. He even dared to offend Mr. Zhang. He is nothing but a disaster for the Qin family, nearly ruining it 5 years ago. And now he threatens to sabotage our interests again. Chairman, let us expel their entire family right now. At that moment, the conference room was filled with the disdain of the Qin family's direct descendants towards Yang Chun and Qin Shi, with tensions rising to the point of potential violence. Zhang Guang, originally furious, found his anger dissipating upon witnessing the Qin family's disdain for Yang Chun. He regarded Yang Chun thoughtfully and then remarked, "If you wish to continue relations with the Zhang family, it is possible, but I demand this brat kneel and beg me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Yang Chun's eyes. The elderly gentleman showed no hesitation and scolded Yang Chun, "You wretch, kneel and beg Mr. Zhang to spare the Qin family." Yang Chun stood tall and straight, his cold gaze suddenly locking onto the elderly gentleman as he coldly retorted, "You do not even know what transpired between him and me, yet you command me to kneel and beg him? You repeatedly assert that I have no connection with the Qin family, yet whether he spares them or not bears no relevance to me. To force Yang Chun to kneel is beyond your capacity." In this moment, Yang Chun stood tall and proud, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength. Qin Shi, closest to him, was taken aback upon witnessing this formidable side of Yang Chun. After 5 years apart, he had indeed transformed. "Scoundrel!" The old man trembled with rage at Yang Chun's words, finally managing to utter this expletive after a pause. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly burst into the conference room, breathlessly announcing, "Chairman, General Manager Luo from Yinshin Group has arrived." Yinshin Group? The old man was instantly alarmed. He soon saw a man step forward, none other than Luo Bin, the general manager of the Jiangzhou branch of Yinshin Group. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence. My apologies for the inadequate reception." The old man quickly approached, bowing slightly, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Zhang Guang was equally astonished, never expecting to encounter Luo Bin at the Qin family estate. He hurriedly extended his hands and ingratiatingly stated, "General Manager Luo, greetings. I am Zhang Guang from the Zhang family. My father is..." Luo Bin sneered, "Zhang family? What is that?" The room fell silent, shock enveloping everyone. Zhang Guang stood in a daze, a flicker of anger rising on his face, only to suddenly recall his father's warning. Yinshin Group is a subsidiary of the prestigious Yuan family in Yindu. In their presence, the Zhang family is insignificant. Never offend anyone associated with Yinshin Group. With this thought, he forcefully suppressed his anger. "Are you dissatisfied?" Luo Bin abruptly fixed his gaze on Zhang Guang. Startled, Zhang Guang quickly shook his head. "General Manager Luo, you are absolutely right. The Zhang family is indeed inconsequential in your eyes, not even worthy of being compared to excrement. Please do not hold it against me." He was drenched in cold sweat. Although Luo Bin was merely a branch manager, anyone connected to the Yuan family was not to be trifled with. Luo Bin snorted dismissively and turned away. He signaled to a middle-aged man behind him, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. This man promptly stepped forward and placed a contract before the old man Qin. "What is this?" the old man Qin queried. Confusion etched on his face, only to be met with shock upon reading the contract's title. Luo Bin discreetly glanced at Yang Chun before turning back to the old man Qin, offering a slight smile. "I have been genuinely moved by the sincerity of your company S. Qin Shi. She waited at the company S entrance for an entire day just to meet me. Such earnestness compels me to cooperate. This contract has already been signed by me. It only requires Chairman Qin's signature to take effect." Moved by Qin Shi's sincerity? How could this be? Everyone, including Qin Shi, was left astounded. Soon, Qin Shi recalled that Qin Yi had mentioned assisting her with the contract yesterday. Could it be that Qin Yi was the reason? Those who had previously clamored to expel Qin Shi and her family from the core of the Qin family now fell silent, their gazes towards Qin Shi transformed. Particularly, Qin Fei was utterly astonished. He had long sought ways to connect with the upper echelons of Yinshin Group, yet they had consistently ignored him. Luo Bin completed his task and swiftly departed. Zhang Guang, who had previously boasted about suppressing the Qin family, also left in disgrace. "I have an announcement," declared Old Master Qin, surveying the crowd with a discerning gaze. Everyone was ablaze with excitement. Collaborating with the Yinshin Group heralded a promising future for the Qin family, which could potentially elevate them to the ranks of the elite families in Jiangzhou by the year's end. At that moment, Qin Shi's heart raced with exhilaration as she clenched her hands tightly. Just 2 days prior, during a meeting, Old Master Qin had pledged that whoever secured the contract with the Yanqin Group would be appointed as the chairman of Sanha Group. Now that she had obtained the contract, it was certain that Old Master Qin would announce this development. Others cast envious glances at Qin Shi, acknowledging her as the prodigious talent of the Qin family, capable of acquiring even the Yanqin Group's contract. If the Qin family ascended to prominence this year, Qin Shi would undoubtedly be the greatest contributor. Go, Shi. I will wholeheartedly support your endeavors moving forward. Before Luo Bin's arrival, those who had clamored to expel Qin Shi from the Qin family now wore expressions of sycophantic admiration as they pledged their loyalty to her. Just then, Old Master Qin spoke again. Effective immediately, Qin Fei will assume the role of chairman of Sanha Group, fully responsible for the collaboration with Yanqin Group. Everyone else shall assist him to the best of their abilities. No one anticipated this decision from Old Master Qin, not even Qin Fei himself, who seemed momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief pause, his face lit up with elation as he quickly rose to express his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, grandfather. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Old Master Qin announced, rising to leave without mentioning his earlier promise from the meeting 2 days ago. Grandfather, Qin Shi exclaimed, rushing after him. Did you not say that whoever secured the contract with the Yanqin Group would be appointed as chairman of Sanha Group? Why should Qin Fei be the chairman? I refuse to accept this. In Qin Shi's heart, there was an overwhelming sense of resentment and grievance. The Sanha Group, which he had founded single-handedly, had been seized by the Qin family. After enduring countless hardships, she finally found an opportunity to reclaim the company, only to be met with her grandfather's betrayal. Unjust, the old man Qin said coldly. If it weren't for your useless husband offending Zhang Guang, we would have secured the Zhang family's contract. Coupled with the collaboration with Yanqin Group, the Qin family would surely ascend to a distinguished status this year. How can you dare to claim injustice now? His words pierced Qin Shi's heart like a sharp dagger. Does this imply that if Qin Shi could secure the Zhang family's contract, you would grant her the position of chairperson? At that moment, Yang Chen stood by Qin Shi's side, calmly regarding the old man. If Ma Chao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that this composed demeanor of Yang Chen was the most formidable. What are you, to negotiate terms with me? The old man Qin scoffed at Yang Chen, then turned back to Qin Shi. Even if you were to acquire 100 contracts from the Zhang family, the chairperson's position would never be yours. With this statement, he turned and departed. The onlookers, like reeds swaying in the wind, quickly shifted their allegiances towards Qin Fei. Qin Shi, do you think that by securing a contract, you have become a hero? This is merely making amends for past mistakes. The family head is wise, not entrusting the company to this shameless woman. Xiao Fei is the true heir to the old man. How dare you compete for power with him? The very individuals who had flattered Qin Shi moments ago now were a different expression. Heartbroken by her grandfather's words, Qin Shi felt the depths of her grievances. The Sanha Group had been taken from her, and she had invested so much over the past 5 years to regain control, only to be met with such a disheartening conclusion. From today onwards, I shall be the chairperson of the Sanha Group. Qin Fei approached, brimming with arrogance and satisfaction. He cast a disdainful glance at Yang Chen before addressing Qin Shi. If I were you, I would divorce this waste of space. With him around, you will forever look up to me. Suddenly, Yang Chen took a step forward. Qin Fei sneered. What? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead and try. If you dare lay a finger on me, Qin Shi can prepare to be expelled from the family. The temperature in the corridor plummeted as Yang Chen looked at Qin Fei with a frosty expression. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. Once certain actions are taken, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Qin Fei suddenly appeared anxious, his face contorted with anger. You worthless fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Speaking to trash like you is an affront to my dignity. With that, he hurriedly departed. Yang Chen's gaze was as cold as frost. 5 years ago, it was Qin Fei who had schemed against Qin Shi, and some individuals must be held accountable for their actions. As the crowd dispersed, only Qin Shi and Yang Chen remained. Xiao Shi, let us leave. Yang Chen, observing Qin Shi's pain, felt an indescribable sorrow within. Why is it you again? Why have you returned? What exactly do I owe you? Because of you, I have failed time and again. Do you comprehend the significance of Sanha Group to me? Qin Shi cast a gaze filled with resentment towards Yang Chen, completely crumbling at that moment. She broke down in tears. After a considerable time, her emotions finally stabilized, and she regarded Yang Chen with a complex expression. Biting her crimson lip, she suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. Yang Chen, taken aback, did not expect this apology from Qin Shi. He shook his head slightly, then, with utmost seriousness, asked, Do you wish to reclaim Sanha Group? Sanha Group is my brainchild. Witnessing its gradual growth feels akin to nurturing a child. Naturally, I desire to reclaim it. Over the years, I have sacrificed so much for my family. Yet I have endured their relentless humiliation. Were it not for my lingering resentment, I would have long since departed from the Qin family. With reddened eyes, Qin Shi expressed her despair towards the Qin family. As long as you are willing, do not think of it as merely the Qin family, even the entire world. Whatever you desire, I can provide it. Yangchen spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Qin Shi's face deepened. And she replied coldly, "Do you know whom I despise most in this life?" Before Yangchen could respond, she continued, "That is deceit. The man I love may not be a heroic figure, but he must possess integrity and strength." After uttering these words, she stumbled away. Yangchen watched her figure disappear from his sight and dialed a phone number. "I want you to acquire Sana Group within 3 days without spending a single penny." "Yes, Chairman." At the top floor of Sanha Group, in the chairman's office, Old Master Qin acted decisively. He had just appointed Qin Fei as chairman that morning. And by afternoon, the formal letters of appointment had been dispatched to all departments. Old Master Qin surveyed Qin Fei standing before him, satisfaction evident on his face. "Little Fei, I entrust the position of chairman to you as a test before you inherit the family head. You must cherish this opportunity." Hearing the mention of the family head position, Qin Fei felt a surge of joy within, but he feigned surprise on the surface. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will not let you down." Old Master Qin nodded slightly. Recalling another figure, he sighed inwardly. "Before you inherit the family head, I will find a chance to expel Qin Shi from the family." Qin Fei scoffed, "Grandfather, she is merely a woman who has been ruined. What waves could she possibly stir? Do not underestimate her. She founded Sanha Group during her university years. How could she lack capability? If you dare to belittle her, you will inevitably face repercussions." Old Master Qin appeared exasperated. Perceiving the displeasure of Old Master Qin, Qin Fei quickly added, "Grandfather, you are right. I will not be complacent." Just then, the office phone rang unexpectedly. Old Master Qin glanced at Qin Fei. "The letters of appointment have been dispatched to all departments. From now on, all company affairs are your responsibility." Qin Fei hastily answered the phone, but after hearing just a few sentences, his expression changed drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a snap, he hung up the phone, collapsing weakly into his office chair. What has transpired? Old Master Qin suddenly harbored an ominous premonition. Qin Fei appeared pallid, stating, "It is a call from the legal department of Yanchen Group, announcing their intention to terminate our collaboration." "What?" Old Master Qin was equally taken aback. "Furthermore, Yanchen Group accused us of breaching the contract and demanded exorbitant compensation for the alleged violation," Qin Fei added. Even Old Master Qin, at this moment, was profoundly astonished. His complexion ashen to the extreme, his body swaying precariously. Old Master Qin stumbled and fell onto the sofa, his expression vacant. "Grandfather, please do not fret. There must be a misunderstanding. We signed the contract just this morning. It hasn't even had time to warm up. How could we be in breach?" Qin Fei quickly interjected. A spark of awareness flickered in Old Master Qin's eyes as he replied, "You are correct. We cannot be in breach. Did they specify which clause we violated?" Qin Fei shook his head. "They merely stated that we are in breach and must compensate according to the contract, or face legal repercussions." "What?" Old Master Qin, who had clung to a glimmer of hope, suddenly became agitated. "Gather everyone. We must convene." "Grandfather, you..." Qin Fei began to inquire, but was interrupted by Old Master Qin's stern command, "In 10 minutes, I expect to see everyone in the conference room." 10 minutes later, in the top floor conference room. "Grandfather, everyone has arrived except for Qin Shi," Qin Fei reported. Old Master Qin raised an eyebrow and replied, "We shall not wait any longer. Qin Fei, please recount the situation." Qin Fei nodded and relayed the contents of the call from Yanchen Group's legal department. Upon finishing, astonishment swept across the faces of those present. "Chairman, how can this be?" one exclaimed. "We just received the contract this morning, and by afternoon, we are informed of a breach? This must be a conspiracy by Qin Shi and Yanchen Group. It is utterly outrageous." The others echoed their indignation. Silence. Old Master Qin slammed his palm on the table, his voice rising in anger, restoring order. "I did not summon you here to seek scapegoats. We must strategize to resolve this issue. Yanchen Group is not to be trifled with. That could easily bring down the Qin family. Use your minds." His words acted as a splash of cold water, instantly calming the assembly. "Chairman, there is clearly something amiss. Given Yanchen Group's stature, they should not treat us in this manner. Could it be that someone has offended the wrong person?" one suggested, genuinely pondering the situation. Old Master Qin contemplated for a moment, recognizing the possibility. He then surveyed the room and asked coldly, "Today, has anyone offended someone?" Everyone shook their heads. Those present were all direct descendants of the Qin family, a group of idle bureaucrats, spending their days either watching videos in the office or enjoying leisure under the guise of work. If it wasn't a matter of offending someone, then what could it be? Old Master Qin found himself perplexed. He then turned to Qin Fei. "You are the chairman. What do you propose we do about this?" Qin Fei paused thoughtfully before responding. "Grandfather, the contract was secured by Qin Shi. She has not shown her face since the incident, suggesting her involvement. She should be the one to address this." Old Master Qin suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Continue. "This morning, I was puzzled as to why the president of a Yinshan Group subsidiary would personally deliver the contract. Now it all becomes clear." Qin Fei wore an expression of understanding, realizing that Luo Bin had developed feelings for Qin Shi, yet was unable to express them directly. Instead, he claimed to be moved by her sincerity. However, despite the contract being signed, Qin Shi remained silent, prompting Luo Bin, in a fit of frustration, to instruct the legal team to notify us of a breach of contract. This was not a genuine violation. Rather, it was a veiled threat intended to intimidate us. Were Luo Bin to be privy to these machinations, he would surely be alarmed. While others may be oblivious to Yang Qin's true identity, he was acutely aware, after all. She was the wife of his superior, and even with 100-fold bravado, he would not dare to entertain any notions. Everyone appeared to have an epiphany. And the elder Qin regarded Qin Fei with evident satisfaction. Luo Bin's personal visit undoubtedly signified a request, whether for wealth, power, or allure. While we could not provide wealth or power, we possess the unrivaled beauty of Jiangzhou, Qin Shi. Grandfather, as long as Qin Shi steps in, these matters will be effortlessly resolved, Qin Fei remarked with a smile. Inform her to come to the company immediately, commanded the elder Qin. At the Qin family estate. After leaving the company in the morning, Qin Shi had returned home and sequestered herself in her room. Zhou Yucue inquired about her well-being but received no response. After some probing, she learned of the events that had transpired. "How many times must I say it? You must divorce that good-for-nothing. You refuse to listen. And now look, your hard-built Sana group has become another's garment," Zhou Yucue exclaimed. "Qin Shi, this time, you must divorce him. Only then will the Qin family cease to bully you once you marry Wang Jian." Zhou Yucue had repeated similar sentiments countless times, yet Qin Shi remained unresponsive. Suddenly, an urgent ring-tone pierced through the silence of Qin Shi's room. "All right, I understand," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she exited her chamber. "Did you hear what I said?" Zhou Yucue, having awaited Qin Shi's emergence, hastily seized her arm. "Mother, can we discuss other matters when I return?" "Grandfather is eager to see me," Qin Shi replied. Upon hearing that her grandfather was seeking her, Zhou Yucue reluctantly released her grip. She dared not offend the elder Qin before Qin Shi entered the Wang family. 20 minutes later, in the chairman's office, the elder Qin sat solemnly at his desk. He had just conveyed the news of Yanshan Group's termination of cooperation to Qin Shi. "Grandfather, did you summon me solely to discuss this matter?" Qin Shi asked. Her eyes reddened with disappointment. Given that Qin Fei is the chairman, shouldn't he be the one to address such a significant issue? "Xiao Shi, I recognize your grievances regarding my decision this morning, but you must understand, dear granddaughter, your indiscretions have already caused considerable trouble for the Qin family." The elder Qin stated resolutely. "You refuse to marry Wang Jian, and your husband has even resorted to violence, offending the Zhang family. Even if I were to hand you the chairman's position, would anyone respect it?" Qin Shi felt increasingly disillusioned with her grandfather, her eyes brimming with tears as she responded. "Grandfather, 5 years ago, I was also a victim. Even if my actions brought trouble to the company, it was my concern at that time, as the company belonged solely to me. Now that I am married, why would I consider marrying someone else? My husband has struck Zhang Guang, yet he refrains from violence. Meanwhile, my sister and daughter are in peril. Must I be the sole sacrifice for the Qin family to earn respect?" The expression on old Master Qin's face was quite grim. He understood these truths all too well, yet in his heart, Qin Shi could only be seen as a pawn of the family. Regardless of the circumstances, the Sanha group was founded by you alone. Do you truly wish to witness its downfall? Old Master Qin, suppressing his fury, inquired. Qin Shi took a deep breath, suddenly exuding determination as she declared, "Grandfather, if you agree to one condition, I will seek out General Luo." "Speak." Old Master Qin frowned. "If I can secure continued cooperation between General Luo and the Qin family, I want you to return the Sanha group to me." Qin Shi's expression was exceedingly earnest. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei immediately objected, exclaiming in anger, "Qin Shi, do not overreach. The Sanha group was my creation. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. How does that equate to overreaching?" Qin Shi retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Qin Fei was momentarily rendered speechless, his anxious gaze darting toward Old Master Qin. "Grandfather, this woman is clearly attempting a coup. She holds you in contempt. If you concede, she will only become more arrogant in the future. I only desire the Sana group," Qin Shi coldly replied. Old Master Qin remained silent, which only deepened Qin Fei's concern. Having only just secured the chairmanship, how could he easily relinquish it? As Qin Fei's mind raced, he suddenly feigned realization. "You have long harbored ambitions for the chairmanship, haven't you? Once you ascend to that position, will you not employ the same tactics to usurp grandfather's authority and assume the role of family head?" The expression on Old Master Qin's face grew darker. "I have not," Qin Shi quickly protested, fully aware that Qin Fei was deliberately sowing discord. With a mocking grin, Qin Fei retorted, "Grandfather, she is guilty and defensive. I suspect she is colluding with General Luo, orchestrating the scheme to attain the chairmanship. After all, numerous prestigious families have failed to secure contracts with Yinshin Group. How could a mere woman persuade General Luo to personally deliver a contract?" "Qin Fei, do not speak nonsense," Qin Shi shouted, her anger palpable. "You know very well whether I am speaking nonsense." Qin Fei sneered. "Otherwise, how could they claim we breached the contract less than a day after signing it? They could not wait a single day and yet insist there was no collusion? How would I know?" Qin Shi was on the verge of tears. "Silence." Old Master Qin finally erupted, his voice thunderous as he glared at Qin Shi. "If Yinshin Group remains unwilling to restore cooperation with the Qin family within 3 days, I shall issue a family decree to expel you and your family from the Qin lineage." Old Master Qin uttered some harsh words and left in a huff. "Qin Shi, did you hear that? You have only 3 days. If you cannot secure Mr. Luo's cooperation, your entire family will be expelled from the clan. As far as I can recall, the family head has never issued such a decree before." Qin Fei chuckled, his face brimming with arrogance. "The family head's decree is the highest command within the Qin family, issued in written form by the head of the family, and can only be proclaimed once a year. Now, however, Old Master Qin intends to issue such a decree against Qin Shi." Qin Shi was left in a daze. She never anticipated that Old Master Qin would treat her in this manner. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding her family. For the first time, she yearned to completely sever ties with them. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Shi waited outside Yinshin Group. But she was unable to even enter through the main gate. In the chairman's office on the top floor of Yinshin Group, a youthful figure stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the fragile silhouette below, his eyes filled with compassion. "Chairman, it has been 3 days. Should we not let her in?" Luo Bin inquired cautiously. Yangshin shook his head. "This is the only way to make her realize the ruthlessness of the Qin family. Otherwise, they will continue to treat her this way." Qin Shi had been waiting outside the company for 3 days, while Yangshin watched her from the top floor window. He had only returned for a brief period, yet Qin Shi had already faced such injustice and humiliation. One could only imagine the suffering she had endured over the past 5 years. While Qin Shi stood outside, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Below Yanshin Group, Qin Yi looked at her sister with concern, her voice trembling. "Sister, it is clear that the Qin family has offended Yanshin Group. Yet you are the one bearing the brunt of it. A family like this is not worth your sacrifice." Qin Shi, with reddened eyes, replied, "The Sana Group was founded by me. I will not abandon it. But even if you manage to restore Yanshin Group's collaboration with the Qin family, they will never return Sana Group to you." Qin Yi expressed her frustration. "Then I cannot stand by and watch the company collapse." Qin Shi wept. Just as Qin Yi's anger surged, seeing her sister in tears made her relent, and she tightly embraced Qin Shi, crying, "Sister, why do you have to endure this?" Observing the sisters in their emotional turmoil from the top floor, Yangshin felt no sympathy. "I will go find Mr. Luo." Qin Yi wiped her eyes and bolted into the company. Over the past 3 days, while Qin Shi waited outside, she had attempted to see Mr. Luo multiple times inside. But as a newcomer, how could she gain an audience with him? Please calm down. If you rush to find Mr. Luo now, you might even lose your job." Sun Tian urged anxiously. "Even if I get fired, I must see Mr. Luo. At the very least, I want to see my sister. She has been standing at the door for 3 days, yet she hasn't even caught a glimpse of Mr. Luo." Qin Yi exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Keep your voice down." Sun Tian quickly covered Qin Yi's mouth. "Let me through." Qin forcefully pushed Sun Tian aside and charged toward the general manager's office. With a loud bang, she angrily flung the door open. When Sun Tian finally caught up, it was too late. Mr. Luo, I understand you are a significant figure, and perhaps you look down upon us. But even so, you cannot insult us. My sister has been waiting for you for 3 days. Is it too much to ask for a simple response? Why must you treat us this way? Qin exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with anger. Let her go. Luo Bin interjected. Just inform her that the Qin family has offended a powerful individual, and the Qin family must pay the price. Initially, Sun Tian felt a pang of sympathy for Qin. But upon witnessing that Luo Bin not only remained calm, but also explained to Qin the reason for the cancellation of their collaboration, she was taken aback. Qin seized upon the crux of Luo Bin's words, astonished. A powerful individual? Is it not because you were offended? Luo Bin shook his head with a bitter smile. In the presence of that powerful individual, I am nothing. Luo Bin's words left Qin in utter shock. To her, he was already a considerable figure, one whom even the heads of the elite families in Jiangzhou treated with great respect. The notion that there existed someone even more formidable than him was staggering. Sister, Mr. Luo has asked me to relay a message to you. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qin looked at her sister with a complex expression. What did he say? Qin, she asked, somewhat agitated. Mr. Luo said that the Qin family has offended a powerful individual, and before that person, Mr. Luo is insignificant. His refusal to meet you is also at that person's behest, Qin explained. Upon hearing this, Qin she stumbled, and Qin hurried to support her. Sister, you have done your utmost. This is not your fault. Please do not be like this. Seeing her sister in such despair pained Qin deeply. Qin she, her face etched with hopelessness, lamented, is the Sanha Group doomed to destruction like this? In the office of the chairman of the Sanha Group, Qin Fei sat at his desk, wearing a smug expression. Have you all heard? That wretched woman, Qin Shi, has been waiting at the entrance of Yinshan Group for 3 days without gaining entry. This time, no one can save her. Just wait for grandfather to issue the family head's order to expel her from the family. The Qin family elites in the office, at that moment, were all fawning over him, completely oblivious to the fact that once Qin Shi failed, the entire Qin family would face a monumental crisis. As the saying goes, the merchant woman knows not the hatred of a fallen nation. She continues to sing in her garden across the river. Suddenly, Qin Fei glanced at the time and then stood up. It's about time. Call the company security and come with me to Qin Shi's house to witness the spectacle. Instantly, a large group of Qin family elites followed Qin Fei, accompanied by 7 or 8 security guards, heading towards Qin Shi's residence. Bang! Zhou Yutsue, busy in the kitchen, suddenly heard a loud crash at the door. Old Qin, what was that sound? Zhou Yutsue hurried out of the kitchen and saw Qin Daong sitting calmly on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. I'll go check. Qin Daong put down the newspaper and stepped outside. However, as he emerged, he saw that the courtyard gate had been dismantled, and 7 or 8 security guards clad in Sanha Group uniforms rushed in. Following them were several Qin family elites, with Qin Fei standing at the forefront, watching intently. What do you intend to do, Qin Fei? Qin Daong exclaimed, filled with shock and anger. Qin Fei approached with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at the furious Qin Daong, and remarked, Grandfather has granted you 3 days to persuade the Yanshan Group to resume cooperation with us. If you fail, your family will be expelled from the clan. Now that the 3 days have elapsed, what do you believe I am here for? Who dares? Qin Daong bellowed, blocking the entrance, his rage palpable. A bastardy, occupying the ancestral home of the Qin family, dares to be so arrogant before me. Qin Fei let out a cold laugh and waved his hand dismissively. Expel them all. Zhou Yutsue peered through the window, her eyes wide as she witnessed Qin Daong being forcibly escorted out by 2 security guards, her heart racing in panic as she hastily grabbed her phone to make a call. At the entrance of the Yanshan Group, the 2 sisters, overwhelmed with grief, were abruptly interrupted by the urgent ringing of a phone. As Qin Shi answered, she was met with a cacophony of voices, followed by Zhou Yutsue's frantic shout, Cici, you and hurry back. Qin Fei has brought a group of people and intends to expel us. On the top floor, Yang Chen observed Qin Shi receiving a call, prompting him to leave in haste alongside Qin. What on earth is happening? He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The sisters appeared frantic, their urgency suggesting a grave situation. With that thought, he exited his office. Throughout the journey, Qin accelerated the car to its limits, the road transforming into a mere streak of white lightning. Fortunately, it was not yet peak hour, and the streets were relatively clear. What would normally be a 30-minute drive took merely 20 minutes, and they arrived at their doorstep. From a distance, the sisters spotted a crowd gathered at their home, with Zhou Yutsue and Qin Daong encircled by several security guards. "You bastards, this is my home. By what right do you expel me?" Zhou Yutsue shouted furiously, waving her arms wildly. "Qin Fei, what do you truly want?" Qin Shi leapt from the car, directing her ire at Qin Fei, her body trembling with rage. Upon seeing the two women emerge from the Maserati, Qin Fei's surprise was evident. The visit from the Su family with gifts had yet to be disclosed to the Qin family. Observing the luxury vehicle, Qin Fei scoffed, "Qin Shi, you are nothing but a parasite to the family, flaunting a Maserati worth over $1 million. It is no wonder grandfather issued the decree to expel you all. Enough. This is a dowry from the Su family for Yi. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Shi retorted, her eyes ablaze with anger. A sudden realization struck Qin Fei. The only family capable of gifting such an extravagant vehicle in Jiangzhou was the affluent Su family. If this were indeed the case, it implied that Qin Yi had caught the eye of someone from the Su family, a chance to ascend to greatness. Yet, considering Qin Shi's earlier threats, he resolved to eradicate any opposition. "It matters not whether this vehicle is yours or not, for the 3-day deadline set by grandfather has elapsed. This is the ancestral home of the Qin family, and since you have been expelled, it must revert to the family," Qin Fei said with a sly smile. Surrounded by the Qin family's direct descendants, not a single person stepped forward to offer a word of support for Qin Shi, their faces instead adorned with derision, as if they were merely spectators to a play. The coldness of human sentiment is laid bare. Qin Shi's heart bled, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Even if you truly intend to expel us from the Qin family, it must be by the decree of the patriarch. The decree has not yet been issued. Are you all so eager to cast us out?" Enraged, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel, I will not back down." On the verge of an explosion, Qin Yi, witnessing her sister's humiliation, charged towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei sneered, "You overestimate yourself." As Qin Yi rushed forward, she was intercepted by 2 security guards. How could a frail woman surpass the blockade of 2 grown men? "Let go of Yi." Qin Shi too lunged forward, but met the same fate as her sister. Approaching the 2 women, Qin Fei smirked disdainfully, "Qin Shi, now that the Sana group is in my grasp, even if I were to destroy it, it shall never fall into your hands." Ha ha. In a sudden burst of defiance, Qin Shi forcefully pushed the guards aside and lunged at Qin Fei, sinking her teeth into his arm. "Ah!" The triumphant laughter of Qin Fei transformed into a howl of pain as he struggled. The more he fought, the more excruciating the bite became. "Release me, you vile woman." Enraged, he swung a fist towards Qin Shi's head, his fury clouding his judgment. "Sister!" Qin Yi cried out, but was held back by the guards, unable to reach her. The fact that Qin Shi resorted to biting speaks volumes of her fury. Just as Qin Fei's fist was about to descend, a figure appeared in an instant. With a resounding clap, Qin Fei's wrist was seized, his fist mere centimeters from Qin Shi's head. Upon seeing the figure that intervened, shock spread across the faces of all present. "Yangqin!" Qin Yi exclaimed with joy, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Shi, having vented her frustration, looked up to meet a familiar face, eyes reddened and filled with remorse, as one hand grasped Qin Fei's wrist. "So it is you, this good-for-nothing. I advise you to release him immediately, or do not blame me." Crack! Before Qin Fei could finish his sentence, a sharp sound of a fracture echoed, followed by a wave of intense pain. "Ah!" A wail resonated throughout the courtyard. Thud! Just as he let out a cry, a tremendous force struck his chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing onto the concrete ground. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Yangqin approached Qin Fei, pinching his pressure point, and remarked, "Fainting, is that not too lenient?" Just as Qin Fei succumbed to unconsciousness, he inhaled sharply, snapping his eyes open. "Ah!" The wails continued. All present gazed at Yangqin in astonishment. To kick an adult several meters away, was he even human? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that he had revived a fainted man only to make him endure the agony of a shattered wrist. Little did they know, had Yangqin not tempered his strength, Qin Fei would have already met his demise. Today, once again, Yangqin sent someone flying, and it was Qin Fei. For the first time, she found Yangqin quite agreeable. "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." Yangqin suddenly barked. Who would dare to linger any longer? One by one, they fled as if escaping a disaster. Qin Shi appeared dazed and lost, and Yangqin, witnessing her desolation, felt a twinge of sympathy. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike Qin Fei? The old man will never let us off the hook now. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been cast out of the family." Zhou Yutsue exclaimed, raising her hand, but before it could descend, Qin Yi rushed forward, shouting furiously, "Enough! At such a time, your concern is not for your sister being bullied, but whether the old man will spare us." Qin Yi's emotions surged as she cried out at Zhou Yutsue, "The Qin family has already bullied us to this extent. And you still want to push your sister into the fire? Don't you care for her at all?" Just then, the previously silent Qin Shi suddenly lifted her gaze to Yang Chen and asked, "Do the words you spoke to me before still hold true?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chen stood tall, his expression earnest as he declared, "As long as you desire, I can offer you the entire world." Qin Shi was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face like a flood breaking its dam. "I am weary. I too wish for someone, a man who can shield me from the storms." Hearing Qin Shi's words, Yang Chen felt as if his heart were bleeding. Gazing at the tear-streaked visage of the woman before him, he finally spoke, "All right." With just that single word, he turned and walked away. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and a torrential downpour ensued. As she watched his figure gradually fade into the rain, Qin Shi could no longer suppress her inner anguish and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Qin Yi tightly embraced Qin Shi, her face streaked with tears. "Yang Chen is nothing but a fool, yet you still believe his words? Promises of giving you the world are mere nonsense." Zhou Yutsue, devoid of any compassion, relentlessly continued, "We are all to be expelled from the family, left with nowhere to reside. He knows that staying here will yield nothing, just as he did 5 years ago, abandoning you in your most challenging hour, never to return." Her words pierced Qin Shi's heart like a sharp thorn. "If we truly are cast out of the family, we will have nothing left. Little Shi, heed your mother's advice and plead with your grandfather. Beg him for a chance. I will accept any conditions as long as we are not expelled. Hurry, go." Zhou Yutsue sobbed as she urged Qin Shi forward. Qin Shi's heart shattered into fragments, the pain unbearable as she gazed at Zhou Yutsue in despair. "Fine. I will plead with him. If it means saving you all, I will even sacrifice myself." With that, she rose and dashed into the torrential rain. "Sister!" Qin Yi cried out, chasing after her. Just as Qin Yi was about to follow, Zhou Yutsue grasped her arm. "This mess was caused by her. Only she can plead. The old man may relent if she begs. Let go." Qin Yi forcefully broke free from Zhou Yutsue's grip, her voice trembling with defiance, marking the first time she spoke to her mother in such a manner. By the time she pursued, Qin Shi's figure had vanished into the downpour. At the Qin family estate, before the entrance of the elder Qin's residence, a slender silhouette knelt in the rain, drenched and shivering in the biting wind. The suffering she endured physically paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. "Grandfather, I implore you for a chance. As long as you do not expel us from the family, I will obey your every command," Qin Shi cried, her face a mingling of rain and tears. Kneeling in the relentless cold, her frail body swayed, on the verge of collapse. Without her steadfast will, she might have already succumbed. The elder Qin, just a room away, wore an expression of unwavering resolve, unwilling even to respond. Next door, in Qin Fei's quarters, numerous direct descendants of the Qin family observed with cold indifference. "This woman is truly persistent. She kneels in the rain for forgiveness from the old man." They regarded her tenacity as a necessity, for without the Qin family, she was nothing. It appeared the elder was serious this time, intent on expelling them from the Qin lineage. At that moment, the door to the elder Qin's chamber swung open, and the butler emerged, holding a document. Qin Shi turned her gaze towards the figure, and soon the butler began to read aloud from the file. Proclamation number 7 from the head of the family. After thorough discussion in the family meeting, it has been unanimously agreed to expel Qin Shi and her family from the Qin clan, to remove their names from the family tree, and to reclaim the ancestral residence. This decree is hereby issued. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning streaked across the sky, seeming to tear the heavens apart, and the rain intensified. Just moments ago, Qin Shi, clinging to her last shred of hope, staggered upon hearing the family head's decree, completely collapsing. At that moment, a figure materialized beside her. The family head's decree? Grandfather truly issued the family head's order to expel our family from the clan? What have I done wrong to warrant such treatment? Why? After a brief moment of daze, Qin Shi broke down in desperate tears. Yang Chen, standing beside her, radiated a fierce aura of killing intent. Since leaving the Northern Territory, he had never felt such a strong urge to kill directed at anyone. "Brother Chen, I will annihilate the Qin family." Ma Chao emerged behind Yang Chen, his face ablaze with fury, eager to storm into the residence of the elder Qin. "Stop!" Yang Chen bellowed, raindrops cascading from his hair to his forehead. mingling indistinguishably with the bloodlust in his eyes. I want to witness with my own eyes how those abandoned by the Qin family today will plead to return tomorrow. His voice was chillingly indifferent. At this moment, she had already succumbed to despair. Yang Chen gently lifted her, vanishing into the torrential downpour. Barely had Yang Chen departed when a black Audi A6 pulled up at the Qin family's estate, soon followed by two middle-aged men wearing name tags from the Yanchen Group, who hurriedly exited the vehicle. "Elder, it's bad news. The Yanchen Group is here, a lawyer and a legal department head." One of them rushed into the residence of Elder Qin to report. Hearing this, Elder Qin's face was filled with panic as he quickly rose. "Quickly, invite them in." No sooner had he spoken than they arrived. "Hello." Elder Qin stepped forward, a sycophantic smile on his face as he extended his hands. However, the two men showed no intention of shaking hands. The middle-aged man with the minister's name tag exchanged a glance, and the lawyer produced a legal letter to hand to Elder Qin. "This is a legal notice from the Yanchen Group. Chairman Qin must promptly provide compensation as stipulated in the contract, or prepare to face court," the legal department had stated coldly. By this time, other members of the Qin family had also arrived, their faces etched with worry upon hearing this. "Minister Wang, since we signed the contract, we haven't even started cooperation. How could we possibly breach it?" Qin Fei mustered the courage to ask. "Shut your mouth." Elder Qin shouted angrily at Qin Fei. Even if the Qin family had not breached the contract, they still had to concede before the Yanchen Group. Minister Wang, however, had no intention of letting Qin Fei off easily, sneering, "Do you think the Yanchen Group is bullying you?" Qin Fei, feeling extremely aggrieved, retorted through gritted teeth, "Isn't it?" Slap. Elder Qin struck Qin Fei across the mouth, fuming, "You will be silent." After venting his anger, Elder Qin quickly turned to Minister Wang, saying, "My grandson is inexperienced. I hope Minister Wang will not hold it against him. Let me clarify things with you to prevent any misunderstandings." Minister Wang let out a cold sneer and then took the contract handed over by the lawyer. He opened a page and directly presented it to the elder Mr. Qin, saying, "I would appreciate it if Chairman Qin could read the last clause of the additional terms, so your family understands precisely which breach you committed." Although Elder Qin had mentally prepared himself for the breach, he was still reluctant to accept it. He promptly took the contract and located the final clause. Reading aloud for all to hear, "After amicable negotiation, during the contract period, Party B must designate Qin Shi as the sole person in charge of this collaboration." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Qin family were left in stunned silence. Elder Qin felt his strength drain away, collapsing onto the sofa. "By the way, General Manager Luo asked me to convey a message to Elder Qin. Those who commit unjust acts will inevitably bring about their own demise," Minister Wang stated coldly. It was only at this moment that Elder Qin comprehended why Luo Bin had delivered the contract and subsequently notified them of their breach. No one had anticipated that the contract would include the stipulation designating Qin Shi as the responsible party. "Minister Wang, please allow me to meet General Manager Luo. I acknowledge my mistakes, and as long as he is willing to spare the Qin family, I will comply with any of his demands. Does he not have a fondness for Qin Shi? I can assure him that Qin Shi will be his woman." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Elder Qin suddenly grasped Minister Wang's arm, his emotions running high. "Silence." Elder Qin's words nearly frightened Minister Wang into submission, who quickly retorted, "Do you wish to die? Do not involve me in your fate. Even if General Manager Luo were here, he would scold you in the same manner." He was acutely aware of the reason behind Luo Bin's treatment of the Qin family, all due to that man. Sensing the deeper implication in Minister Wang's words, the astonishment in Elder Qin's eyes intensified as he appeared utterly lost, murmuring, "Could it be that a member of the Yuan family has taken an interest in Qin Shi? Well, I have said all I needed to say, now let us discuss the matter at hand." Minister Wang, fearing to disclose any more, cleared his throat and continued. "Due to your breach, Yanchen Group has incurred substantial losses, and you now face exorbitant compensation. I will propose a compensation plan for your consideration. Please, go ahead." At the mention of compensation, the entire Qin family felt a wave of trepidation. "Someone has set their sights on Sana Group and has asked our General Manager Luo for assistance in acquiring it. You are aware that if Yanchen Group truly intended to suppress you, the Qin family would have collapsed long ago. Now, you simply need to accept Sana Group as compensation, and everything else will be forgiven," Minister Wang stated with a calm demeanor. "Can this truly offset the compensation?" Elder Qin immediately rejoiced. If they were to follow the contract stipulation, they would owe Yanchen Group a staggering 1 billion, even if they sold the entire Qin family. It would not amount to that sum, while the market value of Sanha Group capped at 100 million. Indeed, It is true. Minister Wang scoffed. If it were not for General Manager Luo's benefactor willing to give the Qin family a chance, would this be so easily granted to you? We agree. We wholeheartedly agree. Elder Qin exclaimed joyfully. Just moments ago, he had feared they would have to compensate according to the contract. Now, while relinquishing Sanha Group, they had at least preserved the Qin family. Moreover, the Sanha Group had originally been seized from Qin Shi, and even if it were to slip through their fingers, it would not cause any distress. Fearing that the Yanchen Group might reconsider, Old Master Qin hastily summoned a lawyer to complete the transfer procedures for the Sanha Group. Meanwhile, Yangchen had already escorted Qin Shi back home, unaware that she had fallen asleep in his embrace. What has happened to my sister? Qin Yi inquired in a state of panic upon seeing Qin Shi being cradled. When she had arrived at the Qin residence, Yang Chun had just taken Qin Shi away. She is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep, Yang Chun replied, gently laying Qin Shi down on the large bed in the bedroom. He turned to Qin Yi and said, "Take good care of her." After uttering those words, Yang Chun turned and departed. In that moment, Qin Yi felt an inexplicable sensation as if Yang Chun had transformed into a different person. As she watched Yang Chen's figure gradually fade into the rain, she suddenly called out, "Brother-in-law." Upon hearing those words, Yang Chen shuddered, his steps faltering momentarily. Then he heard Qin Yi's voice from behind him. "Promise me. Never let my sister suffer even the slightest harm. I believe you can do this." "All right," Yang Chen replied with a single word before continuing on his way. Watching his figure diminish in the rain, Qin Yi felt a profound discomfort within her. She did not know where Yang Chen was headed, but she had an unshakable feeling that when they met again, it would leave everyone astounded. At the top floor of the Yanchen Group, Chairman. "We just received news that the Sanha Group is now ours," reported Luo Bin cautiously. Yang Chen appeared unfazed and suddenly inquired, "Where in Jiazhou can one find the finest diamond ring?" "Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Night City Club, there is an auction featuring a collection of exquisite jewelry, with the highlight being a diamond ring known as the Pink Star. Many affluent women from Jiangzhou are attending specifically for this ring." Luo Bin responded promptly. "Good. Accompany me there tonight," Yang Chen instructed. Luo Bin's face brightened instantly, eagerly agreeing, as Yang Chen's invitation to the auction signified that he regarded him as an ally. As 8 o'clock approached, a sleek black Maybach glided to a stop at the entrance of the Night City Club, the premier entertainment venue in all of Jiangzhou. The parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles worth millions, with brands like the imported Mercedes-Benz and BMW 7 Series rendering the mere hundreds of thousands in value insignificant. "Good evening, Mr. Yang. I wasn't aware of your arrival and sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please bear with us." As Yang Chen stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man rushed over. "Who are you?" Yang Chen inquired, frowning. The man, looking rather embarrassed, replied, "Mr. Yang, I am Su Chenwu from the Su family of Jiangzhou. I met you at the airport with old Master Han." This middle-aged man was indeed the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, and Yang Chen had not even spared him a glance on his first day back, hence he did not remember him. Luo Bin quickly intervened, saying, "Chairman, the Night City Club is owned by the Su family. With him here, we can avoid quite a bit of trouble." Su Chengwu cast a grateful glance at Luo Bin and promptly said, "Mr. Yang, I will lead you in through the private entrance, which will help maintain your anonymity." Su Chengwu directly escorted Yang Chen to a private box within the auction house, where he could behold everything outside, complemented by a large screen displaying high-definition images of the auction items. "Mr. Yang, please take a look. Do not hesitate to inform me of anything that catches your fancy, and I shall reserve it for you," Su Chengwu said with an obsequious smile. Yang Chen let out a cold chuckle. "Do you believe I am short of funds?" "Absolutely not." Su Chengwu was taken aback, quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Beside him, Luo Bin fidgeted restlessly. The aura emanating from Yang Chen was overwhelmingly potent, creating immense pressure in his presence. "This is none of your concern. You may leave." Yang Chen dismissed Su Chengwu. It was not that Su Chengwu had offended him. Rather, due to his connection with the Yuan family, Yang Chen was determined not to grant him a favorable disposition. With the secrecy of the private box, Yang Chen's bidding proceeded smoothly. Whenever he spotted an item he favored, he would double the bid, causing all subsequent auctions in which he participated to go uncontested. Overnight, tales of the auction spread throughout Jiangzhou, sparking speculation about the identity of the remarkable individual who had acquired so many treasures in one fell swoop. 3 days from now, I shall host a banquet, to be conducted with the utmost grandeur. Prepare a batch of golden thread invitation cards for me. Invite all the prominent families in Jiazhou. But do not use the name of Yinshin Group, nor reveal my identity, Yangchen instructed Luobin, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. And do not forget the Qin family. Understood, Chairman. Luobin promptly responded. In the conference room of the Qin family, Elder Qin occupied the seat of honor. Gazing at the assembled direct descendants of the Qin lineage, he spoke solemnly. Ever since the incident involving Yinshin Group, no one in Jiangzhou has dared to collaborate with us. The Qin family's prominence has waned. To revive our fortunes, we must devise a shortcut. Speak up. What strategies do you propose for the family to quickly regain vitality? Grandfather, you must be aware of the events that transpired last night at the auction in Yechen Club? Qin Fei suddenly inquired with a smile. Elder Qin nodded. A grand auction, where one individual lavishly spent a fortune to acquire a substantial portion of the collectibles, and each bid was a doubling of the previous one. Such a significant event is indeed known to me. Such a magnanimous individual undoubtedly possesses a formidable background. It is said that even Su Chengwu treaded carefully in his presence. If our Qin family could establish contact with this person, our crisis would surely be alleviated, Qin Fei asserted earnestly. A spark of intrigue ignited in Elder Qin's eyes as he promptly replied, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Find out this person's identity and spare no effort to forge a connection. Rest assured, Grandfather, I am investigating and have already made some progress. According to the security personnel at Yechen Club, a rather low-key young man was personally attended to by Su Chengwu last night. Once I ascertain his identity, I shall make my approach immediately, Qin Fei said with a smile. Excellent. As long as you can befriend him, the Qin family shall be saved. Elder Qin remarked with satisfaction. Just then, the Qin family received an invitation adorned with golden thread. Grandfather, the golden thread adorning this invitation is indeed genuine gold, exclaimed Qin Fei, astonished after his appraisal. What? Real gold thread? The others gasped in disbelief. Qin Leoi quickly took a closer look and suddenly burst into laughter. An invitation crafted from such material must originate from a substantial source. To dare invite us to a banquet, they certainly do not fear the Yanchen Group. Truly, the heavens have favored our Qin family. This invitation, with its mere golden thread, is valued at several thousand yuan. Even the Su family would not exhibit such extravagance, would they? It appears that the owner of this invitation is the mysterious figure from last night. Grandfather, the Qin family is saved, Qin Fei exclaimed with excitement. The Qin family is saved. The members of the Qin family rejoiced. Ever since the collaboration with the Yanchen Group was annulled, their situation had been deteriorating day by day, leaving everyone anxious to distance themselves. At last, they perceived a glimmer of hope for the family's revival. Simultaneously, countless prestigious families in Jiangzhou received the invitation, without exception, all being notable households in the region. Yet, it was astonishing that the declining Qin family was also among the invitees. Families that had previously unilaterally severed ties with the Qin family, upon learning of their invitation, proactively returned to offer contracts. This brought immense joy to Qin Leoi, who could hardly contain his laughter each day. 3 days swiftly passed. The leaders of countless noble families personally escorted their direct descendants to the Starlight Garden Hotel, the most prestigious establishment in Jiangzhou. Grandfather, I believe that after today, no one in Jiangzhou will dare to underestimate our Qin family, Qin Fei declared, his face alight with excitement. Qin Leoi laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits, and adjusted Qin Fei's collar, saying, Let us go. Under the guidance of Qin Leoi, the Qin family made their way to the Starlight Garden Hotel. In the grand courtyard of the Qin family, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided to a halt at the entrance. May I inquire whom you are seeking? Zhou Yucui opened the door and, upon seeing a sharply dressed young man, immediately adopted a more courteous demeanor. The young man offered a slight smile and replied, Good day, madam. Chairman Su has sent me to escort Miss Qin to the Starlight Garden Hotel for the evening banquet. The Starlight Garden Hotel? Chairman Su? The illustrious Su family? Zhou Yucui was taken aback, but her heart leaped with joy as she confirmed his nod. The news of the banquet at the Starlight Garden Hotel had circulated throughout Jiangzhou, attended by the city's elite. Yet she could hardly believe that the Su family had personally come to fetch her daughter. With warmth, Zhou Yucui ushered the young man into the house, handing him over to Qin Daong for hospitality, before hastily making her way to her daughter's room. Someone from the Su family has come to take us to the Starlight Garden Hotel for a banquet, which must be the engagement celebration for you and the eldest son of the Su family, Zhou Yucui exclaimed excitedly. Startled, Qin, who had been nestled in her bed watching a show, gasped, So soon? There's someone waiting downstairs. Why are you dawdling? Zhou Yucui urged, with a squeal of excitement. Qin sprang from her cocoon of blankets, hurriedly beginning her preparations. "Mom, when will Dad be home? I miss him," she asked, her voice tinged with longing. In another room, Xiao Xiao fiddled with the small pendant around her neck and, with a pitiful expression, suddenly inquired, "When will Daddy come home?" Since Yangchen had returned her 3 days prior, he had not been back. Over these days, her heart had felt tumultuous. And it was only upon asking about her father that she realized that her disquiet stemmed from thoughts of that man. She was frightened, fearing he might vanish as he had 5 years ago, leaving without a trace for 5 long years. "Father is busy. He will return once he finishes his work." Qin, she comforted, holding Xiao Xiao tightly. A figure appeared in her mind, a man who had embraced her amidst the rain as they departed from the Qin residence. Perhaps she would never forget the warmth of his arms. "Xiao Shi, the Su family has sent someone to take us to attend Yi and the eldest son of the Su family's engagement banquet. Hurry and get ready. As her maternal family, we cannot be absent," Zhou Yucue exclaimed, bursting into the room, interrupting their reverie about Yangchun. An hour later, the 3 women and a little princess emerged, their beauty enhanced by careful preparation. The young driver sent to escort them was momentarily awestruck by the sight of such stunning figures, but he quickly averted his gaze, recognizing that these were esteemed guests of Chairman Su, deserving of utmost respect. Today, the Starlight Garden Hotel was abuzz with excitement, hosting the C-Army de la C-Army of Jiazhou Society. The parking lot was filled with an array of luxury cars worth millions. The elder Qin stepped down from a luxury Audi valued at over $1 million, flanked by a Rolls-Royce on one side and a Bentley on the other. "Let us move swiftly," urged the elder Qin, anxious to avoid drawing attention to his vehicle. "Grandfather, the car of Su Qingwu has arrived." Just as the Qin family exited the parking area, a Rolls-Royce bearing the license plate Jiang 88888 came to a stop at the hotel entrance. "Xiao Fei, come with me to greet Chairman Su," the elder Qin instructed promptly. As they approached the car, the 2 men resembled obedient lapdogs. Their bodies slightly bent as they awaited Su Qingwu's descent. In the next instant, the smiles on the faces of Elder Qin and Qin Fei froze. The Qin Shi family emerged from the vehicle and, upon seeing them, a surge of satisfaction coursed through Zhou Yucue, who was already seething from being ousted from the family. "Elder Qin, I extend my gratitude for your decree expelling us from the Qin family. Otherwise, we would have had to endure more of those superfluous relatives. You surely understand that after marrying into a wealthy family, one fears the incessant disturbances from impoverished relatives," Zhou Yucue remarked pointedly, her words dripping with sarcasm. "What do you mean by that?" Elder Qin inquired, his expression icy. "Ah, you remain unaware, it seems," Zhou Yucue replied, her face alight with smugness. 2 weeks ago, the Su family personally visited, bestowing upon us a lavish betrothal gift. Moreover, they offered us a villa in the starry Moonlight Estate, and we are currently preparing to move in. As for the dilapidated old residence of the Qin family, how could it possibly befit my daughter, the wife of a tycoon?" "You cough." Elder Qin was nearly rendered unconscious by her venomous words, while the Qin family hastily gathered around him. Zhou Yucue relished the opportunity to vent her frustrations, feeling an unexpected lightness throughout her being. Guided by the hotel's reception staff, the family found themselves seated in the foremost positions. This spectacle astonished numerous elite families of Jiangzhou, who were eager to discern the identity of this family. In gatherings of such stature, those seated at the front were invariably affluent or noble. "Excuse me, where is our designated seating?" Qin Fei inquired, noticing the lack of reception. He pulled the hostess aside for clarification. The hostess glanced at their invitation and coldly replied, "The table number is indicated on the invitation. Are you unable to read?" The Starlight Hotel belonged to the Su family, and even the hostesses dared not offend the Qin family, silently seething in indignation. The Qin family soon located their table, situated conspicuously near the entrance, markedly smaller than others, with the most rudimentary wooden chairs. Yet, they felt no shame, instead reveling in the pride of merely being allowed entry, while onlookers regarded them with bemusement. At precisely 8 o'clock, the banquet commenced. As melodious music filled the air, the host took to the stage. Following a welcoming address, the host smiled and announced, "Today, we have 3 significant matters to declare." Given that the invitations had been sent anonymously, the identity of the organizers remained a mystery. Upon hearing the host's words, all ears were attentively tuned in. The Yanchen Group's Jiangzhou branch officially commences operations today and has established a long-term partnership with the Sana Group. We hope for your continued support. The revelation sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Everyone present was well aware of the Sana Group, as the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou had once served as its chairwoman. Yet, The question lingered. Did the modest Qin family truly possess the standing to collaborate with the Yanchen group? If the Yanchen group has formed an alliance with the Qin family, then why has the Qin family been relegated to the last position? Just as the crowd pondered this perplexity, the expressions of the Qin family members darkened considerably. It was only at this moment that they realized their invitation was not a testament to their potential, but rather a deliberate act of humiliation. Grandfather, they are being exceedingly arrogant, Qin Fei exclaimed with reddened eyes. Silence. The elder of the Qin family's visage darkened to the utmost degree. Even if they seek to humiliate our family, we must endure now that we are here. Should you dare to cause a scene, rest assured, the Qin family will cease to exist in Jiangzhou after tonight. We, the Su family, also aspire to collaborate with the Sana group. Just as the crowd was still recovering from the previous shock, the voice of Su Qingwu suddenly resonated. The Wang family wishes to partner with the Sanha group. The Zhang family is eager to join forces with the Sanha group. The Li family too desires to collaborate with the Sanha group. As Su Qingwu's words lingered in the air, several figures rose in succession, each a leader from a prominent family. The expressions of the Qin family members turned grim. For just 3 days ago, the Sanha group had been regarded as compensation, yet now, so many noble families sought collaboration. After tonight, it was likely that their market value would multiply several times over. Ladies and gentlemen, matters of collaboration can be discussed after the banquet concludes. Now, let us proceed to the second agenda item. The voice of the beautiful host suddenly broke the wave of cooperative fervor. Today marks the wedding anniversary of a couple who, due to certain circumstances, were compelled to marry. The husband, feeling unworthy of his wife, departed without a word, and that departure lasted 5 long years. 3 days ago, at the auction held at the Night City Club, a mysterious man, employing domineering methods, acquired the majority of exquisite jewelry at exorbitant prices, including a pink star diamond ring valued at 500 million. He is none other than that husband. At that moment, the curtains behind the host parted abruptly, revealing over a dozen glass display cases under the gaze of all present. Each case showcased a piece of exquisite jewelry. These are the treasures that were auctioned off 3 days ago, someone exclaimed. The necklace of tears, the pink star diamond ring. All the jewelry sold at the Night City Club that night was now on display, each piece worth a fortune. Jiangzhou is not lacking in billionaires. Yet none are willing to spend tens of billions on such items. Countless socialites and affluent ladies gazed upon the exquisite jewelry with envious expressions. To possess even one of these items would be a lifetime of bragging rights. Sitting at the forefront, Qin Shi also displayed a hint of envy as she murmured, "That wife is so fortunate. Today seems to be your wedding anniversary with him as well, does it not?" Qin suddenly inquired, then smiled, "Sister, the husband mentioned by the host, could it possibly be Yangchen? Are these gifts all meant for you?" Qin Shi's face turned bittersweet as she shook her head, remaining silent. "You mischievous girl, what nonsense are you spouting? If Yangchen could afford these jewels, I would gladly sever my head to serve as a stool." Zhou Yutsue shot a displeased glare at Qin. "Mother, you said that. Don't go back on your word later," Qin replied. "You still have the nerve." Zhou Yutsue chided with a smile. At that moment, the host's impassioned voice resounded once more. 5 years ago, due to poverty, this husband never gifted a single present. To make amends for the regret of those years, he has decided to present these treasures to his wife. Let us now witness this moment of happiness. The crowd erupted in applause. Brilliant beams of light suddenly converged, illuminating the most exquisite woman at the forefront. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Shi. "Sister, it's him. It really is him," Qin exclaimed, astonished, as she leapt to her feet, her eyes searching for Yangchen. The Qin family, too, appeared stunned. "Impossible. This cannot be," Qin Fei declared in disbelief. Old Master Qin widened his eyes. Could it be that everything was orchestrated by that good-for-nothing? How could that be? Not only the Qin family, but everyone else was equally astonished. As the most beautiful woman in Jiazhou, Qin Shi's fame had long preceded her. The story of her marriage to Yangchen 5 years ago had circulated throughout Jiangzhou as a subject of ridicule. Upon hearing the host's words earlier, she had felt a sense of familiarity, and now the truth was laid bare. Just as everyone was engulfed in astonishment, the spotlight suddenly shifted, gathering around another woman, and quickly moved to several others, cycling through 5 or 6 before it finally ceased. "I was merely playing a little prank. As this husband has chosen to keep his identity a secret, thank you for your understanding," the host quipped jovially. "I told you, it could not possibly be that good for nothing." The Qin family collectively sighed in relief. Others, however, were not as lighthearted. Many sensed that this might not be a mere jest, for the host's remarks mirrored the events from 5 years prior. At the moment when the lights had converged upon her, she felt an inexplicable sensation, as if all of tonight's arrangements were orchestrated by Yang Chun. Now that the banquet had concluded and she had yet to see Yang Chun, a wave of disappointment washed over her. "I'm leaving," she said to her family before rising to depart. Just as she exited the hotel, a woman approached her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Qin? "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Qin replied, unfamiliar with the woman. With a professional smile, the woman said, "Our boss wishes to discuss the future of Sana Group with you. I wonder if Miss Qin might be interested?" She felt a surge of joy. Although the company had been mortgaged by the Qin family, it was still her hard work. Even if she could not reclaim it, she would be willing to remain with Sanha Group. This evening, numerous prestigious families expressed their willingness to collaborate with the Sanha Group. Qin did not feel disheartened. After all, this was preferable to being possessed by the Qin family. Following that woman, she took the elevator, which ascended to the top floor before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, someone suddenly inquired, "Host, you have mentioned only 2 matters. Is there not a third?" The host, who had yet to leave the stage, responded with a mysterious smile. "The third matter involves a husband who will propose to his beloved on the rooftop of the Starlight Garden Hotel, seeking to atone for past transgressions. Now, let us all proceed outside to witness this moment of utmost happiness." The Starlight Garden Hotel stands as the tallest structure in Jiangzhou. Its name derives from 2 reasons. Firstly, the entire top floor is constructed of glass, creating the illusion of a dazzling star when night falls. Secondly, the rooftop consists of double-layered glass with a telescope design, allowing one to gaze upon the celestial expanse as if standing before a grand observatory. Under the host's guidance, everyone gathered outside the hotel, gazing up at the top floor. However, due to the height, they could only perceive the brilliance of the upper level, unable to discern the scenes within. "Dad said he and Mom are going out to have fun today, and they didn't take me along," pouted Xiao Xiao. Nestled against Qin, her face displaying a sense of grievance. "This ungrateful girl is still in contact with that good-for-nothing," Zhou Yutsue exclaimed in indignation. "Mom, perhaps it's my sister and brother-in-law up there." Qin pointed toward the top floor. At that moment, a cold laugh resonated nearby. "That good-for-nothing probably can't even afford a flower." Others chimed in with derision. "Just look at the grandeur of their anniversary celebration. Your sister must be enviously hiding in a corner." A group from the Qin family approached. "At least we are esteemed guests in the front row." "Far better than some sitting at the back like doormen," Qin retorted. "Who are you calling a doorman?" Qin Fei erupted in fury, stepping forward with the intent to strike Qin. Zhou Yutsue swiftly shielded Qin. "Dare to lay a hand on my daughter? She is soon to be wed into the wealthy Su family. Stop boasting. Without the Qin family, you are nothing," Qin Fei scoffed. Just then, the young man who had previously escorted Qin and the others appeared, bowing respectfully. "Miss Qin, the ceremony has not yet concluded. Mr. Su, fearing you might tire, has reserved the CAF across the street, allowing you to witness the spectacle." Qin was about to refuse when Zhou Yutsue interjected. "The in-laws are truly considerate. It would be rude not to accept." With a mocking glance at old Master Qin, she departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. At that moment, Qin arrived at the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, she was captivated by the sight before her. The expansive space, surrounded by glass walls and a glass dome, offered a breathtaking view of Jiangzhou's nightscape. Yet, what enchanted her most was the panoramic display of twinkling stars overhead, as if she could reach out and touch the shimmering celestial bodies. At this moment, the ground was adorned with a thick layer of rose petals. Before her, at the window, stood a figure clad in military uniform, gazing out at the nightscape of Jiangzhou. This silhouette evoked a profound sense of familiarity within Qin. The height, physique, and posture were all identical to that person. The only distinction lay in the attire. Today marked the anniversary of her marriage to Yangchen, and the second announcement made by the host mirrored their own story. Could it be? Qin's breath quickened suddenly. Just then, the figure, standing with hands clasped behind his back, finally turned around. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Qin was rendered utterly speechless. It truly was him, dressed in military green, adorned with a national emblem on his cap and black combat boots. His chest was laden with gleaming metals as he approached her step by step. "It really is you," Qin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling slightly. Yangchen nodded solemnly. "Over the past 5 years, I have subjected you to too much hardship and endured too many rumors because of me. Now, I swear by this uniform that I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest harm again." With that, Yang Chen suddenly knelt on one knee, revealing a ring that shimmered with a pink glow, the very pink star diamond worth 500 million that Qin Shi had just seen in the banquet hall. Qin Shi, I love you. Will you marry me? He asked earnestly. At that moment, a melodious tune filled the air as helicopters circled above the Starlight Garden Hotel. Suddenly, rose petals began to swirl through the sky like a cascading waterfall, enveloping the entire hotel in a sea of blossoms. The sound of firecrackers erupted, and in the next instant, a riot of colorful fireworks burst forth in the night sky, dazzling and unending. Qin Shi stared blankly at the man kneeling before her, tears streaming down her face. Yang Chen's expression radiated sincerity and affection. Such a romantic proposal would likely elicit a positive response from any ordinary girl. However, the one before him was far from ordinary. After a moment, Qin Shi's emotions steadied, and she looked at him with a complex expression. I'm sorry. Upon hearing those three words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Yang Chen's eyes. I understand, he replied with a bittersweet smile. At that moment, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. Even amidst the chaos of battle, being shot through the chest could not compare to this pain. Seeing Yang Chen's dejected demeanor pained Qin Shi's heart as well. She stepped forward, gently leaning down to help him rise from his kneeling position. Yang Chen, I hope you can understand that my willingness to be with you is not out of love, but for our daughter, she said softly, gazing at him with tenderness. I cannot accept you just yet, but that does not mean I want tea in the future. I hope you can give me some time. Is that okay? The first half of her words plunged Yang Chen into despair, but the latter half filled him with joy. Of course, he replied excitedly. I can wait until the day you are ready to accept me. Qin Shi let out a sigh of relief, her heart a tumult of emotions. As she beheld Yang Chen kneeling before her, proposing with earnest fervor, her heart melted. Yet, reason cautioned her that this was merely an emotional response. Their bond lacked any substantial foundation aside from that singular night 5 years prior. Meanwhile, in a CAF opposite the Starlight Garden Hotel, Su Chenwu stood before the expansive glass window, his gaze fixed on the bustling scene at the hotel entrance, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Mr. Su, the guests have arrived, announced the driver, before quietly departing. Just as Su Chenwu turned around, he spotted a middle-aged woman hastening towards him, extending her hand with a warm greeting. In-laws, greetings. Greetings. Su Chenwu replied with a polite smile and continued, You must be Mrs. Zhou, the mother of Miss Qin? Zhou Yutsue eagerly pulled her daughter Qin Yi closer and exclaimed, Indeed, I am Zhou Yutsue, the mother of Xiao Yi. This was the first time Zhou Yutsue had encountered Su Chenwu in person, and she was taken aback by his courteous demeanor, her excitement rendering her almost speechless. In-laws. From this day forth, we are family. There is no need for such formality, Zhou Yutsue said with a smile. When she referred to him as in-law, Su Chenwu initially thought he had misheard. Upon hearing it again, he confirmed his understanding and, with curiosity, asked, Mrs. Zhou, why do you call me in-law? Zhou Yutsue assumed he felt it was premature to address him as such and, holding Qin Yi's hand, remarked, Once Xiao Yi marries your son, we will indeed be in-laws. If you feel it's too early to call you in-law, I can refer to you as Mr. Su until the wedding arrangements are made. Before Zhou Yutsue could finish her sentence, Su Chenwu interjected, a bewildered expression on his face. Mrs. Zhou, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Not at all. Didn't you send a betrothal gift? Zhou Yutsue replied with a smile. I discussed it with Lao Qin, and we are quite pleased with this union. At that moment, Su Chenwu realized the gravity of the misunderstanding and quickly clarified, Mrs. Zhou, you have truly misinterpreted the situation. That betrothal gift was intended for your elder daughter, Qin Shi. What? Zhou Yutsue exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yi's expression froze, as she had been envisioning the luxurious life that awaited her upon marrying into a wealthy family. It was only today that she understood that those gifts were not meant for her, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Zhou Yutsue, momentarily taken aback, forced a smile. It's of no concern. After all, they're both my daughters. You needn't worry about Qin Shi's marriage. I will ensure they finalize the divorce proceedings tomorrow. Su Chenwu was taken aback, exclaiming, Mrs. Zhou, please don't. I believe Mr. Yang and Miss Qin are perfectly matched. They are truly meant for one another. You must not separate them. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? Zhou Yutsue asked, her face a mask of confusion. Didn't you just say the betrothal gift was for my elder daughter? Why then would you prevent her from divorcing? If she doesn't divorce, how can she marry into the Su family? Su Chenwu was oblivious to Yang Chen's standing within his family. Previously, at the auction, he had attempted to curry favor with Yang Chen, but the latter had completely ignored him. Thus, he thought to adopt a more circuitous approach. aiming to win over his wife and family first. Realizing he had nearly exposed Yang Chen's identity, Su Chengwu was engulfed in a cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and hastily clarified, "Madam Zhou, you are mistaken. I have only 2 daughters and no son." "What?" Zhou Yutsue suddenly stood up. Having always believed that Su Chengwu's son had taken a liking to Qingyi, after rejoicing for so long, she was dismayed to learn she had been mistaken. Su Chengwu had no son at all. With a look of despair, she inquired, "Then why did the Su family send the betrothal gifts?" A flicker of irritation stirred within Zhou Yutsue, feeling as though she had been deceived. Su Chengwu's mind raced, and he quickly responded, "Madam Zhou, you must be confused. Those were not betrothal gifts, but rather tokens of gratitude from the Su family for your son-in-law." "Gratitude for my son-in-law? You mean Yangchen?" Zhou Yutsue's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Chengwu nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Yangchen has previously assisted the Su family, hence I prepared a generous gift as a token of appreciation. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding it has caused." In his heart, Su Chengwu mused, if it weren't for the assistance of the Yuan family, the Su family would not be what it is today. He is the heir of the Yuan family. Surely, this statement poses no issue. Qingyi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, forcing a bittersweet smile. "So, it was merely my overthinking." She turned and walked to the glass window. Gazing at the billowing rose petals in the air above the hotel and the vibrant fireworks illuminating the city, her eyes filled with envy. That evening, upon returning home, Qingyi was pulled aside by Zhou Yutsue. "Qingyi, tonight marks your wedding anniversary with Yangchen. Did he not give you any gifts?" Images of everything that transpired at the Starlight Garden Hotel flooded Qingyi's mind, and a gentle smile unexpectedly graced her lips. "What are you smiling about?" Zhou Yutsue, noticing Qingyi's silence, grew anxious. With a hint of helplessness, Qingyi responded, "Mom, didn't you want me to divorce Yangchen? Why would you expect him to gift me on our anniversary?" Zhou Yutsue shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "Do you remember the betrothal gifts the Su family delivered a fortnight ago?" Puzzled, Qingyi replied, "Did you not say those were gifts for Xiaoyi from the Su family?" "No, we were mistaken. Those items were actually tokens of gratitude for that good-for-nothing Yangchen, claiming he had helped the Su family." "How can that be true?" Zhou Yutsue's disbelief was palpable. "Mom, what are you trying to convey?" Qingyi inquired. If Yangchen indeed aided the Su family, he must have retained a substantial amount of the Su family's funds. These are marital assets, half of which belong to you. You should contact him immediately to clarify the division of those assets. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. Zhou Yutsue's eyes sparkled as if she envisioned a fortune. Upon hearing her mother's words, Qingyi's expression turned to one of fury. "Mom, when did I ever say I wanted a divorce? Even if he possesses a great deal of wealth, it has nothing to do with me." With that, Qingyi turned and departed. Zhou Yutsue remained in a state of shock for a while, suddenly turning to Qin Daong, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper, and exclaimed in a fit of rage, "All you do is read the newspaper all day. What kind of attitude is this from your daughter? Don't you care at all?" With a forceful motion, Qin Daong tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table and retorted angrily, "At this point, do you still not understand? Yangchen is no longer the useless person he once was. Do you think Su Chengwu treats you with such courtesy for no reason? If it weren't for the so-called useless person you speak of, would Su Chengwu even know who you are?" Zhou Yutsue's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, Qingyi had shouted at her, and now even her typically obedient husband dared to raise his voice. "What sins have I committed in my past life to deserve a husband and daughter like you?" she lamented, her voice breaking into tears. Qin Daong, feeling exasperated, turned and retreated to their room, leaving Zhou Yutsue alone in the vast hall. "I don't care what your relationship with Su Chengwu is. All I know is that you are worthless. I will ensure you leave with nothing." With no one around, Zhou Yutsue dropped her fade, her expression twisting into one of malice. Perched atop the highest peak in Jiazhou, the grandest mansion loomed over Jiuqing Mountain, accessible only by a winding road leading to its summit. At that moment, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the breathtaking nightscape of Jiangzhou through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. "It is time to stir things up for the Qin family," Yangchen declared suddenly. He then dialed a number, instructing, "Create some trouble for the Qin family." "Understood, Chairman," came the prompt response from the other end. The following morning, as the sun rose, Old Master Qin had just risen when a figure burst through the door without knocking. "Grandfather, something terrible has happened," Qin Fei exclaimed, his face ashen. "What a ruckus! Have you no decorum?" Old Master Qin reprimanded him, then continued, "I have always taught you to remain calm in the face of adversity. If you cannot curb your impulsive nature, how can I trust you with the family legacy?" "Grandfather, This is serious. The factory has been sealed, and production has been forcibly halted. Qin Fei's voice trembled with panic. Old Master Qin, who had just admonished Qin Fei to stay composed, could no longer remain seated. He shot up, fuming. The factory is shut down? What on earth has happened? Qin Fei shook his head. I just received the news and rushed here to inform you. It's not just the factory. The bank has also called, stating that our company faces a crisis of bankruptcy. We must settle our loans by the end of the day, or they will sue us. Upon hearing this, Old Master Qin felt a thundering in his head, struggling to breathe. Grandfather, Qin Fei gasped, quickly supporting the swaying figure of Old Master Qin. This situation is undoubtedly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the factory have been sealed? Why would the bank suddenly demand repayment? After a moment, Old Master Qin regained some clarity, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Qin Fei gritted his teeth and said, We have no inventory on hand. A substantial amount of our funds is tied up in raw materials. With the factory shut down, we are facing immense losses. Furthermore, our partners will demand their supplies, and if we fail to deliver, not only will they terminate our collaboration, but they will also seek substantial compensation as stipulated in our contracts. Grandfather, the Qin family is truly on the brink of collapse. Slap. Old Master Qin struck Qin Fei's face with a sharp blow, exclaiming in anger, It is not yet over, so why speak such despondent words? If I were to hand the Qin family over to you, would you abandon it? Grandfather, I was wrong. I will never give up. After being struck, Qin Fei regained his composure. Now, that resembles my grandson. One must always use their intellect. In any situation, one must never concede defeat until the very end. Seeing Qin Fei's enlightenment, Old Master Qin felt satisfied. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fei spoke again. Grandfather, we have 2 tasks to undertake immediately. The first is to find a way to explain our situation to our partners, requesting a few more days of grace. The second is to address our financial issues and cover the loan shortfall. Indeed, these are the 2 formidable challenges we face. The first task is relatively straightforward, but the second is quite difficult. Even the bank is unwilling to extend further loans to us, let alone other lending institutions, Old Master Qin remarked, frowning. Grandfather, a thought has just occurred to me. Isn't Qin Yi being courted by the Su family? I heard they bestowed a substantial betrothal gift. If we can secure those funds, our company's troubles could be resolved, Qin Fei suggested suddenly, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Old Master Qin's expression brightened at this revelation, and he urged, Go find Qin Daong immediately. Have them hand over the betrothal gift to support the company. Once this crisis is averted, they can return to the family fold. Qin Fei hesitated for a moment before replying, Grandfather, even if Qin Daong agrees, will Qin Shi consent? Old Master Qin snorted dismissively, She must consent, whether she likes it or not. Qin Daong is merely your grandmother's illegitimate son. If it were not for your grandmother's sake, I would have expelled their entire family from the Qin clan long ago. Now that the Qin family is in distress, it is their duty to assist. But what if they refuse? Qin Fei asked, looking troubled. Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. If they refuse, then let them repay the gratitude the family has shown them over the years. Understood, Grandfather, Qin Fei declared as he turned to leave. In the Qin family courtyard, Qin Shi had just finished breakfast and had not yet taken her daughter to kindergarten when the door was suddenly flung open with great force from the outside. The family was taken aback, and as Qin Daong prepared to investigate, he spotted a familiar figure accompanied by several security guards. What brings you here? Upon seeing Qin Fei, the family was filled with anger. With a smile, Qin Fei turned to Qin Daong and said, Second uncle, the Qin family is facing some temporary difficulties, and grandfather has sent me to borrow some money from your household. Humph. Qin Daong cast a cold glance at Qin Fei and remarked, The Qin family has already expelled us from the clan. Now that they face difficulties, what concern is it of ours? Uncle, that statement is erroneous, Qin Fei interjected. Blood ties remain unbroken, and despite our estrangement, we are still kin. Surely you cannot stand idly by as the Qin family faces ruin over minor troubles. With an air of urgency, Zhou Yutsue exclaimed, Are you unaware of our financial situation? Qin Fei, with a knowing smile, responded, You jest. Just last night, you mentioned that the Su family personally delivered gifts worth millions to thank Yangchen, did you not? Zhou Yutsue's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Those gifts have nothing to do with us. They were merely a token of gratitude from the Su family to Yangchen, and we lack the authority to manage them. Qin Yi interjected coldly. Qin Fei chuckled derisively at her words. Qin Yi, even if you seek an excuse, Do not fabricate one so absurd. What stature does the Su family possess to offer gratitude to someone as inconsequential as Yangchen? Believe what you will, Qinyi replied coolly. With tearful eyes, Qinshi lamented the family's swift transition from expulsion to scheming for their possessions. The elder has stated that if you return the gifts bestowed by the Su family, he would permit your reintegration into the clan, Qin Fei suddenly announced with a smile. Did the elder truly say that? Zhou Yutsue's excitement was palpable. Had this been a few days prior, she would have seized the opportunity to belittle Qin Fei, but having learned the truth the previous night, she realized that although the gifts were in her possession, if Yangchen called upon the Su family, they would surely reclaim them, leaving her with nothing. Qin Fei smirked dismissively. The elder spoke these words himself. Could they be false? Of course, this hinges on your willingness to relinquish the several millions in gifts. Should the elder be pleased, the position of family head might even be bestowed upon you, uncle. It is a gamble worth taking. As he spun his web of persuasion, Zhou Yutsue felt a surge of hope within her. And if we refuse? Qinyi's gaze was resolute. Silence. Zhou Yutsue scolded sharply. Qinyi's disappointment was evident. Mother, have you forgotten how they expelled us from the Qin family? Have you forgotten how my sister pleaded with them? Now that the family is in distress, they think of us again. Do you truly believe they will graciously welcome us back? Qinxi's disappointment mirrored her sister's as she spoke with red-rimmed eyes. Mother, those gifts belong to Yangchen. What right do you have to dispose of them? And I know you hold the reins of this household. Since my sisters oppose this idea, you should make a decision. This is a singular opportunity to return to the family. Should they survive this crisis, your chances of rejoining will vanish entirely. Qin Fei's manipulative charm was palpable, and yet Zhou Yutsue found herself swayed. I respect my daughter's opinions, but returning to the Qin family is out of the question for me, Qin Daong declared, having long since lost faith in the clan. There exists no blood relation between him and the venerable Mr. Qin. When he was still quite young, he followed his mother to the Qin household. Throughout his upbringing, Mr. Qin never regarded him as one of his own. In fact, he was even barred from entering the family's enterprises. Dare you speak such nonsense, Dayong? This is our family's only opportunity to return. Before Zhou Yuchui could finish her statement, Qin Dayong retorted angrily, What on earth are you thinking? Your daughter has been bullied to such an extent, and you still contemplate a return? You might as well leave on your own. Qin Dayong's face was a mask of fury. Typically, he refrained from quarrels, not out of weakness, but in pursuit of familial harmony. Unwilling to engage in disputes with his wife. Yet, he was taken aback by how far his spouse had strayed, forsaking all principles for her own gain. Zhou Yuchui was momentarily stunned, not expecting the usually docile Qin Dayong to raise his voice against her. After a brief pause, she burst into tears, exclaiming, I cannot remain in this household any longer. I wish to divorce you. Then go ahead. Who fears whom? Qin Dayong replied defiantly. I implore you. Cease this charade before me. Whether you are willing to present the betrothal gifts or not, make a decision. We do not have the luxury of time to witness your performance, Qin Fei sneered, convinced that Zhou Yuchui and Qin Dayong were merely acting. Get out. Qin Dayong bellowed. Leave at once. What nonsense is the Qin family? We have no need for it. As he spoke, he seized a broom from the corner and swung it towards Qin Fei. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Fei signaled to the two security guards behind him, who promptly subdued Qin Dayong, pinning him to the ground. Dad. Qin Shi and Qinyi gasped in shock, rushing forward. Today, you will agree. Whether you like it or not, Qin Fei said coldly, then commanded, charge in and take everything away. Upon receiving Qin Fei's order, several security personnel stormed into the room. Soon, two guards emerged carrying a box, the very one delivered by the Su family on the previous occasion. Inside were gold and silver jewelry, along with over $1 million in cash. Moreover, there were property deeds and equity certificates. Initially, Qin Fei had assumed the betrothal gifts amounted to several tens of millions. But upon inspecting the contents of the box, he realized that their combined worth likely exceeded 100 million. Aha! The Qin family is saved. If we sell all of this, it will suffice to confront all our current crises. Qin Fei laughed heartily. Ever since the Shi family was cast out from the Qin household, no one else had the standing to challenge him for power. With Mr. Qin aging and nearing death, the Qin family could soon fall into his hands. Qin Fei, halt. Upon witnessing the box being taken away, Qin Shi and Qin Yi were filled with fury and immediately pursued him. However, Qin Fei had brought numerous people with him, and as mere women, they stood no chance of stopping him. All possessions were seized, including even the Maserati, which Qin Fei drove away. This is all your fault, you wretched woman. You insisted on flaunting yourself before the Qin family, and now look, everything is lost. Qin Daong struck Zhou Yutsue across the face, roaring with fury. You dare to hit me? Zhou Yutsue exclaimed, clutching her face in disbelief. Shouldn't I? Everything has been taken by Qin Fei. If Yangchen comes to you now, how will you explain yourself? Qin Daong retorted angrily. He's just a worthless fool. What right does he have to demand anything from me? Zhou Yutsue shot back, but suddenly remembered something and quickly grasped Qin Shi's hand. Xiaoxi, didn't Qin Fei just say that if we return the items to the family, we can go back to the Qin residence? You should go find your grandfather now. With evident disdain, Qin Shi freed herself from her grasp and coldly replied, Who wants to return to the Qin family? Let them seek it themselves. Since that day, she had knelt in the pouring rain, pleading with old Master Qin. Only to receive a decree banishing her family from the clan, she had completely lost hope in the family. Qin Shi turned and left the house. Zhou Yutsue hastily seized Qin Yi's hand, but without waiting for her to speak, Qin Yi also shrugged her off, her eyes reddening with anger. Do you still not understand? It's only you who wishes to return to the Qin family. If that's the case, you might as well plead on your own. With that, Qin Yi walked away without a backward glance. Qin Daong let out a heavy snort and left as well. In the vast courtyard, only Zhou Yutsue remained, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring, Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? At the top of the Yanqing Group building, Yang Chun received a phone call. Already apprised of the events that had transpired at the Qin family estate, he regarded the items sent by the Su family with indifference. But the actions of the Qin family were gradually eroding his patience. If you wish to court disaster, I shall ensure your utter despair, Yang Chun declared suddenly. When Qin Fei presented a vast array of riches, old Master Qin's face beamed with delight. Xiao Fei, you have done exceptionally well. Once the crisis of the Qin family is resolved, I shall pass the mantle of leadership to you, old Master Qin stated. The members of the Qin family were taken aback by his words. Qin Fei was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you, grandfather. Rest assured, once I inherit the position, I will lead the family toward a more glorious future. Aha! Wonderful! Excellent! Old Master Qin laughed heartily. Xiao Fei, you have accomplished a great feat. The crisis of the Qin family is finally coming to an end. I have always said that Xiao Fei is the rightful heir to the Qin family. He alone is most suitable for this role. I wholeheartedly support Xiao Fei's succession. In that moment, everyone began to shower him with praise. Qin Fei, brimming with self-satisfaction, humbly replied, These achievements belong to all members of the Qin family. The future Qin family will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the elite. Well said. Old Master Qin's eyes sparkled with confidence. Just as the Qin family envisioned a bright future, a secretary rushed in, flustered. Chairman, Director Liu from Hongyan Group has arrived. Director Liu has come in person? Old Master Qin expressed his astonishment. Hongyan Group stands as the largest partner of the Qin family. It can be said that the Qin family's ability to endure thus far is largely due to the collaboration with this company. Before the secretary could respond, several figures approached. Led by Liu, the chairman of Hongyan Group. The elder Qin greeted him with a sycophantic smile, extending both hands. Chairman Liu's presence brings glory to the Qin family. Welcome, welcome. Liu, seemingly ignoring the outstretched hands, or a smirk. If Chairman Qin were aware of my purpose for visiting, I doubt he would be so cordial. The elder Qin's brow furrowed imperceptibly, and he quickly forced a laugh. You jest, Chairman Liu. You are a vital partner to the Qin family. How could I not welcome you? With a thud, Liu sat down in the prominent position and casually tossed a document bag onto the table. This is the agreement for the dissolution of the partnership between Hongyan Group and the Qin family. Please take a look, and if all is in order, kindly sign it. What? The members of the Qin family were taken aback. Their expressions a mixture of shock and dismay. Hongyan Group was the Qin family's largest collaborator. The termination of this partnership would be a severe blow. The elder Qin, in a state of disbelief, exclaimed, Chairman Liu, Haven T, we had a pleasant collaboration. Why the sudden dissolution? If you are dissatisfied with the contract, we can amend it. We can reduce our profits. I've come in person. Do you truly believe there is room for negotiation? Liu coldly retorted. Qin Fei grasped Liu's intention. He was here solely for the termination, leaving no opportunity for the Qin family. Anger surged within him. Chairman Liu, even if we must dissolve the partnership, we deserve a reasonable explanation. You brat, I am conversing with your grandfather. What right do you have to demand an explanation from me? Liu dismissed Qin Fei with disdain. What do you mean? Qin Fei's face flushed with indignation. Silence. The elder Qin interjected, having discerned Liu's intent to offer no chances to the Qin family. The younger generation of the Qin family truly lacks decorum. It is no wonder the family is deteriorating, Lu scoffed. The elder Qin managed a strained smile. Chairman Lu. My grandson is young and inexperienced. Please do not hold it against him. Chairman Qin, as a courtesy after so many years of partnership. Let me offer you a word of caution. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend, Lu suddenly stated. A chill ran through the elder Qin. He quickly inquired, are you implying that the Qin family's troubles stem from offending someone? Lu replied, do not ask me. I know nothing. Upon witnessing Lu's reaction, the elder Qin inhaled sharply. He had suspected that the Qin family had crossed someone yesterday, and Lu's insinuation had confirmed his fears. I implore you, for my sake. Please reveal whom the Qin family has offended, the elder Qin said, slightly bowing with sincerity. Director Lu remained unfazed, letting out a sigh. Old Qin, to be frank, I was just contacted by someone requesting the cancellation of our cooperation with the Qin family. Otherwise, they threatened to bring Hongyun Group to its knees. Initially, I dismissed it as mere bluster, but moments after the call ended, several of our partners unilaterally terminated their agreements with us. Upon hearing Director Lu's words, Old Master Qin's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had hoped that Qin Fei's acquisition of the betrothal gifts from the Su family would alleviate the Qin family's crisis. Yet unexpectedly, before he could address the existing troubles, a far greater calamity had befallen them. Thank you for the information, Director Lu, Old Master Qin replied with a bow. Shortly after Lu's departure, the remaining partners came forth to dissolve their contracts. Within a mere hour, the Qin family had lost all their collaborators. Grandfather, whom have we offended? How could anyone wield such immense power? Even Hongyun Group has been coerced into severing ties with us, Qin Fei lamented, his expression one of despair. Old Master Qin fell silent for a moment before suddenly recalling something, his gaze snapping to Qin Fei. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Qin Fei, bewildered, asked, Grandfather, why did you strike me? Do you still not comprehend the situation? After our encounter with the Qin Shi family at the Starlight Garden Hotel, the very next day our factory was shut down, and the bank began pressing for debts. Old Master Qin exclaimed, fury etched across his face. Just this morning, you retrieved the betrothal gifts from the Su family, and immediately after, all our partners came to dissolve their contracts. Now do you understand? Qin Fei stood there, stunned. He was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute, and he soon grasped the implications of Old Master Qin's words. Everything was as Old Master Qin had described. His face paling. Grandfather, are you suggesting that this is all the Su family's doing? Have you not considered? The Su family, enamored with Qin Yi, offered substantial gifts, only to have them snatched away by you and your associates. Do you think the Su family would let us off the hook? Old Master Qin's rage surged. He laid the entire blame squarely on Qin Fei, conveniently omitting that Qin Fei's actions had been sanctioned by him. Lowering his head, Qin Fei clenched his fist tightly, filled with bitterness. Grandfather, I acknowledge my mistakes. What should we do now? After a pause, Qin Fei raised his head, his eyes ablaze with determination. Since this predicament arose from your actions, it is your responsibility to resolve it. Seek out Qin Yi and implore her to intercede with the Su family on our behalf. Only if the Su family is willing to spare us will there be hope for the Qin family, Old Master Qin instructed. As Qin Yi arrived at the company entrance, Sun Tian coincidentally arrived as well. Yi, why do your eyes look so red and swollen? Has someone been bullying you? Sun Tian inquired with a worried expression. Qin Yi gently shook her head. I'm fine, she responded, then proceeded to her office. Sun Tian felt a surge of confusion as she murmured to herself. Looking at Yi's swollen eyes, it's evident that she has just been crying. But who could have troubled her so early in the morning? Suddenly, she recalled that Qin Yi had mentioned Yangchen a few days prior, and it dawned on her, it must be that good for nothing. Otherwise, why would anyone provoke Yi at such an hour, having been best friends since high school and even attending university in the same city? Their bond was akin to that of sisters. Seeing Qin Yi being mistreated infuriated Sun Tian. At that moment, Sun Tian spotted a familiar figure emerging from the elevator. She hurriedly rushed forward, standing defiantly in front of Yangchen, her anger palpable. Yangchen, are you even a man? You were already living off the Qin family. Now you dare to bully Yi? Observing Sun Tian's righteous indignation, Yangchen felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Despite his distaste for her behavior, he had to admit that Qin Yi had indeed chosen a loyal friend. It was the start of the workday, and the lobby was bustling with people. Many colleagues gathered to witness Sun Tian confronting Yangchen. Suddenly, Yangchen's mouth curled into a smirk, revealing a devil-may-care expression. You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Otherwise, why would you keep coming to talk to me? What did you say? Sun Tian's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated Yang Chen would utter such words, especially raising his voice in the office where many colleagues were present. I know you secretly admire me, but there's a time and place for everything. This is a workplace. You should focus on your job. You can pursue me after work, Yang Chen retorted as he brushed past Sun Tian. It was only after Yang Chen had exited the office building that Sun Tian snapped back to reality, letting out a sharp gasp. Her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she shouted at the onlookers. What are you all staring at? Don't you know it's working hours? Yang Chen scoffed. You're just a little girl. You're too inexperienced to challenge me. Just as he stepped out of the office building, he encountered another familiar figure. My sister is an employee at your company. I just need to speak with her briefly, Qin Fei said, yet several security guards blocked his path, preventing him from entering. The head of security replied indifferently, since your sister works here, call her and have her come out to meet you. If you can reach her. Do I still need to explain myself? As the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Fei was not accustomed to such treatment and felt a surge of anger. He had made several attempts to contact Qin Yi, but she refused to answer, even blocking him. With all business collaborations with the Qin family having been unilaterally terminated, every passing day was critical for the family, and he was genuinely anxious. You would do well to consider the gravity of this place. Even the most esteemed families would not dare to create a disturbance here, let alone your insignificant Qin family. The head of security remarked with a derisive laugh. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei regained some clarity, his emotions surging as he seized the head of security's arm. I implore you, please allow me to enter. I urgently need to find my sister. I assure you, I will come out immediately upon seeing her. Get lost. The head of security retorted, forcefully pushing Qin Fei away. Qin Fei stumbled, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure, and his expression soured to the utmost. How could it be you? This worthless wretch? In his eyes, Yang Chen was nothing but a failure, yet he could move freely while Qin Fei was barred entry. Mr. Yang. The security personnel stood at attention, greeting Yang Chen with utmost respect. The head of security was well aware of Yang Chen's esteemed status as Mr. Luo had personally instructed him to treat Yang with reverence, though he had not explicitly stated Yang's identity. This spectacle left Qin Fei utterly dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he had misidentified the person, yet even if he were to blind himself, he would still behold the same figure. Yang Chen sneered, Indeed. It is the so-called waste who can freely enter the Yanchen group, while you, the lofty heir of the Qin family, cannot even step through the front door. I truly wonder what audacity you possess to speak thus of me. Qin Fei was nearly rendered unconscious by this remark. His agitation prompting him to bellow at the head of security, he is nothing but a discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. On what grounds does he deserve entry? Are you all blind? Silence. The head of security barked angrily. If you utter another word, do not blame us for being uncivil. You dare. Qin Fei retorted, his emotions boiling over. I will file a complaint against you. You must have accepted bribes from this scoundrel to allow him entry. I shall see how your superiors handle this matter. The head of security scoffed at Qin Fei's words. You may attempt to complain, but you must first gain entry. The head of security nearly laughed aloud at the foolishness of Qin Fei, who dared to threaten him despite knowing Mr. Luo's explicit orders to regard Yang Chen with respect. Yang Chen, stop right there. As Yang Chen turned to leave, Qin Fei charged at him. The head of security was quick-witted, swiftly stepping in to block Qin Fei and addressing Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, please proceed. I shall handle this waste. Yang Chen cast a satisfied glance at the head of security before turning away. Let me go. Qin Fei's furious shouts echoed behind him. How dare you lay hands on me? Attack. The head of security suddenly commanded, and instantly 5 or 6 security personnel surrounded Qin Fei and began to strike him. In truth, Qin Fei had not lifted a finger, yet he was unjustly accused of assaulting someone at the entrance of the Yanchen group. The head of security chuckled coldly. To offend Mr. Yang is sheer folly. Ultimately, Qin Fei did not gain entry to the Yanchen group, standing at a considerable distance from the company's entrance. Bruised and battered, Yang Chen, I vow to see your demise. He howled, his face contorted in rage. For an entire day, Qin Fei lingered not far from the entrance of the Yanchen group, under the watchful gaze of the head of security. Only after work did he finally encounter Qin Yi. Xiao Yi, Qin Fei called out from a distance, his heart racing as he rushed towards her. Upon seeing him, Qin Yi coldly replied, What are you doing here? Xiao Yi, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your cousin. Surely, you cannot disregard me now that you have found success? Qin Fei said, his brow furrowed. He felt as though he were a thief, scrutinized for an entire day from afar, only to be met with her disdain. Anger bubbled within him. Yet he had to suppress it in order to persuade Qin Yi to assist the Qin family. I have nothing to discuss with you. Even a single word would be a waste of breath, Qin Yi retorted mercilessly. Unlike Qin Shi, she had long since abandoned any hope for the Qin family. Suppressing his fury, Qin Fei managed to smile. Xiao Yi, regarding this morning's events, I acknowledge my fault. Rest assured, I will return everything in full to your family. I sincerely apologize, and I bow to you in contrition. He then performed a deep bow. Qin Yi was taken aback, not expecting Qin Fei to apologize. However, this gesture would not alter her resolute feelings towards the Qin family. Xiao Yi, I implore you for a favor. Due to this morning's incident, the Su family is turned against us. Now, all of our partners have unilaterally terminated their contracts, our factory has been shut down, and the bank is pressing for repayment. Qin Fei spoke with tears streaming down his face. The Qin family is on the brink of destruction. Please, speak to the Su family and plead for a chance at survival for us. Qin Yi was startled. She was unaware of the dire situation facing the Qin family and was taken aback by how grave it had become. Yet, rather than feeling sympathy, a sense of satisfaction washed over her as she coldly scoffed, Qin Fei, I already told you this morning that those gifts were not a betrothal from the Su family, but rather a gesture of gratitude towards Yangchen. Even if you seek to intercede, I am not the one you should approach. After Qin Yi finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Observing Qin Yi's retreating figure, Qin Fei's expression gradually twisted into one of malevolence. You wretched woman, I shall ensure you pay the price. The old master Qin had instructed him to seek assistance from Qin Yi, yet he had not even managed to enter the gates of the Yanchen group, and instead faced humiliation from Yangchen, followed by an assault from the security personnel. After enduring such trials, when he finally encountered Qin Yi, he was met with the dismissive remark that seeking her help would be futile. This was the first time in his life that Qin Fei had suffered such degradation, stirring within him a violent urge for revenge. Before he could return to his family, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with the voice of the old master Qin. How's the situation progressing? I apologize, grandfather. I have disappointed you. Qin Fei gritted his teeth as he spoke. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a cacophony of crashing noises erupted from the other end of the line. I instructed you to plead with her on behalf of the Su family. Are you utterly useless? I've provided you with the means, yet you still failed. Do you expect me to chew it up and feed it to you? Fool. The old master Qin roared in fury. Qin Fei's face burned with anger. He had already endured enough humiliation for one day, and now even his grandfather was belittling him. Though seething with rage, he dared not unleash it. For the entirety of the Qin family's affairs lay within the old master's grasp. Grandfather, I have acted as you instructed. Yet that vile woman Qin Yi is entirely unwilling to assist. She has shifted all blame onto that useless Yangchen, claiming that what the Su family sent was not a betrothal gift but rather a token of gratitude for that good-for-nothing. How is that even plausible? Qin Fei suppressed his ire. It must be your pathetic demeanor that repulsed Qin Yi. That is why she would not acquiesce. If you cannot resolve this matter with her today, do not dare return. The old master Qin thundered. No sooner had he hung up than the office phone rang again. He hastily answered, only to be greeted by a cold voice. Director Qin, today marks the final deadline, yet you have not repaid the loan. Consequently, prepare for our lawyer's notice. President Nyo, please. The caller offered no opportunity for explanation, promptly severing the connection. The old master Qin's face turned ashen. It was only at that moment that he comprehended the dire straits the Qin family found themselves in. The deadline for repayment imposed by the bank had arrived, but the crisis remained unresolved. Prepare the car, he suddenly bellowed. 20 minutes later, a black Audi A8 came to a halt at the entrance of the Qin estate. The old master Qin's personal visit left Qin Daong and Zhou Yucue in a state of panic, fearing they were about to be ousted. Father, what brings you here? Qin Daong asked nervously. However, the old master Qin's ensuing reaction left him astounded. Daong, the Qin family has wronged you over the years. Tomorrow, you shall begin working at Qin Corporation. I have kept the position of Deputy General Manager reserved for you. At these words, both Qin Daong and Zhou Yucue were filled with exhilaration. Father, is this truly the case? You are genuinely allowing Daong to return to Qin Corporation? Zhou Yucue stammered with excitement. The old master Qin wore a benevolent smile, replying, of course it is true. What kind of old man would I be to come here and deceive you? Indeed, the Qin family ancestral residence has stood for far too long. Tomorrow, your family shall relocate to the Qin Manor, where I have arranged a villa for you. Both Qin Daong and Zhou Yutsue felt as though they were lost in a dream. Not only had the venerable elder of the Qin family personally visited, but he also intended for Qin Daong to assume the role of vice president of the company and welcome them to reside in the manor. The Qin Manor has been a property developed exclusively for the family over the decades, featuring numerous villas, with the entirety of the direct descendants residing there, apart from Qin Daong's family. In contrast, the Qin ancestral courtyard has become a dilapidated relic of the past. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Qin Daong and Zhou Yutsue expressed their gratitude fervently. What about Xiaoxi and Xiaoyi? The elderly patriarch inquired suddenly. With a sigh, Qin Daong replied. Since our expulsion from the family, Xiaoxi has been seeking employment daily and has yet to return home. Xiaoyi should be on her way back from work soon. Rest assured, I shall have Xiaoxi return to the company tomorrow. I have already arranged a position for her, the elder reassured with a smile. He then noticed a timid little girl peeking from the staircase, observing him. This little one must be Xiaoxi's daughter, correct? Xiao Xiao, come greet your great-grandfather. Zhou Yutsue beckoned eagerly. Having never met the elder, Xiao Xiao, nestled against Zhou Yutsue, hesitantly declared, Mother said I should not speak to strangers. I do not know him. Startled by her words, both Qin Daong and Zhou Yutsue feared upsetting the elder, prompting Zhou Yutsue to admonish, he is your great-grandfather, not a stranger. You must greet him. Xiao Xiao, appearing aggrieved, remained silent. Zhou Yutsue, frustrated, threatened, if you do not call him great-grandfather, I shall confine you to the little black room. Mother, what are you doing? Qin Shi, just arriving at the doorway, overheard Zhou Yutsue's threats and felt a surge of anger. Mother, Xiao Xiao rushed to Qin Shi's side. Sobbing, Mother, I'm being obedient and not speaking to strangers, but Grandma still wants to put me in the little black room. Qin Shi, seemingly oblivious to the elder's presence, calmly stated, Xiao Xiao is correct. One must not converse with strangers. Qin Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? He is your grandfather. How can you refer to him as a stranger? Zhou Yutsue erupted, akin to a hen whose nest had been disturbed, wishing to confront Qin Shi. Qin Shi retorted with sarcasm, I have been expelled from the family. What claim do I have to a grandfather? Xiao Xiao, let us return to our room. As she spoke, she lifted Xiao Xiao and prepared to leave, never once casting a glance at the elder. The elder, suppressing a simmering anger, forced a smile and said, Xiaoxi, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have come today to sincerely apologize to your family. I hope you can forgive me, and tomorrow, you should return to the company. Just as Qin Shi was about to ascend the stairs, her steps faltered, her eyes slightly reddening as the weight of her grievances threatened to spill forth in tears. Although she professed a desire to distance herself from the family, her long-standing ties rendered her somewhat reluctant. Yet, the elder's heartlessness was undeniable. The mere recollection of kneeling in the torrential rain that day sent a chill through Qin Shi's heart, prompting her to scoff bitterly, the Qin family, I shall never return. With those words, she cradled Xiao Xiao and retreated to her room. Father, please do not be angry. We will certainly persuade Xiaoxi, Zhou Yutsue hastily assured him. Old Master Qin, however, displayed no signs of anger, only releasing a long sigh. It is not her fault. It is mine for having set my expectations too high and being too harsh. Otherwise, she would not have turned out this way. All of this is my fault. Father, please do not speak like that. You are the elder. She should heed your words. Qin Daong consoled gently, his heart aching for his father. Old Master Qin appeared like a victim, refraining from mentioning seeking Qin Yi's assistance in mediating, instead engaging Zhou Yutsue and Qin Daong in casual conversation. It was not until darkness enveloped the sky that Qin Yi finally returned home. Xiaoyi, why are you only just back? Zhou Yutsue asked with a tone of reproach. She had intended to call Qin Yi earlier, but had been stopped by Old Master Qin. Why are you here? Qin Yi did not respond to Zhou Yutsue but turned her gaze toward Old Master Qin. Upon seeing Qin Yi, Old Master Qin rose. His eyes red-rimmed as he spoke. Xiaoyi, grandfather has erred. Over the years, it has been grandfather who has wronged your family. Today, I come to seek your forgiveness. Had it not been for Qin Fei's visit to the company, perhaps Qin Yi might have felt moved by Old Master Qin's display. However, witnessing the old man's near tears only filled her with disgust. Truly, like grandson, like grandfather, their methods were identical. Just as the grandson faced failure, the grandfather stepped in. If they were to perform, this grandfather-grandson duo might very well win an Oscar. Qin Yi did not conceal her sarcasm. What are you saying, Qin Yi? Zhou Yutsue erupted in anger. Even Qin Daong could no longer contain himself, his face flushed with indignation. Your grandfather has personally come to apologize. What more do you want from him as a junior? Qin Yi remained unfazed. instead questioning her parents. If I am not mistaken, he must have indicated his desire for us to return to the family, along with preparing senior management positions for us, correct? What do you mean? Qin Daong detected an undertone. Old Master Qin's expression became markedly awkward, yet he maintained a facade of sincerity. Xiao Yi, your misunderstanding of me runs deep. Enough of the theatrics. I am not an audience member. Let us dispense with the pretense. If there is something to discuss, speak plainly. I have no taste for circumlocution. Qin Yi stated with evident impatience. Old Master Qin, undeterred, continued with his tearful demeanor. Xiao Yi, if you do not assist the Qin family, we shall truly be ruined. I beseech you, go to the Su family and plead for leniency on our behalf, will you? Upon hearing the old man's words, both Qin Daong and Zhou Yucue were left utterly stunned. While they desired to return to the family, they were not foolish. They quickly realized that the current old Master Qin was a stark contrast to the man they thought they knew. If they still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, they would indeed be fools. Observing the situation below, Qin Shi finally comprehended why the esteemed elder Qin had personally come to their home to apologize. It was, in fact, a ploy for utilitarianism. The notion of sincerity was merely a facade. Ha! Qin Yi scoffed. You truly overestimate my worth. What standing does the Su family hold? And what am I in comparison? Do you believe that if I approached them, they would grant me any consideration? Hasn't Chairman Su already presented the betrothal gifts? You are now recognized as the young mistress of the Su family. When you approach them, could they possibly deny you even this modicum of respect? Elder Qin countered. You are mistaken. You are all mistaken. Tears streamed down Qin Yi's face as she cried out, Chairman Su has no son. How could he have possibly sent betrothal gifts to me? Qin Yi seemed determined to unleash all the grievances she had endured over the past days, weeping uncontrollably. The Su family had bestowed a lavish gift upon her, which she naturally assumed was her betrothal dowry. When the Su family sent a special car to escort her family to the Starlight Garden Hotel for a banquet, she believed it was a celebration of her engagement. However, it was only when Su Qinwu explicitly denied all of this that she came to grasp the truth. Old Master Qin, however, would not accept Qin Yi's account. His face contorted with anger. Even if Su Qinwu has no son, the Su family has other unmarried men. The title of the list is Dowry List. You are the only unmarried one in your family. If these items are not for you, then who else could they be for? Upon hearing Dowry List, Qin Yi's expression shifted to one of grim realization. It was indeed a dowry, yet it did not belong to her. After uttering this truth, she turned and walked away. On that day, when Su Qinwu claimed it was a thank you gift for Yangqin, she had been perplexed. Initially, when the lavish gift arrived, the confirmation slip clearly labeled it as a dowry, and she thought perhaps she had misunderstood. It was only today that she fully understood. Those items were a dowry from the Su family meant for Qin Shi. Xiao Yi, please don't leave. Old Master Qin, witnessing Qin Yi's departure, grew frantic. Father, please remain calm. Give us a little time. We will surely convince Xiao Yi. Zhou Yucue quickly intervened. If the crisis of the Qin family could not be resolved tonight, everything would be lost. Old Master Qin bellowed in fury. The crisis of the Qin family has been caused by your family. If by dawn you cannot win the Su family's forgiveness, do not speak of returning to the family. I will ensure you pay the price. With that, he stormed off, leaving Zhou Yucue to hastily pursue him. Father, does what you said about De Yong becoming the vice general manager in the villa you promised us at the Qin family estate still stand? Old Master Qin, already in a fury, paid her no heed and drove away. De Yong, what does father truly mean? Wasn't he supposed to let you return to the company as vice general tomorrow? And what about the villa for us? Zhou Yucue remained oblivious to the Qin family's impending crisis. Qin De Yong could only laugh bitterly at his wife's words. If you wish to live in a villa, go to the Qin family estate tomorrow and see if he has prepared one for you. What do you mean, Qin De Yong? Zhou Yucue retorted, her anger flaring. You're a fool. Do you not understand? The Qin family is on the verge of collapse. After tonight, Jiangzhou may no longer have the Qin family. If it weren't for desperation, would he step foot into our household? Qin De Yong exploded in fury. No, we must devise a plan. We cannot allow the Qin family to fall apart like this. De Yong, if Xiaoyi will not plead with the Su family, then we shall. Zhou Yucue's emotions surged as she grasped Qin De Yong's arm. As long as we can resolve the crisis of the Qin family, the old master will surely allow us to occupy the Qin family estate and appoint you as vice general manager. Who knows, perhaps in the future, he might even pass the position of family head to you. Although the Qin family had little regard for them, they still bore the Qin family insignia. Over the years, even without lifting a finger, they received a monthly dividend. If the family collapses, then everything will be lost. Go away. Qin Daong forcefully pushed Zhou Yutsue aside, exclaiming angrily. You are blinded by money. Do you truly believe that the illustrious richest man in Jiangzhou would willingly heed your words? Zhou Yutsue appeared stunned. Is the Qin family really doomed? At the night color bar, Qin lifted a glass and downed its contents with great enthusiasm. Xiaoyi, what is the matter with you? A voice suddenly rang out, snatching the glass from her hand. Tian, you're here. Join me for a drink. Upon seeing Sun Tian, Qin eagerly pulled her down to sit beside her, unaware of the events that had transpired. Sun Tian had rushed over upon receiving Qin's phone call, sensing something was amiss in her tone. Noticing the several empty bottles stacked on the table, she realized that Qin was already intoxicated. What happened? Tell me, and I will stand up for you. Qin did not protest. Upon hearing Sun Tian's words, she embraced her and began to weep. Why? Why must they treat me this way? Why? In the midst of her tears, Qin abruptly pushed Sun Tian away and reached for another drink. Sun Tian quickly intervened. If you want to drink more, let's south go to my place, and I will keep you company. Surrounded by many male gazes, Sun Tian felt a pang of anxiety. It was evident that Qin had drunk too much, and should any ill-intentioned individuals approach, she would be unable to protect her. After much effort, they finally managed to escort Qin out of the bar. At that moment, a black Audi A6 parked at the entrance, where a bruised Qin face sat in the driver's seat. Upon spotting Qin exiting, he hurriedly jumped out of the car and rushed toward her. Xiao, if you do not plead for leniency from the Su family, the Qin family will truly be finished. Cousin, I implore you, please help me just this once. As long as we can overcome this crisis, I promise you can have whatever you desire in the future. Qin Fei grasped Qin's arm, his emotions running high. Unbeknownst to him, Old Man Qin had personally sought out Qin and was currently anxious about the family's affairs. He was known for his ruthless demeanor. If he could not persuade Qin to intercede, he truly risked being expelled from the family. Get lost. Just leave me alone. Though Qin was inebriated, she recognized Qin Fei, causing her emotions to escalate further. She cursed at him while attempting to kick him. Sun Tian quickly restrained Qin and apologized to Qin Fei. I'm sorry, she has had too much to drink. Qin Fei was filled with rage. Tonight marked the final deadline for the Qin family, and Qin had chosen to get drunk. By the time she sobered up, it would be too late. An insidious thought suddenly crossed his mind. He stepped forward and addressed Sun Tian. I am Qin Fei, Qin's cousin. I will take her home. I apologize for the trouble. Sun Tian grew wary, her mind recalling Qin Fei's previous words, which clearly indicated that he had already been rejected by Qin. No. I will take her to my home, she replied resolutely. Without allowing Qin Fei to respond, Sun Tian hailed a taxi and departed. As the taxi gradually faded from view, a flicker of malevolence crossed Qin Fei's eyes. Qin, you have forced my hand. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Brother Xiong. I need you to help me kidnap someone. After Sun Tian had ushered Qin into the taxi, she exhaled in relief. At that moment, Qin had already succumbed to slumber, though traces of tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Witnessing Qin's distressing state, Sun Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, as they stepped out of the taxi, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Sun Tian turned only to see Yvonne halting beside them, from which emerged two burly men adorned with tattoos. What do you want? Sun Tian's face contorted in fear as the men approached. One of the thugs advanced and struck her with a swift chop, rendering her unconscious. Meanwhile, the other thug had already begun dragging Qin towards the vehicle. The entire ordeal transpired in a flash, scarcely eliciting attention from passers-by, and Qin was whisked away. Not far off, an Audi A6 was parked at the roadside, where Qin Fei wore a sinister grin. I am eager to see how you will refuse my demands once I acquire photographs of you entwined with another for a night of passion. When Sun Tian regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled amidst a thicket, rubbing her sore neck. A sudden realization struck her, and she gasped in horror. Yet, there was no sign of Qin to be found. At the Qin family estate, she glanced at the time. It was already past 10. She dialed a number, but it perpetually rang with no answer, which stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Exiting her room, she approached Zhou Yutsue, who was engrossed in a television show downstairs, and inquired, Mom, do you know where Xiaoyi is gone? It's late, and she still hasn't returned home. Without lifting her gaze, Zhou Yutsue replied nonchalantly, She's not a child. How would I know where she is? Amused by the drama on screen, Zhou Yutsue laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to her daughter's concern. With a sigh, Qinshi turned back to her room. Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing Sun Tian's name, an ominous feeling washed over her. She quickly answered. Sister Shi, Yi has been taken. The moment Qinshi picked up, Sun Tian's voice broke into sobs. Atop the cloud summit, Yang Chen had just finished his shower when his phone rang unexpectedly. To his astonishment, it was Qinshi. This marked the first time she had called him. He promptly answered. Xiaoxi. But before he could finish, Qinshi's frantic voice rushed forth. Yang Chen, Yi has been kidnapped. You must save her. Having just received Sun Tian's alarming news, Qinshi felt paralyzed, and Yang Chen's figure instantly flashed in her mind. Stay calm. I will find her right away. Tell me everything you know, he instructed, swiftly dressing and exiting the villa as Qinshi relayed the details she had gathered from Sun Tian. Ma Chao, come with me. A sleek black phaeton sped away, with Ma Chao at the wheel and Yang Chen seated in the rear, his demeanor icy. As Ma Chao drove, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, prompting him to inquire, where are we headed, Brother Chen? To the Qin residence, Yang Chen replied, his expression indifferent. Meanwhile, in a lavish nightclub VIP room, a lecherous bald man gazed eagerly at a woman sprawled drunkenly on the sofa, none other than Qin Yi, who had recently been abducted. Opposite him sat a young man in his 30s. You truly are despicable, not even sparing your own cousin, the bald man sneered at Qin Fei. Though his tone bore a hint of amusement, clearly pleased with the situation, Qin Fei gritted his teeth, responding. She only has herself to blame for not recognizing a good opportunity. Once I obtain her nude photographs, she will have no choice. The bald man laughed heartily. Ha! This woman will belong to me tonight. Qin Fei's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily added, Brother Xiong, she still holds value for me. I can only grant you an hour, but once you establish a deeper connection with her, she will ultimately be yours. This was a calculated move on his part to use the photographs as leverage to compel Qin Yi to plead with the Su family. If Qin Yi remained under the bald man's control all night, his efforts would be in vain. Does this woman have any background? The bald man asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Qin Fei felt a pang of guilt. In his view, Qin Yi was a woman coveted by the Su family. He quickly shook his head. Rest assured, Brother Xiong, if she had any background, would my family patriarch have cast her out? The bald man pondered this and smirked. A fleeting moment of passion is worth a fortune. You better scram now. Qin Fei nodded hastily and exited. Brother Xiong, don't forget to record the video. The room was left with only the bald man and the inebriated Qin Yi. With a sinister grin, he reached out towards her. Little darling, I'm coming. Suddenly, Qin Yi retched violently, expelling the alcohol she had consumed all over herself, filling the room with the stench of sour liquor. Damn it, the bald man cursed. Swiftly summoning 2 female attendants, clean this mess up at once. Don't waste my moment of indulgence. At the Qin residence, the elderly patriarch sat alone in his room, a furrowed brow betraying his distress. After returning from Qinshi's home, he had sought out many former acquaintances, yet he had not even glimpsed a single face. Was the Qin family truly destined for ruin? A bitter grimace crossed his features, soon morphing into a snarl. This is all due to that wretched Qin Yi. Had she not refused to plead with the Su family, the Qin family would not be in such dire straits. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the room, resembling a scuffle. Enraged, the patriarch stormed out, bellowing, "What is the meaning of this at such a time?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock, his words trailing off abruptly. At the entrance of his room, numerous figures lay sprawled on the ground, all of whom were bodyguards responsible for the family's safety, procured at great expense from various corners of the nation. Yet now, aside from one familiar and one unfamiliar silhouette still standing, the others lay incapacitated. You wretched fool. The elderly patriarch of the Qin family wore a grim expression. Yang Chen advanced step by step toward him, while Ma Chao remained poised, casting a vigilant gaze upon the fallen guards. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, Yang Chen appeared before the elder, seizing him by the throat. The elder's face shifted dramatically, his breath nearly stifled. If anything happens to Qin Yi, I shall bring ruin upon your entire clan, Yang Chen declared, his voice laced with lethal intent. As his words echoed, he flung the elder aside, sending him crashing to the ground several meters away. Cough, cough. The elder was soon engulfed in a fit of violent coughing. The members of the Qin family stood in stunned silence. Not even the elderly were spared. You! How dare you lay a hand on me? The elder's face blazed with fury. Step by step, Yang Chen approached, then raised his foot, pressing it firmly against the elder's chest. Hurt you? I would not hesitate to kill you. Do you believe it? As Yang Chen's declaration resonated, a tremendous force surged through leaving the elder dazed and breathless, finally grasping the reality that Yangchen truly possessed the willingness to take his life. Now, call Qin Fei and have Qin Yi returned. Within 10 minutes, if I do not see her, prepare to collect her remains. Yangchen uttered coldly before releasing his foot. Although he yearned to eliminate the old man, he recognized him as Qin Shi's grandfather. You worthless scoundrel, dare to lay a finger on my son. A middle-aged woman suddenly screamed at Yangchen, raising an eyebrow. Yangchen retorted, silence her. With that command, a sharp slap resounded through the air as Ma Chao, accompanying Yangchen in battle, struck the woman with such force that she fell unconscious. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Just moments prior, Yangchen had confronted a septuagenarian, and now his subordinate had shown no mercy to a woman. Unbeknownst to them, both Yangchen and Ma Chao had merely exerted a fraction of their strength. Only 9 minutes remain. Yangchen glanced at his wrist, addressing the bewildered elder. The elder finally comprehended that Yangchen was not jesting. Trembling, he shakily dialed a number. What have you done to Qin Yi? If she is not returned unharmed within 9 minutes, you shall face dire consequences. As Qin Fei answered the call, he was met with the elder's furious outburst. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Grandfather, I will fulfill your command shortly, but Qin Yi cannot leave just yet. How dare you? I command you to bring Qin Yi back at once. Although old Master Qin was unaware of Qin Fei's actions, he grasped from Qin Fei's words that Qin Yi was undoubtedly in perilous circumstances. Yangchen's deeds within the family surpassed his wildest imaginings. He understood that should anything happen to Qin Yi, not only would the family face annihilation, but he himself would also face death. A profound sense of dread surged within him, and he suddenly felt as if he were in a dream. Could this man before him truly be the same useless son-in-law? Qin Fei gritted his teeth and declared, Grandfather, Qin Yi is at number 1 mansion. Even by plane, it would be impossible to return within 9 minutes. The mission is nearly complete, so do not concern yourself. I will ensure your satisfaction. With that, Qin Fei abruptly ended the call. Hello, hello, hello. Old Master Qin shouted several times, but received no response. It appeared his grandson truly had a death wish. If that were the case, he would accompany him on his journey. A flash of ruthless intent flickered in Yangchen's eyes. Old Master Qin was instantly struck with alarm and hastily implored, Yangchen, please, spare him. He was genuinely frightened, although he had issued an ultimatum to Qin Fei, stating that if the crisis of the Qin family could not be resolved, he would not be allowed to return. Qin Fei was ultimately his only grandson. He had but one son, Qin Fei's father, who had perished in a car accident many years ago. Furthermore, Qin Daong was merely the illegitimate son brought by his wife, with no blood relation to him whatsoever. Currently, Qin Fei was the sole direct descendant of the Qin family. If he were to die, the lineage would be irrevocably severed. He sensed that Yangchen was genuinely intent on killing Qin Fei. You had better pray that nothing happens to Qin Yi, Yangchen said coldly, turning to leave. Wait. Old Master Qin suddenly recalled something and quickly stated, Qin Fei mentioned that Qin Yi is at number 1 mansion. The journey there typically takes 20 minutes. But as it is night and traffic is light, if we drive swiftly, we could indeed arrive in 10 minutes. Ma Chao drive? Yangchen immediately commanded. A sleek black phaeton surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, weaving through the streets. What would ordinarily be a 20-minute drive was accomplished by Ma Chao in just 8 minutes. The tires screeched violently against the asphalt as the car drifted smoothly to a halt at the entrance of number 1 mansion. A black Audi A6 was parked outside. Its luxurious seat reclined backward. Qin Fei lounged there, exuding an air of nonchalance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He suddenly glanced at his wristwatch, growing impatient as he remarked, It has been 20 minutes. Why has Ti Xiangwei sent the video yet? At that moment, a shrill screech of brakes pierced the air, prompting him to instinctively look up and see 2 figures hurriedly exiting a vehicle. Yangchen, what is he doing here? Panic momentarily crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. He is merely a waste, even if he finds Qin Yi. It will be futile. This is Xiongwei's territory. Who would dare to cause a ruckus? A sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the air, and upon seeing it was the call from the esteemed elder of the Qin family. Qin Fei hurriedly answered, cheerfully stating, Grandfather, do not fret. The video will be in my possession shortly. At that time, Qin Yi will certainly comply with my wishes and plead with the Su family, thus alleviating the crisis facing the Qin family. The elder, in a fit of anger, queried, Video? What video? Realizing he had inadvertently let slip crucial information, Qin Fei recollected how, 5 years prior, he had employed a similar tactic to assist the Qin family in acquiring the Sanhe group, with the elder's aid in suppressing the matter. Consequently, he chose to be transparent, declaring, "Grandfather, the current predicament of the Qin family is solely due to that wretched woman. Qin Yi. I have already sent her to Xiongwei of the #1 mansion, and once he sends over the video of their illicit rendezvous, I will be able to coerce her into seeking help from the Su family, ensuring the task is completed before midnight." "How dare you? You have subjected Qin Yi to the lewdness of another. Are you even human?" The elder bellowed in a fit of rage, commanding, "Return immediately. And do not let Yangchen see you, or you shall be doomed. Do you understand?" Though furious, the elder regarded Qin Fei as the sole heir of the Qin family. Even the gravest of errors could not diminish the bond of blood. "Grandfather, Yangchen is but a worthless fool. Even if he discovers that I am behind all this, what can he possibly do to me?" Qin Fei scoffed, dismissing the elder's concerns. "I just saw him storm into the #1 mansion. He is likely being pummeled to a pulp as we speak. But enough about that, grandfather. I must go and witness the spectacle." With that, he abruptly terminated the call. At the Qin family estate, the elder dialed several times, each attempt met with silence. His eyes aflame with fury. "You wretched fool. You are courting disaster." He roared, commanding, "Prepare the vehicle. We must head to the #1 mansion at once." Meanwhile, Yang Chun and Ma Chao had already stormed into the #1 mansion. "Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here?" A charming hostess at the entrance began, only to be cut short by the icy glare of Yang Chen, rendering her speechless, as though ensnared by a predatory beast. "Where's Xiong Wei?" Yang Chen suddenly demanded. Their aggressive entrance immediately drew the attention of several imposing figures nearby. The hostess, now trembling, stammered, I do not know. Brats? You are here to cause trouble, are you not?" A burly man, accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates, rose from a distance and approached them. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. "Where is the woman brought by Xiong Wei?" The man's expression faltered. Indeed, they had come to stir chaos. For it was Qin Yi who had been abducted by their group. Recognizing he had arrived at the right location, Yang Chen's instincts proved correct. In a flash, Ma Chao transformed into a blur, appearing before the burly man with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, Ma Chao seized the man by the throat, effortlessly lifting his hefty frame off the ground, defying the laws of gravity. This scene rendered the faces of the 7 or 8 subordinates of the burly man ashen with fear. "Why do you not respond to Brother Chen's inquiries?" Ma Chao exerted a slight pressure, causing the man to feel as though his breath was about to cease entirely. He struggled desperately, yet to no avail. His subordinates were already paralyzed with terror, leaving no one brave enough to step forward. The sound of Yang Chen's footsteps echoed ominously, akin to the summons of death, instilling even greater dread within the burly man. With a resounding thud, as the man neared suffocation, Ma Chao flung his arm, sending the burly man hurtling 7 or 8 meters away, crashing against a stone pillar in the hall. "Now, can you lead us to Xiong Wei?" Yang Chen inched closer to the burly man, gazing down upon him. Trembling all over, the man was engulfed in fear. Was the Qin family not a declining clan? How could a mere abandoned woman possess such formidable protection? "I will take you there," he stammered, enduring the intense pain coursing through him as he hastily scrambled to his feet upon seeing Yang Chen approach. Meanwhile, Qin Fei had just entered the hall, only to find the scene he had dreaded absent. Instead of witnessing Yang Chen being subdued by a group, he encountered the lingering shock in the eyes of the staff. On the top floor of the #1 mansion, within an opulent presidential suite, Qin Yi had just been cleaned of her vomit by 2 female attendants. Clad in a pink nightgown, she lay upon a grand bed, still in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Beside the bed, a camera had already been set up. Qin Yi, a strikingly beautiful woman, appeared even more alluring in her inebriated state, languidly reclining on the bed. Xiong Wei, clad only in shorts, gazed at the enchanting figure before him with fiery eyes, practically ablaze with desire. Qin Fei has truly delivered a splendid gift. Xiong Wei laughed heartily. Stepping closer to Qin Yi, "Little darling, here I come." He lunged forward suddenly. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the expensive security door was violently knocked down. This spectacle left the man who had brought them here utterly dumbfounded. Was such power even humanly possible? Xiong Wei, who was just about to take action, was instantly paralyzed with fear as he beheld the 2 figures at the doorway, his expression twisting into a grimace. "Get out." He remained oblivious to his precarious situation, naively believing this to be his domain, where no one could challenge him. Yang Chen's gaze fell upon Qin Yi, still unconscious in her nightgown. Noticing Xiong Wei clad in only a scant covering, he released a sigh of relief. This indicated that Qin Yi had yet to be violated. "You are fortunate." You have not yet laid a hand on her, Yangchen stated calmly. Xiangwei hastily wrapped a towel around himself, a murderous intent suddenly radiating from him as his cold gaze fixated on Yangchen. Daring to cause a ruckus here and to thwart my plans, I must say. I have never encountered such an audacious young man in all my years. Yangchen narrowed his eyes slightly as Ma Chao stepped forward, poised for action, while the burly man at the entrance was rendered speechless by fear. With a resounding clap from Xiongwei, a dozen figures surged into the room, encircling Yangchen and Ma Chao. Today, I am in a generous mood. Considering your youthful impetuosity, if you willingly sever your own arms, I shall allow you to leave. Xiongwei proclaimed nonchalantly, reclining on an opulent sofa. Sever our own arms? Yangchen glanced at the surrounding figures and suddenly chuckled. Ma Chao, make it a complete severance. Yes, Brother Chen. As the words left his mouth, Ma Chao vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had grasped a burly man's arm. Crack. The sharp sound of two bones snapping echoed in the spacious, silent presidential suite, a stark contrast to the stillness. Immediately followed the agonized wails of the man whose arms had been broken, resonating throughout the room. Xiongwei, who had just lit a Cuban cigar, sprang to his feet, the cigar falling from his hand as disbelief filled his wide eyes. The other men stood paralyzed with shock. Fools, do not blink. Observe closely. Ma Chao suddenly turned, revealing a cruel smile to the astonished Xiongwei. As he spoke, he vanished once more, weaving through the ranks of the burly men. Each time he halted, the unmistakable sound of bone snapping rang out. Brutal and efficient, each man fell with just 2 moves. In mere seconds, all had their arms shattered, their wails filling the air. Xiongwei swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite having fought in the underbelly of Jiangzhou for years, he had never felt such terror as he did now. Brother Xiong, haven't you obtained the video yet? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the room. In the next instant, Qin Fei appeared at the suite's entrance, only to collapse in shock upon witnessing the scene. Xiongwei, upon hearing Qin Fei's words, felt an urge to leap forward and eliminate him. If not for this scoundrel, he would not have encountered such 2 demons. Yangchen glanced at Qin Fei, as though surveying a lifeless being. After incapacitating over 10 men, Ma Chao returned quietly to Yangchen's side, his attire immaculate, as if he had not just engaged in violence. To suggest we sever our own arms, do you possess the qualification? Yangchen scoffed, his entire demeanor exuding an intense murderous intent. With a thud, Xiongwei could no longer bear the pressure emanating from Yangchen and fell to his knees. Desperately, he pleaded, it was all Qin Fei's doing. He offered me a sum to seduce his cousin, merely asking that I send him the footage. Witnessing Xiongwei kneeling at Yangchen's feet, Qin Fei was nearly paralyzed with fear. In his eyes, Xiongwei was an extraordinarily formidable presence. Yet this very formidable being now found himself kneeling at the feet of someone he had long regarded as worthless. Observing the room filled with anguished cries, where more than a dozen burly men lay with broken arms, he reflected on the insults he had hurled at Yangchen and the humiliation he had inflicted upon Qin Shi. He could no longer bear the weight of his actions and was instantly overcome with fear. 5 years ago, the incident that shook Jiangzhou was orchestrated by Qin Fei. Was it not? Yangchen suddenly inquired. At the mention of the past, Xiongwei trembled. Which incident are you referring to? It seemed he had committed so many misdeeds on Qin Fei's behalf that he could not even recall them all. If that is the case, allow me to jog your memory, Yangchen remarked with an air of calmness, though only Ma Chao recognized the true terror of Yangchen in that moment. He continued, 5 years ago, the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, Qin Shi, the chairwoman of Sana Group, spent a night of passion with a security guard. Finally, Xiongwei recalled the incident, and, feeling no inclination to conceal the truth, he gritted his teeth and confessed that incident was indeed instigated by that scoundrel Qin Fei. Moreover, he frequently pressured me to create disturbances at Sana Group, which ultimately led to that woman suffering a premature labor due to our harassment. He failed to notice the deepening darkness on Yangchen's face, feeling the temperature in the room plummet. When he finally met Yangchen's gaze, he was drenched in cold sweat. Brother, everything I just mentioned was at Qin Fei's behest. Bang! Before Xiongwei could finish his sentence, Yangchen kicked him, sending him crashing heavily beside Qin Fei, who immediately spat out a mouthful of blood upon landing. Qin Fei was already in a state of terror, nearly fainting at the sight of the barely conscious Xiongwei beside him. Since you revel in manipulating others, it is only fitting that you experience the taste of being toyed with, Yangchen declared ominously. He then instructed Ma Chao, since the scene is set, we should not let it go to waste. At that moment, Old Master Qin burst into the private room in a state of panic. Upon entering, He was met with the sight of numerous men with shattered arms sprawled across the floor, while Yangchen sat calmly on the sofa. Yangchen, where is Qin Fei? Old Master Qin trembled, genuinely afraid. He had pinned all his hopes on Qin Fei. If anything were to happen to him, the Qin family would be left without a successor. Yangchen cast a cold gaze in his direction. This is your final warning. Should there be another occurrence, the entire Qin family shall accompany Qin Fei to the grave. At that moment, Yangchen exuded an overwhelming dominance, radiating an aura of immense power. While Ma Chao stood beside him like a war deity, Old Master Qin's heart quaked violently as he regarded Yangchen. Gritting his teeth, he said, I admit your prowess, but the Qin family is not to be trifled with. Then we shall see, Yangchen replied with a cold chuckle. He added, Qin Fei is in the room inside. You may take him and leave. Old Master Qin hurried into the inner room, and upon witnessing the scene within, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yangchen, what have you done to them? Old Master Qin was not foolish. He was acutely aware of the unfolding situation. With a forceful slap, Yangchen struck the coffee table, causing the solid marble surface to shatter instantly. Your grandson even dares to lay hands on his own cousin. Do you have any idea what would have transpired had I not arrived in time? His face was a mask of fury, the intense desire for revenge almost compelling him to eliminate Old Master Qin as well. The elder was momentarily taken aback by Yangchen's wrath, rendered speechless, his own anger towards Yangchen reaching a boiling point. While I still possess the restraint to suppress my murderous intent, take that beast and leave. Yangchen's voice turned icy before he commanded those from the number 1 mansion, ensure you escort your master away. With a countenance flushed with shame and anger, Old Master Qin departed with Qin Fei. Once the room was cleared, Yangchen gazed at Qin, who lay in a state of deep intoxication on the bed, a surge of anger swelling within him. Had he not intervened in time, Qin's innocence would likely have been irrevocably tarnished. 5 years prior, Qin had been ensnared in a similar fate, her purity destroyed, yet he had always cherished her. But what of Qin? If she had truly been sullied by Xiong Wei, how could her proud spirit endure such a reality? After a prolonged moment, Yangchen exhaled deeply, calming his rage. He extended his index finger to press gently on the Zasanli acupoint beneath her knee, applying a light massage. This particular point is known for its efficacy in hastening sobriety. Yet, after merely a few rubs, Qin awakened, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a familiar face. It didn't take long for her to realize her surroundings. Clad only in a nightgown, with a resounding slap, Qin struck Yangchen's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yangchen, you beast! How could you do this to me? A flicker of anger ignited within Yangchen, but upon seeing her tear-streaked visage, he quelled it once more. You've misunderstood, he stated coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar figure burst into the room. Xiaoyi, are you all right? It was Qin Shi, who had hurried over after receiving Yangchen's call informing her that Qin Yi was at the number 1 mansion. Sister, upon seeing Qin Shi, Qin Yi embraced her and wept openly. Yangchen, choosing silence, exited the room. With Qin Shi's arrival, there was no longer a need for him to explain. The sisters held each other and cried for an extended period before parting. Qin Yi, through gritted teeth, declared, Sister, Yangchen is a scoundrel. A true beast in human guise. You must divorce him tomorrow. Qin Shi appeared perplexed. Xiaoyi, if it weren't for Yangchen, your innocence would have been lost. Why would you want me to divorce him? What? Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. Sister, are you saying that Yangchen just saved me? Throughout the ordeal, she had been deeply intoxicated. Had Yangchen not assisted her in sobering up, she would still be oblivious to the events that had transpired. After Qin Shi recounted the entire sequence of events, Qin Yi finally grasped the truth, her earlier slap to Yangchen now filling her with deep remorse. Sister, I misunderstood him earlier. It's all right. He won't hold it against you. But I slapped him. What? The two sisters lingered in the room for quite some time before emerging. Yangchen stood by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. Upon hearing their movements, he turned to glance at them and said, I'll take you home. With that, he took the lead and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Yi felt a profound sense of guilt. The car sped along, halting half an hour later at the Qin family residence. Why don't you go in and see Xiao Xiao? She has been asking about you for days, Qin Shi suggested after a moment of hesitation. Qin Yi looked at Yangchen expectantly, remembering she had just slapped him without having apologized. Yangchen glanced at the time and shook his head. It's quite late. I wouldn't want to disturb Xiao Xiao's rest. I'll visit her another day. Oh. Qin Shi found herself at a loss for words. I'm leaving. Good night. Yangchen started the car and gradually drove away. Brother-in-law? I'm sorry. Qin Yi shouted this heartfelt apology only after Yangshan had driven far off, her cheeks wet with tears. Yet, her words of contrition would remain unheard. As soon as Yangshan returned to Yufeng Peak, he received a call from Qin Shi. Before he could utter a word, a familiar, melodious voice chimed in. "Daddy, I miss you." Hearing Xiao Xiao's voice brought a gentle smile to Yang Chun's face. Thoughts of his daughter always made him feel as though he were dreaming. "Xiao Xiao, why are you still awake at this hour?" he asked softly. "Daddy, I can't sleep because I miss you," Xiao Xiao replied, her voice tinged with emotion. At that moment, Qin Shi's voice interjected. "Yangshan, hold on a moment. Let us video call on WeChat so Xiao Xiao can see you." In no time, Qin Shi sent the video request. As Yangshan connected, he saw Xiao Xiao, clad in cartoon pajamas, nestled in Qin Shi's embrace. "Daddy!" Xiao Xiao exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. The warmth of her affectionate call melted Yangshan's heart, and he quickly responded, "Good evening, Xiao Xiao." "Daddy, will you come home tomorrow and live with me and Mommy?" Xiao Xiao asked with hopeful anticipation. Yangshan felt a bittersweet ache. How he wished to be with his daughter, yet he knew that with Zhou Yutsue's animosity toward him, such a return was impossible. "Daddy is busy with work. Once he finishes, he will come home to be with you, all right?" Qin Shi gently reassured her daughter. "Okay then." Xiao Xiao's disappointment was evident. Yet she, being sensible, did not wish to trouble her father. "Daddy, look quickly. This is a picture of our happy family that I drew. This is you. This is Mommy, and in the middle is me." Although she could only see her father through the screen, it filled Xiao Xiao with joy as she displayed a watercolor painting, her little face beaming with excitement. In the painting, a family of 3 held hands. Though the strokes were clumsy, the smiles on each face radiated warmth and happiness. Gazing at the painting, Yangshan was overwhelmed with guilt, and Qin Shi's eyes were also reddened. Xiao Xiao, oblivious to the sudden silence of her parents, continued to enthusiastically introduce her artwork. "Daddy, could you tell Xiao Xiao a story, please?" Xiao Xiao suddenly looked at Yangshan with eager anticipation. Yangshan smiled gently and nodded. "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple where a monk resided. I've heard this story many times from Mommy." Xiao Xiao giggled. "Can Daddy tell you a story about a poor boy?" "Yes, I want to hear it." 5 years ago, there was a destitute lad who married a beautiful woman. The storytelling continued late into the night, and ultimately, it was within Yangshan's tale that Xiao Xiao drifted sweetly into slumber, though the story remained unfinished. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, the poor boy finally stood atop the northern peak, having forged an invincible city that no foe dared to challenge. Yet, in his heart, he could never forget that woman, and he eventually returned to her. As the story reached its conclusion, Qin Shi was already in tears. It was then that Yangshan realized, inadvertently, he had recounted his 5 years of military life. "I merely told a story, please don't cry," Yangshan said with a gentle smile, looking toward Qin Shi. With tears streaming down her face, Qin Shi asked, "Is this how you've lived all these years?" Yangshan fell silent, but Qin Shi already knew the answer. Though the story had been abridged, it still conveyed the breathtaking peril the poor boy faced on the battlefield, surviving against all odds. "Do you have time tomorrow?" Qin Shi suddenly inquired. Upon Yangshan's nod, she exclaimed, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Let us take Xiao Xiao to the zoo, shall we?" "Yes. See you tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." After hanging up the phone, Yangshan moved to the window. Despite the late hour, he felt no fatigue as he stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of Jiaozhou below. His heart was burdened with guilt and immense weight. At the Qin family estate, Qin Shi felt the same, tightly holding her daughter, unable to sleep, her mind consumed by the story of the poor boy. The next day, countless forums, social media, and news outlets released a scandalous video and article. Although it had been blurred, the protagonist's face was still clearly visible. This news sent shockwaves throughout Jiangzhou as the Xiong family, being one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangzhou, was significantly impacted, especially since Xiong Wei was the eldest grandson of the family. At the Qin manor, when old Master Qin saw the news, he nearly fainted from anger. Just then, someone rushed into his room, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Master, it's bad. The court officials have come. They want to seal our Qin manor and evict us, claiming they will auction it off to settle debts." "What?" Old Master Qin sprang to his feet, only to feel a surge of blood within him, triggering a heart attack. "Master!" The servant hastily shouted out. Had it not been for the timely medical intervention, he would have already passed away. As old Master Qin regained consciousness, he bellowed in fury, immediately issue a decree as the head of the family, expelling Qin Fei from the Qin clan, never to set foot in our home again. In the Xiong family, A white-haired elder donned in traditional attire trembled with rage as he perused the newspaper report. Beside him stood a young man, roughly 30 years old, who quaked in fear. With a sharp crack, the elder struck the young man across the face, his voice laced with fury. "You wretched fool. Look at the mess you've created, not just Jiangzhou. The entire Jiuzhou knows of this now. Where shall I hide my old face?" With a thud, Xiong Wei's legs gave way, and he sank to his knees. Weeping as he pleaded, "Grandfather, I was framed. It was that scoundrel who drugged us and locked us together." "Who is he?" the elder demanded. Already aware that Xiong Wei could not have acted of his own accord, Xiong Wei gritted his teeth and replied, "His name is Yangqin, the son-in-law of the Qin family. A mere son-in-law of the insignificant Qin family, and you cannot handle him? You are utterly useless." The elder retorted with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wei's face turned pale, and he quickly asserted, "Rest assured, grandfather. I shall reclaim this humiliation personally and make him aware of the consequences of offending the Xiong family." At the entrance of the Qin family courtyard, a sleek black phaeton came to a gradual halt. Awaiting eagerly were two enchanting figures, one large and one small. "Daddy." As Yangqin stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted with an exuberant exclamation from Xiao Xiao, who dashed towards him with unrestrained joy. "Xiao Xiao, slow down." Yangqin hurried forward, apprehensive that his daughter might stumble. Encircled in her father's embrace, Xiao Xiao beamed with happiness, her laughter ringing out as she waved her chubby little hand towards Qinshi, exclaiming, "Mommy, hurry, hurry. We are going to see the gorillas." Qinshi, both amused and exasperated, chided playfully, "What a little ingrate. You forget your mother the moment your father arrives." The journey to Jiangzhou Zoo, located on the outskirts, took nearly 40 minutes. "Daddy, you should do it this way." Xiao Xiao suddenly took one of Yangqin's hands while grasping Qinshi's with the other, deftly bringing the couple's hands together. The moment their hands touched, a delicate blush crept across Qinshi's cheeks, her body involuntarily quivering slightly. Yangqin too felt a stirring within. A man who had never experienced romance now felt akin to a bashful youth. This was his first time holding hands with a woman other than his mother. Even in battle, he had never felt this level of nervousness. Stealing a glance at Qinshi, he noticed her cheeks were flushed, and seeing no resistance, he boldly clasped her hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from Yangqin's palm, Qinshi felt a wave of embarrassment yet made no move to withdraw her hand. She silently mused, "After all, he is my lawful husband. It is merely a handhold." "Daddy, hug," Xiao Xiao declared, arms outstretched in a playful manner. Yangqin couldn't help but smile. With one hand holding Qinshi's, he lifted Xiao Xiao into his arms. "Daddy, a tiger." Upon entering the zoo, Xiao Xiao pointed excitedly at the glass enclosure, her voice ringing out. "Daddy, this is a lion. This is a giraffe. Daddy, gorilla. Look at the gorilla." As they strolled along, Xiao Xiao enthusiastically introduced each animal to Yangqin. Qinshi, meanwhile, walked hand in hand with him, her palm growing warm and damp. "I'll take a picture of you too." Qinshi discreetly withdrew her hand, retrieving her DSLR camera, and stepped back a little. Click. The first photograph of Yangqin and Xiao Xiao together emerged. Xiao Xiao perched on Yangqin's shoulders, gripping his ears with delight. Both father and daughter adorned with radiant smiles. Throughout the day, Xiao Xiao's laughter filled the air, fostering a deeper bond between Yangqin and Qinshi. All thanks to their spirited little girl. It was not until dusk that Yangqin drove the mother and daughter duo back home. After a full day of adventure, Xiao Xiao nestled into Qinshi's embrace and peacefully drifted off to sleep. As Yangqin exited the expressway and approached an intersection, a black Wrangler suddenly appeared, barreling towards the phaeton. "Hold on tight, Xiao Xiao." A sudden glint of determination flashed in Yangqin's eyes as he instinctively called out. The desire to rush forward was already too late. Yangqin abruptly pulled the handbrake, causing the phaeton's tires to emit a deafening screech against the pavement, executing a graceful drift that narrowly avoided the collision with the Wrangler. Fortunately, Qinshi was buckled in, holding Xiao Xiao tightly in her embrace. The sudden maneuver did not affect the occupants of the vehicle. In fact, Xiao Xiao remained lost in slumber. "Are you and Xiao Xiao all right?" After evading the Wrangler's impact, Yangqin finally had the time to inquire. Qinshi, still shaken, slightly shook her head. "I'm fine." "That is a relief." Yangqin's eyes narrowed slightly. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, a calamity could have occurred. It would have been one thing if he were alone in the car, but there were two women he cherished most inside. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. If it had merely been an ordinary accident, it might have been acceptable, but it was anything but. The Wrangler had been trailing the phaeton deliberately, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Just then, a black Ford Raptor roared onto the scene, crashing violently into the rear of the Wrangler, the tires screeching fiercely against the road as the Wrangler swerved violently, careening into the roadside thicket. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Raptor. It was Ma Chao. "It seems there has been an accident?" Qin Shi asked, astonished. Yang Chun replied softly, "It appears so. Let us stop and take a look. If there is danger, we can lend a hand." Qin Shi, her face etched with concern, added, "What if the occupants were severely injured in the collision, and we failed to assist in time, leading to a tragic outcome?" Yang Chun sensed her displeasure. Having finally grown closer to Qin Shi, he did not wish to jeopardize their budding relationship. He halted the vehicle and said, "Stay with Xiao Xiao in the car. I will go check it out." Upon exiting, he casually glanced around before returning to the car, assuring her, "Rest easy. Everyone is unharmed. The driver is negotiating." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Qin Shi finally exhaled in relief. "That's good to hear." At the accident scene, Ma Chao forcefully yanked the deformed car door open, seizing the driver by the neck and dragging him from the vehicle with an expression of cold indifference. "Speak. Why did you aim for the Phaeton?" The driver hastily replied, "Brother, it was an accident. I truly did not mean to. If you refuse to speak, then perish." Ma Chao's voice dropped ominously as he tightened his grip, causing the driver's face to pale and his breath to falter. Just as the driver was on the brink of asphyxiation, Ma Chao suddenly released him, and the driver crumpled helplessly to the ground. "Who sent you?" Ma Chao demanded, placing a foot upon the driver's chest, swiftly breaking 2 ribs. "Ah, it was Xiong Wei." The driver screamed in agony. The Phaeton sped along, and by the time Yang Chun delivered the mother and daughter to the Qin family estate, night had fully descended. Qin Shi held Xiao Xiao in her arms, casting a complex gaze at Yang Chun, her mind still wavering. "Yang Chun, everything that has befallen the Qin family is your doing, isn't it?" Qin Shi suddenly inquired. Yang Chun showed no signs of concealment, slightly nodding his head. "Everything is their own fault. Could you possibly spare the Qin family a path for survival?" Qin Shi ultimately softened. In her heart, regardless of the mistakes made by the old master Qin, the Qin family was still the clan she had grown up with. She did not wish for her actions to lead to their utter destruction. Yang Chun was not taken aback. He looked at Qin Shi and nodded. "Very well." With those words, he started the vehicle and departed. It was only after the car had completely vanished from sight that she let out a sudden sigh. "Thank you." After leaving the Qin estate, Yang Chun made a phone call. "Who is it?" "It's Xiong Wei from the Xiong family." Ma Chao responded with perfect understanding. "Head to the number 1 mansion." Yang Chun hung up and directed his course towards the mansion. Had it not been for Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao being in the car, he could have disregarded the incident that occurred, but once the Wrangler collided with his Phaeton, the lives of Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao would be in jeopardy. The mere thought of the earlier scene sent a shiver of dread through Yang Chun, filling him with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. At the top-level private room of the number 1 mansion, Xiong Wei lounged on an opulent sofa. An enchanting woman nestled in his embrace. "Brother Xiong, that kid has probably been admitted to the hospital, right? He might even be dead," remarked a youth of similar age. A smile plastered on his face. Xiong Wei let out a hearty laugh. "Daring to offend me, I will make him regret being born. If he dies, so be it. If he survives, this is merely the beginning. I shall plunge him into despair." Brother Xiong is formidable. The underlings in the private room all wore expressions of flattery. "Haha. Good. Everyone, let us get hyped," Xiong Wei exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, a black Phaeton gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the number 1 mansion. Yang Chun stepped out of the car, and Ma Chao had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Yang Chun, he hurried over. "Brother Chun, what brings you here again?" The appearance of Yang Chun and Ma Chao instantly incited a wave of panic. They were all too aware of the events that transpired the previous night at the No. 1 mansion, where Yang Chun and Ma Chao had not only confronted Xiong Wei but had also created a sensational uproar in Jiangzhou. Yang Chun raised his gaze to the resplendent characters spelling No. 1 mansion and instructed Ma Chao smash it. Upon receiving Yang Chun's command, Ma Chao flicked his fingers, sending a stone flying towards the sign. Bang! The signboard of No. 1 mansion shattered upon impact, splintering into pieces. The staff inside had not yet grasped the situation when they witnessed the sign break, their expressions shifting dramatically. "What do you intend to do?" a man wearing a manager's badge demanded angrily. "Get lost." Ma Chao stepped forward and kicked the manager out of the way. Bang! With a resounding crash, the manager collided against the liquor cabinet behind the front desk, a multitude of prized bottles shattering, liquor spilling across the floor. It was precisely the time when the nightlife business was thriving. Upon witnessing a disturbance, many patrons fled in panic. Yet a bold few lingered at a distance to observe the spectacle. "Who are you to dare cause chaos at the number 1 mansion?" Truly, you are unaware of the consequences that await. A dozen robust men surged down from the upper floor, led by a burly figure who brandished a club and bellowed at Yangchen. Yangchen found it rather amusing as he regarded the man. Evidently, he was a newcomer recruited by Xiongwei, who had only caused trouble here the previous night. These brutes failed to recognize him. Is the number 1 mansion truly formidable? Yangchen scoffed softly. Damn it, get him. The leader roared, charging at Yangchen and Ma Chao with his entourage, all wielding clubs. Without needing instruction from Yangchen, Ma Chao had already propelled himself forward. His speed was akin to a specter as he unleashed a powerful punch, sending one of the men flying. The subsequent attacks were equally decisive. Within mere seconds, the group of over 10 men lay sprawled on the ground. All eyes were filled with terror as they regarded Ma Chao. A single individual had taken down more than 10 men in mere moments. Was he even human? Those who wish to live, step aside. I am here solely to seek Xiongwei, Yangchen stated coolly, turning to sit at the bar. On the top floor of the number 1 mansion, Xiongwei was reveling in a private room with a group of people when a young staff member burst in. Brother Xiong, it's bad. They're causing trouble again. The young man exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Damn it. Xiongwei seized the young man's neck, growling, clarify who they are. They are the same 2 from last night, the young man stammered, his face drained of color. What? Xiongwei hurled the young man aside, shouting. Were they not in a car accident? He had expended considerable effort to orchestrate a staged accident, just yesterday boasting to others that even if Yangchen survived, he would be left crippled. Now, he was being slapped in the face so swiftly. Damn it. I must see if you truly possess extraordinary powers to dare disturb my territory, Xiongwei seethed, storming down the stairs. Upon arriving in the lobby, he was met with utter chaos. The hall had been mercilessly vandalized, the sounds of destruction still echoing in the air. To his fury, those smashing the place to pieces were all his own men. Everyone, cease at once. Xiongwei's rage nearly boiled over. If anyone continues, I will deal with them myself. As he approached, the men who had been felled by Ma Chao hesitated, but the malevolent voice of Yangchen rang out. Xiongwei's face turned a shade of fury. Not a single one heeded his command, and instead, they escalated their rampage. Yangchen, Xiongwei growled, his eyes filled with malice. What do you intend to do? Brother Xiong, do you truly need me to explain my motives? Yangchen replied with a cold laugh. First, make them stop, and then we shall converse. Xiongwei gritted his teeth. You think you can negotiate with me? Yangchen was engulfed in a chilling aura. Had he been even slightly careless today, that Jeep Wrangler would have rammed into his vehicle with devastating consequences. In mere minutes, countless exquisite wines were shattered, and numerous high-end tables and chairs were reduced to splinters. This was an immense loss for Xiongwei. The loss was one thing, but the fact that Yangchen was coercing his assailant to wreak havoc on his territory in front of so many witnesses was a severe affront to his dignity. What exactly must I do to make them cease? Xiongwei inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain his composure. You seek my life, and yet you ask what I desire? Yangchen's fury erupted suddenly. He seized a bottle of liquor from the bar and hurled it at Xiongwei. Crash! The bottle struck Xiongwei squarely on the head, mixing liquor and blood that streamed down his face. The onlookers were left in utter shock. This was Xiongwei, the proprietor of the number 1 mansion, a scion of the prestigious Xiong family in Jiangzhou, now not only humiliated but also injured. Bring him to me, Yangchen commanded. Ma Chao promptly approached, dragging the incapacitated Xiongwei, who lay on the ground like a discarded rag, and tossed him at Yangchen's feet. This is your final opportunity, should you transgress again. I assure you, despair will be your only companion. Yangchen stood coldly, his foot pressing down on Xiongwei's chest. Thud. With that, Yangchen delivered a powerful kick, sending Xiongwei's body flying over 10 meters, crashing into several tables before losing consciousness. Yangchen and Ma Chao turned to leave, and astonishingly, no one dared to intervene, merely watching them depart in stunned silence. Brother Chun, that scoundrel nearly caused harm to sister-in-law. Why not eliminate him? Ma Chao spoke furiously. Yangchen shook his head slightly. This is Jiangzhou, not the northern wilderness. One must exercise discretion in their actions. Indeed, Brother Chun. By the time they exited the No. 1 mansion, Xiongwei had already succumbed to unconsciousness and was swiftly taken to the hospital by his subordinates. At the VIP ward of Jiangzhou First People's Hospital, a man clad in a suit glared at the still unconscious Xiongwei, his expression dark and foreboding. Investigate that brat thoroughly. How dare he lay hands on my son? Xiong Boren. I want him dead. Xiong Boren bellowed in fury. Understood, Chairman Xiong. A figure behind him promptly departed to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Yangchen had returned to the summit of Yufeng, just after finishing his shower. He received a WeChat message from Qinshi. I will begin working at Sana Group tomorrow as a new employee. You are not to interfere with my job. Upon reading the message, Yang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. On that day at the Starry Garden Hotel's rooftop, he had made his identity clear and expressed his intention to hand Sanha Group to Qinshi, only to be met with her refusal. Finally, when Qinshi was willing to work at Sanha Group, she insisted on starting from the bottom. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "All right." Qinshi's willingness to return to Sana Group was, after all, a positive beginning. On the other end of the line, Qinshi noticed Yang Chen's response. A faint smile curving her lips as she murmured to herself, I will strive to re-enter the upper echelons of the company. The following morning, the elderly Mr. Qin, still in the hospital, finally received some uplifting news. Chairman, splendid news. Sana Group has stepped in to assist us in resolving the Qin family's crisis and has proactively sought collaboration with us. The Qin family is saved. An elder from the Qin Group exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is what you say truly the case? Mr. Qin, overwhelmed with emotion, sat up abruptly in bed. Here is the contract already signed by Sana Group. Once you, Chairman, affix your signature and we complete the legal formalities, the contract will come into effect, the individual replied. Tears of joy welling in their eyes as they presented the contract to Mr. Qin. The factory seal has been removed, and companies that previously sought to distance themselves from us have now come knocking at our door. Haha. Excellent. Excellent. Heaven bless the Qin family. Mr. Qin trembled with elation. Father, the reason the Qin family has weathered this storm is largely due to Xiao Fei, a gracefully dressed middle-aged woman suddenly interjected. This woman was Lin Xuelian, Qin Fei's mother. The momentary joy on Mr. Qin's face faded upon hearing Lin Xuelian's words. Do you also wish to be cast out from the family? Mr. Qin retorted. Displeased. Father, that is not my intention. Consider this. Although Xiao Fei's actions have brought shame to the Qin family, they have inadvertently served as a form of advertisement. Otherwise, so many enterprises would not have taken notice, Lin Xuelian shamelessly argued. Father, I implore you to grant Xiao Fei another chance. He will not disappoint you. Indeed, Chairman. While Xiao Fei's actions have embarrassed the Qin family, he was also wronged. You have but one legitimate grandson left, if he is cast out. What will become of the Qin family? The elder who had brought the contract chimed in, advocating for Qin Fei. In recent days, Mr. Qin had contemplated much. His earlier decision to expel Qin Fei had been made in a fit of rage. After all, he had only one legitimate grandson. Yet, those words had been spoken, and it was not easy to retract them. Considering that this incident had, in a roundabout way, provided publicity for the company, he resolved to grant Qin Fei another opportunity. With Lin Xuelian and the elders please providing a plausible justification, he coldly stated, should he bring shame upon the Qin family again, regardless of the future of our lineage, I shall expel him from the family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuelian was overjoyed, quickly responding, Father, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on Xiao Fei from now on. He shall not err again. When Qin Fei learned of his grandfather's forgiveness, he felt no surprise. He understood that Mr. Qin, a man who valued lineage above all, would never allow him to fall into destitution. Yang Chen, wait for me. One day, you shall pay the price. Qin Fei's face twisted into a sinister grin. The sudden alleviation of the Qin family's crisis filled everyone with exhilaration. Chairman, the tasks you entrusted to us have been accomplished, and the Qin family's crisis has been completely resolved. Yang Chen soon received a call from Luo Bin. Good. Had it not been for Qinshi's plea, the Qin family would have been consigned to history last night. Just as he hung up, another call came through. Yang Chen, do you have time this noon? To his surprise, the caller was none other than Qin Yi. This marked the first time Qin Yi had reached out to him. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen replied, I have time. I'll treat you to lunch today at 12, at the Beiyuan Spring Restaurant. Before Yang Chen could agree further, Qin Yi abruptly ended the call. Yang Chen could not help but feel exasperated. Is it customary to arrange lunch without confirming the other party's willingness? He fully understood why Qin Yi had invited him to dine. Had it not been for him at the #1 mansion, her reputation would have been irreparably tarnished, even leading to her receiving a slap across the face. Qin Shi would undoubtedly clarify the truth, thus Qin Yi's invitation could only be an expression of gratitude. Albeit this woman, much like her sister, was too proud to utter such words. The Beiyuan Spring Restaurant was a premier dining establishment in Jiangzhou, offering an array of culinary delights beyond one's imagination. At precisely 12 noon, Yang Chen arrived punctually at the restaurant. Just as he parked his car, Qin Yi arrived as well. What prompted you to invite me to lunch all of a sudden? Yang Chen feigned ignorance. Qin shot him an irritated glare. It's a privilege for you that I'm treating you to lunch. Just eat and spare me the chatter. Yangchen was left speechless, yet he felt no anger. Rather, he developed a slight fondness for this younger sister-in-law. If he could cultivate a good relationship with her, it might expedite the process of living together with his wife and daughter. As they entered the restaurant, a male voice suddenly called out from behind them, "Qin?" At the sound of this voice, Qin visibly trembled. Moments later, a young couple came into Yangchen's view. The man was quite handsome, with chiseled features, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, donned in a light blue casual suit, and the top two buttons of his white shirt were undone, exuding a carefree charm. Before Yangchen could react, a pair of warm hands linked with his arm. "Wang Yanjun, long time no see." Qin's demeanor transformed, her face radiating a blissful smile. Wang Yanjun discreetly glanced at Yangchen, smiled gently at Qin, and introduced the woman beside him. "This is my wife, Yang Lu. This is my classmate, Qin." When introducing Qin, Wang Yanjun hesitated briefly but ultimately settled for merely acknowledging their classmate relationship. "So, you are Qin. Yanjun often speaks of you, mentioning a girl who pursued him during university. I never expected to meet you here today." Yang Lu graciously extended her hand to Qin, smiling warmly. Although Qin's expression darkened slightly, she maintained her smile and shook hands with her. "Hello. You are here for lunch as well, I presume? Perfect timing. I have already reserved a private room. Shall we dine together?" Wang Yanjun proposed. This establishment is the finest restaurant in Jiazhou. It is quite challenging for an average person to reserve a private room here. Since you are also here to dine, why not join us? Yang Lu chimed in. Qin glanced at Yangchen, her eyes narrowing subtly, clearly wishing for him to decline the invitation. "Sure." Yangchen, seemingly oblivious to Qin's intentions, responded with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Qin pinched his arm sharply. The quartet was soon guided into a private room by the host. "Qin, it has been several years since we last met, hasn't it?" Wang Yanjun said with a cheerful laugh. "I recall how you used to deliver breakfast to me for a month in your pursuit of my affection. Reflecting on that now brings a certain nostalgia." Although Wang Yanjun spoke with a smile, a hint of superiority was evident in his tone. Qin's expression darkened, leaving her speechless. "Fortunately, you have found a boyfriend now. I wish you both happiness." Wang Yanjun raised his glass with a grin. "I'll toast to you alongside my husband." Yang Lu also lifted her glass. Qin's eyes reddened. In feigning calmness, she smiled and said, "Thank you. It's fortunate that Yanjun did not accept your pursuit back then. Otherwise, I might not have found such a wonderful husband." Yang Lu deliberately added, leaning affectionately against Wang Yanjun's shoulder. Suddenly, Yang Lu exclaimed, "Darling, the genuine LV handbag you brought me from France for 100,000 has fallen and gotten dirty. What should we do?" "Not a problem. It's just 100,000. If it's dirty, let it be. I will contact my friend in France shortly and have him send a better one over," Wang Yanjun replied with a gentle smile. "You're so wonderful, my love. Kisses," Yang Lu said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Wang Yanjun. The couple appeared oblivious to their surroundings, showcasing their affection openly. Qin's hands clenched tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Qin, where are you currently employed?" Yang Lu, having finished her display of affection, looked at Qin with a smile. "I recently joined Yinshin Group," Qin replied softly. "What a coincidence," Wang Yanjun said with a smile. "I am in Jiangzhou to discuss a collaboration with General Manager Luo of Yinshin Group. We have a good personal relationship, and if you need assistance, I could put in a word for you to facilitate your advancement. Indeed, my husband and General Manager Luo are great friends. Helping you is merely a matter of a simple request. However, it is essential for you to possess the capability. Otherwise, even if Yinshin Group is Yanjun's company, they cannot promote someone lacking competence. Wouldn't you agree?" Yang Lu chimed in. Qin's face finally displayed a hint of coldness, biting her crimson lip. She shook her head. "I shall earn my promotion through my own merit. There is no need for your concern." "What a pity. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to my husband." Yang Lu feigned regret as she spoke. "By the way, may I inquire where you are currently employed, Yangchen?" Wang Yanjun suddenly turned his attention to Yangchen. As Yangchen savored his meal, he calmly wiped his mouth and replied to Wang Yanjun, "I have recently returned from military service and am currently unemployed." Upon hearing his words, Qin's expression darkened, revealing her irritation. "So he's just a recently discharged soldier," Yang Lu remarked with a chuckle. Wang Yanjun leaned back slightly, addressing Yangchen. "Brother Yang, this is where you err. Now that you are discharged, you should earnestly integrate into society and seek employment. How can you afford to be idle? Surely you do not intend to be a live-in son-in-law? How did you know?" Yang Chun feigned surprise. Both Wang Yanjun and Yang Lu were taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless by his response. Although Yang Chun had embarrassed himself, Qini felt a flicker of amusement at their discomfort. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. "My apologies, gentlemen, but the Bai Yuanshan restaurant must clear the premises. Your bill for today has been waived," announced a middle-aged man, whose manager's badge hung prominently from his chest as he entered. "Do you know who I am? You intend to clear the room?" Wang Yanjun retorted angrily. "Sir, I truly apologize, but regardless of your status, I must ask you to leave. Mr. Su is hosting esteemed guests here," the manager replied, unperturbed yet maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Mr. Su? Su Chenwu, the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou?" Wang Yanjun asked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed. Now, may I kindly request your departure?" The manager nodded. What a grand display from Su Chenwu, demanding the room cleared just for a meal. Yang Chen scoffed. The manager's expression darkened upon hearing Yang Chen's words, and he retorted, "Sir, how dare you address Mr. Su's name so casually? Even if Su Chenwu stood before me, I would still dare to speak thus. Do you believe it?" Yang Chen teased the manager. "Are you an imbecile? Do you even grasp who Mr. Su is? He is the wealthiest man in Jiazhou. If you wish to court disaster, do not involve us." Yang Lu interjected sharply. Wang Yanjun cast a cold glance at Yang Chen, advising, "I suggest you leave while you still can." "What we choose to do is none of your concern," Qin Yi replied angrily, her patience finally fraying after such prolonged provocation. "Humph, unaware of your own limitations. If you wish to offend Mr. Su, then we shall take our leave." Wang Yanjun sneered, turning to exit. At that moment, Su Chenwu entered the restaurant with his entourage, drawn by the commotion emanating from the private room. Just as he inquired about the disturbance, he caught sight of a familiar figure, and his expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurried towards the room. "Mr. Su," Wang Yanjun, just stepping out of the room, noticed Su Chenwu and his expression changed slightly. He quickly approached, saying, "Mr. Su, greetings, I am." "Step aside." Su Chenwu brusquely shoved Wang Yanjun aside and rushed into the room. "Mr. Luo." Wang Yanjun, having just been pushed away, spotted another familiar figure and eagerly moved forward. "Luo Bin," he said, frowning as he regarded Wang Yanjun. "Who might you be?" "I, Wang Yanjun from the marketing department of Qinghe Group, have come to Jiangzhou to discuss a collaboration with your esteemed company," Wang Yanjun said, his face etched with anxiety. "We shall discuss the matter of cooperation later." Luo Bin replied coldly, hastily entering the private room. "Mr. Yang, you have arrived. Why did you not give us prior notice? I could have arranged for someone to receive you." Su Chenwu began to call out for the young master, but, recalling that Yang Chen wished to keep his identity concealed, he quickly changed his tone, donning a sycophantic smile. "Mr. Yang." Luo Bin also called out cautiously. Upon seeing Su Chenwu and Luo Bin personally appear, Qin Yi was taken aback, hastily rising to greet them. "Chairman Su, General Manager Luo." However, Yang Chen remained seated, a cold smile gracing his lips. What an extravagant display. "Chairman Su, to clear the room just for a meal." "What?" Su Chenwu exclaimed, aghast, immediately summoning the manager at the door, furiously demanding, "Who instructed you to clear the room? How dare you expel my friends?" The manager, taken aback, suddenly realized the young man seated there must possess considerable stature. "Chairman, I was unaware this gentleman was your friend," the manager stammered, nearly in tears from fear. "Go collect your wages and leave." Su Chenwu barked. Wang Yanjun and Yang Lu, who had just exited the private room, wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost, their eyes wide with shock. How could someone whom Su Chenwu and Luo Bin referred to as Mr. Yang lack significance? Regrettably, Wang Yanjun realized this too late. "Mr. Yang, I was blind to your worth and have offended you. Please forgive me." Wang Yanjun hastened forward, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. This was precisely the kind of individual they spoke of, yet it was all too late. Yang Chen cast a mocking glance at Wang Yanjun. "I am merely a son-in-law living off others. How could I possibly warrant your apology?" His words dripped with sarcasm, leaving Wang Yanjun feeling both humiliated and furious, though he dared not express it. Su Chenwu and Luo Bin immediately grasped the situation, exchanging glances before Su Chenwu admonished, "To show disrespect to Mr. Yang is to court disaster. Be gone." Wang Yanjun's countenance shifted dramatically as he hurriedly protested, "Chairman Su, I truly did not mean to." "Chairman said to leave. Do you not understand human language?" Luo Bin interjected icily. "General Manager Luo, I have come to Jiangzhou representing Qinghe Group to discuss a collaboration with your company." Wang Yanjun's words were abruptly cut off by Luo Bin. "You need not waste your breath. Return whence you came. Henceforth, Any collaboration with Chenghe Group will be categorically rejected by Yanchen Group. Furthermore, the same goes for my Su family, Su Qingwu immediately affirmed. One was the head of the Su family, one of the 4 clans of Jiazhou, and the other was the general manager of the newly established Yanchen Group branch. Both held significant influence in Jiazhou, and now both had simultaneously declared their refusal of any collaboration with Chenghe Group. Wang Yanjun's face was ashen. He had come to Jiangzhou with the purpose of establishing a partnership with the Yanchen Group to penetrate the local market. Chenghe Group had invested substantial resources into this endeavor, and now that the moment had finally arrived, he encountered Luobin before even reaching the company and inadvertently offended him. If the higher-ups at Chenghe Group were to learn of this incident, he would not be spared, regardless of his father-in-law's position as the vice president. Yang Lu, anxious, interjected. Mr. Luo, you cannot be untrustworthy. You clearly promised my father to collaborate with Chenghe Group, and to suddenly backtrack is unacceptable. Who is your father? When did I ever agree to partner with you? Luobin replied, his face a mask of fury. It was not that he feigned ignorance, he genuinely was unaware. With Wang Yanjun having offended Yangchen, even if he did have an agreement with them, he could not acknowledge it at this juncture. My father is the vice president of Chenghe Group, Yang Zhiqing. Yang Lu's tone brimmed with pride as she mentioned her father. Is a vice president of a second-tier company truly impressive? Luobin scoffed, his expression darkening. If you wish to keep your father's position intact, disappear from my sight immediately. Yang Lu, incensed, opened her mouth to retort but was pulled away by Wang Yanjun before she could speak. Why did you stop me? She exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger after being dragged out of the restaurant. My dear aunt, do you not realize who Luobin is? Although he is merely the general manager of a branch office, he is backed by the Yanchen Group. If you had dared to persist, your father-in-law would likely be dismissed before we even return, Wang Yanjun explained helplessly. That sounds exaggerated, doesn't it? Yang Lu's bravado faltered in the face of Wang Yanjun's words. Are you familiar with the 8 families of Yindu? Of course. They are the pinnacle of the entire Jiuzhou nation, and each family wields immense power. The Yanchen Group is one of the 8 families of Yindu, under the Yuan clan's influence. Tell me, what does Chenghe Group possess to contend with the Yanchen Group? After Wang Yanjun elucidated, Yang Lu finally grasped the magnitude of the trouble she had nearly stirred. Yet, even then, her worry remained palpable. In the private room of Biyuan Spring Restaurant, Su Qingwu and Luobin stood nervously to one side, while Yang Chun continued to indulge himself in food and drink, seemingly indifferent. Qin Yi watched the standing figures, fidgeting uneasily. I've had my fill. What about you? Yang Chun finally set down his chopsticks and turned to Qin Yi. Qin Yi shot him an irritated glance. With such significant figures like Su Qingwu and Luobin standing by, she could hardly muster the appetite to continue eating. Silence is a sign of being satiated. Shall we depart? Yang Chun announced as he rose, as Su Qingwu and Luobin moved to escort him out. A single glance from Yang Chun caused them to freeze in their tracks. Only after following Yang Chun out of the restaurant did Qin Yi feel a notable sense of relief. Well then, the meal has been consumed. May I take my leave now? Yang Chun shamelessly remarked. Qin Yi regarded the man before her with a complex expression. He felt familiar yet utterly foreign. On that day at the Starlight Garden Hotel, Su Qingwu revealed to her that the lavish gifts presented were all expressions of gratitude directed towards Yang Chun. At that moment, she had already come to the realization that Yang Chun was far from ordinary. She recalled their previous encounter at the Yanchen Group, where she had initially mistaken him for a job seeker. Reflecting on the respect displayed by Su Qingwu and Luobin towards Yang Chun only solidified her conviction that he was not as simple as he appeared. Why do you stare at me so intently? Are you perhaps contemplating to encroach upon your sister's territory? Yang Chun quipped mischievously with a grin. Ah? Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly grasped the insinuation, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You scoundrel! Get away from me! At your command! Yang Chun promptly vanished from her sight. It was only after his departure that Qin Yi realized she had been played. Yang Chun had intentionally evaded her, wary of her probing inquiries. Who exactly are you? She murmured, gazing in the direction Yang Chun had departed. During this period, Yang Chun had taken to video chatting with Qin Shi each evening under the guise of their daughter missing her father, and Qin Shi had not resisted. Their relationship was rapidly evolving. Indeed, as soon as the workday concluded, Yang Chun was already waiting at the entrance of Sana Group. Before long, he spotted a weary Qin Shi emerging from the building. Just as he was about to approach her, a pristine Maybach pulled up in front of her, and a youthful figure stepped out from the vehicle. Yang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. It was this foolish individual again. He had encountered him at the Qin family estate upon returning to Jiazhou. Zhou Yutsue had persistently wished for Qinshi to marry him. His name was Wang Jian. Wang Jian held a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, likely 999 of them. Wang Jian, Qinshi exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Xiaoxi, my love for you is an all-consuming fire. Nothing can extinguish the flames of my affection nor bury my fervent love for you. Today, I muster the courage to declare my desire to possess you, to have you as my woman, and to spend a lifetime together. Xiaoxi, will you be my girlfriend? Wang Jian recited, seemingly drawing from some romantic script. Kneeling on one knee with the roses held aloft. As it was the end of the workday, the entrance was bustling with people eager to leave. And upon witnessing the public declaration, a crowd quickly gathered, reveling in the spectacle. Qinshi, her face ablaze with anger, retorted, Wang Jian, do you not understand what I have said? I am already married and can never accept your declaration. She trembled with indignation. Yet Wang Jian persisted, gritting his teeth as he declared, Xiaoxi, that man is a waste. He has made you wait for 5 years. Do you realize how significant 5 years is for a woman in her prime? What right does such a man have to possess you? He is unworthy. He is not the person you believe him to be. Silence, Qinshi exclaimed furiously. Yangshan, who had just stepped away, felt a warm surge of emotion upon hearing Qinshi's words. Cici, please do not be so obstinate. He is utterly worthless and cannot grant you happiness. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Promise me, will you? Wang Jian spoke earnestly. At that moment, Yang Chun appeared beside Wang Jian, causing Qinshi to display a look of astonishment. Yang Chun offered her a gentle smile. Holding a wildflower he had just picked from the roadside, and, under the gaze of the crowd, presented it to Qinshi. This is for you. Wang Jian also noticed Yang Chun and the wildflower in his hand, his expression a mixture of shame and anger. Haha, is this person trying to be funny? That flower is merely a roadside wildflower. How can a pauper holding a wildflower compete with a wealthy man presenting 999 roses and arriving in a Maybach? Can he even compare? The onlookers erupted in laughter at the sight of the wildflower in Yang Chen's hand. However, as they mocked, Qinshi accepted the wildflower, brought it to her nose, inhaled its fragrance, and then smiled brightly. It smells wonderful. I like it. Qinshi's actions left the onlookers utterly astonished. Wang Jian, his face a picture of embarrassment and fury, publicly confessed his feelings, only to be rejected and then taken away by a mere pauper clutching a wildflower. As he watched Yangchen and Qinshi depart, Wang Jian, with eyes aflame with anger, hurled the roses to the ground and bellowed, Yangchen, I will not let you off the hook. Yangchen was driving, with Qinshi seated beside him, still holding that small wildflower. Her gaze seemed weary as she stared out the window, lost in thought. What troubles you? Yangchen suddenly inquired. Qinshi snapped back to reality, gently shaking her head. It's nothing. Let us go pick up Xiao Xiao. Absolutely. Yangchen agreed, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It was evident that Qinshi had something weighing on her mind, yet she was reluctant to share it. Before long, they arrived at Blue Sky Kindergarten. When Xiao Xiao spotted her parents arriving together, her joy was palpable. Even while still inside, she shouted excitedly, Daddy? Mommy, I'm over here. Can you see? That's my daddy and mommy. They've come to pick me up. After exchanging greetings with her parents, Xiao Xiao eagerly began to boast to her little friends. At that moment, it was the designated time for parents to collect their children, with teachers calling out each child's name for their parents to come forward. As Yangchen stood in line, watching his spirited daughter, a wave of guilt washed over him. When her name was finally called, before Yangchen could approach, Xiao Xiao joyfully called out, Daddy, and dashed towards him. Yangchen lifted Xiao Xiao into his arms and twirled her around, laughingly asking, Did you miss Daddy? I did. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and giggling. Seemingly sensing her mother's unusual demeanor, Xiao Xiao quickly added, I missed Daddy, and I missed Mommy too. Qinshi, lost in her thoughts, failed to catch Xiao Xiao's words. The little girl looked at Yangchen with a hint of disappointment. Xiao Xiao says she misses you, Yangchen reminded Qinshi. This jolted her back to the moment, and she hurriedly reached for Xiao Xiao, forcing a smile. Mommy missed you too. Mommy, today the teacher praised me, saying my drawing of a happy family was wonderful. Well done, my dear. Yangchen beamed. Come here, Daddy. You need to hold Mommy's hand. The family shared laughter as they left the kindergarten, yet Qinshi's mood was evidently off. She seemed to drift away in thought several times. Xiao Xiao, Daddy will video call you tonight. At parting, Xiao Xiao's face reflected reluctance. and Yangchen quickly promised a video call, which brought a glimmer of happiness to the little girl. Yangchen, I have something to attend to tonight, and I might be home late, so I want to be able to video call, Qin interjected hastily. Yangchen felt a flicker of surprise, wondering where Qin could possibly be going at such a late hour. Do you need me to accompany you? He inquired. No, it's fine, she replied quickly. All right. If you need anything, remember to reach out to me, Yangchen said. After parting ways with Qin, Yangchen dialed a number on his way home. Please check if Qin encountered any issues at the company today. Understood, Chairman. As Yangchen arrived home, he received a call back from Luobin. Upon learning about the events transpiring at the company, Yangchen's face contorted with rage. Since returning to Jiangzhou, he had lost his composure on numerous occasions, each time provoked by Qin and their daughter. How could this foolish woman not realize that everything I possess belongs to her? Why must she endure the humiliation inflicted by others? Yangchen seethed with anger. After speaking, he abruptly turned his car around and departed. The Sana group had only just fallen into Yangchen's grasp when he expelled all members of the Qin family. However, for the sake of the company's development, it was unfeasible to remove everyone, thus many employees remained. During Qin's tenure as chairwoman, she had been notoriously stringent, offending many, and now, as she insisted on starting from the ground up, it was evident the obstacles she would encounter would be formidable. Today, Qin's direct supervisor, a minor department head, had assigned her a task that was entirely beyond her purview. This daunting responsibility required her to negotiate a collaboration with the general manager of Day Group, Xiong Boren. Ironically, Day Group belonged to the Xiong family, and Xiong Boren happened to be the father of Xiong Wei. The venue for Qin's negotiation was Boren Entertainment, yet another enterprise of the Xiong family. Yangchen remained oblivious to whether his own influence was at play in this situation. But one thing was certain, he would never collaborate with the Xiong family. Dressed in professional attire, Qin disembarked from a taxi and hurriedly entered Boren Entertainment, her heels clicking against the floor. She had never frequented nightclubs, had it not been for the purpose of this negotiation. She would never have ventured alone into such a place at night. Hello, I am Qin from Sana Group. I was invited by Mr. Xiong to discuss work. She inquired at the reception desk. Mr. Xiong is already waiting for you. I will escort you, the receptionist replied with a professional smile. Qin had assumed Boren Entertainment would have an office, but to her surprise, she was led to a private room on the top floor. Mr. Xiong. Miss Qin has arrived, the receptionist announced as she knocked on the door. Upon the door's opening, a middle-aged man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He turned to face her, dressed in slacks and a white shirt, slightly portly, his belly straining against the fabric, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Although Xiong Boren had only heard of Qin's name, this was their first meeting, and he was secretly astonished. She truly lived up to her reputation as Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, her beauty indeed captivating. Miss Qin is indeed as stunning as the rumors suggest, Xiong Boren remarked with a smile, extending his hand. Qin returned a slight smile and shook his hand. You flatter me, Mr. Xiong. However, Xiong Boren did not release her hand. Instead, he gazed at her with a grin. I speak only the truth. With Miss Qin's beauty, it is hard to imagine any man would not be enamored. This remark was rather brazen, causing Qin to furrow her brow. With some effort, she managed to withdraw her hand. She could already sense that this collaboration would not proceed smoothly. Were it not for the interests of Sanha Group, she would have turned away at Xiong Boren's earlier gesture. Mr. Xiong, shall we focus on the matter at hand? She urged. I believe that Sana Group is currently experiencing a remarkable momentum, with Yanchen Group and Su family actively seeking collaboration. The future of Sana Group appears exceedingly bright. Qin demonstrates considerable strength. By highlighting the formidable partners of Sana Group, she intends to caution Xiong Boren that if he misses this opportunity for cooperation, it may be exceedingly difficult to forge such a partnership again. Yet, how could she know that Xiong Boren had never contemplated collaborating with Sana Group, but rather sought vengeance? I understand Miss Qin's sentiment. It is indeed our privilege to collaborate with Sana Group, Xiong Boren said with a smile. Qin was perplexed by his words and did not respond, waiting for him to continue. Xiong Boren poured 2 glasses of exquisite red wine from the fine bottle on the coffee table, offering one to Qin just as she was about to decline. He remarked, since Miss Qin has expressed such sentiments, should I refuse the collaboration, it would be tantamount to lacking discernment. I propose a toast to our forthcoming partnership. Qin was utterly taken aback by the ease with which the collaboration was being established, feeling as though she were in a dream. For a moment, she let down her guard, accepting the elegant glass and smiling. Thank you, Mr. Xiong. After sipping a small amount, she set her glass down. Following suit, Xiang Baran leaned back comfortably and inquired, I have heard that Miss Qin's husband is named Yangchen? Qin Shi was momentarily stunned, uncertain why he had suddenly brought up Yangchen. She did not conceal the truth, nodding slightly before asking, Do you know my husband, Mr. Xiong? Xiang Baran chuckled. Of course, I am well acquainted with him, and our relationship is quite substantial. That day, Qin had almost been humiliated by Xiong Wei at this very location. Yet Qin Shi was unaware of Xiong Wei's name and, therefore, did not recognize their father-son connection. How do you know each other? She inquired, suddenly intrigued by the mention of Yangchen. Xiang Baran's lips curled into a peculiar smile. I wonder if Miss Qin has heard about the incident that transpired at one mansion a few days ago? Qin Shi felt a flicker of confusion. She was certainly aware of that incident, wherein Qin Fei had engaged with a younger member of the Xiong family. The Xiong family. Xiong Baran. Suddenly, the connection between the Xiong family and Xiong Baran crystallized in her mind, and as she recalled the events that took place at number 1 mansion, she began to piece together some unsettling truths. When her supervisor assigned her this task, she had only considered securing a partnership with Day Group for Sanha Group, oblivious to the intricate relationships behind Day Group. Now, she sensed something was amiss. It seems Miss Qin is aware of that matter. Your husband has turned my ineffectual son into a laughingstock throughout Jianzhou. Without waiting for Qin Shi's response, Xiang Baran continued, still wearing that disarming smile, seemingly unfazed, before adding, Miss Qin, tell me, if I were to make you the focal point of Jiaozhou as well, would that not be a matter of reciprocity? Qin Shi's expression shifted drastically, and she sprang to her feet. It was only at that moment that she comprehended Xiang Baran's true intentions. He was not there to discuss collaboration, his aim was her. Yet, as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the world began to spin. You are plotting against me? Qin Shi exclaimed in anger. Meanwhile, Yangchen pushed the vehicle to its limits, reaching Boren Entertainment in a mere 20 minutes. As he gazed upon the resplendent nightclub, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly pressed down on the accelerator. With a thunderous roar, the Phaeton crashed into the lobby of Boren Entertainment, the front end colliding heavily with the reception desk before coming to a halt. What on earth is happening? Countless onlookers stared in disbelief at the nearly wrecked black sedan. With a loud bang, the car door flew open, and Yangchen emerged from within. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. How could he emerge unscathed from such a severe accident, without even a scratch? Mr. Xiong, a Phaeton has crashed into the lobby. The manager of Boren Entertainment rushed up to the top floor in a state of panic to report. Upon hearing this, Xiong Boren furrowed his brow slightly. A car accident? He couldn't fathom how a vehicle could crash into the establishment when there was no road in front of the main entrance. Mr. Xiong, I sense trouble is afoot. It's a young man. As soon as he got out of the car, he demanded to see you. The nightclub security was all taken down. The manager recounted, trembling at the memory of what he had just witnessed in the lobby. One man, single-handedly, had dispatched others with a mere punch. In all his years working in the nightlife, he had never encountered such a formidable figure. Initially taken aback, Xiong Bo-ren's lips curled into a faint smile upon hearing the manager's words. It's fine. Let the security stand down and allow him to come up. Mr. Xiong, this. The manager hesitated, concern etching his features. Just as he was about to speak, Xiong Bo-ren interjected, Do you not understand my words? Yes, Mr. Xiong. I will arrange it immediately. The manager, startled, hurriedly turned to leave. The arrival was indeed swift. A subtle smile lingered upon Xiong Bo-ren's lips as he opened a black leather case before him, revealing it to be filled with 100 yuan bills. This is 3 million. If you can make him wish you were dead, it all belongs to you, Xiong Bo-ren said with a grin, directing his gaze towards the imposing figure of a black man standing nearby. By the time the manager reached the first-floor lobby, over 20 security personnel lay scattered on the ground, none able to rise. Apart from Yangchen, who stood confidently, a large man, naturally Ma Chao, shadowed him closely. Beneath Ma Chao's feet lay a bloodied man, resembling a lifeless dog. His face was so marred by blood that it was unrecognizable. Otherwise, the staff at Boren Entertainment would surely have identified him. We have Mr. Xiong in the 0 suite on the top floor, and he has summoned you. The manager stammered, his voice trembling at the sight of the fallen security guards. Indeed. Yangchen understood that Qin Shi's presence here today was merely a ploy orchestrated by Xiong Bo-ren, targeting him specifically. Without hesitation, Yangchen turned towards the elevator, while Ma Chao dragged the unconscious man by one leg, leaving a ghastly trail of blood behind. The Xiong family had risen to prominence in Jianzhou, primarily through their entertainment venues. It could be said that 50% of the nightlife establishments in Jiangzhou belonged to the Xiong family. In matters concerning entertainment venues, one cannot escape the shadowy underbelly that often accompanies them. It is indeed astonishing to witness disturbances occurring within the domain of the Xiong family. Who were those two young men just now? Their audacity is remarkable, to cause a ruckus in the Xiong's establishment. They are merely two brash individuals, foolishly believing they can come and go as they please. It is rumored that last year, another hot-headed youth stirred trouble at one of the Xiong venues, only to be discovered the next day by the Laolong River, his body already decomposed by the waters. Observing the departing figures of Yang Chun and Ma Chao, few would believe they could walk away alive. Our esteemed Xiong has declared that all drinks for tonight's patrons will be complimentary. Let the festivities continue, the manager announced loudly, microphone in hand. As his words echoed, heavy metal music surged once more, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Long live Xiong. Meanwhile, as the revelry unfolded below, Yang Chen and Ma Chao had ascended to the top floor. Inside the private room numbered 0, Xiong Boren sat back, a smirk adorning his face as he regarded the two young intruders who had burst in, neglecting to acknowledge the man discarded nearby like a lifeless dog. You must be Yang Chen? Xiong Boren reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, a fine Cuban cigar perched between his fingers. Behind him stood a muscular black man, bare-chested and seemingly on the verge of bursting with strength. Since Yang Chen and Ma Chao entered the room, the black man's gaze had been unwaveringly fixed upon them, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. On the innermost sofa lay a familiar figure, Qin Shi, unconscious yet unharmed, which finally eased Yang Chen's anxious heart. It seems you have awaited my arrival for quite some time, Yang Chen remarked coolly, fixing his gaze upon Xiong Boren, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Xiong Boren narrowed his eyes at Yang Chen. Indeed, I have been waiting. Had I not wished for you to witness certain unspeakable occurrences with your own eyes, your wife might have already become a mere plaything for my black companion. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. To speak of Qin Shi in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. Brother Chen, I will take him down, Ma Chao declared, stepping forward. Enveloped in a murderous aura, Yang Chen gestured for him to halt and took a seat on the sofa opposite Xiong Boren. Squinting at him as he spoke, it appears that your son's recent misfortune has not imparted any wisdom upon you. Tell me, if the same circumstances were to befall you as a father, what would the headlines read? Brokeback Mountain, the untold secrets of the Xiong father and son? What do you think of that, Mr. Xiong? Yang Chen inquired with a smile. Haha. Xiong Boren laughed, not in anger but in amusement. How interesting. Truly fascinating. It has been many years since I encountered such an arrogant young man. But, I must say, you are still quite far from your son. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Your son had the audacity to kidnap respectable women. I have been pondering what kind of father could raise such a wretched creature. Now I understand. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is also skewed. I truly cannot comprehend from whence you derive your audacity, being merely a son-in-law of a declining family. Even I, Xiong Boren, am dismissed by you. Discarding the remnants of his cigar into the ashtray, Xiong Boren suddenly turned his gaze towards Yang Chen, and in that moment, the smile that adorned his face vanished entirely. I would say it is my own courage. Yet I fear you may not believe that, Yang Chen replied with a cheerful grin. Xiong Boren shook his head. Are you not afraid of incurring my wrath? Perhaps not even seeing the sunrise tomorrow? Yang Chen retorted. Do you truly believe that knowing my identity would deter me from approaching you, as if I came unprepared? What do you mean? Xiong Boren felt a foreboding sensation as he followed Yang Chen's gaze to the figure at Ma Chao's feet. The physique, stature, and attire were all reminiscent, and as he discerned the dark mole upon the person's neck, his eyes widened in shock. He leapt to his feet, bellowing, Xiong Wei. Seeing that he could still recognize his son, Yang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ma Chao, the task I entrusted to you is to render this scoundrel unrecognizable even to his own father. Since he has been identified, consider this assignment a failure. Ma Chao grinned. Brother Chen, I assure you, I shall not falter in the next endeavor. Upon hearing the exchange between Yang Chen and Ma Chao, the smile that had lingered on Xiong Boren's face twisted into a grimace, his teeth grinding together. I had no intention of taking your life. But now I have changed my mind. Many wish to kill me. A few may possess the capability, but you are not worthy. Suddenly, Yang Chen rose, his presence surging with intensity, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him that startled the imposing black man, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. With determined strides, Yang Chen advanced towards Qin Shi. Eliminate him. I offer you 5 million. Xiong Boren spat, his visage contorted in wrath. The black man, having felt a moment of hesitation, solidified his resolve upon hearing the increased bounty, swiftly charging toward Yangchen. Yet, Yangchen appeared oblivious to the impending threat. His focus solely on Qin Shi. Witnessing this, Xiong Bo Rin hissed, "Sun Ba is the champion of the Black Nation. A single blow from him could shatter your skull. To not evade is tantamount to seeking death." As Xiong Bo Rin watched Sun Ba's fist hurtling towards Yang Chen's head, he envisioned the scene of a fatal blow. A maniacal sneer plastered across his face. "Get away." But Ma Chao was quicker, his booming command echoing as he dashed ahead of Sun Ba. With a swift strike, Sun Ba's wrist contorted at a right angle, the loud crack of bone breaking resonating sharply within the hushed confines of the penthouse suite. Sun Ba, a man of resilience, broke into a sweat from the pain yet stifled any cries of agony. Xiong Bo Rin's eyes brimmed with disbelief, to exact revenge on Yangchen. He was willing to expend 5 million to summon the Black Nation's champion. However, he could never have anticipated that Yangchen's subordinate would shatter Simba's wrist with a single punch. How could this be possible? He had meticulously prepared everything, intending for Yangchen to witness the scene of his wife being ruthlessly subdued by a black man. The main act had yet to unfold. How could it come to an abrupt end? Yang Chun approached Qin Shi, examined her closely, and upon confirming she was merely unconscious, he felt a sense of relief and gently lifted her, gradually making his exit. "Stop right there." As Yangchen was about to leave, Xiong Bo shouted furiously, "You're courting death." Ma Chao turned to confront Xiong Bo. Ma Chao. Yangchen suddenly called out to halt him. Seeing this, Xiong Bo burst into laughter. "You are nothing but a worthless son-in-law from a fallen family. Even with a capable subordinate at your side, it cannot alter the fact that you are but an ant. I am the eldest son of the Xiong family, the future heir. And obliterating you would be akin to child's play. You dare not move against me." "Oh." A radiant smile graced Yangchen's face. "It seems you take great pride in your identity. Tell me, if I were to bring about the downfall of the Xiong family, would you still carry yourself with such arrogance?" "Haha, what a joke. A preposterous jest. Do you truly consider yourself a king? Annihilate my Xiong family? Even the Su family would not dare utter such grandiloquent threats." Xiong Bo laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of tales. Yangchen shook his head in resignation. "You are utterly oblivious to the magnitude of the existence you have offended. I genuinely feel pity for you." Upon hearing this, Xiong Bo's laughter grew more deranged. "Do you really believe that having a capable subordinate at your side could lead to the demise of my Xiong family? I have thoroughly investigated your background. You are merely a lowly soldier, deluding yourself into thinking you are a person of significance." Yangchen offered no explanation, instead displaying a peculiar smile as he turned to leave. "Do you truly think that I possess only these meager means?" Xiong Bo sneered, suddenly drawing a Colt revolver from his waist, the ominous barrel aimed squarely at Yangchen. Yangchen's expression darkened completely. He had not intended any harm upon the Xiong family, but Xiong Bo's provocation ignited his anger. "I admit, I underestimated you. I did not foresee that your subordinate would be so formidable, even surpassing the boxer I had hired at great expense from the Black Country." With the weapon in hand, Xiong Bo regained much of his earlier confidence, wearing a self-assured smile once more. "No matter how skilled you are, what difference does it make? You do not believe that at such close range, I could possibly miss, do you?" Yangchen squinted and smiled. "You are mistaken. He is not merely my subordinate, but my brother. However, you are indeed correct about one thing. You will not hit me. Don't you dare spout such nonsense." Xiong Bo cursed angrily. "I now present you with two choices. First, you release that woman, and I will allow Simba to violate her before your eyes, then let you both leave. Second, I will put a bullet through you." Yangchen's calm demeanor seemed to exert a slight pressure on him, a source of humiliation for Xiong Bo. Though he was filled with murderous intent towards Yangchen, he did not wish for Yangchen to perish so easily. He aimed to subject Yangchen to the torment of conscience, a fate worse than death. "In light of this, I shall present you with two choices. First, you may lower your weapon, and I shall treat this as if nothing has transpired. Second, if you choose to fire, and should you fail to take my life, you will witness the downfall of the Xiong family." Such arrogance! It was sheer, unbridled hubris. Xiong Bo was consumed with rage, having never displayed such a loss of composure before outsiders. His index finger twitched slightly, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden chill enveloped his neck. "Simba!" Xiong Bo was taken aback, realizing that a sharp dagger had been pressed against his throat by Simba, who had appeared without him noticing. This unexpected turn of events left both Yangchen and Ma Chao astonished. "What are you doing?" Xiong Boren's features contorted in disbelief. You cannot kill him. Should you pull the trigger, I might perish alongside him, but I desire only to survive. Simba spoke in perfect Mandarin. You have lost your mind. Xiong Boren, humiliated and enraged, felt that Simba was insulting him. At this distance, how could I possibly fail to kill him? Simba remained composed. His aura is formidable. Even my master does not possess such a powerful presence. If you fire, he will not hesitate to eliminate you, and as the sole witness, I may very well be silenced. Are you an utter fool? No matter how strong he is, how could he evade a bullet? Xiong Boren roared in fury. In his agitation, he moved slightly, causing his neck to graze the blade, and blood began to flow. You cannot fathom their strength. Lower your weapon. Simba spoke calmly. Yangchen observed Simba with keen interest. Despite his own injury, he had not made a sound, yet he could sense the powerful aura emanating from himself, which was quite intriguing. Simba, if you drop the dagger, once I have dealt with them, I will grant you 10 million. Xiong Boren, sensing Simba's resolve, attempted to bribe him. However, he underestimated Simba's desire to live. Simba shook his head. Even if you offered me 1 billion, I would refuse. I do not wish to have a life to earn money, but no life to spend it. Are you not afraid that if they leave, the Xiong family will not spare you? Xiong Boren threatened. Simba appeared slightly unsettled by his words, his face reflecting a moment of struggle. Yet, upon noticing Yangchen's detached demeanor, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Once you are dead, no one will know it was I who ended your life. With a murderous intent, Simba's voice fell, and the dagger in his hand suddenly moved. Feeling the cut upon his neck, Xiong Boren shouted in desperation, I will comply with your wishes. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as a bottle cap struck the dagger in Simba's hand, sending it flying. Simultaneously, Xiong Boren's gun fell into Ma Chao's grasp. In that fleeting moment, Xiong Boren felt the sharp pain of a dagger slicing through his neck, just a deeper cut, and he would meet his demise. Yet, despite this, the wound still spilled his blood. Simba, equally terrified, was bewildered by the force that had sent his dagger flying, completely unaware of what had transpired. He was equally astonished by how the revolver in Xiong Boren's hand had found its way into Ma Chao's possession. Drenched in cold sweat, Simba gazed at Yangchen, who wore a bemused smile as he fixed his gaze upon him, and fear gripped his heart. He had no doubt that if this man desired his life, it would be a trivial matter. Why? Yangchen suddenly inquired, evidently addressing Simba. This jolted Simba back to reality, prompting him to step back and lower his head slightly. I only wish to survive. Very well. I hope you can forget all that has transpired here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to ensure that you forget everything. Though Yangchen smiled, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, leaving Simba acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. While Xiong Boren may not grasp the implications, Simba, being a formidable figure himself, was keenly attuned to the atmosphere. With Yangchen's departure from the north, aside from the brothers in the north and certain high-ranking officials from Jiuzhou, no one was privy to his whereabouts. Should news of him in Jiangzhou leak, not only would those close to him be in peril, but the north itself could face significant troubles. A warrior of his caliber could rival 1,000 troops, posing a tremendous threat to any adversarial nation, and there were countless who sought his life. Suddenly, with a thud, Simba knelt on one knee, head bowed, his voice resonating. I will forget everything, but I wish to follow you. This scene profoundly stirred Xiong Boren's heart. Simba was a powerful ally he had painstakingly recruited in the Black Nation. He was a top-tier fighter, even ranking among the elite in renowned global boxing tournaments. Now, he was kneeling at Yangchen's feet, expressing his desire to follow him. Yangchen found the situation somewhat amusing. He glanced at the dazed Xiong Boren before returning his attention to Simba. Do you truly believe I need you by my side? Simba, with utmost seriousness, replied, I can do anything for you, including taking lives. If I wish to kill, do you think I would require your assistance? Yangchen remarked with a faint smile. Simba's expression remained unchanged, but I can protect your loved ones. Initially, Yangchen had no intention of taking Simba under his wing. Yet this statement struck a chord within him, serving as a reminder. Had there been someone to safeguard Qini, who was previously abducted by Xiong Wei or Qinshi, who was deceived today, such calamities might have been averted. After a brief contemplation, Yangchen said, leave your contact information. I will reach out to you when the need arises. Hearing this, Simba was elated and quickly responded, thank you for taking me in, boss. I do not favor that title. Refer to me as Mr. Yang. Yes, Mr. Yang. Simba promptly complied. Though he hailed from the Black Nation, his Mandarin was remarkably fluent. Once his background was thoroughly investigated, and if all was found satisfactory, he could indeed remain. Xiong Boren felt utterly numb, as if he were ensnared in a dream. The formidable ally he had painstakingly sought had not only failed to assist him against his enemies but had instead chosen to align with them. Simba, you promised to aid me in confronting him, yet now you choose to follow him. What has happened to your professional integrity? Xiong Boren's fury erupted. Simba shook his head in resignation. I neither accepted your money nor owe you a favor, so why should I heed your command? Very well. Since you choose to follow that worthless fool, from this day forth, you are also an enemy of the Xiong family. Prepare to face our wrath. Xiong Boren's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. Do you know what I detest the most? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Before Xiong Boren could respond, he answered himself. That would be threats. I am indeed threatening you. If you have the courage, kill me. If not, then silence yourself and await the Xiong family's vengeance. His laughter echoed maniacally. Yang Chen regarded him as though he were a specter. Is the Xiong family truly formidable? We are a top-tier family in Jiazhou, second only to the 4 great clans of Jiazhou. The Qin family, which you consider a pillar of support, is mere detritus in our eyes, easily obliterated with a mere wave of our hand. How could you, a discarded and useless son-in-law, comprehend the strength of the Xiong family? Pride radiated from Xiong Boren's visage as he spoke of his family, only to follow it with a sinister smile. If you were to kneel before me and present your woman, perhaps I might spare your life. You misunderstand. An inconsequential family like the Xiongs is hardly worthy of my regard. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, then mockingly remarked, Tell me, if I were to bring your Xiong family to its knees, would you still hold your current arrogance? Having uttered this, Yang Chen did not linger and turned to depart. Behind him, Xiong Boren's maniacal laughter rang out. You will come to know the fury of the Xiong family. Not killing me will surely be the greatest regret of your life. Brother Chen, this kind of person should not be spared. He will surely become a future threat. Should we not eliminate the root of the problem? Ma Chao suggested, following closely behind Yang Chen. Simba interjected, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Leave it to me. Yang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. If there is to be a killing, let it be the Xiong family that does the deed. That would be far more entertaining. Simba shuddered involuntarily at the thought of having once considered eliminating him, realizing she had been courting a demon. Having dismissed Simba, Ma Chao drove Yang Chen and Qin Shi to the summit of Yufeng. During the journey, Yang Chen made a phone call, stating succinctly, After tonight, the Xiong family will no longer exist in Jiangzhou. At the Xiong family estate, the patriarch, Xiong Qingshan, had just finished his bath and intended to sleep once his hair dried. He turned on the television to catch the evening news, which featured a report on the collaboration between Jiangzhou's largest enterprise and the Yanchen Group's Jiangzhou branch. As Xiong Qingshan watched the news, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Truly, the Yanchen Group deserves its reputation. Even with just a newly established branch in Jiangzhou, it has quickly gained recognition. It won't be long before Jiangzhou boasts yet another top-tier enterprise. Dad, why don't we seek a partnership with the Yanchen Group? A middle-aged man clad in pajamas spoke up. This man was Xiong Buqing, the eldest son of Xiong Qishan, who had repeatedly expressed his desire for Buqing to inherit the position of family head, even choosing to reside with his most favored son. Xiong Qishan shook his head bitterly. Why haven't you looked for them? I personally visited, yet was met with a cold shoulder. Apart from the 4 prominent families of Jiazhou, they disdain everyone else. No matter how powerful the Yanchen Group becomes, it is merely a transient force. In Jiazhou, such disregard for local families will inevitably lead to downfall. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Buqing's eyes. It is one thing to say such words in my presence, but it must not be uttered outside. Xiong Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. It is said that the chairman of Yanchen Group is a local from Jiangzhou and quite young. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise for you to establish contact. He was satisfied with every aspect of his eldest son, save for his arrogance, which proved to be quite vexing. Fortunately, Wuqing's capabilities were exceptional, so he was not overly concerned. Father, rest assured, although my methods may seem somewhat ostentatious, I am acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Wuqing replied promptly. By the way, how was the matter with Xiaowei resolved? Xiong Qingshan suddenly inquired. At the mention of this matter, Wuqing smiled slightly. The second brother asked me yesterday to find a champion from the Black Kingdom, claiming he wanted to avenge Xiaowei tonight. It should be resolved by now. Xiong Qingshan nodded. Then his expression grew serious. Boar intends to act impulsively. While he can handle minor characters, he might easily find himself in peril against formidable foes. As his elder brother, you must keep a vigilant eye on him and refrain from provoking just anyone. Father, you need not worry. The Xiong family consists only of us brothers, and I will certainly ensure he remains safe. Wuching assured with a smile. But just then, Xiang Qingshan's phone rang unexpectedly. What? What did you say? Upon answering the call, his face instantly drained of color, filled with fury. Father, what has happened? Wuching asked anxiously. Xiang Qingshan, usually so composed, understood that receiving a single phone call could lead to such disarray, indicating something grave had transpired. Before he could respond, Wuching's phone rang as well. What? Wuching Entertainment has been shut down? Did I not instruct you to conceal everything that should not be exposed? How could this happen? What? That batch of goods was photographed by the media? Wuching's demeanor shifted to one of rage, and with a crash, he smashed his phone into pieces. Xiang Qingshan's eyes had already grown vacant, his body slumping onto the sofa. Even the typically audacious Wuching was now filled with despair. Wuching, help me up. After a long pause, Xiang Qingshan regained some composure, though he felt utterly drained. Wuching hurried to assist him, his teeth clenched. Father, this is no mere coincidence. Someone is conspiring against our family. Or how could it be so fortuitous? All entertainment venues owned by the Xiong family have been sealed. After regaining composure, Xiong Bo established a semblance of rationality. Xiang Qingshan's eyes were filled with gravity as he solemnly declared, immediately convene a meeting with everyone. Even if it leads to the downfall of the Xiong family, I must know the reason. The Xiong family, whose livelihood depended on operating entertainment establishments, now faced an unimaginable crisis with all their venues shuttered. Despite the late hour, all direct descendants of the Xiong family were soon gathered at the family estate. Has anyone recently offended any prominent figures? Xiang Qingshan inquired from his elevated position, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Not I. Nor I. Patriarch, has something occurred? The expressions of the Xiang family members were filled with bewilderment. Summoned at such an hour, the patriarch had posed but a single question. In such circumstances, no one would dare to deceive, yet this outcome only deepened Xiang Qingshan's perplexity. All signs suggested that the Xiong family had indeed crossed paths with a powerful individual. Yet they remained oblivious to whom they had offended. What of Boren? Xiang Qingshan suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired. Xiang Boqing quickly responded. Xiao Wei is in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, and Bo Ren has also sustained serious injuries. He instructed me to convey to you, Father, that the family must aid him in seeking vengeance. What? The members of the Xiong family were struck with shock. A glimmer of insight flickered in Xiang Boqing's eyes as he suddenly remarked Xiao Wei's critical condition and Bo Ren's injuries. Alongside the sealing of all family entertainment venues, could there be a connection? A seemingly casual observation sent a ripple of unease through every member of the Xiong family. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingshan's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, as long as he still breathes, summon him to return and face me immediately. Atop Yufeng Peak. Yangshan returned home, gently placing Qin on the spacious bed and tucking her in before reassuring Qin of her safety. Qin had merely taken a sleeping pill and required a good night's rest. Just as he exited the room, his phone rang. Chairman, all entertainment venues belonging to the Xiong family have been sealed, and the evidence is irrefutable. No amount of influence can facilitate their release. The familiar voice on the other end conveyed the news. Upon hearing Luobin's words, Yangshan replied, Well done. I intend to ensure the Xiong family remains devoid of any means of resurrection. Rest assured, Chairman, all of the Xiong family's venues are under my surveillance. The sealing occurred in full view of everyone, and numerous patrons documented the event, disseminating the evidence online. The proof is indisputable. The Xiong family has no chance of recovery. Luobin reported accurately, then suddenly recalled something, adding, Oh, there is one more matter to report. Today, the head of the business department, Wang Ming, who previously served as Ms. Qin's secretary, was the one who sent Ms. Qin to negotiate the partnership. Since her return to Sanha Group, Wang Ming has been antagonistic towards her. It is highly likely that Bo Run has colluded with Wang Ming. Should we proceed with her dismissal? Dismissal? Yangshan let out a cold laugh, stating, When one commits a wrongdoing, one must pay the price. It cannot be as simple as mere dismissal. Do not act against her for now, as she still holds great value for me. Understood, Chairman. After hanging up the phone, Yangshan's expression gradually turned icy. Although the Xiong family was detestable, the woman named Wang Ming was even more loathsome. Having once served as Qin Shi's secretary indicated, she had been favored in the past. Yet now she repaid kindness with malice, seeking to harm Qin Shi. As luck would have it, an opportunity to promote Qin Shi had yet to arise. And Wang Ming presented the perfect chance. At the Xiong family estate, when Xiong Boru arrived, he found the main hall already filled with the Xiong family's direct line. A white bandage was wrapped around his neck, and blood had begun to seep through. Father, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel nearly took my life. Were it not for my good fortune, I would be dead by now. Xiongboru immediately began to wail. Slap. Xiong Qingshan struck Xiongboru across the face, raging. Wretched spawn, kneel before me. Xiongboru, incredulous, exclaimed, Father, that little beast nearly killed me. How can you still strike me? Strike you? Xiong Qingshan trembled with fury. If you were not my own flesh and blood, I would have relished the opportunity to end your life. While berating him, he swung his cane, landing several harsh blows on Xiongboru. Kneeling on the ground, Xiongboru's face was filled with resentment, his eyes reddened. Father, even if you intend to punish me, you must provide a reason. How can you strike me indiscriminately? Do I mean nothing to you as your son? Wretched child. You despicable wretch. Xiong Qingshan was furious, his body swaying unsteadily. Father. Xiongboqing suddenly gasped and rushed to support Xiong Qingshan. He glared at Xiongboru. You vile creature, had you not offended powerful figures outside, the Xiong family would not be facing this calamity now. Not only do you show no remorse, but you also dare to retort. Do you hold the Xiong family in disdain? Do you care for your father at all? When did I offend any powerful figures? Xiongboru retorted angrily. Xiongboqing, you contemptible little man. Are you afraid I might usurp your position as heir? Is that why you slander me so? Bring him. Xiong Qingshan bellowed. Break this ungrateful wretch's legs. Father, what are you saying? To break my legs? Xiongboru looked on in disbelief. At Xiong Qingshan's command, several burly men rushed in and pinned Xiongboru to the ground. It was only at that moment that Xiongboru realized his father was indeed intent on breaking his legs. Father, I understand my mistakes. I shall never again dare to retort against you or contend for the position of heir. Please spare me. I truly know my wrongs. Desperation surged within Xiongboru as he struggled violently, quickly reopening the wound on his neck, blood staining the bandage. Xiong Qingshan approached Xiongboru, a calm expression on his face, and said, Boru, when one errs, one must face the consequences. Do not blame your father for being ruthless. It is you who has wronged the Xiong family. I must act with righteousness against my own kin if there is any hope of preserving the family. Father, what exactly did I do wrong to deserve this fate? A sharp pain coursed through Xiongbo's neck, yet his only desire was to uncover the truth. You have offended a powerful figure, resulting in the closure of all establishments owned by the Xiong family. Xiong Qingshan spoke slowly, despair evident in his eyes. What? Xiongbo exclaimed, his face paling in shock. Father, how can this be? Our family has been a prominent presence in Jiangzhou for decades. Who would dare to shut us down? This must be a mistake. Besides, I haven't offended anyone of significance. The members of the Xiong family regarded him with contempt, barely restraining the urge to strike him. A heavy weight settled in Xiongbo's heart as he suddenly realized that the Xiong family might indeed be facing ruin. How can it not be possible? The evidence is right before us. What more do you need? Xiongboqing shouted furiously. Foolishness breeds foolishness. And you don't even know whom you have offended. Aside from scheming against the worthless son-in-law of a minor family, I have not wronged anyone. Xiongbo was now utterly bewildered, unable to fathom whom he could have offended. However, his expression soon turned to one of shock as he recalled the words of Yang Chen before his departure. His eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be him. He is the discarded son-in-law of the family. How could he bring down the Xiong family? What did you say? Who is he? Xiongboqing seized upon the critical point, advancing forcefully and grabbing Xiongbo by the collar, shouting in anger. Tell me, it is Yang Chen, the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. It was he who ruined Xiao Wei and caused his severe injuries, and my own injuries are also due to him. He vowed to see the Xiong family fall and make me regret my actions. Xiongbo spoke in a state of terror, his words tumbling out in a disordered manner. Indeed, it is you, you scoundrel. Xiongboqing kicked Xiongbo to the ground. Xiong Qingshan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he spoke with a chilling calmness. Break both his legs. Don't, ah. A wail of agony echoed through the Xiong estate. Bochum, take this wretch to seek forgiveness from that man at dawn tomorrow, Xiong Qingshan commanded before turning to return to his chamber. A glint of determination flashed in Xiongboqing's eyes. Yes, father. The next day, as dawn broke, she stretched languidly and slowly opened her eyes. It did not take long for her to realize she was not at home. Sitting upright in alarm, she surveyed the opulent decor of the room, her heart racing. After a moment of reflection, she recalled that she had discovered she was being plotted against, and just as she stood, she had fainted, leaving her oblivious to the events that followed. A piercing scream echoed across the summit of Yufeng. Yang Chen, who had just prepared breakfast, was startled by Qin Shi's cry and rushed to her room. Xiaoxi, what happened? Yang Chen asked, his face reflecting concern and anxiety as he looked at her. Upon seeing the familiar visage of Yang Chen, tears involuntarily streamed down Qin Shi's cheeks. Suddenly, she leapt into Yang Chen's embrace, her hands tightly clutching his neck. In that moment of awakening, Qin Shi had feared she had fallen victim to Xiang Bo, but upon seeing Yang Chen, it dawned on her that this man must have rescued her. Unable to suppress her tears any longer, she wept in Yang Chen's arms. Yang Chen's hands stiffened momentarily. But then a gentle smile graced his lips as he tenderly comforted her, saying, "It's all right, all is past." After a considerable time, Qin Shi's emotions finally settled, and she hastily released Yang Chen, feeling an overwhelming shyness for having so recklessly embraced him. Yang Chen, unaware of the turmoil within Qin Shi, reached out to touch her forehead and remarked, "You're not feverish. Why is your face so flushed?" "Yang Chen, just get out," Qin Shi exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and anger coloring her features. Yang Chen, with a look of resignation, complied and exited the room, but not before saying, "There are women's clothes in the wardrobe. Once you finish your shower, come out for breakfast." Women's emotions shift more swiftly than the turning of pages, he mused, recalling how she had just embraced him only to now send him away. After leaving the room, Yang Chen shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Qin Shi gazed at the doorway and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a fool." This laughter was enchanting. When she opened the wardrobe, she was astonished to discover that the spacious bedroom, approximately 50 square meters, was adorned entirely in shades of pink, filled with numerous toys meant for little girls. Upon opening the wardrobe, her astonishment deepened. It was divided into 3 sections, one for men's clothing, another for women's attire, and the last for little girls' garments. What struck her most was that all the women's clothing was in her size, and the children's clothes matched Xiaoxiao's measurements perfectly. It dawned on her that Yang Chen had long prepared everything for her and their daughter. Reflecting on all Yang Chen had done since his return, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. After a while, she wiped her reddened eyes and thought, "We have been misunderstanding you all along." Once she donned a new outfit and exited the bedroom, she was awestruck by the opulence of the villa. She gazed around in astonishment, her eyes taking in the exquisite collection of world-renowned paintings adorning the walls and the antique porcelain displayed in glass cabinets. The entire hall resembled a royal palace. "Just how wealthy are you now?" Qin Shi murmured to herself. "Everything I have belongs to you." A familiar voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Qin Shi felt her cheeks flush as she looked at Yang Chen, whose expression was filled with sincerity. The words she had intended to use to chastise him were abruptly swallowed. "Let us eat," Qin Shi said, taking the initiative to walk towards the dining area. Rather than a mere dining room, it resembled a grand banquet hall, where a modestly sized table was set, perfectly complementing the grandeur of the surroundings. "Did you prepare this breakfast?" Qin Shi asked in astonishment, gazing at the simple yet abundant spread laid out before her. The succulent steak, vibrant broccoli, golden fried eggs, crispy bread, and richly fragrant milk all appeared so delightful. Suddenly, a soft growl emanated from Qin Shi's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Let us eat." Yang Chen smiled gently, meticulously slicing a portion of steak into smaller pieces and presenting it before Qin Shi. In that moment, a tender part of her heart was unexpectedly stirred. With tearful eyes, she fixed her gaze upon the man across from her and asked, "Why do you treat me this way?" Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback, fearing he had wronged her, but soon discerned the truth reflected in her eyes. He flashed a brilliant smile and replied, "Because I like you." Those words overwhelmed Qin Shi, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, yet her eyes remained locked onto Yang Chen. "You should understand, I do not harbor romantic feelings for you. Is it worthwhile for you to treat me so kindly?" Yang Chen gently retrieved a tissue, wiping away her tears with a soft smile. "You need not carry any burdens. Consider me a suitor." "A suitor?" Qin Shi was taken aback by Yang Chen's declaration. He nodded affirmatively. "Think of me as a man who adores you and is pursuing you. If one day you realize that you cannot accept me, you may refuse." Qin Shi fell silent, and Yang Chen reassured her, "Do not overthink it. Let us enjoy breakfast." After their meal, Yang Chen drove Qin Shi to her workplace. "Yang Chen, if you have no other matters, could you take me to Qin Group first?" Qin Shi suddenly suggested. Yang Chen did not inquire further and simply replied, "All right." Throughout the journey, Qin Shi's mood remained subdued, and it was only upon arriving at the Qin residence that Yang Chen prompted her to regain her focus. As they stepped out of the car, a familiar figure caught their attention. "I can't believe you're still alive. What a surprise." Qin Fei remarked with a glint of malice in his eyes upon seeing Yang Chen. Yang Chen responded with a playful smirk. It seems you are once again in need of a man after our brief separation? Qin Fei's fury ignited. Yangchen, do you truly believe no one can handle you? Even if they could, it certainly would not be you, he retorted scornfully. Do not assume that Brother Xiang's lack of action signifies fear. Rather, he simply has not found the time to deal with scum like you. Once he does, prepare to meet your end. Qin Fei hissed through clenched teeth. Ever since the leak of his intimate video with Xiong Wei, tech enthusiasts had transformed his reactions into memes, garnering him the nickname Qin Little Beast among netizens. Outside the Qin family estate and the company, paparazzi frequently stalked and photographed him. There were even adult film directors reaching out, eager to cast him as a lead. Just moments ago, as he passed by a university, someone exclaimed, "It's Qin Little Beast." Instantly, a throng of fanboys surrounded him, snapping pictures with fervor. All of this misfortune was owed to the man standing before him, and Qin Fei was consumed by an urge to confront Yangchen, yet he restrained himself. Noting the plaster cast on his arm, "There is no need to entangle ourselves with such despicable individuals. Let us seek out grandfather." "Qin," she said to Yangchen. "Stop right there." Qin Fei interjected, positioning himself in front of the two with fury. "Your entire family has been expelled from the clan. What business do you have at the company? Qin Fei, it would be wise for you to step aside. If you jeopardize the collaboration between the Qin family and Sanha Group, grandfather will undoubtedly hold you accountable," Qin Shi retorted coldly. Ever since Sanha Group was acquired by a mysterious figure, it has successfully secured partnerships with Yanchen Group and the Su family, flourishing in its prime. Qin Fei, not lacking in intelligence, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Qin Shi raised the document folder in her hand. "This is the contract proposed by Sanha Group. I am responsible for the collaboration with the Qin family. If you believe the Qin family no longer requires it, I shall take my leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He was well aware that it was Sanha Group that had rescued the Qin family from the brink of bankruptcy. "Yangchen, do you understand?" "I truly pity you," Qin Fei scoffed, directing his gaze at Yangchen. Yangchen raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it you who should feel pity? Your wife has likely adorned you with countless metaphorical green hats in her quest to return to Sanha Group, yet you foolishly believe you are safeguarding a treasure." Qin Fei's expression dripped with mockery. "Qin Fei," Qin Shi exclaimed in fury. "What nonsensical accusations are you spouting? You know very well whether I speak truth or lies. All the original direct descendants of the Qin family at Sanha Group have been dismissed, yet you remain. If it weren't for your willingness to compromise, would you still be here?" Qin Fei's face was a mask of derision. Slap. Qin Shi raised her hand and delivered a resounding blow. Qin Fei's ears rang, and he looked on in disbelief. "You vile woman." Bang. Just as Qin Fei uttered a curse, a kick sent him tumbling down the stairs, exacerbating his previously injured arm and eliciting a cry of agony. At that moment, during the peak of office hours, many onlookers gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Yang Chun, exuding an icy demeanor, approached Qin Fei, looking down at him as he spoke. "Qin Fei, there is a limit to forbearance. This is your final warning. Should I hear you insult her again, the consequences will be far graver than a mere kick." Qin Fei's eyes burned with hatred as he bared his teeth. "Yang Chun, you will regret this. I will not let you off easily, mark my words." "Humph." Yang Chen merely scoffed dismissively before turning to lead Qin Shi into the company. At the top floor of the Qin Group, in the reception room, the elderly Qin patriarch sat across from a young figure, approximately 30 years of age, clad in formal attire and wearing a beaming smile. "Mr. Qin, it is our honor to collaborate with Chungha Group. We shall be indebted to you henceforth," the elder remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Young Master Qin, you are too kind. It is the duty of the Qin family to fulfill our obligations. Rest assured, the investment from Chungha Group will not disappoint you," the elder quickly replied. The young man smiled faintly. "Mr. Qin, no need for formality, just call me Yang Wei." "Very well, then I shall comply with your wishes," the elder Qin replied, beaming brightly. Yang Wei's gaze then shifted to the young woman beside Mr. Qin. "May I inquire who this lady is?" "Fang Yu, quickly rise and greet our guest," Mr. Qin commanded. Fang Yu, his granddaughter, had been meticulously dressed for this occasion, intended to foster a connection with Yang Wei. Mr. Qin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a union with the Yang family, which would elevate the Qin family into the upper echelons of society. With a shy demeanor, Fang Yu stood gracefully, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, Brother Yang. I am Fang Yu. You may call me Xiao Yu." Yang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Though Fang Yu was not a quintessential beauty, her careful grooming revealed a certain charm. He had no intention of marrying into the Qin family, but Mr. Qin clearly wished for a rapport to develop between them. While he had no plans for matrimony, a dalliance could be quite enjoyable. Indeed, as a Qin family lady, Xiaoyu possessed a beauty that was likely unparalleled in the entirety of Jiangzhou. Yang Wei lavished her with praise, fully aware that his compliments were insincere. Yet, remarkably, the foolish elder and the young lady believed him. "Ha, you flatter me." "Young Master Yang," Mr. Qin laughed heartily, then cast a knowing glance at Fang Yu. "Xiaoyu, young Master Yang will be a guest in our home for several days. You must extend to him the utmost hospitality." Fang Yu felt a thrill of excitement, maintaining an outwardly delicate facade. "Grandfather, rest assured. I will take good care of Brother Yang." "Thank you, Xiaoyu," Yang Wei replied with a smile. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door of the parlor. "Come in." Upon seeing Qin Shi and Yang Chen, Mr. Qin's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a frosty demeanor. "What brings you here?" Yang Chen furrowed his brow, not due to Mr. Qin's demeanor, but because another man occupied the room. His gaze fixated unwaveringly on Qin Shi upon her entrance. Subtly shifting his stance, Yang Chen positioned himself to shield Qin Shi from view. Yang Wei squinted at Yang Chen, surprisingly offering him a smile and a nod. Witnessing Mr. Qin's continued coldness, Qin Shi felt a pang of sorrow. After all, the Qin family was her childhood home, and she held deep affection for it. "Grandfather, here is the contract drafted by Sana Group. Please take a look," she said, attempting to bridge the chasm of discontent. Mr. Qin's expression shifted when he heard Sana Group, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. "Qin Shi, you truly are remarkable. The entire direct lineage of the Qin family has been expelled, yet you alone have managed to enter the company." Qin Shi understood that no matter what she said, Mr. Qin's hostility towards her remained profound, and thus she chose silence. Fang Yu, having noticed Yang Wei's gaze, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her, sneering, "Grandfather, my cousin certainly has some talent, though I wonder if her means of entering Sana Group can withstand scrutiny." Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the audacity of the Qin family, who seemed utterly unafraid of peril. Moments ago, a worthless individual downstairs had spoken disrespectfully and had been duly reprimanded by him. Now, another fool sought confrontation. Just then, Qin Fei burst into the reception room. "Xiao Fei, what has happened?" Upon noticing the shattered plaster cast on his arm and the dust covering his body, old Master Qin's expression turned to one of fierce anger. Qin Fei, gritting his teeth, directed a furious gaze at Yang Chen. "Grandfather, it was this scoundrel. I attempted to prevent him from entering the company, and he rendered my arm useless. You must stand up for me." "Grandfather, it isn't like that." Qin Shi was about to clarify when old Master Qin interrupted with a sharp command. "Silence." Yang Chen observed old Master Qin with keen interest, eager to see how this old man would handle the situation. Old Master Qin, seething with rage, declared, "You worthless wretch. Get out of my sight at once. Otherwise, I shall summon security." Since he wished to expel them, Yang Chen replied mockingly, "Shush, let us take our leave." While others may have been oblivious, Qin Shi was well aware. Yang Chen was indeed the one who had acquired Sana Group, and whether or not they would collaborate hinged solely on his words. Hearing that Yang Chen intended to depart, she suddenly felt a surge of urgency. "Yang Chen, will you grant the Qin family another chance?" Qin Shi implored earnestly. "Am I mistaken?" Bai Yu thought, astonished at her cousin's willingness to offer that worthless individual another opportunity. Qin Fei scoffed. This pair of shameless lovers certainly know how to put on a show. "Shut your mouth." Yang Chen's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he stepped forward. With a resounding slap, Yang Chen struck Qin Fei's face, sending his body soaring through the air, accompanied by several of his pristine white teeth flying out. As Qin Fei was struck and sent flying, he had already lost consciousness. The reception room fell into an eerie silence, and for a brief moment, old Master Qin appeared dazed, his face quickly contorting with fury. "Yang Chen." Qin Shi was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, "Grandfather, please do not blame Yang Chen. He came today with no ill intentions." "Silence." Old Master Qin retorted angrily. "Is it not malicious to use such brutal force against Xiao Fei? Do not think that because you oversee the contract between Sana Group and the Qin family, I will regard you with any esteem. Sana Group values the potential of the Qin family and would have engaged with someone else had it not been you. Let me make it clear, in my eyes, you are nothing. If it were not for your utility to the Qin family, I would have expelled your entire family from the clan long ago. Leave. Get out now. You are never to set foot in the Qin household again." Old Master Qin's words pierced Qin Shi's heart like daggers, leaving her in unbearable anguish. With her head bowed, tears streamed down her face like relentless raindrops. "Fang Yu, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Do you think shedding a few tears will earn you grandfather's sympathy? He has commanded you to leave. Stop pretending and take your useless husband with you." Yang Wei observed the scene with keen interest, seated silently, his sharp gaze occasionally fixed on Qin Shi, which only fueled Feng Yu's ire further. Yang Chun remained impassive, coldly observing the unfolding drama, though a sense of injustice for Qin Shi stirred within him. Were it not for her desire to spare the Qin family, their downfall would have come long ago. Xiaoxi, all that you have done for the Qin family has already repaid their nurturing kindness. Since they are so ungrateful, let them fend for themselves. Yang Chun finally spoke. Qin Shi's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she wiped away her tears. When she raised her gaze again, only the redness of her eyes remained. She looked deeply at Old Master Qin and asked, "Grandfather, have you ever considered me your granddaughter?" Old Master Qin responded with a cold laugh, "Do not be foolish. Your father was brought to me by your grandmother when she married me. Surely, you do not believe I would treat you as my own?" Desperation filled Qin Shi's eyes as she bitterly smiled and shook her head. "I understand." With that, she turned and exited the reception room. Yang Chun cast a scornful glance at Old Master Qin, a smirk gracing his lips. "One day, you will beg her to return." With that remark, he swiftly followed Qin Shi out. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. Old Master Qin trembled in fury at Yang Chen's words. Just then, a figure rushed into the reception room, exclaiming, "Chairman, General Xiong has arrived." "General Xiong? Which General Xiong?" Old Master Qin was momentarily taken aback. "It is Xiong Buqing from the Xiong family of Jiangzhou. The one from Buqing Entertainment, and he has come in person, but he is accompanied by a disabled individual, seemingly here to cause trouble," the man said. Worry etched on his face. "What?" Old Master Qin's expression turned pale with shock as he hurriedly rose and rushed outside. Feng Yu glanced at Yang Wei. "Brother Yang, shall we go see what is happening?" "Certainly." Yang Wei readily acquiesced. As Old Master Qin rushed out of the reception room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Mr. Yang, on behalf of the Xiong family, I come to apologize with this wretch." Xiong Buqing spoke with his head lowered, his voice resonant yet heavy. This spectacle profoundly impacted Old Master Qin's heart. At this moment, Feng Yu and Yang Wei had also approached Old Master Qin's side. Feng Yu appeared dazed, and even Yang Wei squinted slightly. Behind Xiong Buqing, several individuals carried a stretcher, upon which lay Xiong Boren. The Xiong family was undeniably a prominent family in Jiangzhou, and Xiong Buqing had been favored by the head of the family, who had repeatedly expressed his intention to pass the mantle of inheritance to him. Yet now, he had come personally to apologize to Yang Chun. All eyes converged on Yang Chun, questioning if he was truly the discarded son-in-law of no consequence. For the first time, doubt crept into Old Master Qin's heart. While Feng Yu stared at Yang Chun with wide eyes. "Mr. Yang, I acknowledge my wrongs. I implore you to spare the Xiong family. From now on, we will look to you for guidance." Xiong Boren on the stretcher pleaded with a face full of desperation. Yang Chun cast a cold glance at the Xiong brothers. Their ruthless style was evident, having rendered Xiong Boren's legs useless. "Have you mistaken him for someone else? He is merely a discarded waste of a family." Feng Yu exclaimed in astonishment, then pointed at Yang Wei, insisting to the Xiong brothers, "He is Mr. Yang." Slap. Upon hearing this, Xiong Buqing struck Feng Yu across the face, seething. "Who is this contemptible woman? How dare you insult Mr. Yang? If you don't know, then keep your mouth shut. One more word, and I will shatter your jaw." "Mr. Yang, we truly come with sincerity this time. You see, this wretch has already had his legs crippled by my father. Had it not been for my father's ill health, he would have come personally to apologize." Xiong Buqing hastily added. Yet, Yang Chun perceived no sincerity in Xiong Buqing's demeanor. It seemed merely a performance. "Yang Chun, let it go." Qin Shi suddenly interjected. Yang Chun had initially contemplated the complete downfall of the Xiong family, but since Qin Shi had spoken, he could only relent. "For my wife's sake, I shall spare the Xiong family this time. Should there be a next time, the Xiong family shall have no reason to exist," Yang Chun declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Xiong Boren rejoiced. Although his legs were ruined, at least he had preserved his life. Better to live in misery than to die. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you, Mr. Yang." The Xiong brothers expressed their gratitude repeatedly. "Get out," Yang Chun commanded, and the Xiong family hastily departed. "Let us go," Yang Chun said as he left with Qin Shi. Old Master Qin was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that a family he had expelled could possess such a son-in-law. The Xiong family was indeed a leading family in Jiangzhou, a status the Qin family could only dream of attaining. And yet the heir of such a family had personally come to apologize to Yang Chun. At that moment, Feng Yu suddenly scoffed. What a convincing act. Has this waste now grown so bold? How dare you deceive the heir of the Xiong family? What do you mean? Elder Qin frowned. Feng Yu replied, Grandfather, do you still not understand? It was the Xiong family that mistook the person. After all, that is Xiong Buiqing, the future head of the Xiong family. How could he possibly bow down and apologize to a worthless individual? Mistaken identity? Elder Qin's mind was filled with questions, but upon hearing Feng Yu's words, he realized that only this explanation made sense. Grandfather, didn't Xiong Buiqing mention Mr. Yang? The Xiong family intends to apologize to Brother Yang. Feng Yu said with a cheerful smile, then turned to Yang Wei with a look of triumph. Brother Yang? I guessed correctly, didn't I? Although Yang Wei was unaware of the full truth, he seized the opportunity to bask in Feng Yu's praise, wearing a modest smile. Indeed. I had a slight conflict with the Xiong family some time ago, but I never expected that upon my arrival at the Qin family, they would know and come to apologize personally. Just as I thought, Feng Yu said joyfully. It's a pity they recognized the wrong person, but it doesn't matter. Once the Xiong family realizes this, they will certainly not let Yang Qin off the hook. Young Master Yang is indeed remarkable. To have compelled the Xiong family to visit an apology, Elder Qin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. His mind began to calculate, although the Yang family was an external clan. Having the Xiong family apologize would elevate the Qin family to first-class status once Feng Yu joined the Yang family. The more he regarded Yang Wei, the more pleased he became, wishing to see Feng Yu wed Yang Wei at once. Director Qin, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Yang Wei suddenly said. Elder Qin quickly responded, Xiao Yu, you needn't come to the company these days. Make sure to entertain young Master Yang well. Yes, Grandfather. Feng Yu happily agreed. Yang Wei smirked inwardly, yet maintained a facade of joy as he followed Feng Yu out. Brother Yang, you're so young. You surely aren't married yet, are you? Feng Yu inquired while driving. Yang Wei, fully aware of Feng Yu's intentions, replied with a mischievous smile, What do you think? Xiao Yu? Feng Yu trembled slightly, her grip on the steering wheel faltering. Brother Yang is so handsome. I guess you must still be single, she said, her cheeks flushed. Seemingly oblivious to Yang Wei's insinuations. Yang Wei, emboldened, pressed on, watching as Feng Yu's face turn crimson. Yang, Brother Yang, where are we heading now? She stammered. Let us go to my hotel, Yang Wei said, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Feng Yu was already captivated, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Meanwhile, Yang Qin and Qin Shi, after leaving the Qin group, headed straight to Sanha group. Throughout the journey, Qin Shi's mood remained quite somber, prompting Yang Qin to feel a pang of sympathy. Yang Qin, just drop me off at the company entrance, Qin Shi said. Aware of Yang Qin's special status and wishing to keep him inconspicuous, Yang Qin nodded slightly. I will pick you up after work, and we can go home together to get Xiao Xiao. All right, Qin Shi replied before turning to leave. As he watched Qin Shi's silhouette fade away, Yang Qin took out his phone and dialed a number. Please investigate a man who just visited the Qin group, a man named Yang, approximately 30 years of age. It was not merely caution that drove him, but rather the unsettling gaze this man cast upon Qin Shi. He wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling her. Soon, Yang Qin's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Luo Bin's voice. His name is Yang Wei, a resident of Zhou City. The Yang family there barely qualifies as a first-tier family. The most notable entity under their banner is Qinghe Group. A few days ago, at Beiyuan Spring Restaurant, we encountered Yang Lu, who happens to be his younger sister. Yang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, ensure that no business from the Yang family appears in Jiangzhou. Understood, Chairman. Luo Bin responded promptly, then inquired further, do you have any additional instructions? Yes, regarding the Xiong family. Grant them a temporary reprieve, but appropriate punishment must still be enforced. Yang Qin recalled his prior promise to Qin Shi to spare the Xiong family. After ending the call, he started his vehicle and departed. After leaving the Qin group, Xiong Buiqing sneered, just a worthless son-in-law from a declining family. Does he truly consider himself a person of stature? Were it not to place the blame for this crisis on Xiong Boran, would I offer you an apology? As he spoke, he dialed another number. Brother Kai, I need your assistance with something. Is it about unsealing the Xiong family's entertainment venues? Brother Kai was evidently aware of the Xiong family's predicament. Xiong Buiqing hastily replied, since you are already informed, I shall not beat around the bush. Assist me this once. And once I ascend to the position of family head, we shall join forces. What fear do we have against the 4 clans of Jiangzhou? In Brother Kai's presence, Xiong Buiqing did not conceal his ambitions. Brother Kai sighed. Buiqing, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but this time, the Xiong family has truly provoked significant figures. To be frank, I have sought connections on your behalf. Originally, There were people willing to meet with me, but the moment I mentioned the Xiong family, they immediately dismissed me. I am powerless in this situation. What? Xiong Buqing's face registered shock. Even you, Brother Kai, cannot resolve this? It was only at this moment that he realized the Xiong family had genuinely struck a hard wall, yet he could not fathom which powerful figure they had offended, to the extent that even Brother Kai was unable to intervene. As for Yangchen, whom he had just contacted, he was entirely overlooked. In the Xiong family estate, all the direct descendants were present. Xiong Qingshan occupied the prominent position, his face etched with anxiety. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. He quickly answered, and the message received was as follows. Head of the family, aside from number 1 mansion, Boren Entertainment, and Boqing Entertainment being permanently closed, all other establishments of the Xiong family have been unsealed. Head of the family, what is the situation? Has the crisis been averted? Upon hanging up, all the direct descendants turned their expectant gazes toward him. The tension on Xiong Qingshan's face gradually eased, and a smile emerged. Boqing has not disappointed me this time. Haha, splendid. The Xiong family is finally saved. It is indeed remarkable. Boqing is capable of accomplishing anything. Naturally, for Boqing is the heir designated by the family head. Everyone erupted in cheers, singing praises for Xiong Boqing. However, in Xiong Qingshan's eyes, there lingered a hint of gloom, while others remained oblivious. He harbored a profound understanding of his son. Had he not publicly declared that the position of family head would be passed to Xiong Boqing, Xiong Bohua would have long since vanished from this world. He held a secret deep within his heart, known only to him. Xiong Boqing was not his biological son, but rather the product of his wife's youthful indiscretions. Had it not been for the family's reputation, he would have rid himself of that wretched woman long ago. As Xiong Qingshan's thoughts wandered, Xiong Boqing returned. Boqing, you truly embody the qualities of the heir designated by the family head. Without you, the Xiong family would have been doomed, exclaimed one relative. Indeed, Boqing, on behalf of our family, I extend my gratitude to you. You are the most outstanding descendant of the Xiong family, and you shall surely lead us to a more glorious future, another chimed in. Upon entering, Xiong Boqing found himself surrounded by numerous relatives. Surprised by their words, he pondered how a crisis he had sought to resolve had suddenly dissipated, despite his inner confusion. He maintained a facade of humility, responding with a smile, "You are all too kind. As the heir of the family, it is my duty to assist." At that moment, Xiong Qingshan approached and patted Xiong Boqing's shoulder with a sense of gravity. Well done. Even if I were to die, I could rest easy now. On the surface, Xiong Qingshan felt compelled to express the appropriate goodwill toward his son. Father, Boqing quickly countered, do not say such things. You will surely live a long life. Well then, since the crisis has passed and everyone has endured a sleepless night, let us delegate our tasks and return home to rest, Xiong Qingshan declared, waving his hand. Once the crowd dispersed, he suddenly inquired, why did Bohua not return with you? A flicker of malice flashed in Xiong Boqing's eyes as he replied, Bohua is gravely injured. After apologizing to Mr. Yang, I took him to the hospital. Good. Then I can rest assured, Xiong Qingshan said, unaware of the change in his son, and turned back to his room. Old fool. Do you truly believe I am unaware of anything? I shall witness what schemes you will employ once your only son and grandson have perished, Xiong Boqing thought, his gaze filled with murderous intent. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Xiong Wei and Xiong Bohua must disappear. But they must die in the hospital. Xiong Boqing had not intended to act so swiftly, yet the opportunity was too enticing to ignore. He murmured to himself, Xiong Wei is already severely injured. His death will be easily explained. However, I must devise a clever plan for Xiong Bohua's demise. Soon, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he formulated his scheme. Since you enjoy playing the grand figure so much, let us place the blame squarely upon your shoulders. Not long after, a shocking piece of news emerged from the Xiong family. The sole heir of 3 generations, Xiong Wei, succumbed to repeated infections from his injuries and passed away. Upon hearing this devastating news, his father, Xiong Boren, was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to see his son, only to inadvertently fall down the stairs, resulting in severe brain hemorrhage and ultimately, death despite attempts at resuscitation. The Xiong family, being a prominent lineage in Jiangzhou, saw this news swiftly disseminate throughout the region. Yangchen, have you heard? Both Xiong Wei and Xiong Boren are dead, inquired Qin Shi with a grave expression as Yangchen had just picked her up from the entrance of Sana Group. Dead? Yangchen was unaware of the incident until Qin Shi mentioned it, his face reflecting surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't suspect that I had a hand in their deaths, do you? Yangchen questioned. Qin Shi slightly shook her head, her face etched with concern. I am not doubting you. Rather, the cause of Xiong Wei's death was repeated infections from his injuries. If that is indeed the case, the Xiong family will surely hold you accountable, especially since it was your actions that led to his injuries. Yang Chen chuckled softly. Worry not, Shashi. This matter will certainly not be pinned on me. While I may have dealt with Xiong Wei, it was not fatal. Even if they investigate, it has nothing to do with me. Even so, you must remain vigilant against the Xiong family. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Let us not dwell on this. We should go pick up Xiao Xiao. With that, Yang Chen started the car, heading towards Lantian Kindergarten. What Qin Shi failed to notice was the glimmer of sharpness in Yang Chen's eyes, as he silently mused. The Xiong family's depths are indeed profound. But no matter how deep they may be, they shall not surpass my ankles. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to trample over the Qin family. In the Xiong family residence, two corpses lay, Xiong Boren and Xiong Wei. As a prominent clan in Jiangzhou, the estate was bustling with visitors, many drawn to pay their respects. Xiong Buqing wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Boren, how could you leave us like this? Your elder brother was counting on you to join forces and elevate the Xiong family to greater heights. Now, how can I fulfill our grand aspirations alone? Tears streamed down his face, and to the unknowing observer, one might mistake his grief for a deep bond with Xiong Boren. Please accept our condolences, family head. Someone stepped forward to offer consolation. Xiong Qishan, however, appeared dazed, ignoring everyone around him. Since receiving the tragic news, he had remained in this state. The entire Xiong family was engulfed in profound sorrow, making it difficult to discern genuine grief from feigned emotion. It was not until the following morning that a flicker of vitality returned to Xiong Qingshan's gaze. Just as he attempted to rise, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Family head, someone exclaimed, rushing to assist him. Step back. Xiong Qingshan barked, causing all to hesitate in their approach. With the support of his cane, he steadied himself, slowly standing upright. In that moment, everyone felt an imperious aura emanating from Xiong Qingshan, commanding respect even from Xiong Buqing, who felt a twinge of trepidation. Though advanced in years, Xiong Qingshan was the architect of the Xiong family's ascent to prominence. His strength was not to be underestimated. I announced two matters. First, from today onward, all industries under the Xiong family will be closed for 3 days, during which all members of the Xiong family are prohibited from engaging in any form of revelry. Xiong Qingshan declared in a resonant voice. Everyone was taken aback. It seemed Xiong Qingshan intended for the entire Xiong family to observe a period of mourning. However, the closure of all industries for 3 days would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. Although some were concerned about their own interests being compromised, none dared to voice their apprehensions at such a moment. The second matter. Xiong Qingshan scanned the crowd and continued. No one is to privately discuss the cause of death of Bo Ren and Xiao Wei. Those who violate this edict will be expelled from the family. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Father, while it is said that Xiao Wei and Bo Ren died due to ineffective resuscitation and an accident, we all understand that Xiao Wei's death stemmed from severe injuries inflicted upon him. Are we to let this grievance go unavenged? A middle-aged woman, her eyes reddened, inquired. She was none other than the wife of Bo Ren, and with both her husband and son deceased, she could hardly accept such a fate. Silence. Xiong Qingshan suddenly erupted in fury, glaring at the middle-aged woman as he admonished her. They died due to an accident, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Understood? The woman, intimidated by Xiong Qingshan's wrath, quickly fell silent. Though resentment simmered within her, she could only endure it. To provoke Xiong Qingshan would render her days unbearable. Have you all comprehended the two matters I just mentioned? Xiong Qingshan surveyed the crowd, demanding in a loud voice. We understand. The assembly responded in unison. Bo Cheng, come with me. Just as Xiong Bo Cheng was puzzled, Xiong Qingshan called out to him. Xiong Bo Cheng followed closely behind until they reached the study. Do you comprehend why I made those statements earlier? Xiong Qingshan fixed his gaze on Xiong Bo Cheng, his expression remarkably calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Xiong Bo Cheng shook his head. Father, I intended to inquire privately why we should forego vengeance. He possesses the power to have all entertainment venues belonging to the Xiong family sealed within mere hours and can just as swiftly reopen them. A testament to his considerable influence. It would be effortless for him to obliterate the Xiong family. Xiong Qingshan's eyes sparkled with wisdom. If we were to publicly accuse him of causing the deaths of Xiao Wei and Bo Ren, do you believe he would allow the Xiong family to remain? Xiong Bo Cheng had not initially connected the situation with Yang Chen, and thus did not grasp Xiong Qingshan's intent. Now, however, he began to understand. Even if his power is formidable, It is ultimately because of him that Bo Rin and Xiao Wei perished. Must we simply endure this? Xiong Bocheng said, his eyes reddened with indignation. Xiong Qinshan narrowed his eyes at Xiong Bocheng, responding obliquely, do you think the deaths of Bo Rin and Xiao Wei could be attributed to foul play? It was indeed foul play. The experts surrounding Yang Chun severely injured Xiao Wei, resulting in his demise and the unfortunate accident of Bo Run, Xiong Bocheng retorted. What I mean to say is, could it be that Bo Run and Xiao Wei inadvertently encroached upon someone else's interests, leading to their covert elimination? With the blame subsequently placed upon Yang Chen? Xiong Qingshan's gaze was unwaveringly fixed on Xiong Bocheng, as if he sought to capture every nuance of expression on his face. Xiong Bocheng had anticipated his father's suspicions and had come well prepared, ensuring there was no room for error. What? Could it be that his father had already uncovered the truth behind the deaths of Bo Rin and Xiao Wei? Xiong Bocheng feigned astonishment, his demeanor betraying no hint of unease. Xiong Qingshan, somewhat disheartened, discerned nothing amiss in Xiong Bocheng's countenance. With utmost seriousness, he declared, Bocheng, you are correct. The deaths of Bo Rin and Xiao Wei cannot go unpunished. You are my only son, and if you can avenge them, I shall immediately bequeath the position of family head to you. May I interpret this as meaning that if I fail to avenge Bo Rin and Xiao Wei, you will not bestow the title upon me? Xiong Bocheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiong Qinshan raised an eyebrow. Currently, you are my sole heir. Who else could I possibly entrust the position to? Do you not have a daughter? A son-in-law? Perhaps one day, should you be displeased, you might choose to pass the title to them instead? Xiong Bocheng suddenly erupted in laughter. After all, they're your true blood relatives, while I am merely the product of my mother's infidelity. Your public declaration to pass the position to me is merely a faade to protect your worthless son and grandson. Am I correct in my assessment? Impudent. Xiong Bocheng's anger flared, his eyes wide with incredulity. He was baffled as to when Xiong Bocheng had become privy to such information. Yet the truth of his words rang clear. I am also aware that your demand for me to avenge those two useless individuals is but a ploy to eliminate your enemies. After all, you have already publicly distanced yourself from their demise. When I confront Yang Chun, should I succeed, it will indeed serve as vengeance for those two. Should I fail, you can easily absolve yourself of any blame. My dear father, you have invested considerable effort over the years to safeguard those two, but fret not, for they are now deceased, and you need no longer trouble yourself. Xiong Bocheng displayed no fear, and upon uttering these words, Xiong Qingshan's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed, Get out. Leave this place. Even in death, I shall never pass the mantle to you. Father finally concedes. If I were to commit any acts of filial impiety, it should be understandable, should it not? Xiong Bocheng's expression was one of mockery. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Xiong Qingshan. Just then, a middle-aged figure entered, pushing the door open. Mr. Xiong, I have prepared the will on behalf of the family head in advance. He has already signed it. Please review it, and should there be no issues, it merely requires the family head's thumbprint for it to take immediate effect. The middle-aged man stood reverently beside Xiong Bocheng, presenting the document. Upon seeing the middle-aged man and hearing his words, Xiong Qinshan sprang to his feet, pointing at him in disbelief. You, what are you saying? When did I authorize you to draft a will? When did I ever sign anything? The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Family head, you have indeed signed this will. He spoke, casting a fleeting glance at the will directed towards Xiong Qinshan. Upon reading its contents, Xiong Qinshan was instantly engulfed in rage. You have plotted against me. As his words fell, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through his heart, draining the color from his face. And he trembled as he reached for his heart medication tucked away in his pocket. Xiong Bocheng suddenly smiled, stepping forward to stand before Xiong Qinshan, and casually retrieved a bottle of heart medication, which he then flung out of the window. My dear father, there is something I wish to reveal to you now. Xiong Bocheng whispered into his ear. In truth, the deaths of those two imbeciles were orchestrated by me. You can go below and keep them company. As for the Xiong family, I shall take care of it. Upon hearing his words, Xiong Qingshan's eyes widened in shock, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Soon, life faded from his gaze, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. Father! Suddenly, a wail of anguish erupted from the study. Call an ambulance. Quickly. Call an ambulance. Within a mere 2 days, 3 members of the Xiong family had perished. The news sent shockwaves throughout Jiangzhou. Xiong Qinshan had repeatedly expressed his intention to pass the mantle of inheritance to Xiong Bocheng, and now, with the will in hand, Xiong Bocheng seamlessly ascended to the position of family head. Upon learning of this news, Old Master Qin was equally astonished and promptly summoned Feng Yu. Feng Yu, I have an important task for you. You must secure Yang Wei. Once you marry into the Yang family, the Qin family will soar to new heights, he declared with utmost seriousness. Over the past few days, Feng Yu had been spending time with Yang Wei, utterly captivated and confidently asserted, "Grandfather, rest assured. I have nearly won over Yang Wei. He has promised that once he returns to Zhou City, he will begin preparations for our engagement." Haha. Excellent. Excellent. Old Master Qin rejoiced at her words. To him, the demise of 3 generations of the Xiong family, including Xiong Qinshan himself, felt far from a mere coincidence. He was convinced that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The day Xiong Buqing and Xiong Boren came to apologize, albeit mistakenly, it clarified for him that the Xiong family had offended Yang Wei, leading to their dire fate. At the entrance of Sana Group, Qin Shi had just exited the office building after work when she spotted Yangshan waiting for her. "Yangshan, why did you do that?" Qin Shi exclaimed in anger upon seeing him. Yangshan looked bewildered. "Qin Shi, what have I done? The Xiong family may have erred, but they did not harm me or Xiaoyi. Yet, because of us, you have wiped out 3 generations of their family. Do you think you are so powerful that you can act without consequence?" Qin Shi's eyes were red with fury. The recent events concerning the Xiong family compelled her to associate everything with Yangchun. After all, the Xiong family was a prominent clan, and even the 4 families of Jiangzhou would not dare to act against them lightly. Besides Yangchun, she could think of no one else capable of such deeds. Yangchun forced a self-deprecating smile. "Qin Shi, do you truly see me as a cold-blooded monster?" Upon hearing Yangchun's words, Qin Shi suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Yet, when she recalled the 3 lives lost in the Xiong family, her expression firmed, and she gazed at Yangchun with a complex look, declaring, "I merely wish to prevent you from engaging in illegal activities because of me." Yangchun, aware of Qin Shi's kind heart, refrained from further explanation, simply responding, "I understand." The vehicle, Whiting, headed toward the Blue Sky Kindergarten, and throughout the journey, both remained enveloped in silence. Yangchun was at a loss for words. While Qin Shi felt the weight of her earlier words, grappling with guilt and the desire to apologize, yet unsure how to articulate it. However, upon receiving a call from Xiao Xiao, the couple was soon uplifted by the little girl's infectious joy. After returning to the Qin family estate, Xiao Xiao exclaimed animatedly, "Grandma, Daddy picked me up again today." Zhou Yutsue immediately seized upon the word again, her expression darkening as she turned to Qin Shi, questioning, "Don't tell me that for the past few days, it has been Yangchun who has been picking you and Xiao Xiao up?" Qin Shi frowned, responding with displeasure. "Mom, he is merely driving us to and from work. Besides, he is Xiao Xiao's father. What of it?" Zhou Yutsue retorted angrily. "You are now a senior executive at Sanha Group, and countless talented young men aspire to marry you. If you continue to linger with Yangchun like this, how will you ever find a husband?" Qin Shi recognized Zhou Yutsue's deep-seated prejudice against Yangchun and chose to ignore her, taking Xiao Xiao upstairs. "Mom, I'm home." At that moment, Qin Yi returned from work. Upon entering, she noticed Zhou Yutsue's sullen demeanor and cheerfully inquired, "Mom, who has upset you this time?" Zhou Yutsue shot Qin Yi a glare, exclaiming, "It's that good for nothing. Your sister seems to have fallen under some spell, allowing him to pick her up every day. Tell me, if those wealthy young men who wish to marry your sister see this, would they still be interested?" Understanding the situation, Qin Yi recalled the respectful demeanor of Luo Bin and Su Chenwu towards Yangchun at the Beiyuan Spring restaurant, and a bittersweet smile crossed her lips. "Mom, concerning my sister, you needn't fret. Brother-in-law is not as he appears." "What do you mean by I shouldn't fret?" "Wait a moment. What did you call that good for nothing?" Zhou Yutsue's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yi, unaware of her faux pas, replied, "Brother-in-law? Have you all lost your minds? Your sister has him pick her up every day. And now you have changed your tune as well? Are you all trying to drive me to my grave?" Zhou Yutsue fumed in frustration. "Mom." Qin Yi quickly grasped Zhou Yutsue's shoulders, gently kneading them as she said, "Mom, times change. Do not underestimate the youth. Yangchun was a good-for-nothing 5 years ago. But who can guarantee he will remain so 5 years hence? Since my sister is unwilling to divorce, why not give them some time? If he truly remains the same, even without your prompting, my sister would surely cast him aside. But what if he changes? Who knows? He might one day become your esteemed son-in-law." The words of Qin Yi left Zhou Yutsue unable to retort, and with irritation, she remarked, "Only you could be so cunning. Anyone can marry my daughter, except that good-for-nothing. I warn you, if you dare to call him brother-in-law again, do not blame me for being impolite." "All right, Mom, I understand. I'm nearly starving to death. Is dinner ready?" Qin Yi replied with a cheerful smile. "Having 2 daughters like you is undoubtedly a debt I owe from my past life," Zhou Yutsue said, turning towards the kitchen. Upstairs, Xiao Xiao gazed at Qinshi with tearful eyes and asked, "Mom, why does Grandma dislike Dad?" Xiao Xiao wished for her father to live with them, to hold her close and tell her countless stories every day. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words pained Qinshi's heart. Although Zhou Yucue had always desired her to divorce Yangchen, she felt a significant share of responsibility for his absence in their lives. At that moment, her feelings toward Yangchen were not one of hatred. Rather, she held a slight fondness for him. Yet, the thought of living together was still a hurdle she could not overcome. "Xiao Xiao, do not worry. One day, we will live with Dad," Qinshi gently reassured her, wiping away the tears from her daughter's face. "Really?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Not wanting to deceive her child, Qinshi hesitated briefly before firmly nodding. "Indeed. That's wonderful. Mommy, Xiao Xiao loves you. And Daddy too," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, and she planted a kiss on Qinshi's cheek. The following morning, Yangchen arrived punctually at the entrance of the Qin family courtyard. Yet instead of Qinshi and Xiao Xiao, he was greeted by his mother-in-law. Zhou Yucue emerged wielding a broom, charging at him. "You scoundrel! How dare you still pursue Xiao Shi? I will beat you to a pulp," Zhou Yucue yelled while swinging the broom at him. With Yangchen's formidable strength, a mere broom could hardly inflict harm. He neither dodged nor evaded, allowing Zhou Yucue to strike and scold him. After a few attempts, Zhou Yucue, seeing him stand still, inquired in confusion, "Have you gone daft? Why don't you dodge?" Yangchen flashed a sunny smile. "If I were to dodge, you would only become angrier. As long as you are willing for me to be with Xiao Shi, I wouldn't mind enduring a few more hits. Dream on." Zhou Yucue scoffed. A glance revealed a sleek black car parked beside Yangchen, and upon noticing the emblem, she derisively remarked, "Is that just a shabby Volkswagen? You think that will win you my daughter?" Yangchen remained unfazed, smiling. "Mom, what would you like me to do for you to agree to my being with Xiao Shi?" Zhou Yucue, with a glint in her eye, suddenly declared, "If you can give me 5,000 yuan in living expenses each month, I will temporarily agree to your relationship with Xiao Shi." "Really, Mom?" Yangchen exclaimed with delight. Zhou Yucue cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Do you really think earning 5,000 each month is easy?" As she spoke, Yangchen had already opened the car door and retrieved 5 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills from the glove compartment. "Mother, this 50,000 is a token of my filial piety towards you. Please accept it for now, and I shall honor you again in due time," Yangchen said with a cheerful smile as he handed over the amount. Zhou Yucue was taken aback as she witnessed Yangchen retrieving the 50,000 from the car. She was momentarily stunned. In her eyes, Yangchen was a useless individual, and she had thought he merely spoke of the sum to provoke her. Yet he had truly produced it. "Is this money genuinely a gift for me?" Zhou Yucue hastily accepted the money, her demeanor betraying a concern that Yangchen might snatch it back. Yangchen nodded with a smile. "The money is now in your hands. Would I dare to reclaim it? As long as you permit me to be with Xiao Shi, I shall give you 100,000 next month." "Very well. You have said it yourself," Zhou Yucue responded without hesitation, fearing that Yangchen might change his mind. Yangchen was astonished. Had he known that his mother-in-law could be so easily appeased, he would have done this long ago. A mere few 100,000 was inconsequential. Even if it were several billion, what did it matter? As long as he could be with his wife and daughter, he would willingly possess nothing at all. "Mother, what are you doing?" Qinshi walked out with a smile, her expression turning to one of anger upon seeing Zhou Yucue. Zhou Yucue quickly concealed the money beneath her apron, clearing her throat deliberately. "Xiao Shi, I have reconsidered. After all, Yangchen is Xiao Zhao's father, so he may stay at home for the time being." "What did you just say?" Qinshi asked incredulously. Fully aware of the depth of her mother's animosity towards Yangchen, Zhou Yucue shot Qinshi a glare and retorted, "I merely agreed to let him stay temporarily. If he misbehaves, he is to leave." With that, Zhou Yucue turned and departed swiftly. Xiao Xiao, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Mom, you didn't deceive me. Daddy can really live with us." Xiao Xiao's innocent words exposed Qinshi, coloring her cheeks with embarrassment as she glared at Xiao Xiao. "Hurry and get in the car, or we'll be late again." With that, she hurriedly guided Xiao Xiao into the vehicle, leaving Yangchen behind, grinning foolishly. It seems Xiao Xiao has let something slip. Yangchen first took Xiao Xiao to kindergarten before driving Qinshi to Sana Group, humming a tune as he went. Upon arriving at her office, Wang Ming tossed a large stack of documents towards Qinshi, saying, "Qinshi, take these and make 20 copies. I'll need them for a meeting later." After delivering the copied documents, Wang Ming casually flipped through them before angrily scattering them across the floor, exclaiming, "Is this what you copied? Is there a problem?" Qin picked up a document, finding no apparent issues. I requested single-sided copies. Who told you to do double-sided? If you can't handle such a simple task, do you even deserve to remain in this company? Wang Ming said furiously. If Qin still did not realize that Wang Ming was deliberately making things difficult for her, then she would be a fool. Wang Ming. If you believe I am unworthy of staying in this company, feel free to contact HR and have me dismissed. There is no need for this torment, Qin said, a hint of anger appearing on her face. Since her entry into the company as a newcomer, Wang Ming has continuously sought opportunities to bully me, including that day when I was deceived into Borin Entertainment to sign a contract with Xiong Borin, all orchestrated by this woman. How bold she has become to retort against me. Does she still consider herself the illustrious chairman of the past? Let me make it clear. You are now working under my authority, and you must heed my commands. If you cannot endure this, then feel free to resign and leave. Wang Ming said with a mocking expression. Qin, with reddened eyes, was filled with confusion. Wang Ming, how have I offended you to deserve such treatment? If it weren't for me, would you be where you are today? Slap. Wang Ming, in a fit of rage and humiliation, struck Qin across the face, exclaiming, silence. The sound of the slap echoed clearly, drawing the attention of everyone present. Qin, in shock, covered the spot where Wang Ming had struck her, indignantly retorting. You actually hit me. It was you wretched woman. How many of the tasks I assigned you have you actually completed? I instructed you to negotiate with the Xiong family, yet what was the outcome? Not only did the collaboration fall through, but you also offended them. Failing to accomplish significant tasks is one thing, but even the simple task of making copies has been mishandled. Am I wrong to strike you? If you no longer wish to work here, then resign and leave. Wang Ming justified her actions, enumerating several of Qin's faults. Many bystanders observed the scene with a sense of amusement. Even those who might have wanted to help dared not intervene, as it was evident that Wang Ming was deliberately provoking her. With her eyes brimming with tears, Qin felt a surge of grievance and resentment. Yet Wang Ming was her superior, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Print all the documents single-sided, 20 copies. If it delays the meeting, be prepared to face dismissal, even if you do not resign voluntarily, Wang Ming said with a fierce tone. Qin bit her lip, resignedly prepared to follow Wang Ming's orders. Dream Sister, you are remarkable, having tamed that vixen so thoroughly. Do you not see who Dream Sister is? She is our business department head. That wretched woman relies on her looks and truly believes she is something special. I've long found her displeasing. Dream Sister. This is a genuine Dior lipstick brought back by my husband from his business trip abroad. I believe it suits you perfectly, and I haven't even unwrapped it yet. So I present it to you. As soon as Qin left, several young women quickly surrounded Wang Ming, some flattering her, others offering gifts. And Wang Ming reveled in the attention. Before long, Qin returned, having printed the 20 copies as instructed. I have completed the single-sided printing as you requested, she said, carrying a stack of documents. Wang Ming suddenly chuckled coldly. You may take it away. What do you mean? Qin frowned, with a cup of coffee in hand. Wang Ming smiled sweetly and replied, I simply found you displeasing and wanted to toy with you a little. Now that I've had my fun, why should I keep you around? Slap. Qin, incensed, slammed the documents down on the table. You find pleasure in tormenting me? How dare you strike the table in defiance? Are you implying you no longer wish to work here? Wang Ming threatened, her expression menacing. Qin took a deep breath and suddenly, with a frosty expression, posed a question to Wang Ming. Do you believe that now that you have become the supervisor, you can act with impunity within the company? At that moment, Qin radiated an undeniable aura, which startled Wang Ming, who momentarily felt the return of the formidable and resolute beauty she once knew as the chairwoman. Yet, this fleeting thought vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Wang Ming, seething with indignation, retorted, Indeed, my ascension to the position of head of the business department is no small feat, and it far surpasses your lowly standing. She continued, Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish to start anew and gradually claw your way up the ranks. But let me assure you, as long as I, Wang Ming, am here, you shall never surpass me. As long as you remain under my command, I will make your life a torment. With a fierce expression, Wang Ming's demeanor was intimidating, causing Qin heart to ache. When she was still the chairwoman, Wang Ming had been merely a fresh graduate, struggling due to her impoverished background. Out of compassion, Qin had made an exception and appointed her as her secretary, even offering a salary twice that of an ordinary newcomer. Yet, in her moment of vulnerability, Wang Ming had chosen to humiliate her. Qin's expression gradually cooled, and she cast a piercing glance at Wang Ming, saying, I hope you do not come to regret your choices. With that, she turned and returned to her workstation. What arrogance! Does she truly believe she is the chairwoman from 5 years ago? Wang Ming scoffed, yet for some reason, Qin Shi's words left her with a sense of foreboding. Just as Qin Shi departed, a heavily made-up woman approached, holding a flowing red flag, and cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, Minister Wang. This month, the company's departmental evaluations ranked the business department first, and you have been awarded a personal bonus of 100,000. Is that true?" Wang Ming exclaimed with delight, her earlier gloom evaporating instantly. "Indeed it is. This flowing red flag signifies your achievement, and the bonus will be included with this month's salary." The woman replied with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Sister Liu. Once the salary is dispersed, I shall treat you to a lavish feast," Wang Ming said excitedly. "Then I shall eagerly await your feast," Sister Liu remarked as she turned to leave. News of the business department's top ranking spread rapidly, and many flocked to congratulate Wang Ming. "Supervisor Wang, congratulations. The deputy manager position is currently vacant. Perhaps it has been prepared specifically for you." Supervisor Wang. "When you are promoted to deputy manager, do not forget us old friends." In an instant, everyone was showering Wang Ming with flattery. "Thank you all for your encouragement. To show my gratitude for your support, I will treat everyone to dinner tonight at Beiyuan Spring Restaurant," Wang Ming announced loudly. Eliciting cheers from the crowd, "Long live Supervisor Wang." However, at that moment, a sly smile crept onto Wang Ming's lips as she glanced in Qin Shi's direction, adding, "Everyone is welcome to the dinner at Beiyuan Spring, except for her." Even if Wang Ming had truly extended an invitation to her, Qin Shi would have declined to attend. However, the fact that Wang Ming publicly invited everyone to dinner while pointedly excluding her was nothing short of an affront. Qin Shi's eyes brimmed with tears as she cast a disappointed glance at Wang Ming and remarked, "I wish you a successful dinner, then. No need for you to concern yourself with me." Wang Ming retorted sarcastically, "You might as well return home to your useless husband and have him cook for you." Haha. In an instant, the crowd erupted in laughter, echoing Wang Ming's mockery. Qin Shi shot a cold glare at Wang Ming before retrieving her phone and sending a text. Yang Chun, at Yanqin Group, was listening to Luo Bin report on work when his phone chimed with a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a brief note from Qin Shi. "I want to be the general manager." A subtle smile graced Yang Chen's lips as he simply replied, "Good." After sending the message, he turned to Luo Bin and instructed, "Draft a formal document under the headquarters authority to appoint Qin Shi as the general manager of Sanha Group." "Understood, Chairman," Luo Bin responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. The fact that she had taken the initiative to approach him indicated she had suffered considerable indignity and injustice at the company. Thus, he resolved to investigate. Yang Chen reflected for a moment before adding, "Pay particular attention to that woman named Wang Ming. Conduct a thorough investigation. If she is found blameless, we shall fabricate a reason to dismiss her. If there are any transgressions, we will show no mercy and hand over the compiled evidence to the authorities." "I understand. I will personally oversee the investigation," Luo Bin assured as he turned to leave. With Yang Chen's directives, Luo Bin executed the task with remarkable efficiency, swiftly uncovering the truth. The woman was indeed despicable. As a mere head of a business department, she had engaged in significant bribery and even sold confidential information about Sanha Group. Seated at his desk, Yang Chen held a dossier provided by Luo Bin, narrowing his eyes slightly. With this evidence, she should be looking at a decade behind bars. "Wouldn't you say? Chairman, shall we present this to the police now?" Luo Bin inquired cautiously, standing before the desk. Yang Chen casually tossed the document into the wastebasket. "Did you not mention she received a departmental reward today? Moreover, she is hosting a dinner for her colleagues tonight and publicly insulted Qin Shi. What do you think we should do with this evidence?" Luo Bin paused, quickly grasping Yang Chen's intention. "I see. Chairman, you wish to elevate her to the highest position before delivering a decisive blow." Yang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Proceed." At Sanha Group, Wang Ming was exhilarated by her recent award of 100,000 yuan from the company, feeling as though she were on the cusp of a promotion to deputy manager. Meanwhile, after sending her message, Qin Shi seemed to transform. She set aside all her current tasks and began preparing for her responsibilities as the newly appointed general manager. After all, she was the founder of Sanha Group. Even though the family had seized control of the company, she had dedicated many years to it and was well versed in its operations. At present, she has merely devised some plans and arrangements. Since she is aware that Yang Chen is the individual who purchased Sanha Group from behind the scenes, she certainly comprehends that the position of general manager will inevitably fall into her hands. Initially, She aspired to ascend from the lowest rungs of the company through her own efforts, confident that she could gradually secure the role of general manager. However, she did not anticipate the multitude of loopholes within the company's promotion channels, just like her current predicament, due to Wang Ming's disdain for her. No matter how hard she strives, a normal promotion remains unattainable. Given this reality, if she possesses the capability to become the general manager, why should she relinquish that opportunity? Why not seize the position for herself and rectify the company's deficiencies? Manager Wang, have you heard? The news swiftly spread throughout the company that the headquarters had appointed the new general manager of Sanha Group, with an official announcement expected before the end of the workday. The heavily made-up woman who had delivered the mobile flag to Wang Ming that morning had returned to her office. Wang Ming gasped, "Is it true?" The woman nodded, smiling as she replied, "Manager Wang, your luck is truly exceptional. Just last month, you achieved the highest company ranking and received a personal bonus of 100,000 yuan. With the new general manager's arrival, you will undoubtedly leave a splendid impression." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's hands clenched tightly in excitement. If I could indeed be valued by the general manager, that would be marvelous. I have high hopes for you. The heavily made-up woman exclaimed before swaying her hips and departing. The news of the impending appointment of the new general manager spread like wildfire throughout the company, igniting fervent excitement among the employees as if they were all on the verge of promotion. Yet, she sat calmly at her desk, engrossed in her work. In that moment, she felt a resurgence of the fervor she had when founding Sana Group, beginning to plan and arrange for the company's future development and personnel adjustments. The experience she gained from her grassroots work during this period was invaluable. She firmly believed that once she assumed her position, she would lead the company to unprecedented heights. That insufferable woman, I wonder what she's busy with day after day, Wang Ming complained to her colleagues. Just aimlessly bustling about. Having once been the chairperson of the company, now reduced to the lowest level of employee, she must feel quite resentful, a colleague remarked, glancing toward Qinshi. Wang Ming sneered, "Let's go take a look." As Qinshi finished organizing her materials, she noticed Wang Ming approaching. "Qinshi, you must have heard the news, right?" Wang Ming inquired with narrowed eyes. Qinshi furrowed her brow. "Heard about what? What are you even doing every day? You haven't heard about the new general manager's appointment?" A colleague beside Wang Ming scoffed. Even if she knew, she would likely pretend otherwise. If anyone is most affected by the news of the new general manager, it would undoubtedly be Qinshi, considering she once held the position of chairperson. Wang Ming added with a smile. Indeed, to fall from the highest position to the lowest is truly a tragic tale. In truth, none of this truly matters. The most sorrowful aspect is that she has married a worthless man and, to make matters worse, has borne a child. Yet, after the child's arrival, that good-for-nothing vanished into thin air. How amusing. I was completely unaware of this. As Wang Ming targeted Qinshi, colleagues from other departments congregated around, hurling derisive remarks at her. Qinshi remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon the surrounding faces, each one a grotesque mask of malice. Trampling others in their quest for flattery, how utterly revolting. Time passed swiftly, and as work hours came to a close, the anticipated appointment letter from the general manager had yet to be issued, leaving the employees with a sense of disappointment. At that moment, Wang Ming emerged with a smile, announcing, "I've reserved a private room at Beiyuan Spring Restaurant for tonight. Everyone is welcome to join. Long live Supervisor Wang." The crowd erupted in cheers. Just then, a black Audi A8 glided to a halt at the company entrance. A middle-aged man in formal attire hurriedly exited the vehicle, a document folder in hand. The vice president of Sanha Group rushed forward, greeting him, "Secretary Chen, good day." Secretary Chen nodded slightly. "Good day, Vice President Niu. I was caught in traffic. Are the employees still here?" "They are indeed. Please come in, Secretary Chen." Vice President Niu replied respectfully. As the vice president, he was well aware of certain internal affairs. Yet he dared not speak without permission from above. "Vice President Niu is here. Everyone, return to the office." As Wang Ming prepared to lead her colleagues away, she noticed Vice President Niu following a middle-aged man and, frightened, hastily retreated into the office. "Notify everyone to assemble in the large conference room immediately." Vice President Niu instructed his secretary before proceeding with Secretary Chen to the conference room. The individual who commanded such respect from Vice President Niu must be a high-ranking executive from headquarters. Yet, why was the general manager absent during this appointment? Could it be that Vice President Niu was being promoted? That seemed unlikely. Otherwise, news would have circulated by now. As speculation filled the air, no one noticed that Qinshi had quietly departed. Soon, all gathered in the expansive conference room on the top floor of the company. Secretary Chen took the central seat. With Vice President Nyo positioned to his right, and another seat to the left of Secretary Chin bore the title General Manager. Vice President Nyo commenced the meeting, delivering a brief speech before solemnly stating, "Now, Secretary Chin will announce the appointment of the new General Manager. Please give a warm welcome." Secretary Chin then lifted an appointment letter and solemnly declared, in response to the needs of the company's operational development, and following a resolution by the management meeting, Ms. Chin Shi is hereby appointed as the General Manager of Sanha Group, responsible for the daily operations of the company. This appointment takes effect immediately upon issuance. With that, he invited General Manager Chin to the stage to address the assembly, welcoming her warmly. As Secretary Chin's words resonated, shock enveloped the room. For the name Chin, she was already familiar to all. How could this be possible? Absolutely inconceivable. Wang Ming appeared utterly despondent. Surely, it must be a case of coincidence. Do not fret, General Manager Chin will soon make her appearance. As Wang Ming was comforted by those around her, she expressed her unease, insisting that it must be a case of mistaken identity and could not possibly involve that despicable woman. Her gaze was fixed intently on the entrance of the conference room. The sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed through the air, drawing nearer. To the astonishment of all present, Chin Shi, dressed impeccably in professional attire, appeared at the door and proceeded to take her seat at the head of the table. A thunderous noise resonated in Wang Ming's mind, leaving her feeling utterly drained as she murmured in disbelief, "Impossible. How could this be?" Throughout the proceedings, Chin Shi did not spare her a glance. Seated behind the general manager's desk, she commenced her address with an air of confidence that reminded some of the company's veterans of Chin Shi's illustrious past. While some were elated, others were filled with dismay. Meeting adjourned. Even after the gathering concluded, many remained in a state of shock. President Chin, wait. Wang Ming hastily followed her out. All eyes were upon her, a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, as everyone recalled how she had treated Chin Shi in the past. Chin Shi cast a cold gaze at Wang Ming and inquired, "What do you want?" "President Chin, I would like to invite you to dinner at Baiyuan Spring this evening with some colleagues, as a welcome banquet in your honor," Wang Ming replied with a cheerful facade, feigning a lack of past grievances. With a scornful laugh, Chin Shi retorted, "Your dinner invitation is not one that everyone is entitled to attend. I think I shall return home to prepare dinner for my useless husband instead." She threw back Wang Ming's earlier jibes with equal fervor. With that, she spun on her heel and departed with grace. Wang Ming's smile faltered, appearing more mournful than joyous. Nevertheless, she forced herself to maintain her composure and turned to her colleagues, mustering a strained smile. "It's just the right time to clock out. I will treat you all to dinner at Baiyuan Spring. Apologies, I just remembered my husband is waiting for me at home, so I won't be able to make it. My parents have come from the countryside. I must attend to them. I have to pick up my child from kindergarten, so I can't go now." The colleagues who had earlier shown enthusiasm to join Wang Ming for dinner now avoided her as if she were a plague, none willing to accompany her. Suddenly, a sharp alarm blared, and a police car came to a halt at the company entrance. Two uniformed officers emerged and approached Wang Ming. After one presented his identification, he produced a document. "We have received a formal complaint alleging that you have embezzled confidential information from Sanha Group, betrayed the company's interests, and accepted bribes. This is our warrant for your arrest." The saying, "the higher you hold something, the harder it falls," aptly describes individuals like Wang Ming. "I have long found this woman intolerable. Her arrogance was well known, and now she has been taken away by the police. To think she was also involved in corruption, she is truly a disgrace to Sanha Group. Who would want to join her for dinner now?" Those who previously flattered her now avoided her like the plague, particularly after her arrest, showering her with scornful remarks. The news of Chin Shi's appointment as the general manager of Sanha Group spread like wildfire throughout Jiangzhou. Recently, a mysterious figure hosted a banquet at the Starlight Garden Hotel for the prominent families of Jiangzhou, among which the first topic of discussion was the collaboration between Yinchin Group and Sanha Group. At that gathering, many affluent families eagerly expressed their desire to partner with Sanha Group, which has now eclipsed Yinchin Group in prominence. Naturally, the Chin family, as the original owners, received this news immediately, leaving the entire clan in shock. Since Sanha Group's separation from the Chin family, its market value has surged over tenfold. And with Chin Shi now ascending to the role of general manager, it is easy to imagine the Chin family's discontent. How could that audacious woman, Chin Shi, possibly attain such a position? Surely, it must have been through seduction that she climbed the ranks so swiftly. No wonder she displayed such arrogance during her recent visit to the Chin Group. Within the Chin estate, a large assembly gathered in the family meeting room, awaiting the arrival of old Master Chin. Qin Fei, with a white bandage around his neck and his arm suspended in a cast, sat in silence. His eyes reddened as he fixated on his injured arm. At that moment, Old Master Qin, supported by Fang Yu, entered the meeting room, prompting everyone to rise and greet him. Once seated, he surveyed the room and spoke. Just now, Sanha Group appointed Qin Shi as general manager. I presume you are all aware? The crowd nodded in unison. Xiao Fei, do you have anything to say? Old Master Qin suddenly turned his gaze towards Qin Fei, who had been lost in thought. Upon lifting his head, the grimace on Qin Fei's face had vanished, and he addressed Old Master Qin earnestly. Grandfather. Since Sanha Group severed ties with the Qin family, all personnel associated with the Qin family have been dismissed. Yet Qin Shi has smoothly entered the company and now ascended to the role of general manager. There are only two possible explanations. Please, proceed, Old Master Qin encouraged. The first possibility is due to Qin Shi's capabilities. The second, due to her beauty. Qin Fei fixed his gaze on Old Master Qin, analyzing the situation with seriousness. However, I lean towards the latter. From what I understand, upon her hiring, Qin Shi faced oppression from her department head, and it is said that just today, before her appointment, he slapped her. Why, then, would she suddenly be appointed as general manager? Back when she was still with the Qin family, General Luo from Yinshin Group personally came to our family to present a contract, claiming to be moved by Qin Shi's sincerity. How could that be? Shortly thereafter, when you entrusted the collaboration to me, they accused us of breach of contract. Who, in their right mind, would include a clause specifying a responsible party in a contract? If I am not mistaken, at that time, a significant figure behind Yinshin Group had already approached Qin Shi, but she refused to acquiesce to their demands. In retaliation, they accused us of breach and forced us to relinquish Sanha Group. Yet a month ago, at the banquet in Starlight Garden Hotel, the first piece of news was about the collaboration between Yinshin Group and Sanha Group. At this point, I trust you comprehend the implications, grandfather. Master Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he could not help but acknowledge that his grandson's astuteness was indeed aligned with the reality of the situation. I understand now. The reason Qin Shi has faced suppression since joining the company is due to the directives from her superiors. Unable to withstand the oppression, Qin Shi sought compromise with the influential figure behind Yinshin Group, with the power that individual wields. Securing Qin Shi the position of general manager at Sanha Group would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? At that moment, Fang Yu also wore a look of dawning realization. The depths of one's thoughts correlate directly with the nature of their actions. This is the true reflection of the Qin family. After hearing Qin Fei and Fang Yu, the others nodded in agreement. Master Qin rapped his knuckles on the table, and the conference room fell silent. With a grave expression, he stated, regardless of the reasons, Qin Shi has ascended to the position of general manager, and since she is a member of the Qin family, she must contribute to our clan. A person devoid of shame can instill fear even in the young. It was he who had personally expelled Qin Shi and her family from the clan, and now, recognizing her value to the family, he acknowledged her as one of their own. Xiao Fei, I have a task for you. Go to the Qin estate and discuss collaboration with Qin Shi, Master Qin suddenly declared. Qin Fei was taken aback, then hastily replied, Grandfather. Qin Shi harbors considerable animosity toward me. She will not entertain discussions. Perhaps it would be better for someone else to approach her? Master Qin raised an eyebrow. Qin Shi is now the general manager of Sanha Group, backed by that influential figure from Yinshin Group. The Qin family must find a way to win her forgiveness. It was also because of you that I expelled her family. Only you can seek her pardon. Do you understand? Qin Fei had thought this was merely about discussing collaboration until this moment when he realized that Master Qin was essentially making him a scapegoat, placing the blame for Qin Shi's expulsion squarely on his shoulders. A sense of resentment welled up within him. Just days prior, he had obstructed Qin Shi's visit to the Qin Group, and his arm had been broken again by Yang Qin. If he were to actually seek Qin Shi as favor now, where would he place his pride? Considering his past actions toward her, should she return, would there still be a place for him in the family? Grandfather, I cannot do it. Qin Fei gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Master Qin slammed his palm on the table, fuming. If you had treated Qin Shi better back then, would we be in this predicament now? This task must be accomplished by you. With that harsh decree, Master Qin stormed out. The members of the Qin family exchanged glances, realizing that Master Qin intended for Qin Shi to rise at the expense of Qin Fei. Should that woman return to the family, he would be cast aside. Xiao Fei, since the old master has designated you, this task is yours to complete. We can offer no assistance. I must take my leave. Xiao Fei, the future of the family relies on you. Good luck. Xiao Fei. I believe you can persuade Qin Shi to return to the family. A multitude of relatives offered him token comfort before departing. In the vast conference room, only he and his mother, Lin Xuelian, remained. Xiao Fei, do not be anxious. If you cannot bring yourself to approach that despicable woman, I shall disregard my own dignity and plead on your behalf, Lin Xuelian quickly remarked, noticing the change in Qin Fei's demeanor. Qin Fei shook his head and suddenly smiled wryly. Mother, do you truly comprehend my grandfather's intentions? He intends to sacrifice me in exchange for Qin Shi's heart. Grandfather is truly ruthless. Xiao Fei, do you still remember what your father said to you while he was alive? Lin Xuelian gazed at Qin Fei with a serious expression and said, he mentioned that if one cannot endure minor grievances, how can one aspire to achieve grand ambitions? If one cannot bear this little indignity, how can one await the opportunity to inherit the position of the family head? Currently, you are the sole legitimate descendant of the Qin family. The future of the Qin lineage is destined solely for you. Even if you humbly seek out Qin Shi, and she consents to return to the family, she ultimately does not possess the bloodline of the Qin clan. Your grandfather merely seeks to exploit her. Once she no longer holds any value, she will inevitably be cast aside. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Qin Fei's gaze as he exclaimed, Mother, I understand now. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Even if Qin Shi were to strike or scold me, I would still endure it. Yangchen escorted Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao to the Qin family courtyard. Just as Qin Shi was about to alight from the vehicle, Yangchen suddenly smiled and said, Wait, let me drive the car into the courtyard. Huh? Before Qin Shi could fully comprehend the situation, Yangchen had already exited the vehicle and opened the courtyard gate. Subsequently returning to the car. To Qin Shi's astonishment, Yangchen parked the car within the courtyard. Yangchen, you must drive the car out quickly. If my mother discovers this, it would be a minor issue if she merely expelled you, but what if she damages the car? Qin Shi wore a look of panic. In this household, it was Zhou Yutsue who held the reins. Qin Shi was unaware that in the morning, Yangchen had already settled matters with her mother-in-law. And starting today, he would also be moving into this home. Xiao Shi, are you implying that driving me away is a trivial matter, while damaging the car is a significant one? Yangchen feigned an expression of grievance. Qin Shi retorted with exasperation, What nonsense! My mother has never been fond of you. So it is only natural that she would wish to expel you. However, what shall we do if the car is damaged? The value of your vehicle must certainly exceed $1 million, does it not? This vehicle is far from merely $1 million. Even the highest configuration of a new model starts at that price, not to mention this particular car, which was custom-made by Ma Chao at the Volkswagen headquarters, adhering to the military's utmost safety standards. Although my mother mentioned this morning that you could stay at home in the future, she frequently reneges on her morning assertions by evening. As Qin Shi was speaking, she suddenly spotted Zhou Yutsue emerging in an apron, instantly feeling a wave of panic. Oh no, my mother is coming out. She hurriedly alighted from the car, just about to explain, when Yang Chun, with a cheerful demeanor, approached first, holding a jewelry bag from the jade shop. Mother, he said with a smile, I specially selected this Hutian jade bracelet for you, considering your exquisite taste. While passing by the jade store, do take a look and see if you like it. This morning, I received 50,000 yuan in cash from Yangchen. And by evening, a valuable jade bracelet arrived, stirring excitement within Zhou Yutsue. However, the long-standing grievances against Yang Chun prevented her from immediately altering her demeanor towards him, although it was certainly an improvement from her previous attitude. With a cold snort, Zhou Yutsue casually accepted the jewelry pouch and remarked with indifference, I suppose you still possess a semblance of conscience. After she finished speaking, she turned and returned to her room. Qin Shi stared in astonishment at the scene before her until Yangchen reminded her, Hurry and sighed, It has been ages since I enjoyed a meal prepared by my mother. Before Qin Shi could move, he had already taken Xiao Xiao's hand and entered the house. Is he capable of such actions? Qin Shi mused to herself. Then followed Yangchen inside. Where is my mother? Qin Shi inquired, puzzled. Yangchen chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps she has gone to seek the truth. Seek the truth? Qin Shi looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, Zhou Yutsue was hiding in her room, having already taken out a jade bracelet to adorn her wrist. The more she looked at it, the more she adored it. Could this possibly be fake? She wondered. The jade bracelet was exceedingly beautiful, with a delicate texture that felt comfortable on her wrist. When she glanced at the price tag, she gasped, My goodness. This jade bracelet is worth 300,000. Could it truly be genuine? She hurriedly began to verify the details as indicated on the tag. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yutsue cautiously returned the jade bracelet to its box and locked it in the safe. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. No. If the Yong knows the code, I must change it. After resetting the code, she finally felt at ease to leave, concerned that Zhou Yucue might suddenly explode with anger. Qinshi immediately settled Yangchen in her room upon entering, allowing him to play with Xiao Xiao. This was Xiao Xiao's first time playing with Yangchen at home, and laughter frequently echoed from upstairs. A twinge of jealousy crept into Qinshi as she muttered, "That little rascal, laughing so joyously. He must have forgotten all about me. Where's Yangchen?" At that moment, Zhou Yucue emerged with a dish, puzzled to find Yangchen absent. Qinshi cautiously glanced at Zhou Yucue and replied, "He's upstairs playing with Xiao Xiao. Then hurry and call him down for dinner." Zhou Yucue rolled her eyes, since Yangchen drove into the yard. Qinshi had been quite surprised. Today, Zhou Yucue seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, to the point that even she barely recognized her. When Yangchen came downstairs, Zhou Yucue reverted to her usual demeanor, her face cold as she remarked, "In the future, if I have prepared a meal, do I still need to go up and invite you down?" Yangchen quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Mom, I understand my mistake. I will make sure to come down in advance next time." While Qinshi had initially dismissed Zhou Yucue's words, Yangchen's remarks finally alerted her to something unusual. First, Yangchen had driven into the yard, then Zhou Yucue had asked her to call Yangchen for dinner. And now their conversation suggested that these two seemingly incompatible individuals had reached some sort of accord. Furthermore, earlier in the morning, Zhou Yucue had mentioned allowing Yangchen to stay at home. Could it be that she truly had no intention of retracting her words? What does this mean? Qinshi furrowed her brow and glanced at Yangchen. Children should eat more vegetables. Yangchen feigned ignorance, placing a piece of green vegetable in Xiao Xiao's bowl and a piece of meat in Qinshi's bowl. "You are busy with work, so make sure to eat more lean meat. It helps to boost immunity." "Mom, I'm back." Just as they were enjoying their meal, Qin burst into the house, full of energy, and before she could change into her slippers, she noticed a familiar figure sitting at the dining table. She stood there, utterly astonished, not even changing her shoes, and hurried to the dining table. Confirming it was Yangchen, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother-in-law, it really is you." Yangchen smiled at Qin. "What are you acting so crazy for? Sit down and eat," Zhou Yucue said, glaring at Qin with annoyance. The fact that Zhou Yucue did not stop her from calling him brother-in-law only deepened Qin's astonishment. "Sister, what on earth is happening?" Qin quietly inquired while Zhou Yucue was busy serving food. Qinshi maintained a frosty demeanor, replying, "I don't know," clearly still upset about the secret between Yangchen and Zhou Yucue. "Xiao Xiao, when you returned home earlier, what happened? Could you please share it with your aunt?" Qin turned to Xiao Xiao. While chewing on her vegetables, Xiao Xiao mumbled, "Nothing. Daddy was upstairs playing with Xiao Xiao for quite a while. This scenario doesn't add up." Qin looked perplexed. At that moment, Zhou Yucue brought her a bowl of rice, effectively silencing her. This was Yangchen's first experience of Zhou Yucue's home-cooked meal. He had put in considerable effort just to enjoy this dish. "All right, since we have all eaten well, I have an announcement to make," Zhou Yucue declared, disregarding Yangchen, who was still on his second bowl of rice. "For the sake of Xiao Xiao having a complete home, starting today, Yangchen will be living here." "What?" Qin, who was in the midst of sipping water, nearly spluttered. Qinshi and Xiao Xiao had already been informed of this news that morning and exhibited no unusual reactions. Qinshi was merely curious about how Yangchen managed to persuade Zhou Yucue to agree to his residing in the house. At that moment, the sudden roar of an engine echoed from the entrance, and Zhou Yucue's expression immediately darkened. "It must be your father returning." "Mom, I'll go open the door," Yangchen said, turning to leave. As he opened the courtyard gate, he spotted a familiar figure, one hand in a cast suspended around her neck, the other holding a gift box. Yangchen. Upon seeing him, Qinfei appeared taken aback. However, recalling the purpose of her visit, she suppressed her hatred entirely. "Yangchen, is Xiaoxi at home?" "Yes." Yangchen was succinct, understanding the reason for Qinfei's visit from her demeanor. "I'll go in and see Xiaoxi," Qinfei stated, preparing to enter the courtyard. She is now the general manager of Sanha Group, very busy. Not everyone is qualified to see her, Yangchen coldly retorted, slamming the courtyard door shut with a decisive bang. "I have said that one day, the Qin family will beg her to return." After closing the door, Yangchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Qinfei stood outside the door, his expression gradually contorting with rage. "How dare he speak to me like that? This worthless scoundrel." He seethed through gritted teeth. "Who is it?" Qinshi inquired upon seeing Yangchen's return. "It is Qinfei," Yangchen replied with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing Yangchen's words, Qinshi was taken aback and asked, What brings him here? You remember when you went to find old Master Qin with the contract? He personally expelled you, believing that he could still collaborate with Sanha Group without you. Now that you have been appointed as the general manager, they are naturally concerned that the previously agreed cooperation might fall through. Hence they sent Qin Fei to seek you out, Yangchen explained. Xiaoxi, you've become the general manager of Sanha Group? Zhou Yucue exclaimed with delight upon hearing Yangchen's statement, while Qin Yi looked at Qin Shi with joy. Qin Shi cast a complex glance at Yangchen, then nodded at Zhou Yucue and Qin Yi. I was just appointed before the end of today's work. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have prepared more dishes to celebrate. Zhou Yucue exclaimed excitedly as she rose to head for the kitchen. Qin Yi chimed in cheerfully, Sister, how about this? I'll treat everyone to dinner tomorrow, just our family. All right, let us dine together tomorrow. Qin Shi felt warmth in her heart, but she was well aware that all of this was thanks to Yangchen. However, due to Yangchen's unique status, these matters could not be disclosed. As the family was joyfully conversing, Qin Shi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Go ahead and answer it. Let us see what he has to say. Yangchen discerned Qin Shi's hesitation. Upon answering, she heard Qin Fei's voice. Xiaoxi, I urgently need to speak with you. Could you please let me in? Qin Shi frowned and coldly replied, If this is a personal matter, discuss it over the phone. If it's business, come to the office. Could you please just open the door? We need to discuss this in person. It's truly urgent. Qin Fei's voice sounded frantic. At that moment, unsure of how to proceed, Qin Shi cast a pleading glance at Yangchen. Yangchen pondered for a moment before nodding, then stepped forward to open the door. Fine, was all Qin Shi uttered before hanging up. Soon, Qin Fei entered the room behind Yangchen. The entire Qin family wore expressions of indifference, ignoring him completely. Qin Fei approached Zhou Yucue first, holding a gift box, and smiled. Second aunt, this is a genuine brand of cosmetics I had a friend bring back from abroad. Especially for you. I hope you will accept it. Upon hearing about the foreign cosmetics, Zhou Yucue, lacking principles, accepted the gift box and placed it before her. Her face cold as she inquired, What business do you have with Xiaoxi at this late hour? Seeing Zhou Yucue accept the gift box, Qin Fei felt a surge of satisfaction and quickly replied, The reason I urgently sought Xiaoxi is due to two matters. First, I bring good news. Grandfather specifically instructed me to invite you all back to the Qin family estate. He has prepared a villa for you there, which is twice the size of the old two-story house, and it is all ready for you to move in at once. Zhou Yucue's face lit up with joy as she asked, Are you serious? Can we move in right away? Mom. Qin Shi could no longer bear it, and, with a frigid expression, remarked, We are currently living well and have a place to stay. Since we have been expelled from the family, there is no need to return. Let us move on to the second matter. For Qin Fei, whether Qin Shi returned to the family was of no concern. The second matter was what truly mattered. He hastily interjected, The second matter is that the cooperation promised by Sanha Group to the Qin family has yet to be finalized. Now that you have assumed your position, could you expedite the implementation of this collaboration? Just as Yangchen had surmised, Qin Fei's arrival was solely for the purpose of discussing cooperation. Any suggestion for Qin Shi to return to the family likely stemmed from the old Master Qin's wishes. Given Qin Shi's current status, her return to the Qin family would undoubtedly elevate their standing. Yangchen remained silent, quietly observing how Qin Shi would handle the situation. Had he wished to intervene, he would have instructed Qin Shi to decline the call from Qin Fei. The intent behind meeting Qin Fei was to discern Qin Shi's choice. At this moment, Zhou Yucue wisely chose to remain silent. She was not oblivious and understood the adage that one does not visit the Temple of the Three Treasures without cause. Qin Shi scoffed. Why has there been no progress in the cooperation? Perhaps others are unaware, but surely you understand? Xiaoxi, I have wronged you in the past, slandering you everywhere. This was entirely my fault. I acknowledge my mistakes and do not seek your forgiveness. Qin Fei began with an apology, then adopted a seemingly sincere demeanor. However, I hope you can consider our shared surname and spare the Qin family. If you truly cannot forgive me, it is acceptable. You may inform grandfather to expel me from the family, and I shall have no objections. I only wish for the Qin family's well-being. Qin Fei's tone was earnest. Those unaware of his character might genuinely believe he was sincere. Yangchen observed with a detached gaze. Qin Shi bit her lip gently, instinctively glancing at Yangchen, who was evidently entrusting her with the matter at hand. Suddenly, Qin Fei executed a shocking action. Thud. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Fei knelt before Qin Shi, bowing his head. His eyes reddened, his face contorted with humiliation. However, when he lifted his gaze, it was filled solely with pleading. Xiaoxi, I truly recognize my error. I implore you, Grant the Qin family a chance. As long as the cooperation with Sanda Group can be successfully signed, I am willing to comply with whatever you desire. What are you doing? Qin Shi exclaimed, hastily urging, please, get up. If you do not agree, I shall remain here on my knees, Qin Fei replied, resolute. Get up first, or I shall cancel the cooperation with the Qin family, Qin Shi retorted through gritted teeth. Upon hearing her words, Qin Fei's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stood, exclaiming, Shashi, does this mean that as long as I stand, the cooperation with the Qin family will continue? Return and inform grandfather that a prominent family must uphold its dignity. Do not engage in contradictory actions. Since we have been expelled from the family, we shall have no further ties with the Qin family. Qin Shi regarded Qin Fei with a complex expression and remarked, moreover, this will be my final act of assistance to the family. As for the family's nurturing grace, it was repaid the moment they seized the Sanha group from my hands. Qin Fei's primary objective was to secure a collaboration. Qin Shi's reluctance to return was, for him, fortuitous news. He quickly replied, rest assured. I shall relay your words to grandfather verbatim. This time, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Qin family. As he spoke, Qin Fei even bowed deeply to Qin Shi before turning to leave. In that fleeting moment of his departure, no one noticed the twisted anger etched upon his face. Yangchen narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting until Qin Fei vanished from sight before murmuring, it would be best if he refrains from committing any further transgressions against Xiaoxi. Otherwise, I shall ensure the entire Qin family pays the price. Yangchen found it peculiar that since he had escorted Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao home, Qin De Yong had yet to return, even at such a late hour. When Qin Fei had knocked on the door, Zhou Yuchui had initially thought it was Qin De Yong, and her expression had darkened slightly. Was there some discord between the couple? The three women remained silent, and he felt it inappropriate to pry further. Once Qin Fei departed, Qin Shi, concerned that Zhou Yuchui might suddenly create trouble for Yangchen, signaled to him with a glance, you should take Xiao Xiao upstairs. Yangchen smiled gently and lifted Xiao Xiao, exclaiming, let's go play, shall we? Previously, it had always been her aunt who entertained her, but today, with her father, the little girl was elated, clinging to Yangchen's neck as she joyfully shouted, giddy up, daddy, make your horse run faster. As Qin Shi observed the pair's retreating figures, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. In her childhood, Qin De Yong had similarly played with her, and the thought of it elicited a sigh. Mother, are you certain you want Yangchen to stay in our home from now on? Zhou Yuchui, engrossed in examining the cosmetics Qin Fei had brought, did not even glance up as she replied, do you believe your mother lacks integrity? He is already here. Can I still go back on my word? These are genuine products. This set of Chanel cosmetics has an official price exceeding 6,000. Observing Zhou Yuchui's enthusiasm, Qin Shi felt a sense of helplessness. Qin Yi appeared delighted at the prospect of Yang Chen residing in their home, cheerfully stating, sister, congratulations. Your little family of three will finally be together. Who allowed you to presume they would live together? Zhou Yuchui abruptly lifted her head, expressing discontent. Before Qin Yi could inquire further, she added, I have already tidied the storage room for Yangchen to stay in. Mother, since you have agreed to let my brother-in-law reside here, it signifies your acceptance of him. Allow him to stay with my sister. Who knows, he might even grant you a grandchild one day. Qin Yi adopted a flattering demeanor, massaging Zhou Yuchui's shoulders. Qin Shi's face flushed as she shot her a fierce glare. Do not speak so recklessly. Zhou Yuchui, incensed by Qin Yi's words, sprang to her feet. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Shi as she exclaimed, I warn you, if you allow him to lay a finger on you, I shall disown you as my daughter. Qin Shi wore a look of exasperation, while Zhou Yuchui appeared solemn, speaking as if she genuinely wished for Yangchen to approach. Although she harbored a modicum of affection for him, it was far from a moment where they could openly confront their feelings. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the gate of the small courtyard. The expressions of the mother and daughter trio turned frantic. Typically, such a late return accompanied by this rhythmic knocking could only signal Qin Deong. Mother, I shall open the door, Qin Shi declared as she ventured outside. Father, why are you drunk again? Upon opening the courtyard gate, she indeed found Qin Deong, reeking of alcohol and clumsily clutching a bottle as he stumbled inside. Qin Shi secured the gate and hurried to support her father. You scoundrel! You return home every day in a drunken stupor. Do you take pleasure in tormenting me? Zhou Yuchui, witnessing her husband's state, burst into tears. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve a husband like you? Mother, father is intoxicated. He cannot comprehend anything you say. Let us wait until he is sober tomorrow to confront him, shall we? Qin Yi quickly grasped Zhou Yucui's hand to offer solace. Father, please stop drinking, wash up, and go to bed, Qin Shi urged, bringing a basin of warm water as she seized the liquor bottle from Qin Daong's grasp. Give me the wine. I want the wine. Qin Daong lunged for the bottle. Xiaoyi, please help me. Don't let father drink anymore. Qin Shi, caught between restraining her father and preventing him from reclaiming the bottle, called for her sister's assistance. The two sisters exerted considerable effort to wash Qin Daong's face and hands, yet he was particularly spirited that night, incessantly clamoring for more alcohol. Meanwhile, upstairs, Xiao Xiao had been enjoying playtime with her father, but Qin Daong's shouts from below startled her, prompting her to seek refuge in Yang Chen's embrace. Sensing his daughter trembling, Yang Chen's expression grew increasingly somber. Xiao Xiao, do not fear. Father is here. Everything will be all right, he reassured her, holding her tightly and speaking as gently as possible. Daddy, you want to drink every day like Grandpa, will you? Xiao Xiao suddenly looked up, her face etched with concern. Yang Chen promptly shook his head, assuring her, rest assured, Xiao Xiao, I will never drink like Grandpa. With that, Xiao Xiao visibly relaxed. Not wishing to impose further psychological burdens on her, Yang Chen shifted the conversation. Xiao Xiao, would you like to live in a big house? A big house? Is it larger than great-grandpa's? Xiao Xiao asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yang Chen nodded. Much larger than great-grandpa's, with a princess room that is entirely yours. Filled with countless toys, all that you desire will be within that house. Xiao Xiao's eyes gleamed with joy and excitement, yet suddenly a thought crossed her mind, dimming her spirits as she shook her head. Yang Chen, puzzled, inquired, do you not wish to reside in a grand house akin to a castle? Xiao Xiao gazed earnestly at Yang Chen, expressing her fondness for castles and an abundance of toys. However, she lamented the financial burdens such a grand house would impose on her mother, stating, I don't want Mom to work so hard. At such a tender age, her maturity weighed heavily on Yang Chen, filling him with a profound sense of guilt. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, from now on, your father will provide for everything you and your mother desire, Yang Chen declared solemnly. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Ah, you wretched creature. How dare you strike me? Zhou Yutsue cried out, her voice rising to the upper floors. The previously calm Xiao Xiao suddenly clung tightly to Yang Chen, exclaiming, Daddy, I'm scared. Do not fear. Your father is here, he assured her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. An overwhelming urge to whisk his daughter away surged within him. Yet he recognized that she was the very essence of Qin Shi, and he lacked the authority to make that decision. Brother-in-law, hurry down and check. We cannot allow this to escalate. Qin Yi burst into the room. Had it not been for his concern for Xiao Xiao's solitude, Yang Chen would have descended long ago. Please watch over Xiao Xiao for me, he requested as he stepped out. You shameless woman, all you do is stir up trouble. Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Were it not for this family, I would have kicked you out long ago. Now you dare to confine me? Qin Daong shouted, his eyes aflame with rage, his words slurred yet comprehensible. Ah, you vile wretch, how can you accuse me of tormenting you? Who was it that married you despite your shortcomings? Since being with you, have you ever allowed me a single day of peace? Zhou Yutsue retorted, her voice rising in protest. Father, mother, please cease your quarrel. Xiao Xiao will be frightened. Qin Shi pleaded, her expression one of exhaustion from mediating between her parents. And you ungrateful child, had you not chosen to marry that good-for-nothing, would our family have cast us aside? Would our company have been seized? Qin Daong relentlessly redirected his ire towards Qin Shi. Stunned, Qin Shi's tears began to flow. Father, how can you say such things? I am your daughter. Silence. Qin Daong bellowed, raising his hand to strike her. Just as Yang Chen exited the room, he witnessed this distressing scene. A flash of cold fury crossed his eyes as he swiftly positioned himself between Qin Shi and her father. With a resounding slap, he seized Qin Daong's wrist. His demeanor icy. Even inebriated, you shall not lay a hand on her. The excruciating pain in his wrist jolted Qin Daong from his stupor, and he grimaced. Let go of me. As they registered Yang Chen's intervention, Zhou Yutsue and Qin Shi finally came to their senses. Yang Chen, release him at once. Qin Shi urged anxiously. I command you to throw this scoundrel out immediately, or you shall not reside in this house. Zhou Yutsue insisted furiously. Mother, father is merely intoxicated. He is not normally like this. Surely, you must realize that. Qin Shi angrily exclaimed, then turned to Yang Chen. Do not heed my mother. Quickly help me get father into the room. Yang Chen slightly nodded and released Qin Daong's wrist. The pain indeed served as a means to sober him. Though he still bore traces of inebriation, he was noticeably more alert. He shot a cold glare at Yang Chen. Even you, worthless as you are, dare to lay hands on me? Just wait. With that, Qin Daong uttered a harsh remark and staggered back to his room. Yangchen, you truly are something. Having just entered this household today, and already you oppose me. If I were to keep you around, would you one day seek to usurp my place in this family? At this moment, Zhou Yucue was exceedingly upset, pointing towards the door as she scolded, Get out. Do not even think about staying in this home any longer. Yangchen harbored a surge of indignation within, yet for the sake of Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao, he chose to endure. Mother, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Qin Shi began to weep, with you and father causing such chaos. Do you not think the household is already tumultuous enough? Xiao Shi, mother does this for your own good. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. Look at your father. When I married into the Qin family, I did not find him lacking. What has become of him now? He is not only disregarded by the family but also spends his days inebriated, even resorting to violence against me. Zhou Yucue's face bore the mark of a slap as she spoke, her emotions running high. All I desire is for you to marry a wealthy man so that I may share a good life with you. Is that too much to ask? But he is still Xiao Xiao's father. My husband. Qin Shi replied, her eyes reddened. Xiao Xiao is your daughter, yet you are my daughter as well. My love is selfish. I only wish for your happiness. Zhou Yucue cried even more sorrowfully. You bore him a daughter, endured 5 years of living as a widow for him. Does he understand how you have struggled all these years? Does he deserve to be called Xiao Xiao's father? Does he deserve to be your husband? No. He is unworthy. Zhou Yucue wept bitterly, her emotions exceedingly agitated. Yangchen stood frozen in place, silent, his mind echoing Zhou Yucue's words. He is unworthy. Qin Shi glanced at Yangchen, her heart filled with compassion. She wished to proclaim to the world that Yangchen was not without merit, but rather a great hero who defended home and country. Yet she could say nothing. That night, Yangchen slept in the storage room, though it measured only 4 or 5 square meters, and he lay on the floor. He felt infinitely more comfortable than residing in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, for his wife and daughter's rooms were just next door. Mother, you are lying. Xiao Xiao exclaimed as she saw Qin Shi burrow under the covers, her face suddenly filled with grievance. Ha! Qin Shi replied, perplexed. When did I lie to you? Did you not say that father would live with us? Xiao Xiao's eyes were already glistening with tears. On the verge of crying, mother did not lie to you. He is in the room next door. Why does father have to sleep next door? Xiao Xiao wanted her father to hold her as she slept. Mother, I will go call father over. Shall I? Father is too tired from work today. He has already fallen asleep. Let us not disturb him, all right? No. I want father. I want father. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao burst into tears. Hearing his daughter's cries from the next room, Yangchen hurriedly rushed over, exclaiming, Don't cry, Xiao Xiao, daddy is here. Upon hearing her father's voice, the little girl's sobs immediately ceased. She tumbled over and dashed into Yangchen's embrace. Daddy, I thought you didn't want Xiao Xiao anymore, she said, tightly clutching his neck, her eyes glistening with tears. How could I not want you, my dear daughter? Yangchen reassured her. Watching Xiao Xiao's attachment to Yangchen, Qin Shi felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she had raised their daughter with great effort. Yet Xiao Xiao had become so attached to Yangchen in such a short time. Sensing Qin Shi's emotions, Yangchen gently set Xiao Xiao down by the bedside, wiping her tears with a soft touch. Speaking as gently as possible, he said, Xiao Xiao, daddy has to work tomorrow, and I'm quite tired now. It's time for you to sleep with mommy, all right? Xiao Xiao pouted, on the verge of tears again. Daddy, can you sleep with mommy and Xiao Xiao? I'm scared when you're not here. Scared of what? Yangchen asked, puzzled. I'm scared that daddy won't want me anymore. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Xiao's tears streamed down her cheeks. This statement struck deep in both Yangchen's and Qin Shi's hearts, especially for Yangchen. It felt as though his heart was being twisted by guilt over the 5 years of paternal absence in his daughter's life. Qin Shi's eyes also reddened. Regardless of her feelings toward Yangchen, he was undeniably Xiao Xiao's father, a bond that could not be severed. Don't cry, Xiao Xiao, don't cry. Daddy won't leave. He will sleep with us tonight. Qin, she quickly replied. Yang Chun was taken aback. Observing Qin Shi's near tears, his heart weighed down even more. How difficult it must be for her to share a bed with a man with whom she had no emotional connection. Yet for the sake of their daughter, she had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps this was the essence of maternal love. Xiao Xiao finally ceased her crying, clinging to Yangchen's neck, fearful of his sudden departure. The three of them lay together on the same bed, with Xiao Xiao nestled between them. Neither Yangchen nor Qin Shi could find sleep. Perhaps exhausted from crying, or perhaps due to the safety she felt in her father's arms, it wasn't long before Xiao Xiao drifted off to sleep. Though she was asleep, her little hands remained tightly wrapped around Yangchen's neck. He dared not move, allowing his daughter to hold him close, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness rather than fatigue. Time passed, and suddenly, Xiao Xiao turned over, releasing her grip on Yangchen. He cast a lingering glance at his daughter and wife, cautiously rising to gently pull the covers over them before stepping away. No matter how reluctant he felt, he knew he had to leave. He understood that Qin Shi's actions stemmed not from affection for him, but solely for their daughter. With Xiao Xiao asleep, he had no reason to linger. What he did not know was that the moment he left, Qin Shi opened her eyes in the darkness. A silent sigh escaped her lips. It was destined to be a sleepless night, with both the man and woman separated by a mere wall, unable to find rest. The following morning, Qin Shi was startled awake by the sound of Xiao Xiao's cries. Don't cry, Mama is here." Qin Shi quickly embraced her daughter to comfort her. At that moment, the first light of dawn was just beginning to appear, and the alarm had yet to ring. "Daddy, I want Daddy," Xiao Xiao sobbed sorrowfully. It was then that Qin Shi realized the cause of her daughter's sudden tears. Upon awakening, Xiao Xiao found her father absent. "Xiao Xiao, Daddy is right here." Just as Xiao Xiao was crying, Yangchen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. The tears ceased immediately, and Xiao Xiao turned and leaped into her father's arms. Choking back her sobs, "Daddy, I thought you didn't want me anymore." Yangchen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was the absence of paternal love for 5 long years that had caused Xiao Xiao to cling to him so desperately. Qin Shi felt a deep ache in her heart as well. She longed to provide Xiao Xiao with a complete family and wished for her daughter to be embraced by her father every night as she fell asleep. Yet, she could never quite overcome the emotional barrier within her heart. Yangchen had vanished for 5 years, and though she had harbored resentment, those feelings dissipated like smoke when she inadvertently recalled certain past events he had mentioned. Still, that was insufficient for her to develop genuine affection for this man. Their connection was merely a result of an unexpected circumstance, and she felt no emotional foundation towards him. Yangchen held Xiao Xiao for a considerable time until her emotions calmed. At that moment, he had just returned from his morning exercise, clad in sports attire. "Xiao Xiao, Daddy is all sweaty. Let me take a shower first, and then I will hold you, all right?" Qin Shi suddenly interjected. After a brief period of crying, Xiao Xiao perked up and, no longer clinging to Yangchen as she had moments ago, nodded. "Daddy, you go take a shower first. And then you can take Xiao Xiao out to play, okay?" Yangchen glanced at Qin Shi, who gave a slight nod in response. "Today is Saturday. We can take Xiao Xiao out to play during the day, and in the evening, Xiaoyi is treating us to dinner." "All right, no problem. I'll go take a shower first," Yangchen replied, settling on the edge of the bed with Xiao Xiao in his arms. Just as he stood up, a thought struck him, and a hint of hesitation crossed his face. As Qin Shi was about to inquire, she quickly realized and said, "You can shower in my room." Yangchen lived in a storage room with barely enough space to lay down a mat, leaving no room for bathing. He grabbed a change of clothes and stepped into the bathroom. Suddenly, Qin Shi's expression changed dramatically, and she called out, "Wait." However, by the time she voiced her objection, Yangchen had already entered the bathroom. The space was not large, and a small washing machine occupied one corner. On a rack at the back, several intimate garments hung. Yangchen could hardly have anticipated that the bathroom would present such a tantalizing sight. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance. Although he now had a daughter, he was still taken aback. Throughout his life, he had only shared one intimate night with Qin Shi, and that had occurred while he was unconscious. In the flush of youth, confronted with the sight of those delicate garments, his breath quickened. "Are you still looking?" As Qin Shi rushed in, Yangchen's gaze was fixated on her intimate apparel, causing her to blush deeply as she hastily gathered all her belongings. Observing Qin Shi's hurried retreat, Yangchen couldn't help but smile radiantly, murmuring to himself, could this be considered cohabitation? "Sister, breakfast is ready." Just then, Qin Yi burst through the door while Qin Shi was busy combing Xiao Xiao's hair. "I understand. You all eat first. We will join you shortly," Qin Shi replied. However, Qin Yi showed no intention of leaving, her eyes twinkling as she scrutinized Qin Shi. "Sister, I just went to call brother-in-law, but he wasn't in his room. Where could he possibly be this early?" As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance toward the bathroom. Qin Shi immediately felt flustered, attempting to maintain her composure. "I just finished showering and forgot to turn off the faucet." "Oh." Qin Yi feigned enlightenment, glancing at Qin Shi's dry hair, teasing. "When did you start showering without washing your hair?" "I simply forgot to turn off the faucet." "Hurry and go eat. Otherwise, Mother will be upset," Qin Shi retorted, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. Seemingly oblivious, Qin Yi cheerfully approached Xiao Xiao, asking, "Xiao Xiao, being so clever, you must know where Daddy is, right? Tell your aunt, and I will buy you a cake." "Daddy is in the shower." Before Qin Shi could intervene, Xiao Xiao had already pointed toward the bathroom, further exacerbating Qin Shi's distress as Xiao Xiao cheerfully added, "Andy, last night, Daddy held Xiao Xiao while sleeping." "Yes, Xiao Xiao is so lucky." "With Mommy on one side and Daddy on the other," Qin said, affectionately patting Xiao Xiao's head. "Sister, it's not what you think." "Yangchen, Qin Shi was suddenly anxious, flailing her arms in an attempt to explain, but was interrupted by Qin Yi's mischievous grin. "Sister, you needn't explain, I understand. A brief separation ignites new passion, but do exercise moderation. Too much of that can be detrimental to one's health." Witnessing the growing fury etched on Qin Shi's face, Qin Yi swiftly exited the room. "Qin Yi." The sound of Qin Shi's furious roar echoed behind her as she dashed away. Upon finishing his shower, Yangchen emerged, only to find Qin Shi's gaze filled with ire directed at him. "What's wrong, Xiaoxi?" he inquired, puzzled. "Humph." Qin Shi ignored him, casting a haughty glare as she led Xiao Xiao downstairs for breakfast. Yangchen, appearing innocent, thought, "Did I do something wrong?" When he reached the dining table, he noticed Qin Yi gazing at him with a smirk, suddenly asking, "Brother-in-law, how did you sleep last night?" Yangchen swallowed a mouthful of food and replied, "Quite well." Qin Shi seethed, "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." "Brother-in-law, your wife is bullying me. Aren't you going to intervene?" Qin Yi pouted. Yangchen responded with a radiant smile, "Not my concern." "Brother-in-law, you're biased." With both Zhou Yucue and Qin Deong absent, Qin Yi felt emboldened to jest freely. Yangchen found immense joy in this lifestyle. If he could live this way forever, he would gladly sacrifice 10 years of his life. The meal concluded amidst laughter and joy. Yangchen and Qin Shi, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, set off from home, exploring numerous places throughout the day. Xiao Xiao's laughter was unceasing, her delight palpable, a sight that Qin Shi had never witnessed before. Standing a short distance away, she observed as Yangchen and Xiao Xiao rode together on the carousel, Xiao Xiao's face alight with excitement. "Faster, horses. Go, go, go. Mommy. Take a picture of me and Daddy." As the carousel passed by Qin Shi, Xiao Xiao called out exuberantly. A gentle smile graced Qin Shi's face as she prepared her DSLR. When the father and daughter passed by once more, the shutter clicked, capturing their blissful expressions in a moment frozen in time. The family of three spent the entire day reveling in each other's company, only departing for Suji restaurant at dusk, the venue Qin Yi had chosen to host a gathering. "Cousin." As Yangchen entered the restaurant with his wife and daughter, a familiar voice rang out. They instinctively turned to see Feng Yu affectionately linking arms with Yang Wei as they entered. "Who is this?" Yang Wei feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of their prior encounter at the Qin group. Feng Yu giggled. "This is my cousin Qin Shi, who was recently promoted to general manager of Sanhe Group." "Oh?" A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Yang Wei's eyes as he donned a disingenuous smile, extending his hand toward Qin Shi. "Hello. I am Yang Wei from the Yang family in Zhou City. My father is Qin Jijian, the deputy general manager of Qinghe Group." "Qin, you must have heard of us." The Yang family was a prominent lineage in Zhou City, and Yang Wei believed himself quite impressive. However, Qin Shi, unperturbed, glanced at him coolly and replied bluntly, "I have not." With that, she took Xiao Xiao's hand and headed toward the private room that Qin Yi had mentioned. Yang Wei's outstretched hand froze mid-air, his expression a tapestry of awkwardness. Yangchen discreetly regarded Yang Wei, having encountered this scoundrel for the second time, the first being at the Qin group, where Yang Wei's gaze towards Qin Shi had been anything but amiable. After discovering that Yang Wei sought to establish a foothold in Jiangzhou, Yang Chun had instructed Luo Bin to ensure that no Yang family business would emerge in the city. Yet, Yang Wei remained undeterred, indicating that the Yang family had not taken the matter seriously. A woman who relies on her looks to ascend the ranks truly believes herself to be significant, Feng Yu remarked coldly, watching Yangchen and Qin Shi depart. Yang Wei smiled faintly and replied, "I have business dealings with the Qin family. It is only proper to extend hospitality to those I encounter here." "Brother Yang, you wouldn't be interested in that woman, would you?" Feng Yu's displeasure was evident. Yang Wei chuckled, taking Feng Yu's hand. "I've already mentioned that once I return to Zhou City, I will have my father propose to the Qin family. How could I possibly be enamored with another? Besides, my heart belongs only to you. After all this time together, do you not understand my intentions?" Recently, Feng Yu had been closely following Yang Wei, and their relationship had rapidly progressed, culminating in a deepening bond. At this moment, upon hearing Yang Wei mention the proposal, Feng Yu's face radiated joy. For the Yang family was a prestigious lineage in Zhou City, far surpassing the status of the Qin family. Since Brother Yang had spoken, let us proceed together. However, You must not cast even a glance at that wretched woman, Feng Yu admonished. Rest assured, you occupy my heart entirely. Yang Wei had long been captivated by Feng Yu. A few sweet words and a touch of expenditure were sufficient to ensure her obedience. When Yang Chen and Qin Shi arrived at the private room with Xiao Xiao, they found Qini and Zhou Yuchui already present, though Qin de Yong was still absent. Zhou Yuchui had evidently made an effort with her appearance. Adorned with subtle makeup that accentuated her striking features, it was evident that a mother capable of birthing such beautiful daughters as Qin Shi and Qin Yi could not lack in charm herself. Her wrist was graced by a delicately hued Hitian jade bracelet, and she wore a pale yellow high-collared knit t-shirt, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to that of a noblewoman. Qini, brimming with youthful vitality, appeared stunning even in a simple white shirt, which could not conceal her flawless figure. After spending an entire day with Yang Chen and Xiao Xiao, Qin Shi bore a hint of fatigue. Yet her exquisite beauty remained impeccable. Xiao Xiao, resembling a little princess, though still young, possessed features so delicately refined she resembled a porcelain doll. Sister, you're late. You must first pour yourselves 3 cups, Qini declared as she filled 3 glasses to the brim. Qin Shi smiled gently. Please spare us. Yang Chen still needs to drive, and I have not been feeling well lately. I cannot indulge in alcohol. So soon? Qini gasped, her eyes widening in shock, causing her to spill some wine onto the table. Zhou Yuchui, who had been engrossed in her phone, abruptly lifted her head upon hearing Qin Yi's words. You're pregnant? Qin Shi appeared bewildered. After a brief moment of shock, she flushed with anger and gritted her teeth. What I meant was that my monthly cycle has arrived. You nearly frightened me. I thought you were preparing for a second child, Qini said, lightly patting her chest. Zhou Yuchui shot a fierce glare at Qini. If you are unaware, refrain from speaking nonsense. Qini stuck out her tongue, and with a hearty spirit, lifted the full glass of red wine, downing it in one go. Consider it my penance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door of the private room. Come in, Qini called out, assuming it was the server. As the door swung open, 2 youthful figures entered, the very Yang Wei whom Qin Shi had just overlooked, accompanied by Feng Yu. What brings you here? Qini frowned at the sight of them. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, uncertain whether it was Feng Yu's idea or Yang Wei's to join them. Xiaoyi, we just ran into our cousin at the entrance and learned that you were dining here. We thought it would be lively with more people. But don't worry. My boyfriend is treating us, Feng Yu said sweetly as she linked her arm with Yang Wei's, then continued, by the way, allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Yang Wei from the esteemed Yang family of Zhou City, now a partner with the family, and he is also my boyfriend. Gazing at Feng Yu's countenance, Qini expressed her disdain, coldly remarking, this is our family banquet, and it concerns no outsiders. We are perfectly capable of settling our own bill. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave. From the moment Yang Wei entered the private room, he was captivated by the beauty of Qin Shi and Qin Yi. Comparing the enchanting sisters to Feng Yu beside him was akin to juxtaposing the heavens with the earth. There was simply no comparison. Upon learning that Yang Wei hailed from a prominent family in Zhou City, Zhou Yucui's expression shifted. Although Yang Wei was already accompanied by Feng Yu, this did not deter her from taking an interest in him. Adorned with sleek black resin-framed glasses, tall and slender, with pleasing features, he epitomized the ideal son-in-law in Zhou Yucui's eyes. You must be Aunt Zhou, Yang Wei said, sensing Zhou Yucui's gaze and promptly extending his greetings. Feng Yu had previously divulged the family's background to him, allowing him to deduce Zhou Yucui's identity at a glance. Surprised that he recognized her, Zhou Yucui felt a rush of flattery and quickly replied, Indeed, I am the mother of Qin Shi and Qin Yi. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Zhou. Then it would be my honor to oblige. Hello, Aunt Zhou. You may call me Xiao Yang, Yang Wei responded with a polite smile. Zhou Yucui's fondness for Yang Wei grew with each passing moment, and she gestured towards the vacant seat in front of her, urging, Please, have a seat. Mother, I invited you here to celebrate my sister's promotion to general manager. Why are you allowing outsiders to remain? Qin Yi expressed her displeasure. Zhou Yucui shot a glare at Qin Yi and retorted, Since we are celebrating, the more, the merrier. Besides, Feng Yu is not a stranger. She is, after all, your cousin. Indeed, Xiaoyi, although I am only a week older than you, I am still your cousin, Feng Yu chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Yi, her face a mask of anger, fell silent and sulked in her seat. With Feng Yu and Yang Wei already seated, it would be inappropriate to ask them to leave, especially with Zhou Yucui defending them. Xiao Yang, are you from the Yang family in Zhou City? How old are you this year? Surely, you are not married yet? Do you have any siblings? In the few minutes after Yang Wei seated himself, Zhou Yucue had already posed several questions, all of which he answered in turn. This only served to darken Fang Yu's expression, as it was evident that Zhou Yucue sought to undermine her. "Mother, what are you doing? Can't we enjoy our meal in peace?" Qin Yi said with irritation. She could easily discern that Yang Wei was a hypocritical man, a pretentious gentleman whose gaze was always lewd whenever he looked at her and her sister. "You eat your meal, and I will engage in my conversation. What does it concern you?" Zhou Yucue, incensed by Qin Yi's words, muttered irritably. "Aunt, Yang Wei is my boyfriend. Why are you interrogating him?" At this moment, Fang Yu finally erupted, standing up abruptly. "How can you speak to your elders in such a manner? It is exceedingly impolite. With your attitude, how could Xiaoyang possibly take a liking to you? If I were Xiaoyang, I would have kicked you to the curb by now," Zhou Yucue replied, her displeasure evident. Fang Yu trembled with anger and directly pulled Yang Wei aside, saying, "Brother Yang, I find it repulsive to dine with such a person. I have absolutely no appetite. Let us change venues." "Fang Yu, I believe Aunt Shou's words hold merit. After all, she is an elder. How can you speak to her in such a manner? You must apologize to Aunt Zhou immediately." To Fang Yu's astonishment, Yang Wei not only refused to support her but insisted that she apologize to Zhou Yucue. "Brother Yang, can you not see? She is not engaging in normal conversation. She is clearly attempting to pry into your background and push her daughter onto you," Fang Yu replied, her eyes reddening. "Apologize at once." Yang Wei's expression was frigid. Fang Yu was momentarily stunned. Throughout their time together, Yang Wei had been utterly compliant, showering her with luxurious gifts and kindness. Yet now, he spoke to her this way for the sake of an outsider. "I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Fang Yu gritted her teeth. With a resounding slap, Yang Wei struck Fang Yu's face, his voice filled with fury. "Since you refuse to apologize, then leave. From this moment forth, we shall have no further ties." "Brother Yang, what are you saying? You wish to break up with me?" Fang Yu covered her face where he had struck her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yes, I want to end our relationship. Aunt Zhou is right. If you cannot even show respect to your elders, how would you honor mine if you were to marry into the Yang family?" Yang Wei spoke with a heart-wrenching expression. "My family, the Yangs, is a prestigious lineage. If others discover that I have a wife who disregards her elders, where would my dignity lie?" At that moment, Yang Wei felt like a stranger to Fang Yu. It was only then that she realized he was indeed serious about ending their relationship. "Brother Yang, I recognize my mistake. Please, do not leave me. I will apologize to her." "I'm sorry. Aunt, I am truly sorry. I was wrong." Fang Yu, in a state of panic, clutched Yang Wei's hand tightly as she began apologizing to Zhou Yucue. "Fang Yu, I hope this incident serves as a lesson for you," Yang Wei said earnestly. "I cannot tolerate a future wife who shows no respect for her elders, not even once. From now on, we shall sever all ties." "Brother Yang, I truly understand my error. Please grant me another chance. I cannot bear to be without you. Just one more opportunity, I beg you." Fang Yu, in a frenzy, clung to Yang Wei, unwilling to let go. In these past few days, she had completely entrusted herself to him. If he were to leave her, she would be left with nothing. "Get away from me," Yang Wei shouted, forcefully pushing Fang Yu aside. "Aunt Zhou, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I shall visit you another day," Yang Wei said before turning and leaving the private room. As Fang Yu chased after Yang Wei, several women stood in stunned silence. After a moment, Zhou Yucui finally spoke. "I did not expect this young man, from a prominent family, to exhibit such respect for his elders. He is indeed a commendable young man." "Mother, what are you doing?" Qin Yi glared at Zhou Yucue, unable to contain her indignation. Even she found it intolerable that her mother would undermine a relationship right in front of the girlfriend, especially considering that Fang Yu and Yang Wei were indeed in a romantic relationship. What made matters worse was that this man was a blatant hypocrite, his gaze wandering to other women despite having a girlfriend. "How can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Everything I do is for your benefit. How old are you now? You still don't have a boyfriend, and I had hoped you would marry into a wealthy family." Zhou Yucue chattered incessantly. "You, on the other hand, fail to take the initiative when the right person comes along, insisting that I, your mother, must take action. Mother, I am merely 23 years old. The way you speak makes it sound like I am already in my 40s and doomed to remain single forever. Besides, who asked you to intervene? That scoundrel from earlier was clearly not a good man." Qin Yi retorted sharply. "Don't speak carelessly. Young Yang respects his elders, which is a commendable traditional virtue. How can you label him as undesirable? Do you wish to find someone as worthless as Yang Qin to be satisfied?" Zhou Yucue attempted to persuade Qin Yi. while also taking a jab at Yang Chen. Qin Yi immediately countered, "That scoundrel clearly has a girlfriend, yet since he entered, his eyes have been wandering between me and my sister. Compared to my brother-in-law, he is nothing but trash." With a loud thud, Zhou Yutsue slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. "You rebellious girl, are you challenging me now?" She pointed at Yang Chen, addressing Qin Yi. "What is this good-for-nothing have that can possibly compare to Yang Yang? Aside from his superior lineage, what else makes him better?" Qin Yi shot back defiantly. "If it's only lineage, then what makes him superior to my brother-in-law?" Yang Chen, looking quite innocent, interjected, "Could you two refrain from dragging me into your quarrel? You insolent girl. I'm done talking to you." Zhou Yutsue struggled to articulate any quality that Yang Wei possessed that surpassed Yang Chen's merits. Seeing Zhou Yutsue relent, Qin Yi wore a smug expression and deliberately turned to Yang Chen, saying, "Brother-in-law, I've spoken so highly of you. You owe me a favor now." Yang Chen looked bewildered. "How did this argument end up with me owing you a favor?" "Xiaoyi, you know how mother is. Why continue to argue with her?" Qin Shi finally spoke up when Zhou Yutsue stepped out to use the restroom. Qin Yi rolled her eyes. "Sister, I'm merely trying to improve your husband's standing in our mother's eyes." Upon hearing the words "your husband" from Qin Yi, Qin Shi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, "You have indeed altered his image, but it has only made mother more critical of him." "What? That can't be!" Qin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, after leaving the private room, Yang Wei was quickly pursued by Fang Yu. "Yang Gu, I truly realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance, will you?" Fang Yu persisted fervently. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yang Wei's eyes as he suddenly spoke. "I can grant you another opportunity. But you must obey me from now on. Otherwise, you can leave." "All right. I will do whatever you ask," she replied eagerly. Fang Yu accepted without a moment's hesitation. Her sole desire was to marry into the Yang family. "If you can manage to bring either of those two women to my bed, I will agree to your proposal of marriage into the Yang family," Yang Wei said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What?" Fang Yu exclaimed, astonished. In the time they had spent together, Yang Wei had never displayed such a side of himself. Just moments ago, he had slapped her in the restaurant and declared their relationship over, yet now he uttered such an outrageous demand, filling Fang Yu with anguish. "To become my legitimate wife, you must endure such trials. Of course, I will not force you. If you refuse, then consider it the end of our relationship," Yang Wei added. Noticing the struggle on Fang Yu's face, she remained silent, her mind racing with comparisons between the allure of marrying into wealth and her current reality. After a lengthy pause, she finally resolved her thoughts and said earnestly, "Brother Yang, I do not wish to part ways with you. If you desire to sleep with them, then I shall assist you. That is the approach of a wise person. Rest assured, my interest in them is merely fleeting. To marry into the Yang family, you alone shall suffice." Yang Wei suddenly reverted to the demeanor he had when he and Fang Yu first began their relationship. At Suji Grand Hotel, within a private room, Qin Shi glanced at the time, her worry palpable. Mother has been gone for 20 minutes. Where could she be? Qin Yi, equally concerned, stood up, stating, "I will go take a look." As she exited the room, she noticed a crowd gathered near the restroom, accompanied by the sounds of an argument. "You shameless woman. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Yutsue's voice rang out. Upon hearing Zhou Yutsue's voice, Qin Yi was taken aback and hurriedly called into the room. "Brother-in-law, come quickly. Mother has been attacked." "What?" Qin Shi sprang to her feet, ready to rush out. Yang Chen quickly stood and placed a hand on Qin Shi's shoulder, saying, "Stay here and keep smiling. I will check it out." Qin Shi, her expression tinged with anger, bit her lip and replied, "Then hurry. If mother is at fault, do not abuse your power. If she is the victim, we must seek justice for her." She was acutely aware of Zhou Yutsue's temperament and feared that her mother might have provoked someone. Understood. Yang Chen turned and left the room. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, he found Zhou Yutsue entangled with a middle-aged woman. Qin Yi, without discerning the situation, shouted, "How dare you hit my mother? I will make you pay," demonstrating remarkable courage. Qin Yi lunged forward, seizing the middle-aged woman's hair, landing several slaps that left the woman dazed. At that moment, the hotel security rushed in, prying apart the three women caught in the fray. Zhou Yutsue's hair was disheveled, her makeup a mess, and a clear handprint marred her left cheek, rendering her quite disheveled. Conversely, the middle-aged woman appeared even worse, her face adorned with handprints from Qin Yi's relentless assault. "How dare you strike me? Just wait. I will call for backup." The middle-aged woman picked up her phone and began dialing. At that moment, Qin Yi noticed the woman's appearance, her expression growing increasingly grim. She had been preoccupied with defending her mother and had not considered the identity of her opponent. Now recognizing the woman's identity, a sense of dread washed over her. Yang Chun, too, discerned the woman's face and felt a vague sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall where they had met. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? You're not hurt, are you? Zhou Yucue noticed Qin Yi's pallor and grew anxious. Qin Yi shook her head. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked at the woman who was on the phone. She is from the Zhang family, the wife of Zhang Guang, named Wang Luyao. What about the Zhang family? Wait, which Zhang family are you referring to? Zhou Yucue was initially bewildered, but suddenly recalled the surname Zhang, prompting her to inquire again. The prominent Zhang family from Jiangzhou, her husband is Zhang Guang. If it weren't for my brother-in-law, I would have been struck by Zhang Guang at the kindergarten entrance last time. Upon hearing about the kindergarten incident, Yang Chen finally recognized the woman in question. Zhou Yucue's expression froze, her eyes filled with terror. People from the Zhang family? What are we going to do? The thought of having just teamed up with Qin Yi to confront this woman sent her legs trembling. Xiaoyi, what should we do? Qin Yi cast a deep glance at Yang Chen. The last time Zhang Guang had attempted to slap her, Yang Chen had intervened, even kicking Zhang Guang away, followed by the arrival of Ma Chao. Additionally, during a previous dinner at Beiyuan Spring, Su Chengwu and Luo Bin had treated Yang Chen with utmost caution. Though she was unsure of Yang Chen's true identity, she was certain that he was not merely the man they perceived him to be. How dare you hit me, you filthy creature? Just wait until my husband arrives. He won't let you off easily. Wang Luyao concluded her call, her demeanor brimming with arrogance as she pointed threateningly at Zhou Yucue and Qin Yi. Upon learning of her identity, Zhou Yucue's previous bravado vanished, leaving her utterly flustered. If you dare utter another curse, I won't hesitate to teach your family a lesson, Yang Chen said, narrowing his eyes slightly. You useless fool. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Zhou Yucue exclaimed in a panic. She quickly turned to Wang Luyao, saying, Sister, what happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Zhou Yucue, disregarding her pride, stepped forward to apologize. Wang Luyao sneered, weren't you just very arrogant? Now that you hear I'm calling for backup, you suddenly realize your mistake? Let me tell you, it's too late. Zhou Yucue glanced at the jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, considering the other woman's identity, she gritted her teeth and removed the bracelet, offering it with both hands. Sister, since you like this bracelet, I'll give it to you. Who the hell is your sister? Wang Luyu seized the jade bracelet with a cold expression and declared, Moreover, it is not that I have any fondness for your worthless jade bracelet. Rather, it is that you have ruined my far more exquisite one. This bracelet shall serve as compensation for my loss. Upon seeing Wang Luyao accept the bracelet, Zhou Yucue quickly ingratiated. Look, I've given you the bracelet. Can we now be spared? How naive you are. The bracelet may serve as recompense. But my face has been bruised by your wretched daughter, and I must have my revenge. With the bracelet in her possession, Wang Luyao's mood brightened considerably. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Very well, since she struck me 4 times, I shall return the favor double for slaps to each side of her face. And I will let you off the hook. What? Qin Yi's complexion shifted dramatically. If this woman were to slap her so many times, would she not be disfigured? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Yang Chen's eyes. Initially, he believed Zhou Yucue had offended someone. But it was evident that this woman was far more arrogant than Zhou Yucue. Zhou Yucue, upon hearing this, immediately pulled Qin Yi closer and urged, Xiaoyi, just do as she says. Let her slap you a few times, and she will spare us. Mother, you want me to offer my face for her to strike? Qin Yi exclaimed, incredulous that her mother would suggest such a thing. Did you not hear her? She insists on slapping you before she will let us go. If she calls for help, we are doomed. Zhou Yucue shuddered at the thought of the impending danger. But if she slaps me, I will retaliate. Why should I bear her blows? If we are to settle this, should she not repay the slap she dealt you first? Qin Yi said through gritted teeth. Xiaoyi, do not let your fear of a few slaps endanger us all. Zhou Yucue was frantic, fearing that if Qin Yi delayed, Wang Luyao's allies would arrive. Surrounded by onlookers, whispers began to circulate about Zhou Yucue's character. What a disgraceful woman! She provoked others, and now her daughter must bear the brunt of her folly. Such a mother is truly beyond comprehension. The murmurs reached Zhou Yucue and Qin Yi's ears, but Zhou Yucue feigned ignorance, while Qin Yi felt her heart shatter. It seemed that Wang Luyao had no intention of resolving this matter amicably. In that case, wait for my husband to handle this. You would do well to consider this carefully. My husband, Zhang Guang, has a notorious temper. Should he intervene, and bloodshed ensues, it will be too late for regrets. Wang Luyao crossed her arms, a smug smile gracing her lips. What are you waiting for? Hurry and present your face for her to strike. Zhou Yutsue was growing frantic and shoved Qini forward. Qini stumbled, nearly falling, her eyes reddening as tears began to flow. She gazed deeply at Zhou Yutsue, unable to contain her sorrow. Fine, I will do as you wish. Let her strike. After Qini finished speaking, she glared at Wang Luyao with palpable resentment. Do not presume that the Zhang family is the only formidable force in Jiangzhou. A daughter as arrogant as you will inevitably bring greater trouble to the Zhang family. With a venomous insult, she threatened, You vile woman, dare to speak ill of my family? Just watch as I smash your face. Enraged, Wang Luyao swung her hand towards Qini's face. In that moment, Qini displayed no trace of fear. Her eyes were fixed on her adversary's approaching hand. The emotional scars inflicted by Zhou Yutsue were far more painful than any physical blow. Just as Wang Luyao's hand was about to strike, a figure suddenly interposed itself before her. With a resounding clap, Yangshan seized Wang Luyao's wrist, his expression darkened to an extreme. Do you think you are worthy to strike my sister? Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing the broad figure standing before her, particularly the imperious words that followed, a shard of frost deep within Qini's heart melted away completely. The term sister caused her to break down in tears. Yang Qin's grip was like a vice, firmly clenching Wang Luyao's wrist. It hurts. Let me go. Wang Luyao cried out in pain, yet continued to threaten, You better release me, or when my husband arrives, you will regret it. Such foul language deserves a lesson, Yang Qin retorted, delivering a sharp slap across Wang Luyao's face. What had merely been a reddened cheek transformed instantly into a clear imprint of his hand, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This scene left the onlookers astonished. The man was indeed ruthless, showing no mercy even towards a woman, though it was a man striking a woman. No one held animosity towards Yang Qin in this circumstance. The woman's bullying and foul-mouthed tirades had long since worn thin on the crowd. Qini gazed at Yang Qin's towering figure, her heart swelling with gratitude. However, Zhou Yutsue felt no gratitude whatsoever. Upon witnessing Yang Qin strike Wang Luyao, she rushed forward and slapped Yang Qin across the face, fuming, You worthless fool, all you do is create trouble for us. Do you even know who she is? If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. After berating Yang Qin, Zhou Yutsue hurried to help Wang Luyao to her feet, saying, Sister, we have no connection to this fool. Do with him as you will, just do not hold us responsible for his mistakes. How outrageous. Zhou Yutsue's actions ignited Qini's fury. With tears in her eyes, she shouted, He is your son-in-law, my sister's husband, Xiaoxiao's father. My brother-in-law, how can you claim he has nothing to do with us? Silence. Zhou Yutsue roared back at her. Qini bit her lip tightly, disappointment clouding her gaze. Brother-in-law, are you all right? She looked at the noticeable redness on Yang Qin's face, her heart aching for him. Yang Qin smiled faintly and shook his head. Rest assured, I am fine. With Zhou Yutsue's support, Wang Luyao staggered to her feet. When she met Yang Qin's darkened gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through her body. Previously, I had not paid much attention to Yang Qin's appearance, but now I could see it clearly. Her body suddenly trembled slightly, for she had recalled the incident at the entrance of the Blue Sky Kindergarten, where this very man had kicked her husband away. Subsequently, a burly man had appeared alone, effortlessly bringing down all those who had come for her husband. Who dares to strike my wife? At that moment, a thunderous roar accompanied by a throng of muscular men surged forward. Husband! Wang Luyao exclaimed, recognizing Zhang Guang, and she dashed into his embrace, weeping. Darling, do not cry. Tell me who harmed you, and I shall deal with him, Zhang Guang declared fiercely. Zhou Yutsue had never witnessed such a formidable scene. Over a dozen brawny men, each adorned with tattoos and thick gold chains around their necks, clearly not individuals to be trifled with. Mr. Zhang, I know who struck your wife. Zhou Yutsue interjected before Wang Luyao could speak. Yang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite his forbearance towards this woman, she remained utterly ungrateful. Who is it? Zhang Guang demanded, his gaze piercing. Zhou Yutsue pointed a finger at Yang Qin. It was this good-for-nothing who slapped your wife. He is a scoundrel who would lay a hand upon a woman. The onlookers had just discerned the relationship between Yang Qin and Zhou Yutsue, and now, witnessing Zhou Yutsue's accusation, they were collectively taken aback and filled with disdain. Qini also wore an expression of shock. Zhou Yutsue's previous actions had already been distasteful, and this was even worse. Zhang Guang's gaze suddenly fixed upon Yang Qin. It was you. His keen sight had allowed him to recognize Yang Qin immediately. How could you do this? Qini's tears flowed freely, her face etched with disappointment. Sensing she had shifted Zhang Guang's attention, Zhou Yutsue hastily seized Qini's hand, insisting, This good-for-nothing brought this trouble upon himself. It has nothing to do with us. Let us leave. You go if you wish. I will not. Qin forcefully broke free from Zhou Yutsue's grasp. Xiaoyi, you and your mother should leave first. I will be fine, Yangchen said, even winking at Qin. However, Qin stood resolute by Yangchen's side, her expression serious. I will accompany you. Those three simple words stirred deep emotions within Yangchen. If you do not leave, then I shall. Zhou Yutsue retorted angrily, and to everyone's astonishment, she actually turned to flee, abandoning her daughter and son-in-law. This truly shook my perception. To encounter such a mother is indeed unfortunate. She had stirred up trouble, yet when her daughter and son-in-law came to aid her, she chose to escape alone. What a disgrace. Even the onlookers could not tolerate Zhou Yutsue's actions, voicing their contempt. Kid, since we meet again, this is perfect. Let us settle both old and new grievances. Zhang Guang, cigar in mouth, exuded arrogance. Yangchen replied with a smirk. What do you intend to settle? I present you with two choices. First, leave the woman by your side and accompany me for a night, thus erasing our grievances. Second, for the hand that struck my wife, I shall sever that very hand, and the woman beside you will still belong to me tonight. Ever since I first laid eyes on Qin at the Blue Sky Kindergarten, Zhang Guang has been preoccupied with her. To his surprise, fate has brought them together again today, and he certainly will not let this opportunity slip away. Qin instinctively grasped Yangchen's clothing, her face pale and clearly terrified. Yangchen smiled softly. Regardless of your choice, you will still leave with my sister. One to you? Indeed. Zhang Guang exhaled a plume of smoke and declared, last time. You had a skilled ally, but today you do not. In addition to contending with my brothers, you must also escort a woman. Escaping is utterly hopeless. In the spirit of reciprocity, since you present me with two choices, I shall offer you two as well. Yangchen, with an air of calm, replied, First, remove yourselves from my sight. Second, I shall personally ensure that you are expelled from my sight. Zhang Guang erupted into laughter. Kid, you are remarkably audacious. Do you truly believe my brothers are mere bystanders? What else could they be? Yangchen chuckled. Otherwise, your numerous lackeys would not have been so easily dispatched by my brother. You are courting death. A flicker of unease gripped Zhang Guang. He could not fathom why this young man instilled such a profound sense of disquiet within him. I am eager to see who dares to obstruct me. Yangchen suddenly smiled, then grasped Qin's hand and boldly advanced towards Zhang Guang's entourage. Surprisingly, the previously anxious Qin felt no fear as she held Yangchen's hand. The imposing figures before them appeared nothing more than passers-by. Witnessing Yangchen's confident stride, Zhang Guang's face contorted with fury. Charge. At his command, a dozen burly men surged forward towards Yangchen. Yet, he appeared undeterred, as if oblivious to their advance. The first man lunged at him, but before he could strike, he was met with an overwhelming force to his chest. With a resounding crash, he was sent soaring, colliding with his comrades behind him. It was evident how immense Yangchen's strength was with that single kick. Zhang Guang was astounded. During their first encounter, he too had been sent flying by a single kick, but he had faced Yangchen alone then. Now, with more than a dozen men at his back, not a single one could lay a hand on Yangchen. Li Bai pinned a line. With 10 steps, one kills a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. While Yangchen did not kill, he nearly sent one adversary flying with each step. Anyone who dared to attack him was effortlessly dispatched with a brutal kick. In mere moments, the men Zhang Guang brought lay sprawled on the ground, each contorted in agony. The only ones left standing were a stunned Zhang Guang and Wang Luyao, along with the astonished onlookers. Qin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as Yangchen held her hand. It seemed that with him by her side, she would fear nothing, not even the most perilous of challenges. Zhang Guang's heart trembled violently. He had previously believed that Ma Chao, who appeared that day, was formidable. Yet today he realized that this man was even more powerful. You just mentioned wanting my sister to spend the night with you? Yangchen abruptly halted beside Zhang Guang. The latter, already paralyzed with fear, dared not voice such a request. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. How could I possibly commit such a heinous act? You must have misunderstood. And you also said that if my sister did not stay, you would break my hands? Yangchen inquired with a mocking expression. Zhang Guang was drenched in cold sweat, wiping his brow as he fervently denied, No, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Your wife just struck my mother-in-law and snatched her belongings. How shall we address that? Yangchen maintained his gentle smile, although he appeared to be smiling. It sent shivers down Zhang Guang's spine. With a resounding slap, Zhang Guang struck Wang Luyao across the face, fuming, You wretched woman. All you do is create trouble for me. Kneel and apologize to him. Without Zhang Guang, Wang Luyu was nothing. Terrified, she fell to her knees, pleading, "Sir, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have spoken so foully, nor should I have struck your mother-in-law." As she spoke, she began to slap her own face, evidently terrified. She showed no mercy to herself, delivering several blows until both sides of her face were swollen and crimson. "I am not one to bully the weak," Yangshan stated suddenly. "As long as you truthfully reveal what transpired between you, I shall let you go." Upon hearing this, Wang Luyo hurriedly recounted the truth. The crowd listened, murmuring in disbelief. It turned out that Wang Luyo had coveted the jade bracelet worn by Zhou Yutsue and had deliberately collided with her, breaking her own bracelet in the process, subsequently using the incident to coerce Zhou Yutsue into compensating her. This led to a physical altercation between the two women. Zhang Guang's expression darkened. Wang Luyao was his wife, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, and could have anything she desired. Yet, for the sake of another's bracelet, she had committed such disgraceful acts. Yangshan was equally astonished. He knew the Zhang family to be a prominent family in Jiazhou. Yet this woman's character was appallingly deficient, her speech vulgar, and her actions tarnishing the family's reputation. "What do you desire?" You could have simply asked. Must you resort to such underhanded tactics? Zhang Guang, incensed, lunged forward and began to deliver a savage beating. Wang Luyo's already swollen face was met with another blow from Zhang Guang, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. "Husband, I understand my mistake. I shall never do so again. Please, do not hit me anymore." Wang Luyo, pinned to the ground, could only beg for mercy as Zhang Guang rained slaps upon her. "Enough!" Yangshan suddenly exclaimed, commanding Zhang Guang to cease. His aggression towards this woman stemmed from her insults directed at Qinyi. However, Zhang Guang is her husband. No matter how grievously a woman may err, it is utterly disgraceful for a man to strike her publicly. If they cannot coexist, divorce is the appropriate course of action. A man who resorts to violence against his partner is the most contemptible of failures. "Sir, if this is indeed the fault of this wretched woman, I, Zhang Guang, accept that. I shall take her to apologize to your mother-in-law at once," Zhang Guang hastily declared. Yangshan scoffed, leading Qinyi towards the private room, while Zhang Guang hurriedly followed with Wang Luyao in tow. Meanwhile, upon seeing Zhang Guang accompanied by a group of burly men, Zhou Yutsue hastily retreated back into the room. "Mom, why did you return alone? Where are Yangqin and Yi?" Qinshi inquired, puzzled. Zhou Yutsue's expression was markedly unnatural and with a hint of guilt. She replied, "They went to settle the bill and asked us to wait for them in the parking lot." "What? We've barely had a few bites. Surely they cannot be full yet." Qinshi exclaimed in disbelief. "They insisted they were satisfied. Let us hurry, lest they grow impatient," Zhou Yutsue urged. Casting furtive glances towards the entrance, fearful that Zhang Guang and his entourage might burst in unexpectedly, Qinshi sensed something amiss. Yet since Zhou Yutsue had said so, she dismissed her doubts. "Xiao, let us take our leave," Qinshi said, gathering her belongings and taking Xiao's hand. Just as Zhou Yutsue reached the door to the private room, he suddenly spotted Yangshan and Qinyi returning, trailed by Zhang Guang and Wang Luyao, which sent Zhou Yutsue into a panic. "Why you? Don't come any closer," Zhou Yutsue stammered, retreating into the room, her finger pointing at Yangshan while her gaze shifted to Zhang Guang. "It was this worthless man who struck your wife. I have no part in it. Stay away." "Mom, what's wrong?" Qinshi, still holding Xiao's hand, approached, bewildered by Zhou Yutsue's terrified demeanor. Qinyi, wearing a look of disappointment, chuckled bitterly, "Brother-in-law, a person like my mother is hardly worth your efforts." The reactions of their mother and sister left Qinshi feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zhang Guang shoved Wang Luyo, demanding, "Why aren't you apologizing to this lady at once?" Wang Luyao promptly removed her jade bracelet and, to Zhou Yutsue's astonishment, extended it towards her with both hands. "Madam, I was in the wrong, blinded by greed. I sought your jade bracelet. I return it now, hoping for your forgiveness." Zhou Yutsue stood in a daze, unable to comprehend how, as a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, she could be offered an apology, let alone have her bracelet returned. Qinshi's expression darkened as she confronted Zhou Yutsue. "Mom, what is truly happening?" Qinshi is not foolish when Zhou Yutsue suddenly decided to leave. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Now, witnessing Yangshan and Qinyi's appearance, she realized Zhou Yutsue had lied. It took Zhou Yutsue a moment to regain her composure. She ignored Qinshi and hastily reclaimed the jade bracelet from Wang Liao. Aware of the identities of the two before her, she wisely chose not to engage further. "Let us go," Yangshan stated nonchalantly as Zhou Yutsue retrieved the bracelet. Before turning to leave, once Yang Chun and his companions had distanced themselves, Wang Luyao exclaimed with a fierce expression, "These bastards dared to strike me. I will not let them go unpunished." Slap. Zhang Guang raised his hand and struck Wang Luyao across the face, furious. "Do you wish for death? Don't drag me into this." Wang Luyu was momentarily stunned. She had assumed Zhang Guang's earlier deference to Yang Chen was merely an act. "Darling, why did you hit me?" she asked, her face a mixture of grievance and confusion. "Hit you?" Zhang Guang ground his teeth in anger. "If it weren't for the fact that you are the mother of my child, I would have killed you already. You persistently attract trouble. If I discover you have entangled yourself with any powerful figures, I will end you." Wang Luyao trembled. She understood that her husband was truly capable of murder. "Darling, I realize my mistake. I won't dare to do so again," she quickly apologized, then inquired, "But, darling, I truly don't understand. That boy is merely a son-in-law of the Qin family, just someone who can fight a bit. Why are you so afraid of him?" Zhang Guang scoffed. "Fool, what do you know? If he were truly a worthless son-in-law, explain to me how he single-handedly took down all the brothers I brought with me? Even if he is skilled, he is just one person. If we gather more people, we can surely eliminate him." Wang Luyao's heart brimmed with reluctance. "Wang Luyao, I warn you, if you dare to provoke him again, even if he does not kill you, I will do it myself. Do you hear me?" Zhang Guang threatened sternly. Wang Luyao shivered and quickly replied, "Darling, rest assured, I was merely venting my frustrations. He can take down over 10 strong men alone. How could I possibly provoke him?" Zhang Guang chose not to respond further, yet his eyes reflected a grave concern. Ever since the incident at the kindergarten gate, where all his men were defeated by Ma Chao, he had used his connections to investigate Yang Chen, but uncovered nothing. Particularly regarding the 5 years Yang Chen had disappeared, an entirely blank period. His friends informed him that such individuals are either insignificant or possess immense power. Could someone capable of incapacitating a dozen burly men truly be a mere nobody? Meanwhile, Yang Chun was driving, accompanied by 4 women of varying ages, heading towards the Qin family estate. Xiao Xiao had played throughout the day and, having just felt drowsy at the restaurant, now lay asleep in Qin Shi's embrace. Qin Yi's eyes, tinged with red, remained fixed on the window, lost in thought. Qin Shi, concerned about disturbing her daughter's slumber, held back her multitude of questions and chose to remain silent. Only Zhou Yutsue seemed unfazed, continuously engrossed in her phone while watching a television drama. Oblivious to the fact that Xiao Xiao was asleep, occasionally erupting into laughter. Upon arriving home, Qin Shi sternly demanded that Yang Chun carry Xiao Xiao upstairs, and then furiously inquired, "What on earth transpired at the restaurant? And why did Zhang Guang bring his wife to apologize to you?" Zhou Yutsue, startled, retorted irritably, "Haven't I already explained? It was that useless person who assaulted that woman and nearly implicated us all. You're talking nonsense." Qin Yi's emotions flared, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "Mother, when did you become like this? If it weren't for Yang Chen, would we have easily exited the restaurant? All this trouble is of your own making. Even if my brother-in-law struck that woman, it was to help you. Initially, you didn't know Wang Luyao's identity and acted arrogantly, but once you discovered who she was, you cowered? Cowering is one thing, but to protect yourself, you made me put my face out for her to vent her anger on. What kind of mother does that? If it weren't for my brother-in-law, I might have already been in the hospital. You, on the other hand, are now shifting all the blame onto him. How shameless." As Qin Yi spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she began to cry and shout, as if all the grievances she had endured were finally being released. Qin Shi, now aware of the truth, looked at Zhou Yutsue in disbelief. "Mother, you actually allowed Xiaoyi to extend her face for someone to hit. How could you do such a thing? Doesn't your heart ache?" "Shut up. Everyone, just shut up." Zhou Yutsue bellowed like a shrew. "The Zhang family is a prominent lineage. Can we afford to offend them? I do not wish to grovel, but if I hadn't acted as I did, would they have let us go so easily? Are you saying that their willingness to let us leave was due to your subservience?" Qin Yi's face was drenched in sarcasm. "Otherwise, what?" "Thankfully, Mr. Zhang is a reasonable man who heeded my pleas. Otherwise, could you have walked out of the restaurant?" Zhou Yutsue shamelessly asserted. "Ha, I have witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such an extent, and the most shameless of all happens to be my own mother." Qin Yi's expression was one of biting irony. With a sharp smack, Zhou Yutsue struck Qin Yi across the face, furiously questioning, "Is this how you speak to your elders?" "Mother, how could you strike Xiaoyi?" Qin Shi was filled with rage. "What did she say that was wrong?" "Be quiet." Zhou Yutsue raised her hand to strike Qin Shi as well, but Qin Shi suddenly grasped her wrist and coldly declared, You are utterly unworthy of being a mother. With that, she released Zhou Yutsue's hand and turned to ascend the stairs. With tear-filled eyes, Qini said, "I hate you," and fled the house. Zhou Yutsue then began to throw a tantrum, weeping. What sins did I commit in my past life to have such a daughter? She cried for quite some time, yet no one emerged. Suddenly, her sobs ceased, and with gritted teeth, she uttered, "You two ungrateful wretches, I sacrificed so much for you." After her outburst, her gaze turned towards the upper floor, and she seethed. "It's all your fault, you useless being. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I would not be at odds." Yang Chun, fully aware of everything transpiring below, let out a deep sigh before retrieving his phone to make a call. "Senba, did you not wish to follow in my footsteps? I now entrust you with an important task." After a prolonged moment of solitude, Qin returned to her room, her eyes swollen and red, evidently having just wept. "Yongchen, little Li has revealed everything to me. It was my mother's fault. I am truly sorry." She looked at the man before her with a face full of remorse. Yongchen shook his head, offering a slight smile. "For anyone you cherish, I shall strive to accept. You need not apologize to me." Qin felt a surge of gratitude and, with reddened eyes, replied, "You could be residing in a luxurious mansion, enjoying a better life, yet you choose to remain in this home. I feel it is unjust to you." Yongchen, with utmost sincerity, declared, "For me, the greatest happiness lies in being by the side of the woman I love and my daughter." Meanwhile, after leaving home, Qin ventured alone to the Moonlight Tavern, a renowned bar in Jiazhou. At that moment, she yearned to indulge in drink and forget all her troubles. Regardless of the setting, a beautiful woman is always the center of attention, and many eyes fell upon Qin. "Feng Xiao, that girl is absolutely stunning. She seems to be nursing a broken heart, perhaps seeking solace in drink. Should you not go and comfort her?" "Huh, very well, I shall offer my consolation." Unbeknownst to Qin, who was lost in her drink, danger approached from behind. "Hey there, beautiful, all alone?" A young man, around 30 years of age, holding a glass of exquisite Lafite, sat grinning across from Qin. She shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Leave. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guan Xiefeng, the owner of this bar," he said with a smile. Suddenly, without warning, Qin splashed the contents of her glass across his face, her expression filled with fury. "Get out." Qin was in a foul mood, and being plagued by an insufferable fly, she could not restrain herself from splashing her drink across the other person's face. "Feng Xiao." The individuals who had just been drinking with Guan Xiefeng sprang to their feet in surprise. Guan Xiefeng waved his hand, signaling them to remain seated, casually wiping the drink from his face. Rather than displaying anger, he bore a faint smile. "My dear lady, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Is such a reaction truly necessary?" At this moment, Qin had regained her composure. She acknowledged that she had lost control of her emotions, and upon sensing several unfriendly gazes, she felt a twinge of regret for having ventured alone to such a place at this late hour. "I apologize. My mood has been poor, and I lost my temper," Qin said, addressing him with sincerity. "I accept your apology," Guan Xiefeng replied with a smile, then snapped his fingers. "Bring me my prized Lafite." Shortly, a waiter arrived with a bottle of exquisite Lafite red wine. Qin furrowed her brow. Although she longed to drink to forget her troubles, she had no intention of overindulging in such an environment. She simply enjoyed the ambience and planned to leave after a few sips. However, now that Guan Xiefeng had summoned the wine, departing would prove to be a challenge. "I'm sorry, I've had enough. It's time for me to leave." Even though she was aware that he would not easily allow her to depart, Qin felt compelled to give it a try. Guan Xiefeng maintained his insincere smile, and as she spoke, he poured 2 glasses of Lafite, offering one to her with a grin. "You splashed wine on my face. Allow me to treat you to a drink, and we shall consider the matter settled. Is that unreasonable? Is it truly just this one glass?" Qin queried, skepticism evident in her tone. Guan Xiefeng nodded slightly. "Just one glass. Very well." Qin relinquished her hesitation, lifting her glass and addressing Guan Xiefeng. "I was impulsive just now. Let this glass serve as my apology to you." With that, she raised the glass to her lips, prepared to drink, when suddenly, a figure materialized beside her, grasping her wrist firmly. Following the arm, Qin Yi's gaze met a dark face, unmistakably foreign in appearance. "You cannot drink this wine." The black man spoke Mandarin with remarkable clarity. Guan Xiefeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you?" The man did not spare Guan Xiefeng a glance and turned his attention to Qin. "This wine has been drugged." "What?" Qin instinctively released her grip, and with a resounding crash, the glass shattered on the floor. Anger surged within her as she glared at Guan Xiefeng. How dare you be so shameless? Guan Xiefeng remained unfazed, smiling as he retorted, just because he claims the wine is drugged, does that make it true? Frustration coursed through Qin, yet she was uncertain who was telling the truth. My name is Samba, and I was sent by Mr. Yang to protect you. The black man interjected. This imposing figure was indeed Samba, the champion of the Black Country, who had willingly submitted to Yang Chun after witnessing his formidable strength. Moments after Qin had stepped out, Yang Chun had called Samba, concerned for her safety given her late departure from home. Upon hearing the name Mr. Yang, Qin's heart unexpectedly leaped with joy, yet she remained cautious and inquired, which Mr. Yang are you referring to? Yang Chun. Samba interjected, if Miss Qin doubts my words, she may contact Mr. Yang. Once assured that Samba was indeed sent by Yang Chun to safeguard her, Qin's spirits soared, accompanied by a hint of sweetness in her heart. Observing Qin's reaction, Guan Xiefeng discerned that this imposing figure had genuinely come to protect her. Are you certain that you alone can escort her away? Guan Xiefeng leaned back slightly, resting his arms on the back of the sofa. His floral shirt casually unbuttoned at the top, exuding an air of nonchalance. As his words lingered, 7 or 8 burly men surged forward, their piercing gazes fixed upon the imposing figure. Strangely, upon learning that Samba was a formidable protector sent by Yang Chun, Qin felt no fear in the face of such a multitude of men. Rather, an anticipation stirred within her. Samba cast an indifferent glance at the men encircling him and declared, Miss Qin, stay behind me. All right. Qin felt a sudden surge of adrenaline. Guan Xiefeng squinted at the unfolding scene, inserting a cigar into his mouth, which was promptly lit by an attendant. Samba took a step forward, resembling a beast unleashed, and growled, stand down. Charge. The leading thug bellowed, and instantly, the group lunged at Samba. Samba remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, and continued his advance. Soon, the first thug charged at him, only to be met with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the robust figure was sent flying through the air, followed by the clattering of tables as he crashed into them. Shards of glass and spilled liquor scattered across the floor. After all, he was the reigning champion of the Black Country. No mere bar brawler could rival him. Samba's rhythm remained unfaltering, delivering blow after blow, and within mere seconds, none stood in his way. To stir up trouble in my territory is sheer folly. Guan Xiefeng's eyes were locked on his Samba's retreating form, filled with rage as he commanded, investigate who this Yang Chun is behind that black man. Is it true that you were sent by Yang Chun to protect me? What is your relationship with him? Do you know what Yang Chun used to do? Qin, like an inquisitive child, bombarded Samba with questions on their way home. With unwavering patience, Samba responded. But his answers invariably culminated in 3 words. I do not know. It wasn't that he was deceiving Qin, he genuinely lacked knowledge, having chosen to follow Yang Chun solely due to his formidable strength. Meanwhile, the couple in the adjoining room suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Xiao is back, Qin remarked, her previously anxious heart now at ease. At that moment, Yang Chun's phone buzzed with a message. Brother-in-law, I have arrived home safely. You and sister need not worry. Is that Xiaoyi's message? Qin suddenly inquired. Yang Chun was taken aback but did not conceal his thoughts, gently nodding as he replied, Xiaoyi has arrived home and assured us not to worry. Oh, Qin did not elaborate further. Yet a subtle discomfort lingered in her heart. Yang Chun glanced at the time, stood up, and said, since Xiaoyi is back home, you should rest easy. I shall take my leave now. Good night. Yang Chun. Qin suddenly called out. As Yang Chun reached the doorway, he turned back and inquired, what is it? In the future, you should also sleep in this room. Qin summoned her courage to say. Yang Chun was momentarily stunned, gazing at Qin's back, his expression of astonishment gradually transforming into joy. After a prolonged silence without a response from Yang Chun, Qin bit her lip. If you are unwilling, then never mind. I am willing. I am willing. Yang Chun quickly replied. Only then did a hint of a smile grace Qin's face as she haughtily remarked, do not overthink it. I merely do not wish for our daughter to cry upon awakening and finding her father absent. The couple positioned themselves on either side of the bed, with Yang Chun attempting to sleep at the edge to avoid any misunderstandings from Qin. The room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the faint sounds of their breathing. Yet, Yang Chun found it impossible to drift into slumber. The delicate fragrance in the air, reminiscent of Qin's scent, made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Qin was also unable to sleep, since she had become aware of her surroundings. Aside from that one night 5 years ago with Yang Chun, this was her first time sharing a bed with a man. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Yang Chun awoke punctually, a habit ingrained from years of military life. Just as he was about to rise for his morning exercise, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. Dim light filtered through the glass window, and as Yang Chun looked down, he beheld a stunningly beautiful face. Her long hair cascading loosely behind her. She lay nestled against Yang Chun's arm, one arm draped around his neck, resembling a koala clinging to him. To his surprise, he noticed Xiao had somehow rolled down to the foot of the bed. At 27, Yang Chun was still a novice in many ways. And with such a captivating beauty resting on him during the early hours when one's energy was most vibrant, the scene was nothing short of tormenting for him. He endeavored to soothe himself, repeatedly confirming that he was positioned at the edge of the bed before he breathed a sigh of relief. She was blissfully asleep, unaware of when she would awaken. For the first time in 5 years, Yang Chun chose to forego his morning routine. After an indeterminate passage of time, she finally stirred. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a familiar face mere inches away, the man's heavy breathing warming her face. Feeling the warmth of his arm and leg, she was taken aback and instinctively pushed Yang Chun away. "You scoundrel, what have you done to me?" she exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger, a veil of mist forming in her eyes. Yang Chun, who had been feigning sleep, could no longer maintain the charade and reluctantly opened his eyes. "Xiaoxi, what are you saying?" Yang Chun pretended to be oblivious, rubbing his eyes as if genuinely unaware of the situation. She was entirely reacting to stress. Observing Yang Chun's bewildered expression, her anger gradually subsided. She glanced at her daughter, who lay asleep at her feet, and then at Yang Chun, still resting at the edge of the large bed. As the images from when she first opened her eyes replayed in her mind, a sudden clarity dawned upon her. It was not Yang Chun who had taken advantage of the situation, but rather she had nestled into his embrace. The thought filled her with a mix of shame and anger, flushing her cheeks a deep crimson. "Xiaoxi, did you have a nightmare?" Yang Chun feigned a look of concern. She shot him a fierce glare, gritting her teeth. "Yes, I dreamt that you scoundrel, tried to violate me." With those words, she stormed off to the washroom. Yang Chun quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had pretended to be asleep, or he would have found it difficult to explain. By the time the three of them descended the stairs, Zhou Yutsue was already engrossed in the television. She searched the kitchen, only to discover that the meal had been entirely consumed, with an empty bowl left in the sink. Originally, there had been a cook in the household, but she had resigned, unable to tolerate Zhou Yutsue's temperament. Since then, Zhou Yutsue had taken it upon herself to prepare meals. And upon seeing the empty dishes, she understood the situation. "Good morning, sister and brother-in-law." Qin came downstairs, her previous discontent forgotten as she greeted them cheerfully. "Mom, why is there no breakfast?" She suddenly inquired. "It's all gone," Zhou Yutsue retorted with a cold laugh. "What do you mean by that?" Qin's face flushed with anger. "Do you still have the audacity to ask me? Weren't you all quite capable last night? Now that you've grown wings, I, your mother, am rendered unnecessary. If that is the case, why should I still cook for you?" Zhou Yutsue's demeanor was sharp and cutting. "We all have jobs. Every month, we give you a portion of our salaries. You do nothing all day, and you can't even be bothered to prepare us breakfast?" Qin's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow. "I raised you both, and now I only ask for a little of your wages. Is that so wrong?" Zhou Yutsue replied shamelessly. Both Qin Shi and Qin's eyes were red, their hearts heavy with bitterness and injustice. "You are mistaken," Qin suddenly erupted, her voice laced with fury. "What have you given us besides life? Since my memory began, you have never been a competent mother, idling away your time. If it weren't for Grandma's compassion, who occasionally helped us, my sister and I would have starved long ago. And you? You only care about your own comfort, never considering our well-being. You insisted we didn't need to hire a cook, that we should give you our money so you could prepare our meals. But now? The money we give you each month could easily hire 2 cooks, yet we can't even have a proper meal at home. Since that is the case, we are under no obligation to give you another cent." With that, Qin stormed off in a huff. Zhou Yutsue initially wore a face of anger, but upon hearing Qin declare that she would no longer provide financial support, she became frantic and hurriedly chased after her, exclaiming, "Xiaoyi, please don't be upset. Mother was merely frustrated, which is why I refrained from cooking for you. Starting tomorrow, I promise to ensure that every meal is delightful." Yet, Qin was resolute in ignoring her mother's pleas and departed without a backward glance. "We will dine outside." She cast a glance at Yang Chun, grasping Xiao's hand as they exited together. "Xiaoxi, don't be hasty. There is still time. I'll prepare breakfast right away. It won't take long." The food outside isn't hygienic. Please don't leave. Witnessing Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao also depart, Zhou Yutsude grew increasingly anxious. With Qin Daong absent from home, lost in his own escapades, she feared that without financial contributions from her daughters, she would be utterly destitute. Yet, her relationship with them was already strained, leaving her to ponder how she might coax them back to her side. As she observed the trio of Qin Shi leave, a dazed expression settled upon Zhou Yutsue's face. What should I do? If they truly refuse to assist me financially, how will I navigate the days ahead? In truth, her little treasury contained ample funds, sufficient for her to sustain the latter half of her life, yet she never contemplated tapping into that resource. Her desire was solely to continue exploiting her daughters. After the family enjoyed breakfast at a roadside eatery and dropped their daughter off at kindergarten, Yangchen then escorted Qin Shi to her workplace. Upon her arrival at the office, the secretary approached with a report. President Qin, there is someone outside claiming to know you and has arranged to discuss a collaboration today. Qin Shi could not recall agreeing to any such meeting. Frowning slightly as she inquired, did he mention his identity? The secretary, treading cautiously, replied, he only referred to himself as an acquaintance of yours. However, he appears quite youthful, likely around 30, and is rather handsome. Qin Shi furrowed her brow. She had no acquaintances from her youth, and even if she did, they would be women. The person her secretary mentioned was evidently a man. Let him in. After a moment's contemplation, she decided she wanted to see who would dare impersonate an old acquaintance and claim to have an appointment to discuss a collaboration. Soon, her secretary ushered in a figure that seemed somewhat familiar. President Qin, it is a pleasure to see you again, the young man greeted, a gentle smile gracing his lips upon seeing Qin Shi. It is you who dares to impersonate my old acquaintance and deceive my secretary into believing you have an appointment to discuss a partnership? Qin Shi questioned, her expression reflecting her displeasure. She had encountered the man on 2 occasions, the first during a contract signing at the Qin Corporation with Yangchen, and the second last night at the Suji Hotel. To Qin Shi, insignificant individuals hardly warranted a second glance. Hence she was still unaware of the man's name at that moment. The man chuckled softly. President Qin, I assure you, I am indeed here for a collaboration. So please do not misunderstand my intentions. Upon hearing that he genuinely sought a partnership, Qin Shi managed to temper some of her irritation, feeling slightly embarrassed. I apologize. But may I ask your surname? Yang Wei. Yang as in the Hu Yang Lin, and Wei as in majestic. He presented himself with the demeanor of a refined gentleman. One could not deny that Yang Wei appeared to be an elegant young man, at least on the surface. There was nothing inappropriate in his demeanor, and his gaze towards Qin Shi was remarkably clear. And what does your proposed collaboration entail? Qin Shi inquired coolly. You must be familiar with the Chenghe Group in Zhou City. It is an enterprise under the Yang family. We have recently begun to make inroads into the Jiangzhou market. Yang Wei replied with a smile. However, the Yang family, being a leading family in Zhou City, finds our current progress in Jiangzhou insufficiently aligned with our status. Thus, we seek a partnership that matches our capabilities. Although Yang Wei's attitude was exceedingly humble, his words subtly conveyed the Yang family's prominence. Initially intrigued by his mention of collaboration, Qin Shi's interest waned upon detecting the underlying arrogance in his tone. So, you believe that Sana Group can align with the Yang family's status? Qin Shi asked pointedly. Yang Wei smiled confidently. In my view, Sana Group's standing in Jiangzhou is not particularly high. However, that is of little consequence. Once the Yang family collaborates with Sana Group, it is certain that Sana Group's status will rise significantly. Are you suggesting that a partnership with a first-tier family company from an external city would yield greater profit margins than one with a renowned domestic enterprise such as Yinqing Group? Qin Shi narrowed her eyes. Yang Wei had come to Jiangzhou primarily to penetrate its market. While seeking to negotiate a partnership with Qin Shi was one aspect of his visit, his primary objective was to draw closer to her. His understanding of Sanhe Group's situation was rather limited. Of course not. Yinqing Group is a widely recognized enterprise in the country and ranks commendably even on a global scale. Not to mention its backing from the esteemed Yuan family of Yendu. The Yang family cannot compare, Yang Wei acknowledged with self-awareness. Qin Shi let out a cold laugh, saying, Since you are aware of the situation, you should also understand that Sanhe Group has already formed a partnership with Yinqing Group. Moreover, the richest family in Jiangzhou, the Su family, is also collaborating with us. Do you truly believe that a family business from an outer city is worthy of partnering with us? Yang Wei's expression finally shifted, as he recalled that just a few weeks ago, Sanhe Group was still under the Qin family's domain. He had never considered that Sanhe Group could establish a relationship with Yinqing Group. President Qin, Having more friends opens up more avenues. Although both Yinshin Group and the Su family are formidable, my Yang family is not to be underestimated. If we could collaborate with the Yang family, Sana Group would soar to new heights. There is indeed a necessity for cooperation between us. Yang Wei was eager to seize the opportunity for collaboration. His family's recent trip to Jiangzhou had been fraught with difficulties. Previously, his sister and brother-in-law had approached Yinshin Group for a partnership, but for reasons unknown, Yinshin Group suddenly withdrew their willingness to cooperate. Consequently, his family had dispatched him to Jiangzhou to explore market opportunities. However, after engaging with several top-tier families for partnerships, he faced rejection at every turn. Left with no choice, he sought to negotiate with the Qin family, hoping to leverage his connection with Qin Shi for a deal with Sanha Group. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shi replied, "The matter of collaborating with the Yang family is quite significant, and I will report it to the chairman. Should we decide to proceed with the Yang family, I will reach out to you." "Very well, then I shall refrain from further discussion and await your favorable news," Yang Wei said with a smile as he stood, leaving behind a business card before departing. Once Yang Wei had left, Qin Shi promptly called Yang Qin to inform him of the situation. Yang Qin responded succinctly, "Decline." Though puzzled by Yang Qin's refusal to consider a partnership with the Yang family, Qin Shi understood that Yang Qin was the chairman of Sanha Group. She picked up the business card left by Yang Wei and casually tossed it into the trash bin. After work, Yang Qin picked up Qin Shi, and they hurried to the kindergarten. During their journey, Yang Qin suddenly remarked, "If that fellow dares to approach Sanha Group again, have him thrown out immediately." Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Who are you referring to?" "The Yang Wei who visited your company today to discuss collaboration. He is not a good person. He has caused quite a bit of trouble for many respectable women in Shoqing. His pretense of seeking cooperation is merely a guise to get closer to you," Yang Qin stated calmly. "Is that so?" Qin Shi exclaimed in surprise, followed by curiosity. "How do you know so much about him? Do you remember when Xiao Yi had a crush on a boy during university?" Yang Qin asked. At that time, Xiao Yi was quite fond of the young man. But later, this scoundrel attempted to lure her to a hotel. When Xiao Yi refused, the next day she saw him leaving the hotel hand in hand with another woman. Qin Shi nodded in acknowledgement, then expressed her confusion. "These are Xiao Yi's private matters. How do you know?" Yang Qin chuckled. "Last time, when Xiao Yi treated me to a meal, we happened to run into that man, and he is now the husband of Yang Wei's younger sister." Yang Qin recounted the previous incident, and upon hearing him, Qin Shi's expression turned to one of fury. "How dare they insult my sister and still wish to collaborate with me? Not a chance." In Jiangzhou, at a large entertainment venue known as the City That Never Sleeps, Yang Wei had just exited the parking lot when he suddenly sneezed. "Damn, who is cursing me?" "Brother Yang." At the entrance of the City That Never Sleeps, a meticulously dressed young woman waved enthusiastically at him. "Why have you suddenly brought me here?" Yang Wei inquired, perplexed as he approached her. "You mentioned last time that if I could get either Qin Shi or Qin Yi into your bed, you would marry me?" Fang Yu suddenly asked. Yang Wei recalled seeing Qin Shi at the Sanha Group earlier that day, and a rush of heat surged within him. "I did promise you. But it's been several days now, and you have yet to make any progress," he scoffed with a cold smile. "Tonight? Just wait to enjoy the blessings of a shared partner," Fang Yu said with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of marrying into the Yang family. The City That Never Sleeps is one of the premier entertainment establishments in Jiangzhou, boasting a plethora of recreational activities. As night fell, the venue buzzed with its peak business. Yang Wei remained oblivious to Fang Yu's intentions for bringing him here. Yet the prospect of shared blessings piqued his anticipation. Upon reaching the top floor, as the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious hall teeming with people, the cacophony of voices echoing around them. A quick glance revealed that they had entered a gaming area, where Fang Yu guided him to a table at the back surrounded by numerous spectators, with several players already seated. "Old Qin, do you have any money left to play? If not, hurry up and make way. Don't hog the seat without contributing," one of the players urged impatiently, directing his gaze at a middle-aged man across the table. The man had no chips in front of him, while others still had a considerable amount. A look of struggle crossed his face as he removed a diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe watch from his wrist and placed it on the table. "This watch is worth 230,000. If someone is interested, I'll let it go for 200,000. It's just an old watch, not worth much. I'll give you 100,000. If you agree, I'll pay you now," one of the players at the table chimed in. 100,000 is too little. I'll sell it for 150,000. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. "Deal." The player tossed 15,000 in chips onto the table. The others wore mocking expressions, knowing that even if he sold the watch, he would still end up losing later. Yang Wei frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Fang Yu. Did you bring me here just to watch others play cards? That's Qin Daong, the father of Qin Shi and Qin Yi. I happened to see him here a few days ago and learned that he has been gambling heavily and has already lost a fortune. They say he owes the city that never sleeps $1 million, Fang Yu explained, pointing discreetly at the middle-aged man. Clearly, this table is all in cahoots. Look at him. He is about to lose that 15,000 as well. Yang Wei's eyes flickered as he suddenly grasped Fang Yu's intention. You mean, once he loses everything, I should lend him money? Once he has squandered the money you lend him, demand repayment. He will undoubtedly be unable to fulfill that obligation and will have no choice but to seek assistance from Qin Shi. Although Qin Shi holds the position of general manager at Sana Group, to my knowledge, her financial resources are limited. If she cannot repay, then she must acquiesce in another manner. Fang Yu wore a sinister smile. Are you so certain she will comply with my demands? Yang Wei inquired, narrowing his eyes. Merely a worthless individual, pretending to be virtuous. If she were not willing to commodify her body, she would not have ascended to the role of general manager at Sana Group. As long as Qin Dayong's debts are substantial, she will have to yield. This is the city that never sleeps. No one dares to default here. Fang Yu was well versed in the intricacies of the city that never sleeps. Yang Wei fell silent. Yet another plan began to materialize in his mind as he squinted and said, You have expressed reluctance to collaborate with the Yang family. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Brother Yang, whatever you wish to pursue, I shall unconditionally support, Fang Yu responded with an ingratiating tone. Yang Wei sneered coldly. As long as you comply, if you manage this task for me, I will return home with a bridal gift to propose to the Qin family. I shall await your return, Brother Yang, Fang Yu said, her body softening as she leaned against him. As Fang Yu predicted, it was not long before Qin Daong lost everything. He wore a dazed expression, having depleted all his savings over the past few days. And yet his eyes still shimmered with resentment. Just lend me a little more. This time, I can surely turn my fortunes around, Qin Daong suddenly exclaimed. You should first repay the 1 million you owe to the city that never sleeps before asking for more. Who in their right mind would lend you money again? Scoffed a fellow player at the table. I can lend you 1 million. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind Qin Daong. It was Yang Wei. I accept your offer. Hearing that someone was willing to lend him money, Qin Daong cared not for anything else and promptly agreed, adding, Thank you, young man. Rest assured. This time I will turn my luck around, and I will repay you with interest. Good. I shall await your success, Yang Wei replied with a smile, producing a bank card and handing it to Fang Yu. Go and exchange this for 1 million in chips. Before long, Fang Yu returned with the chips. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, Qin Daong felt his blood boil with excitement. Come, let us continue, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. As time ticked by, Yang Wei remained by Qin Daong's side, witnessing firsthand as he lost 1 million in mere 2 hours. Yang Wei felt no sympathy. Instead, a mocking smirk played upon his lips. For that 1 million could yield a 1,000-fold return. Once he seduced Qin Shi into his bed, he could leverage that to compel her to collaborate with the Yang family. Not only would he enjoy the company of a beautiful woman, but he would also assist his family in penetrating the Jiangzhou market, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone. Young man, lend me another 1 million. Fortune is cyclical, and my turn is imminent. After Qin Daong lost everything, he failed to realize that he had incurred an additional 1 million in debt, and still contemplated borrowing more to continue gambling. This exemplifies the most reckless state of a gambler, fully aware that 9 out of 10 bets end in loss, yet still clinging to the hope of a comeback after being consumed by defeat. Yang Wei shook his head, saying, This uncle, I have no connection to you. Why should I lend you 1 million? Qin Daong was taken aback, and only then did he notice Fang Yu, who was entwined with Yang Wei's arm. He hastily exclaimed, Little brother, Xiao Yu is my niece. With you being so close to her, I am certainly not a stranger. Just lend me 1 million, and I promise to return it as soon as I break even. Xiao Yu, is he really your uncle? Yang Wei feigned surprise and inquired. Fang Yu scoffed. I do not recall ever having such an uncle. I do not know him. Qin Daong's expression turned to one of shock, and he grew agitated as he insisted. Xiao Yu, I am your uncle Qin Daong. Uncle, my girlfriend said she does not know you. Do not overstep your bounds, Yang Wei interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Fang Yu, his expression stern. I initially felt pity for you and wanted to assist, but I did not expect you to behave in such a manner, even daring to impersonate my girlfriend's uncle. In that case, you must repay me now. Panic surged through Qin Daong. Being demanded for repayment at this moment felt like a death sentence. I apologize, little brother. I mistook you for someone else. Please grant me a few more days, and I promise to repay you as soon as I win back some money. Is that acceptable? His face was a portrait of desperation. Fang Yu observed coldly, as if she truly did not recognize Qin Daong. Absolutely not. Yang Wei's resolve was unwavering. When I lent you the money, I stated that it must be returned tonight. He had been awaiting this moment and would not yield. It was only at this juncture that Qin Daong comprehended the gravity of his errors, but it was too late. Qin Daong, you owe me 5 million from the Nightless City. It is time to repay. At that moment, a bald man approached, flanked by 2 henchmen. Yang Wei subtly furrowed his brow, astonished that the Nightless City would come to collect debts at this time. I only owe the Nightless City 1 million. When did it become 5 million? Qin Daong seethed with anger upon hearing the bald man's words. Qin Daong, you owed 1 million. But it has been overdue for half a month. With interest, it amounts to 5 million. If you do not repay today, I will break your legs first. The bald man kicked Qin Daong in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. When he borrowed the money, he never anticipated such exorbitant interest. Now, he was drenched in cold sweat, crawling to the bald man's feet and kneeling. Brother Chong, I beg you for a few more days. I will find a way to repay the debt. Qin Daong, it is not that I am unwilling to extend your time. I have already granted you ample opportunity. The bald man replied, kicking Qin Daong over and placing his foot on his knee. Today, you will either repay the money or I will break both your legs before granting you a few more days. As the pressure on his knee intensified, fear enveloped Qin Daong, and he shouted, I will repay. I will repay. I will pay today. Do you even have money to repay? The bald man intensified the pressure beneath his feet. Qin Daong howled in pain. Yes, yes, yes. My daughter has money. I will have her bring it right away. Meanwhile, Yang Chen had already escorted Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao back to the Qin family estate. As the trio stepped inside, they were greeted by the inviting aroma of a meal. Xiaoxi, why are you so late returning? I've had dinner ready for quite some time. Hurry and wash your hands. I'll reheat the dishes, Zhou Yucue said with great enthusiasm, carrying the dishes to warm them up. Having learned from the morning's lesson, Zhou Yucue felt apprehensive throughout the day, fearing that her 2 daughters would never give her a single penny again. To preempt this, she had prepared an elaborate feast before her daughters returned home from work. We've already eaten out, Qin Shi replied coldly as she ascended the stairs. Xiaoxi, I made so much. What will we do if you don't eat? Just have a little bit, Zhou Yucue hurriedly implored. However, Qin Shi completely disregarded her intentions and took Xiao Xiao back to their room. Soon, Qinny returned home as well. Unlike before, when she would joyfully announce, Mom, I'm back. Upon arriving, today she remained silent. When Zhou Yucue called her for dinner, she could not muster a response and simply retreated to her room. Zhou Yucue's expression fluctuated between anger and disappointment, evidently furious, yet she had to suppress her rage when considering the money her daughters provided her each month. At that moment, Yang Chen emerged from washing his hands, and upon seeing the spread of dishes, he cheerfully remarked, Mom, your cooking is the best. Just the aroma alone is delightful. As he made his way to the kitchen, he noticed that the table was empty, with Zhou Yucue dumping the last plate of food into the trash. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't particularly hungry. He merely wished to use this opportunity to ease the tension with his mother-in-law, but his good intentions had been met with disdain. Mom, why did you throw the food away? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Zhou Yucue shot him a fierce glare. Even if my cooking is fit only for dogs, I want to let you eat it. With that, she snatched the bowl of rice from Yang Chen's hands and disposed of it in the trash before turning away. A flicker of anger surged within Yang Chen. Zhou Yucue was outright insulting him. Yet, thinking of Qin Shi and Xiao Xiao, he suppressed his indignation. It seemed that no matter how much I do, her inherent disdain for me will never fade. Yang Chen forced a self-deprecating smile before heading upstairs. Did Mom give you a hard time again? Qin Shi inquired. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. Not at all. You're lying. Your expression says otherwise. Qin Shi remarked, rolling her eyes at him. Yang Chen merely smiled and offered no further explanation. At that moment, Qin Shi's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she immediately recognized a familiar voice. Xiaoxi, hurry to the Nightless City to save Dad. If you don't come soon, he'll be beaten to a pulp. Dad, what has happened? Qin Shi's expression changed dramatically as she pressed for answers. You must be Qin Daoyang's daughter, right? Your father owes 5 million to the Nightless City and another million to a customer. If you do not bring the money within half an hour, prepare to receive news of your father's demise. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, and with that, the call ended. What has transpired? Yangshan inquired, noticing Qin Shi's bewildered expression. With reddened eyes, Qin Shi replied, My father is in the Nightless City, indebted by 6 million. They said if the ransom is not delivered within half an hour, they will kill him. Yangshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was unfamiliar with the Nightless City, its name suggested it was an entertainment venue. There must be some intrigue behind this situation. How could my father possibly owe such a staggering sum? But where am I to procure 5 million to redeem him? Qin Shi was on the verge of tears, her face a canvas of panic. Yangshan asked, Has there been anything unusual with your father lately? These past few days. He has either not returned home or has come back intoxicated, Qin Shi recounted. But he was never like this before. After retiring, he spent his days at home reading newspapers. How could he suddenly accumulate such a debt? Yangshan felt a sense of unease at Qin Dajun's predicament. Do you think my father could have been kidnapped? Qin Shi feared the voice she had heard on the phone. Impossible. If he were truly kidnapped, they would not ask you to come to the Nightless City for a ransom. Yangshan shook his head, then reassured her. Stay home with Xiao Xiao. I will go to the Nightless City. Yangshan, Qin Shi began, but Yangshan interrupted. Rest assured, I will bring your father back safely. Thank you. Qin Shi bit her lip. Please be careful. With a slight smile, Yangshan turned and departed. As she watched him leave, tears streamed down Qin Shi's face. In that moment, she realized that for some time now, whenever trouble arose, the first person who came to her mind was Yangshan. Mom, don't cry. Xiao Xiao. Noticing Qin Shi's tears, extended her chubby little hand to wipe them away. Qin Shi embraced Xiao Xiao tightly. Mom, won't he cry? 20 minutes later, a black phaeton halted at the entrance of the Nightless City. I have come to redeem a person, Yangshan stated as he entered the establishment. Who? Qin Dajun. Please follow me. A middle-aged man in a suit glanced at Yangshan before leading him upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened to a cacophony of noise. It was then that Yangshan comprehended why Qin Dajun had suddenly accrued a debt of 6 million. The spacious hall was filled with numerous gaming tables, each surrounded by eager participants. In the innermost table, a man lay on the ground, Qin Dajun, his body marred with footprints, a visage bruised and battered. Upon witnessing this scene, cold fury ignited in Yangshan's eyes. Yang Wei and Feng Yu were among the crowd. Upon noticing Yangshan's solitary arrival, Yang Wei frowned and cast a displeased glance at Feng Yu. Feng Yu lamented, Brother Yang, I never anticipated that the Night City would intervene. Yang Wei responded with a cold snort, choosing not to engage further. Brother Chang. He claims to be here to redeem Qin Daong. The man who had brought Yangshan up approached a bald man and whispered. The bald man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and several cards in hand, merely glanced at Yangshan before his gaze returned to the card table. Haha, I win this round. The bald man suddenly exclaimed, gathering all the chips before him with glee. Dad. Yangshan rushed over to help Qin Daong rise from the ground. Upon seeing Yangshan, Qin Daong quickly urged, Yangshan, you must pay them back quickly. Otherwise, they will cripple me. Clearly terrified, Qin Daong cowered behind Yangshan, his face a mask of fear. Dad, rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Yangshan reassured him gently. Kid, since you're here to redeem someone, hurry up and pay the money, then take this dead dog away. The bald man interjected abruptly. Yangshan cast a calm glance in his direction. Money is not an issue, but before that, let us discuss the matter of you injuring my father. At Yangshan's words, laughter erupted among the crowd. The bald man laughed heartily, his amusement palpable, before finally stopping, his eyes glinting with amusement. Kid, you can't possibly be from some prominent family, can you? Having just heard Yangshan refer to Qin Daong as dad, it was clear the bald man did not regard Yangshan as a figure of importance. Brother Chang. How could he be a wealthy heir? He is merely a good-for-nothing, the son-in-law of Qin Daong's family. Calling him a fool would be more fitting, Feng Yu suddenly sneered. Yangshan's piercing gaze fell upon Feng Yu, and with a single look, she felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss. Trembling, she quickly hid behind Yang Wei. Yang Wei then chuckled. A good-for-nothing is indeed a good-for-nothing, having never witnessed the grander world, daring to speak such words. The most beautiful woman in Jiazhou marrying a wretch like you is nothing short of a disgrace. Your words remind me of something. The bald man said with a mocking tone. The woman known as the most beautiful CEO in Jiazhou, her surname is Qin, right? It is said that 5 years ago, she was wronged by a security guard and, in desperation, married him. That security guard couldn't possibly be you, could it? Brother Chang, you're spot on. That woman is indeed Qin Daong's daughter, named Qin Shi, but she is merely a somewhat attractive woman, hardly deserving of the title of First Beauty. Fong Yu scoffed repeatedly. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly blazed with cold fury as he coldly declared, "Shut your mouth." Slap. As his voice fell, a dark figure appeared beside Fong Yu. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Yang Chen, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The crowd was astonished to see a young man standing next to Fong Yu, having just struck her face with such force that her fragile form was sent flying. This scene left everyone in shock. After the young man struck Fong Yu, he calmly approached Yang Chen, remaining silent, resembling a shadow obediently awaiting orders. This young man was none other than Ma Chao, Yang Chen's most loyal subordinate and steadfast brother. Yang Wei's expression changed drastically. He had not noticed how Ma Chao had appeared beside Fong Yu. Although he held no affection for Fong Yu, she was still considered his woman, and to see her publicly slapped away was a blow to his pride. "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on my woman?" Yang Wei narrowed his eyes at Ma Chao. Yet, the greater humiliation was that Ma Chao did not even spare him a glance. "If I hear anyone daring to insult my wife again, it won't simply be a slap." Yang Chen's gaze subtly swept over Yang Wei, his voice as cold as frost, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. As his words hung in the air, Yang Chen's eyes turned towards the bald man. "Now, shall we discuss the matter of you striking my father?" The bald man's eyes narrowed slightly, unease creeping into his heart. He had been in the city that never sleeps for quite some time and had never encountered a young man like Yang Chen, who was so enigmatic. Though Yang Chen appeared calm, the bald man could sense the fury simmering beneath the surface. The young man standing straight behind Yang Chen, with his explosive muscles, only intensified the bald man's trepidation. When Qin Daong had initially learned that Yang Chen was there to rescue him, he felt elated. However, upon hearing Yang Chen demand an explanation from the bald man, he nearly panicked. "Yang Chen, shut your mouth," Qin Daong exclaimed angrily. "Just pay the money and leave. If Brother Chang hits me, it's my own fault. How dare you seek an explanation from him?" Yang Chen ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on the bald man, seemingly awaiting a response. "Kid, are you certain you want me to provide you with an explanation?" Though the bald man felt uneasy, this was his territory. If he allowed Yang Chen to leave so easily, how would he maintain his reputation in the future? "Yes, I demand an explanation." Yang Chen's eyes were resolutely determined. "Bastard! Shut up." Qin Daong was furious. "Do you want to get yourself killed? Don't drag me down with you." As he spoke, he charged at Yang Chen. But Ma Chao swiftly seized his wrist. "First, take my father home," Yang Chen commanded suddenly. "Yes, Brother Chen," Ma Chao responded, pulling Qin Daong away. Fearing he would be implicated, Qin Daong had no intention of resisting as someone offered to take him away. "Do you think the city that never sleeps is a vegetable market? Come and go as you please." The bald man was thoroughly enraged, shouting, "Stop them!" With his command, a dozen burly men surged forward. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Ma Chao did not pause in his stride, gripping Qin Daong's arm with one hand and swinging his fist with the other. Each time a man charged at him, he countered with a punch. By the time they reached the elevator, all the men who had attempted to obstruct them were sprawled on the ground. At this moment, the bald man's heart raced violently. With a single punch, he rendered the burly man, whom he had once taken pride in, utterly powerless. Was this even human? He gazed in shock at Yang Chen, the formidable figure who, it seemed, was utterly subservient to this youth. "Who on earth are you?" The bald man gritted his teeth and demanded. Yang Chen responded calmly. "Aren't you already aware? Brother Chang, this scoundrel is merely a worthless son-in-law, all bluster and no substance. Do not be deceived by him." Fong Yu hissed through clenched teeth, her left cheek swollen and blood trickling from her mouth. The bald man, however, disregarded her words and suddenly turned to her, seething, "Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I swear I'll end you." Fong Yu nearly lost her composure, hastily falling silent, her eyes filled with malice as they shifted toward Yang Chen. Yang Wei furrowed his brow. Though he was incensed at having lost face, he dared not speak out. In Shouqing, he was a figure of some note, but in Jiazhou, no one would afford him any respect. "Young man, this is my territory, and the rules cannot be broken. Your father-in-law owes money, and having given him a week's grace, I have shown remarkable leniency by not incapacitating him. Do not overstep your bounds, repay the debt and leave." Today's events can be overlooked. The bald man's tone softened somewhat. This unexpected shift left everyone present in astonishment. When had the notoriously infamous Brother Chang ever been so agreeable? "Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Fear not, the money is en route and will arrive shortly." Yang Chen interjected with a sudden cold laugh. "Your father-in-law still owes me $1 million, Yang Wei chimed in. Casting a disdainful glance in his direction, Yang Chen replied, "Do not fret, all debts will be settled in due course." Just as Yang Chen's words faded, the elevator in the hall abruptly opened, and a man of African descent stepped inside. Under the gaze of all present, he approached Yang Chen and slightly bowed. "Brother Chen, the money is ready." Yang Chen nodded slightly, and then turned to the bald man, calmly inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to forego an explanation? Young man, do not push your luck. Since the money has arrived, repay it promptly and leave." The bald man, visibly agitated by Yang Chen's calm demeanor, felt a growing unease. Yang Chen exchanged a glance with Samba, who understood the cue and made a call. "Bring in the money." Boom. No sooner had Samba hung up than a tremendous crash resonated from below, shaking the entire night city. This was followed by a cacophony of clanging metal and numerous gasps of astonishment. "What is happening?" The bald man's expression shifted dramatically, as the recent noise clearly indicated a violent impact. With a cold smile, Yang Chen rose first, striding to the glass railing, and peered down into the grand hall below. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely the matter of repaying a debt." Everyone rushed to the railing, and when they beheld the scene in the hall below, their eyes widened in disbelief. In the expansive area, a truck had appeared, its bed lifted, and countless one-yuan coins cascaded onto the opulent marble floor. In an instant, the entire ground of the hall sparkled with a dazzling array of coins. At this moment, the bald man was filled with shock, accompanied by a hint of fear. It is indeed a remarkable feat to gather 6 million in such a short span of time. However, to amass 6 million one-yuan coins is something that no other individual in the entire Jiangzhou could accomplish. Yang Wei, equally dazed, recalled his first encounter with Yang Chen during his time at the Qin Group, where he had dismissed him entirely. Even when he witnessed the direct heir of the prestigious Xiong family personally apologizing to Yang Chen, he could hardly believe it to be genuine. Yet, the events of today finally unveiled the extraordinary nature of Yang Chen. It was not a case of the Xiong family mistaking the wrong person, but rather his own underestimation of Yang Chen. Fang Yu, too, was in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom how Yang Chen had truly procured 6 million, all in coins. Observing the shifting expressions on the bald man's face, Yang Chen let out a cold laugh. "Here lies the 6 million. I wonder if you wish to count it?" The bald man quickly shook his head. "No need for counting. My father-in-law still owes you 1 million, correct?" Yang Chen then turned to Yang Wei, inquiring further. Yang Wei was nearly certain that the individual who apologized on behalf of the Xiong family that day was indeed Yang Chen, and he dared not maintain his arrogance any longer. He hastily remarked, "Mr. Yang, you jest. Knowing that Uncle Qin is your father-in-law, I certainly cannot accept your money." Yang Chen scoffed. "The money is delivered to you, yet you refuse to accept it. Do you intend for me to take it back?" Yang Wei hurriedly shook his head. "Mr. Yang, I apologize. That was not my intention." He was so frightened that his voice trembled. "Brother Yang, why are you apologizing to him? Even if he has brought 6 million, it does not alter the fact that he is merely a worthless son-in-law. You, Brother Yang, are a distinguished heir of a foremost family. How can he possibly compare?" Fang Yu, still oblivious to Yang Chen's true stature, expressed her dissatisfaction. Slap. As soon as her words fell, she received a resounding slap from Yang Wei. "You wretched woman! How dare you insult Mr. Yang so casually? Do you truly aspire to marry into the Yang family? Dream on. Get away from me." In a fit of rage, after striking Fang Yu, Yang Wei kicked her to the ground. Yet, no one sympathized with her. They merely looked on with derision at her disgraceful state. The true nature of this woman had already been revealed when she initially denied knowing Qin Daong. Having previously been struck by Ma Chao, her left cheek was already swollen. And now after Yang Wei's assault, her right cheek was equally bruised, distorting her features. "Brother Yang, he is just a worthless man. How can you?" Fang Yu attempted to continue, but Yang Wei charged at her once more, delivering several slaps that left her mouth bloodied and her words incomprehensible before he relented. Yang Chen merely observed coldly, not intervening. He had long since grown weary of this woman's shamelessness. "Mr. Yang, from this day forth, I sever all ties with this vile woman." Yang Wei quickly approached Yang Chen to clarify. He was not foolish. A man capable of compelling the heir of a leading family in Jiangzhou to apologize was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the individual who had apologized that day, Xiong Boqing, had since become the head of the Xiong family. Reflecting on the near deception of Qin Shi tonight, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He suddenly felt an immense relief at the appearance of the bald man. Yang Chen merely cast a cold glance at Yang Wei before shifting his focus to the bald man. "I have repaid your debt to my father-in-law in full, principal and interest. Now, let us discuss the matter of your injury to him." The bald man, initially believing Yang Chen had let him off the hook, was taken aback by the resurfacing of this issue, igniting his anger. His fists clenched tightly before he gradually relaxed, ultimately yielding. I sincerely apologize for the previous offenses, Mr. Yang. Regarding the injury to your father-in-law, I am willing to compensate 5 million as medical expenses. The bald man felt a deep sense of resentment and humiliation. The 5 million was originally a debt owed by Qin Daong to the Nightless City, and now he was compelled to return it in full. However, he had no choice but to endure, for a brother of Yang Chen's could easily overpower the strongest of his associates. If Yang Chen truly wished to eliminate him, it would be a simple task. The bald man's apology left everyone in astonishment. The formidable leader of the Nightless City was forced to bow to a man not yet 30. I understand your reluctance, but I warn you. It would be wise not to harbor any ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, you will not even know how you met your end, Yang Chen warned, narrowing his eyes. The bald man trembled and quickly assured him, Rest assured, Mr. Yang, I will not entertain any such thoughts. Yang Chen said nothing further and turned to leave. I do not wish for tonight's events to be disclosed. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless, the bald man threatened after Yang Chen's departure. The bald man was known as Wang Chang, and due to his distinctive hairstyle, he was colloquially referred to as Bald Chang. In Jiangzhou, while Wang Chang may not have been prominent, he certainly held a measure of influence. Most visitors to the Nightless City were ordinary folk. Who would dare to offend him? Yang Wei seized the opportunity to exit the Nightless City as well, pondering the 1 million coins he dared not take. Brother Chang, are we truly letting this go? Inquired a discontented subordinate within a lavish private room of the Nightless City. Wang Chang shot him a glare. That fellow has a brother capable of defeating my strongest 9 in mere seconds. Tell me, what else can we do? The subordinate quickly replied, Brother Chang, I simply cannot accept this. Resentment must be endured. That young man is no ordinary foe. Do not mistake him for a mere ineffectual son-in-law, Wang Chang cautioned. He then instructed, prepare a 5 million bank card for me, and accompany me to seek reconciliation with Qin Daong. Brother Chang, you truly intend to apologize? The subordinate asked, astonished. Damn, is my word ineffective? Do as I say without question. Spare me your nonsense. Wang Chang exclaimed, striking the subordinate on the head in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Shi had successfully lulled Xiao Xiao to sleep but was still waiting anxiously for Yang Chen to return home. Although she was aware of Yang Chen's formidable abilities, her worry for him persisted, fearing for his safety. Even she was unaware that her greatest concern at that moment was whether Yang Chen was injured, rather than if her father could be safely brought home. Just as her anxiety peaked, a commotion arose from downstairs, prompting her to hasten to the hall on the first floor. Dad, where's Yang Chen? Upon seeing only Qin Daong return, Qin Shi's expression turned urgent. Qin Daong bore the marks of a brutal encounter, his face bruised and his clothing scuffed with footprints. He let out a heavy grunt. He asked Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? You owe 6 million to someone. It was Yang Chen who went to rescue you, and yet you speak of him in this manner? Qin Shi's face reflected her disappointment and fury. What? You owe 6 million? Zhou Yutsue emerged at that moment, her expression a mix of shock and anger. Dad, please tell me, where is Yang Chen? Why didn't he come back with you? Qin Shi asked anxiously. That scoundrel, so self-righteous. Wang Chang already said that if he paid up, I could leave with him, but he insisted on confronting Wang Chang for some form of explanation. That's the Night City, Wang Chang's territory. Did Yang Chen not court disaster? Qin Daong exclaimed with indignation. I thought he was extraordinary, but today I learned otherwise. He is merely a fool. He has probably had his legs broken by now. What did you say? Qin Shi stumbled, her expression shifting dramatically as tears streamed down her face. No, I must go find him. Clad in her pajamas and slippers, she turned and dashed out. As Qin Shi dashed out, she unexpectedly collided into a warm embrace, startling her greatly. Shashi, it's me. Yang Chen's voice resonated suddenly. The darkness outside rendered it difficult for Qin Shi to recognize Yang Chen. However, upon hearing his voice, she hesitated not a moment before throwing herself into his arms, her hands clasping tightly around his neck. Yang Chen, taken aback by the sudden wave of happiness, raised his hands high, frozen in place. Shashi, what is the matter? While his heart brimmed with sweetness, confusion also clouded his mind. My father said you were attacked by the people from the Nightless City and had your leg broken. I thought it was true, Qin Shi choked out. Realizing her concern for him, Yang Chen gently placed his hands on her back, his heart swelling with emotion. Do not forget, my dear wife, what I used to do. There is no one in Jiangzhou capable of inflicting harm upon me. Brother-in-law, you're back. Qin hurriedly rushed out of the room, spotting the couple in an embrace, perhaps in her haste to leave. She still clutched a coat in her hand that she hadn't yet time to don. She scrutinized Yangchen from head to toe, and only after confirming he was indeed unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, witnessing the couple entwined in each other's arms ignited a pang of envy within her. Caught in the act of embracing Yangchen, Qin felt a wave of panic and quickly pushed him away. "Xiaoyi, I'm fine." Observing Qin's worry, Yangchen felt a warm current sweep through him. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not touched. Just then, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from outside, startling both women. What vehicle could possibly be here at this hour? Could it be the people from the Nightless City seeking revenge? Qin exclaimed, her face paling. She was aware of Yangchen's formidable abilities, and his unexpected safe return was already puzzling. Hearing footsteps approaching, Qin quickly urged, "Brother-in-law, you must hide. If they truly are from the Nightless City, we can say you have not yet returned home. Yangchen, please hide. If they cannot find you, they cannot harm us." Qin added urgently. However, as the sisters implored Yangchen to conceal himself, the front door was forcibly pushed open, and two figures entered, one clearly highlighted by a glaring bald head. Hearing the commotion, Qin Daong and Zhou Yutsue emerged as well. "Who are you? What business do you have at my home in the dead of night? Leave at once." Zhou Yutsue, already irate over Qin Daong's 6 million debt, did not recognize Wang Chang and immediately began to scold the strangers. "Shut your mouth." Qin Daong nearly lost his composure, hastening to Wang Chang's side. Trembling as he spoke, "Brother Chang, I have no ties with this waste. If he dares to offend you, that is his affair. It has nothing to do with our family." Only then did Zhou Yutsue realize who had arrived, her face draining of color, though she was unclear about the circumstances. Upon hearing Qin Daong's words, she quickly added, "This waste is unrelated to our family. He is currently in the process of divorcing my daughter, and he is no longer our son-in-law." "Mother, when did I ever say I wanted a divorce?" "Father, mother, how could you act this way?" Brother-in-law safely brought father back. "Yet it seems we are of no concern to you," the sisters Qin Shi and Qin Yi exclaimed, their hearts ablaze with indignation upon hearing their parents' words. Observing the expression of Qin Daong and Zhou Yutsue, Wang Chang's lips twitched slightly. He cautiously glanced at Yangchen, and upon noticing his unperturbed demeanor, he hastily produced a bank card. Approaching Qin Daong, he respectfully extended the card with both hands. "Mr. Qin, it is my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. One of my men struck you. This card contains 5 million, which I offer as compensation for your medical expenses. I implore you to forgive us." Yet, he did not even kneel to apologize to Mr. Qin. He thrust the bank card into Qin Daong's hand, then kicked over the minion he had brought along. The subordinate quickly knelt at Qin Daong's feet. "Mr. Qin, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistake in laying a hand on you. Please forgive me." The family was left in a state of shock, with Qin Daong particularly astonished. Having frequented various entertainment venues, he knew Wang Chang's identity all too well. Yet now, Wang Chang had the audacity to bring 5 million as compensation and demanded an apology from the very person who had assaulted him. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entertainment sector of Jiazhou. Zhou Yutsue, fixated solely on the 5 million mentioned by Wang Chang, swiftly snatched the bank card from Qin Daong's grasp, sneering, "It seems you possess some discernment, daring to strike my husband. Since you acknowledge your error, be gone at once." Fearing a sudden change of heart from the other party, she understood that only after Wang Chang departed would she be able to secure the money without apprehension. Wang Chang cast a glance at Yangchen, and seeing no sign of dissent, he quickly departed with his men. It was only when the sound of the engine had completely faded that Qin Daong emerged from his stupor, his mind now exceptionally clear. He regarded Yangchen with a deep gaze, initially believing that Yangchen would be left severely injured. Yet, to his astonishment, Yangchen returned unscathed, and Wang Chang personally came to apologize and offer compensation. Unlike Zhou Yutsue, who was rather foolish, Qin Daong could easily grasp the gravity of the situation. "Give it to me. This money is hard-earned through my suffering. You wretched woman think you can claim it all for yourself?" Qin Daong seized the bank card and turned to retreat to the room. The money he had just obtained was snatched back by Qin Daong, prompting Zhou Yutsue to chase after him, crying and cursing. Soon, the sounds of their quarrel echoed throughout the house once more. "This family is simply unbearable," Qin Yi remarked with reddened eyes before retreating to her room. Qin Shi, with a complex expression, glanced at Yangchen. "Xiao Xiao is still asleep. We should return now." Upon their return to the room, they found Xiao Xiao in tears. "Daddy, Mommy, where are you?" Xiao Xiao is scared. The commotion from downstairs clearly startled the child awake. "Xiao Xiao, do not cry. Mommy and Daddy are right here." Qin Shi quickly embraced her. After a while of weeping, Xiao Xiao gradually calmed down, and soon drifted back to sleep. Yang Chun gazed at his daughter's tear-streaked face, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. How could a childhood spent in such a household be joyful? Yang Chun, let us move out. After gently placing their daughter on the bed, Qin Shi caressed Xu Xiao's plump, youthful cheeks. Suddenly, with utmost seriousness, she looked at Yang Chun and said, no matter the state of this home, I can endure it. However, I refuse to let our daughter grow up in such an environment, with memories solely of her grandparents quarreling. Very well. Yang Chun, eager for this change, smiled softly. After work tomorrow, we shall take Xiao Xiao to the villa at Yufeng Peak. But what about if we leave? Qin Shi's concern for her sister, facing everything alone, surfaced. Yang Chun hesitated for a moment before responding. Since we are relocating, why not have our parents and move there as well? The house is spacious. And even if they argue like they do here, we want to hear them. Yufeng Peak is the most luxurious villa in Jiangzhou, renowned for its exceptional soundproofing. Yet, Qin Shi shook her head resolutely. The reason I wish to move out is to provide Xiao Xiao with a serene and comfortable environment. At that moment, she felt a profound inner conflict. If they moved out, she would worry about Qini. If they stayed, she would fret over Xiao Xiao. Since I have not made a decision, let us contemplate this further. When you have reached a conclusion, please inform me, Yang Chun said. Agreed. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after dropping Qin Shi off at her workplace, Yang Chun intended to visit the Yanqin group. Upon parking his car, he noticed Qin Yi being harassed by a man at the company entrance, Wang Yanjun, an alumnus who had pursued her during university. He was now married to Yang Lu from the Yang family of Shouqing, whom Qin Yi had encountered when she invited Yang Chun to dinner. At that moment, Wang Yanjun was entangled in conversation with Qin Yi. Xiao Yi, I once believed you understood me. I never imagined you would be so oblivious. Wang Yanjun, I was truly blind to have liked you, only to discover you are such a repulsive individual. Xiao Yi, I have always loved you. Please, be with me. Wang Yanjun, visibly agitated, suddenly grasped Qin Yi's arm, attempting to embrace her. Get away. Qin Yi exclaimed in shock and anger, striking Wang Yanjun across the face. You scoundrel. Leave me alone. Xiao Yi, even if you beat me to death, I will not leave unless you agree to be with me. Wang Yanjun had completely lost his sense of shame. Wang Yanjun, your logic is quite peculiar. You claim to love me, yet you marry another woman? You profess your love, yet wish to be with me despite your marriage? Qin Yi retorted, her expression laced with sarcasm, her emotions surging as she shouted at him. What do you take me for? A mistress? Xiao Yi, trust me. Just give me 6 more months. Once I complete this project, I will receive a substantial bonus. By the end of this year, I will divorce that woman and offer you a complete family. Wang Yanjun appeared almost entranced, gripping Qin Yi's arm with an iron hold. But I implore you, do not leave me at this moment, will you? Release me at once, or I shall summon security, Qin Yi retorted, a pained expression crossing her face. If you do not acquiesce to my request, I shan't let go, Wang Yanjun declared shamelessly. At that moment, as the hour approached for many to commence their workday, numerous onlookers bore witness to this spectacle. Qin Yi felt a surge of humiliation and anger. Yet she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Let her go if you value your life. A cold voice suddenly cut through the tension. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yi's heart soared. Previously, she had feigned a romantic relationship with Yang Chun in front of Wang Yanjun during a dinner invitation. Wang Yanjun, release me at once. Do not provoke my boyfriend into confronting you. Qin Yi exclaimed with fury. Wang Yanjun relinquished his hold on her arm. His teeth clenched as he glared at Yang Chun. I have already investigated. You are not Qin Yi's boyfriend, but her brother-in-law. Yang Chun furrowed his brow and advised Qin Yi, you should head to work. With a complex look exchanged between them, Qin Yi turned and entered the company. Just as Wang Yanjun intended to approach her again, he found Yang Chun standing firmly in his way, blocking any attempt to advance. I warn you, do not provoke me, or I shall not spare you, Wang Yanjun seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yang Chun replied with a cold laugh, you are already married, yet you persist in harassing Qin Yi. Do you not fear your wife discovering this? This is my affair. What concern is it of yours? Wang Yanjun retorted angrily. It is of no concern to me. But your disturbance of Qin Yi certainly is, Yang Chun stated impassively, a hint of menace flickering in his gaze. Leave now, and I shall consider this incident forgotten. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil. What a joke. Wang Yanjun scoffed, unperturbed by Yang Chun's threat. You are merely the son-in-law of Qin Yi's sister. What authority do you possess to dictate my actions? I grant you 10 seconds. If you do not depart, I shall summon the Yang family to escort you away. Yang Chen replied coolly. Wang Yanjun laughed heartily. Boy, do you truly believe yourself to be of great significance? Do you even know anyone from the Yang family? Disregarding the taunt, Yang Chen glanced at the time, choosing not to engage further in banter. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Notify the Yang family in Zhou City to arrive at the entrance of Yanchen Group within 10 minutes to retrieve their pet. Or I shall not hesitate to visit the Yang family personally. Wang Yanjun observed Yang Chen's serious demeanor while on the phone, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Though it soon dissipated. His persistence in pursuing Qini stemmed from his findings. She had never had a boyfriend over the years, and Yang Chen was merely her brother-in-law. Who are you pretending to call? Surely not 10086. Wang Yanjun mocked. Yang Chen smiled faintly. Since you refuse to depart, you may await the arrival of the Yang family. Just do not regret your decision. Regret? You wish. Wang Yanjun shouted in a fit of rage. Bang! He had barely uttered a curse when Yang Chen sent him flying several meters with a single kick, the tremendous impact causing him to spit out blood. Yang Chen's expression darkened to the utmost degree as he strode towards Wang Yanjun, looking down upon him and stating, If I see you harassing Qini again, I will ensure you vanish from this world. Do not mistake my words for jest. You will not comprehend how you met your demise. With that, Yang Chen turned and walked away. Watching Yang Chen's retreating figure, Wang Yanjun's eyes were filled with malice as he gritted his teeth. Qini is mine. No one can prevent her from returning to my side. Just as Yang Chen departed, a black Audi A8 pulled up at the entrance of Yanchen Group. And Yang Wei hurriedly emerged from the vehicle. Brother, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yang Wei, Wang Yanjun's anger dissipated, and he rushed over to inquire. Yang Wei had been pondering who from the Yang family dared to cause trouble at Yanchen Group, and upon witnessing Wang Yanjun's disheveled state, he immediately understood. Smack. Yang Wei struck Wang Yanjun across the face, fuming. Who in the world allowed you to stir up trouble at Yanchen Group? Stunned by the blow, Wang Yanjun suddenly recalled the call he had just received from Yang Chen, causing his complexion to turn ashen. Elder brother, I am sorry. I was wrong. Wang Yanjun lowered his head, though his face remained contorted with rage. At that moment, he could only apologize. If he were to reveal that he sought Qini, he would never set foot in the Yang family again. Tell me, what have you done to warrant grandfather personally calling me to the entrance of Yanchen Group? Yang Wei glared at him, his face a mask of fury. This journey to Jiangzhou was not undertaken by him alone, but also included Wang Yanjun, Yang Lu, and other senior executives of the company. The family's formidable presence was aimed at penetrating the Jiangzhou market, with all matters therein falling under his purview. Even he had to bow down upon realizing Yang Chen's extraordinary identity the previous night. How much more so for Wang Yanjun, a mere son-in-law of the Yang family. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Wang Yanjun's face blanched with terror. This is impossible. It cannot be him. He is merely a worthless son-in-law. How could he prompt grandfather to call personally? Yang Wei discerned the implication behind Wang Yanjun's words, seizing him by the collar and roaring, Who have you offended? Fear radiated from Wang Yanjun's eyes as he, unwilling to provoke Yang Wei further, hastily replied, Brother, I truly have not offended any significant figures. He is just a worthless son-in-law from a small family. Smack. Yang Wei struck again. What right do you have to label others as worthless? It is you who is the worthless one. Where is the person you mentioned? Though Yang Wei was uncertain whether the worthless individual Wang Yanjun referred to was indeed significant, he understood the necessity of confirming it personally. His grandfather was the head of the Yang family, and for the old man to call him directly and berate him indicated that Wang Yanjun had undoubtedly offended someone of great importance. Wang Yanjun, unable to conceal his apprehension, pointed at the Yanchen Group and declared, He has entered the company. Meanwhile, within the premises of the Yanchen Group, Qini anxiously awaited Yang Chen's arrival. Her concern rooted in fear that he might resort to extreme measures against Wang Yanjun, escalating the situation. As for Wang Yanjun, her heart had long been hardened. She had witnessed his intimate encounters with another woman at a hotel years prior, thus extinguishing any lingering feelings. Upon learning of his marriage, any residual emotions vanished entirely. Brother-in-law, you haven't harmed him, have you? Just as her worries intensified, Yang Chen suddenly entered, prompting Qini to rush towards him. Yang Chen cast her a peculiar glance. Are you worried I might injure him? Qini quickly shook her head. I fear you might be too harsh and cause a scene. Yang Chen's expression shifted to one of realization. She was concerned for his well-being. With a smile, he reassured her, Rest assured, I merely issued a few warnings. He should not trouble you again. To resolve the matter, he had directly cautioned the head of the Yang family in Zhou City, making it clear that if Wang Yanjun dared to harass Qini again, the Yang family would not spare him, regardless of Yang Chen's involvement. Brother-in-law, What brings you here? After confirming that Yangchen was safe, Qini inquired with curiosity. She recalled witnessing the deference with which Luo Bin and Su Chengwu treated Yangchen at the Bai Yuanchen restaurant, yet she had not connected him with the Yanchen group. I came to discuss a matter with General Manager Luo, Yangchen replied. Qin Yi's curiosity deepened. Are you well acquainted with General Manager Luo? I once saved his life by chance, and our relationship has since flourished. If you encounter difficulties at the company, you may seek his assistance. He will surely extend his favor to me, Yangchen explained with a smile. Qin Yi's eyes widened in understanding. No wonder General Manager Luo treats me so courteously. It is due to your connection. In that case, I am indeed fortunate to benefit from your influence. No need for gratitude. Just remember to treat me to a lavish meal once you receive your salary, Yangchen jested, waving farewell as he departed. Qin Yi's lips curled into a proud smile as she retorted, Humph. You are my brother-in-law. Expressing gratitude would be too distant. Even if we dine lavishly, it shall be you treating me. Yangchen seldom visited the Yanchen group, but each time he did, it was to meet with Luo Bin. Chairman, you sought me out. There must be something you wish to discuss, Luo Bin said, his demeanor tinged with trepidation. Yangchen found amusement in his apprehension. You seem quite fearful of me. Luo Bin did not disguise his feelings. You are my superior. Naturally, I am apprehensive. Yangchen chuckled. Fear not. I am not a tyrant. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not treat you unfairly. After teasing Luo Bin, Yangchen's expression shifted to seriousness as he suddenly remarked. If I recall correctly, I instructed you not to allow any business from the Zhou City Yang family to operate in Jiazhou. Yet, I have heard that the Yang family's public relations team has already secured some partners here. Yangchen's concerns were not born from stinginess, rather, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Previously, it was Yang Wei who dared to target Qin Shi, and now a son-in-law of the Yang family sought to pursue Qin Yi. This compelled Yangchen to decisively banish the Yang family from Jiazhou. Luo Bin smiled bitterly and said, Chairman, it is not that I have neglected your instructions, but rather that the position of Yanchen Group in Jiangzhou is rather precarious. Though it sounds impressive, in the eyes of some of the top families in Jiangzhou, it is merely a minor subsidiary, not worthy of fear. Upon hearing this, Yangchen fell into a sudden silence. He had initially believed that leveraging the name of the Yuan family would allow Yanchen Group to dominate the economic lifeblood of Jiangzhou. But it appeared he had been overly optimistic. As Luo Bin had articulated, in Jiangzhou, Yanchen Group was simply a small branch. It seemed we had been too understated. Yangchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Chairman, there is something I am uncertain whether to express. Luo Bin hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Speak. Yangchen frowned. Luo Bin said solemnly, although the Yuan family has ostensibly returned Yanchen Group to you, in reality, the true upper echelons of Yanchen Group remain composed of members of the Yuan family. At present, the Jiangzhou branch operates as a nominally independent entity. After finishing, Luo Bin cautiously glanced at Yangchen. Noticing he was not angered, he continued. This is also the primary reason why the top families in Jiangzhou do not regard our subsidiary with any seriousness. You are correct. Yangchen replied with an expression of calm. He had understood this principle long before the Yuan family handed him the position of chairman. Although Yanchen Group had been founded by his mother, many in the Yuan family regarded it as a shared asset of the clan. With several individuals holding executive positions within the group, it was evident how arduous it would be for Yangchen to gain complete control over the corporation. Rest assured, the time is not yet ripe. One day, I shall reclaim all that the Yuan family owes me. Yangchen's aura suddenly surged, his eyes gleaming with a fleeting sharpness. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin's heart tightened sharply. The Yuan family of Yindu stood among the 8 foremost clans of this great nation. At that moment, the phone in Luo Bin's office rang. What? Members of the Yang family from Zhou City? Do not let them in. Tell them to leave. Luo Bin nearly dropped the phone in fright upon realizing it was the Yang family seeking an audience. Just moments ago, Yangchen had inquired about the Yang family. And now they had come knocking. Wait. Yangchen suddenly interjected. Let them in. Before long, Yang Wei and Wang Yanjun arrived at the top floor. As they passed by the general manager's office, Yang Wei expressed confusion to the secretary leading them. Secretary Chen, isn't this General Manager Luo's office? Secretary Chen replied indifferently. General Manager Luo is currently reporting to the chairman. The chairman? Yang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. He had intended to use Luo Bin to confront Wang Yanjun regarding a grievance, but he had not anticipated Luo Bin would be in the chairman's office. In this subsidiary, the title of chairman could only refer to one person, the member of the Yuan family. Had they come to discuss a partnership? The prospect of meeting the chairman of Yanchen Group would have been exhilarating for Yang Wei, but alas, They were here to offer an apology. As the impending turmoil loomed before him, Yang Wei was consumed by trepidation, casting a fierce glare at Wang Yanjun. Bang, bang, bang. Secretary Chen rapped on the door of the chairman's office. "Come in," came the voice of Luo Bin. Gently pushing the door ajar, Secretary Chen announced, "Chairman, Mr. Luo. The person has arrived." "Very well, you may return to your duties." Luo Bin dismissed Secretary Chen. Upon entering, Yang Wei and Wang Yanjun beheld a young man seated in the chairman's position, while Luo Bin stood anxiously to the side, lacking even the right to sit. Yang Wei's heart thudded violently. His assignment to Jiangzhou to spearhead market development was a testament to his distinguished status within the Yang family, and his capabilities were evidently formidable. Upon seeing Yang Chen, he was initially taken aback, but quickly deduced Yang Chen's identity, having just overheard Secretary Chen mention that Mr. Luo was reporting to the chairman. It was obvious even to a fool who the chairman was. The thought of having previously dared to covet Yang Chen's wife sent shivers down his spine. "Brother, the one I just offended is this kid. I haven't wronged any significant figure." Wang Yanjun, oblivious to Yang Wei's fear, pointed at Yang Chen. Slap. If there was still any uncertainty about Yang Chen's identity, Yang Wei would be a fool. Terrified by Wang Yanjun's words, he trembled and retaliated with a resounding slap across Wang Yanjun's face. "Are you blind? You dare offend Mr. Yang? I'll make you pay." Yang Wei was not merely posturing. He struck with genuine ferocity. With a flurry of punches, he landed several blows on Wang Yanjun, who collapsed to the ground. Bloodied and resembling a beaten dog, Yang Wei delivered a few more kicks for good measure. At that moment, Wang Yanjun remained perplexed as to why he was being punished for offending a mere son-in-law. Throughout this ordeal, Yang Chen remained silent, observing with a cold gaze. "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize. This fool dared to offend you. My family head has already stated that as long as Mr. Yang is satisfied, eliminating this scoundrel would pose no issue," Yang Wei said, glancing at Yang Chen after dealing with Wang Yanjun. Wang Yanjun, still alive, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Yang Wei's words. His family would go as far as to say they could kill him to appease Yang Chen. Yang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Do you know the reason he offended me?" Yang Wei, indeed unaware, shook his head, his anxiety mounting. "Since you are uncertain, let us clarify this matter before we discuss subsequent affairs." Yang Chen beamed, his smile radiating brightness. Yet, to Yang Wei, it was a chilling sight. "Damn it. What are you hiding from me? If you dare deceive me even a little, I swear I will end you." Yang Wei seethed with murderous intent. Wang Yanjun shivered. Unwilling to conceal anything, recounting how he had entangled himself with Qin Yi, even relaying their conversations verbatim, Yang Wei was trembling with rage. He recognized Qin Yi as Yang Chen's sister-in-law, but he was taken aback by Wang Yanjun's intention to abandon his own sister. "I will kill you, you scoundrel!" Yang Wei exclaimed as he charged forward and unleashed a flurry of blows. "Enough!" Luo Bin, noticing the impatience in Yang Chen's eyes, suddenly shouted. "Whether you intend to kill or maim, take it back to Zhou City. Do not tarnish the chairman's office." Yang Wei's strikes were merciless, leaving Wang Yanjun barely recognizable, even to his own mother. "Mr. Yang, Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize. I lost control in a moment of fury." When Yang Wei looked back at Yang Chen, his gaze was devoid of animosity, filled instead with respect. "As an apology, the Yang family is willing to surrender the already established market in Jiangzhou to your esteemed company and withdraw from Jiangzhou altogether." Though reluctant, this was a direct order from the head of the Yang family, and it was time to relinquish the Jiangzhou market. Over the past month, Yang Wei, alongside the Yang family's public relations team, had invested considerable financial and human resources to penetrate a portion of the market. While it still paled in comparison to the top local enterprises in Jiangzhou, they had achieved substantial progress. Now, however, all their efforts were to be rendered futile as a means of atonement. "According to my principles of conduct, anyone who dares to provoke my kin shall be placed on my blacklist, facing dire consequences." Yang Chen remained composed, fixating his gaze on Yang Wei before speaking again. "You two, one covets my wife, and the other dares to provoke my sister, were originally meant to face an accident on your way out of Jiangzhou, to be taken by the heavens." Yang Wei's face turned pale as he suddenly grasped why his grandfather had chosen to forego the Jiangzhou market and insisted he come to make amends personally. Had he not intervened, it was likely that he and Wang Yanjun would meet their demise in an unfortunate incident within days. "Mr. Yang, since you mentioned this was the original plan, what is your current intention?" Yang Wei inquired, now considerably calmer. Yang Chen cast a casual glance at Wang Yanjun, and Yang Wei immediately understood, reprimanding, "You should return to Zhou City at once and personally seek forgiveness from grandfather. Your fate now rests in your own hands. Wang Yanjun had no desire to linger in such a stifling atmosphere and hurriedly departed upon hearing Yang Wei's words. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. I will not take action against the Yang family. Rather, I will secretly assist you in penetrating the Jiangzhou market. However, I require the Yang family's loyalty. Yang Wei was taken aback. He had assumed the Yang family's prospects in Jiangzhou were at an end. Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, not only was it not over, but they could also gain Yang Chen's support. Yet, he pondered the true meaning behind the loyalty he spoke of. Did Mr. Yang wish for the Yang family to pledge allegiance to the Yuan family? Yang Wei's heart soared with joy. The Yang family was merely a modest first-tier family in Zhou City. If they could align themselves with the Yuan family, one of the 8 great clans of Yindu, what could Zhou City possibly represent? However, Yang Chen shook his head, clarifying, what I mean is, I require the Yang family's loyalty to me personally. Yang Wei left the Yanchen group in a daze, trembling with fear upon realizing Yang Chen's intentions. Had it not been for Yang Chen urging him to take a seat, he would have likely made a fool of himself. Yang Chen did not compel the Yang family to pledge their loyalty to him. Fully aware that Yang Wei did not represent the entirety of the Yang family of Zhou City. Thus, he instructed him to return and relay the content of their conversation to the head of the Yang family. Yang Wei understood that this was a gamble of life and death for the Yang family. Victory would elevate their stature, while defeat would herald their demise. He dared not linger and promptly returned to Zhou City. Chairman, you divulged the entire plan to him. Are you not concerned he might leak it? After Yang Wei's departure, Luo Bin inquired with a puzzled expression. Even if they refused to pledge their loyalty to me, do you think they would dare to disclose it? Yang Chen replied with a faint smile. Even if the plan were to be leaked, what could the Yuan family possibly do against me? Luo Bin suddenly grasped the situation. On the very first day of Yang Chen's return to Jiangzhou, the steward of the Yuan family personally sought him out, attempting to persuade him to take over their family. However, Yang Chen regarded the proposition with disdain. Had it not been for the fact that the Yanchen group was established by his mother, he would not have considered it. In his eyes, the 8 families of Yindu were insignificant. Even the true pinnacle of the 9 provinces' royal clan would find themselves overwhelmed by a singular might. The Zhou City Yang family, in truth, was hardly worthy of his attention. For now, we shall restore a portion of our cooperation with them in Jiangzhou. Offering the Yang family a taste of sweetness, Yang Chen concluded, suddenly recalling Qin. He added, by the way, I need you to cultivate Qin as soon as possible. I want her to be capable of standing on her own. After imparting his instructions, Yang Chen rose to leave. Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand Qin character, being the sister of Qin Shi. She was akin to his own sibling, only such a person could be trusted not to betray him. As soon as Yang Chen departed the company, Luo Bin summoned Qin to his office. Manager Luo, you called for me? Qin greeted him with utmost respect. Luo Bin quickly responded, please, take a seat. Miss Qin. He even rose to pour her a cup of hot water, treating her as though she were the superior. Taken aback by the unexpected attention, Qin noted that while Luo Bin had always been courteous, he had never been this attentive before. Miss Qin, I intend to appoint you as my assistant to help manage the company. I wonder if you would be willing, Luo Bin said with a gentle smile. Though she had only recently joined the Yanchen group and remained at the entry level, being offered the position of general manager's assistant would signify a substantial advancement in her career. Although the title of assistant manager was not as prestigious as that of deputy manager, it afforded her the most opportunities for direct interaction with the general manager, earning her the respect of even the company's deputy managers. Is it because of my brother-in-law? Qin was perceptive. She recognized that Luo Bin's deference and willingness to offer her the role was undoubtedly tied to Yang Chen. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Bin inquired with curiosity. You are aware, then? Qin nodded. My brother-in-law mentioned that he once saved your life, which is why you have always held gratitude towards him. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Had it not been for Qin's comment, he might have inadvertently revealed Yang Chen's identity. Indeed, my very existence is owed to him. Since you are his sister, you are also my sister. By staying by my side, you will acquire invaluable knowledge that will greatly benefit your future. Luo Bin stated earnestly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin suddenly shook her head. Thank you, Mr. Luo, but I have only recently joined the company, and if I were to be promoted suddenly, many might voice their discontent. Do not think that way, Xiao Qin. It is merely an assistant to the general manager. It hardly constitutes a promotion. Luo Bin became anxious, for this was a task entrusted to him by Yang Chen. And he rushed to reassure her. Rest assured, no one will dare to speak against you. Should anyone dare to utter a word, I will terminate their employment immediately. I wish to be promoted, but not due to my brother-in-law's influence. Rather, it is a reflection of my capabilities. Qin Yi smiled slightly. You need not worry. I shall strive even harder in my duties. If my contributions to the company merit such a position, I would never refuse your offer of promotion. With that, Qin Yi stood, bowed to Luo Bin in gratitude, and then turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Bin shook his head with a bittersweet smile. If that is the case, I shall assist you discreetly, enabling you to secure greater benefits for the company. In the Yang residence, after Yang Wei departed from the Yinshin group, he hastened back to his family. Why have you returned? The head of the Yang family, Yang Xiangming, inquired with a puzzled expression upon seeing Yang Wei. Yang Wei did not dare to conceal anything and recounted Yang Qin's words in their entirety. Did he truly say that? Yang Xiangming's face was filled with astonishment. Yang Wei quickly affirmed, it is absolutely true. He is indeed a descendant of the Yuan family from Yindu. And the Yinshin group is now in his hands. In that case, let our Yang family take a significant gamble. Relay to him that our family is willing to submit to him. Yang Xiangming was not foolish, having confirmed the identity of the individual. And given that he was willing to disclose everything to the Yang family, it indicated he had no fear of the Yang family leaking information. The Yang family had been an established lineage for years, yet they found themselves in a state of stagnation, even showing signs of gradual decline, which prompted him to consider the potential of the Jiangzhou market. Although submitting to Yangqin carried considerable risk, it also presented an opportunity for the Yang family. Grandfather, are you certain you wish to wager the entire Yang family? Yang Wei's heart raced with excitement. Yang Xiangming's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze on Yang Wei. I once consulted an expert for predictions. If the Yang family cannot break through within the next decade, the likelihood of our downfall within that time frame exceeds 50%. Therefore, why not take a chance? Grandfather, I understand now. At that moment, Yang Wei felt a surge of confidence. Just then, his phone rang. Yang Wei quickly answered. And upon hearing the good news on the line, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, excellent, splendid work. Continue striving to seize the Jiangzhou construction materials market. Grandfather, we have received promising news from Jiangzhou. Many enterprises that previously declined our offers have now reached out to us, eager to discuss potential collaborations. After hanging up, Yang Wei expressed his excitement. Yang Xiangming slightly squinted his eyes. The movements were indeed swift. He was demonstrating his power to us. However, it truly provided me with a sense of reassurance. To facilitate our entry into the Jiangzhou market in such a brief span of time is something even the 4 clans of Jiangzhou could not accomplish. Yang Wei then realized that all of this was orchestrated by Yangqin, and upon recalling the lack of progress in their previous discussions about collaboration, he suddenly understood the reason behind it. There is a saying, to come without reciprocating is impolite. With this in mind, I shall also present you with a token of gratitude. Yang Xiangming suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Grandfather, why should we offer him gifts when we have submitted to him? Yang Wei asked, puzzled. You are too naive. Without the Yuan family, he is nothing. Does he really think he can contend with the Yuan family? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yang Xiangming scoffed. In that case, let us feign submission for the time being, leveraging his strength to restore the glory of the Yang family. When the time comes for him to confront the Yuan family, we shall have no ties to him whatsoever. Yang Wei immediately understood and quickly replied, I see now. Grandfather merely wishes to utilize him. Of course, a mere young lad does not possess the right for the Yang family to submit to him. Yang Xiaoming said disdainfully, then commanded, you shall head to Jiangzhou now. Assuming the role of general manager at Longhe Building Materials. I have already arranged for the acquisition of this company and have transferred 49% of its shares to that young man without any compensation. A smile crept across Yang Wei's lips. Thank you, grandfather. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Soon, Yangshan received a call from Luo Bin. Chairman, the Yang family has acquired a local enterprise in Jiangzhou, Longhe Building Materials, and has transferred 49% of its shares to you without charge, Luo Bin promptly reported. Yangshan let out a cold laugh. Playing mind games with me? Luo Bin, still unaware of the Yang family's intentions, asked in confusion, Chairman, what do you mean? Since the Yang family wishes to offer it for free, then I shall accept all of it. Yangshan replied cryptically before hanging up. That old fox certainly has audacity. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Bin suddenly realized the Yang family's actions seemed to be a grand gesture towards the chairman. But this gift would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for the Yang family, as they were aware that the chairman's ambitions extended beyond Jiangzhou to Yindu. Yangshan was naturally cognizant of this. Initially, he believed the Yang family would submit, but it appeared they merely sought to harness his strength to bolster their own. If that is the case, then they must not blame me for ultimately claiming the entire Yang family for myself. Yang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. This matter also illuminated Yang Qin's predicament. Whether from local forces in Jianzhou or those from elsewhere, they perceived the Yanqin group as merely a subsidiary. Despite being the supreme commander of the northern region, this identity could not be easily revealed. Otherwise, he would not have to endure such constraints. However, there was no need for haste. Everything was merely in its infancy. Since Qin Shi took the helm as general manager of Sanha Group, the company's growth has been remarkably swift, with its market value nearly doubling in just half a month. Certainly, aside from Qin Shi's efforts, Yang Qin's connections also played a significant role. It was already after work hours, and after waiting for 20 minutes, Yang Qin still did not see Qin Shi emerge. At that moment, Qin Shi suddenly called, "Yang Qin, I have to work overtime tonight. Don't wait for me. Please go pick up Xiao Xiao first." Yang Qin glanced at the time. It was already the hour for the kindergarten to dismiss children. He replied, "I will drop Xiao Xiao off at home and then come to get you." Meanwhile, at Blue Sky Kindergarten, it was the time for parents to collect their children. A queue of parents had formed at the entrance as teachers called out names and handed children over. Xiao Xiao was looking around, searching for her father and mother, but was unable to find them. "Xiao Xiao." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. "And Fang Yu, what brings you here?" Xiao Xiao looked at Fang Yu with a puzzled expression. Though their relationship was not particularly close, Xiao Xiao recognized that this woman was her aunt. "Of course. I'm here to pick you up. Your parents are both working overtime, so I came to take you home." Fang Yu wore a loving smile and held a doll in her hand. Xiao Xiao's attention was immediately captivated by the doll. "You are Xiao Xiao's aunt." The kindergarten teacher, having overheard the exchange between Xiao Xiao and Fang Yu, felt a sense of caution diminish. With a smile, Fang Yu replied, "Your parents are busy working, so I'm taking Xiao Xiao home. How about this? I will call Xiao Xiao's mother and let her speak with you." Before the teacher could respond, Fang Yu had already dialed the phone. "Sister, please inform the teacher that I will be taking Xiao Xiao home." A woman's voice resonated from the other end. The teacher, preoccupied with transferring children, did not notice the peculiarity of the voice on the phone. Thus, Fang Yu successfully took Xiao Xiao away. "Aunt Fang, is this a gift for me?" Xiao Xiao asked, playing with the doll in her hands. A glint of sharpness flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. Yet she maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Of course, it's a gift for you, Xiao Xiao." "Thank you, Aunt Fang," Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully. On the other side, Yang Qin arrived at Blue Sky Kindergarten. However, after scanning the area, he did not spot Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao's father, hasn't she already been picked up by her aunt? What are you doing here?" The teacher recognized Yang Qin, as he had consistently been the one to pick up Xiao Xiao. "Ah, so she has already been taken away. I was unaware." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Yang Qin expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Once in his car, an unsettling feeling washed over him. If Qin Shi had instructed him to pick up their daughter, why would she allow Qin Yi to take her? "Xiao Yi, did you pick up Xiao Xiao?" Yang Qin called. Qin Yi, sounding perplexed, replied, "No, I just left the office." "Is it that brother-in-law is too busy to pick up Xiao Xiao? I can go now." "What?" Yang Qin's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling dread surging through him. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Qin Yi discerned Yang Qin's astonishment and promptly inquired. Yang Qin took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. "Xiao Yi, there's no need. I will go pick up Xiao Xiao." He refrained from disclosing the truth to Qin Yi and, after hanging up, hurried to the teacher's office. "Teacher Li, you said Xiao Xiao was taken by her aunt? But that can't be true." Yang Qin questioned anxiously. Teacher Li responded, "Xiao Xiao was indeed taken by her aunt, and I recall that she referred to her as Fang Aunt. Moreover, your wife mentioned on the phone that she was unable to pick up the child and asked her cousin to do so." Upon hearing this, Yang Qin's expression darkened profoundly. "Is she the one with curly, dyed burgundy hair, approximately 1 meter 60 tall?" Teacher Li nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's the woman. Is there something amiss concerning Xiao Xiao's father?" After confirming that Xiao Xiao had indeed been taken away by Fang Yu, Yang Qin had no time for further conversation. He turned on his heel and dialed a number. His voice laced with fury. "Immediately investigate the whereabouts of Fang Yu from the Qin family. Just 10 minutes ago, she took my daughter from Lantian Kindergarten." Yang Qin was consumed with rage, a palpable aura of violence emanating from him, marking the first time he had felt such fury since leaving the Northern Territory. A sleek black Magotan sped down the road. Meanwhile, in a private booth of a bar, a youth in his 30s lounged on an opulent sofa. A young woman nestled in his embrace. "Feng Xiao, She has agreed to be your woman. You must avenge me fiercely." The young woman nestled against him, wore a coy expression. The young man, laughing heartily, replied, "Shall you, rest assured. Anyone who dares to bully my woman, even the King of Heaven, shall not escape my wrath." This young woman was, of course, Feng Yu, who at that moment appeared as soft and pliable as a puddle, leaning against the youth. The man called Feng Xiao was Guan Xiefeng, a figure Qin Yi would undoubtedly recognize, having encountered him during her last visit to the bar when he attempted to deceive her into consuming drugged liquor. Had it not been for Yang Chen's preemptive measure of assigning Samba to protect Qin Yi, she might have faced an unspeakable violation at the hands of Guan Xiefeng. Within Feng Yu's eyes lurked a sinister glint. "Have you hidden that little wretch well? Do not worry. She is merely a 4-year-old child. Concealing her will be effortless." Guan Xiefeng replied with a sinister chuckle. "Shall you, before that fellow arrives, shall we indulge in some preliminary activities?" Guan Xiefeng, growing impatient, began to make his move. "Feng Xiao, why the haste? Once you have avenged me, I shall belong to you tonight." Feng Yu subtly pushed Guan Xiefeng's hand away. Despite the disdain in her eyes, she felt compelled to comply for the sake of revenge. In her perspective, had it not been for Yang Chun, the Yang family of Zhou City might have already proposed to the Qin family, and perhaps she and Yang Wei would have been betrothed. Yet, all of this had been shattered by Yang Chun. On that fateful day atop the sleepless city, Yang Wei publicly struck her across the face, leaving her utterly humiliated. Now, she dares not venture outside, perpetually feeling the weight of judgmental gazes upon her. Initially, old Master Qin held her in high regard. But following her definitive break with Yang Wei, his favor dissipated entirely, and the promised benefits vanished into thin air. Moreover, her family's standing within the Qin clan plummeted, rendering them incapable of recovery. To her, the architect of her misfortune was none other than Yang Chun. "Xiaoya, I can no longer wait. Shall I call him now and summon him here?" Guan Xiefeng exclaimed anxiously. Today, Feng Yu dressed provocatively to appease Guan Xiefeng, enhancing her natural beauty significantly with her meticulous preparations. Her eyes gleamed with fierce determination as she shook her head. "Feng Xiao, let us not rush. I want him to experience some anxiety before I reach out. I intend for him to grovel at my feet, begging for the whereabouts of that little vixen." "Very well. I shall accompany you in whatever scheme you devise, but you must promise that tonight, you are mine," Guan Xiefeng replied with a mischievous grin, before inquiring further, "Xiaoya, are you certain that this boy lacks any substantial connections? Do not lead me into a trap." Feng Yu scoffed lightly. "Feng Xiao, rest assured. He is merely the Qin family's son-in-law, and approximately a month ago, his entire family was expelled from the clan. If he had any real background, would he still be reduced to being a son-in-law?" "Feng Xiao, I recall that the fellow you asked me to investigate last time was also a son-in-law of the Qin family, wasn't he?" One of Guan Xiefeng's subordinates interjected at that moment. Guan Xiefeng quickly connected the dots, recalling the woman who had visited the Moonlight Tavern. A surge of heat ignited within him. Compared to Feng Yu, that woman was leagues beyond, though she had been rescued by a man of African descent. He remembered that the man had mentioned being sent by a certain Yang Chen. Initially, he had assumed Yang Chen to be a young master of a prominent family, but further investigation revealed him to be a mere wastrel who had entered the Qin family 5 years ago. "Xiaoya, what is the name of the boy you seek vengeance upon?" Guan Xiefeng suddenly asked. Feng Yu smiled slyly. "His name is Yang Chen. Perhaps you have heard of his infamous reputation. 5 years ago, he defiled the renowned beauty, the CEO, Qin Shi, who was the talk of Jiangzhou." "Feng Xiao, it truly is that scoundrel," Guan Xiefeng's subordinate said in astonishment. Guan Xiefeng burst into laughter. "What a twist of fate. I was planning to hunt him down in the coming days, and here he is, presented to us on a silver platter. Xiaoya, you have unwittingly done me a great service today." Feng Yu grasped the implications, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "He has crossed paths with Feng Xiao?" "Indeed. The last time I was on the verge of winning over a woman, she was snatched away by a bodyguard he had dispatched," Guan Xiefeng recounted with a smile. "Feng Xiao, the woman you were interested in, could it possibly be his wife?" Feng Yu asked, surprised. Guan Xiefeng shook his head. "I investigated. She is his sister-in-law, known as Qini." Feng Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice as she smiled and said, "Young Master Feng, do you not think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" "What do you mean?" Guan Xiefeng inquired. "He will undoubtedly come here today. If that is the case, why not seize this chance to summon that wretched Qin Yi as well?" Feng Yu wore a sinister grin. "Tell me, if he witnesses you with his little sister-in-law, do you think he would go mad?" "Ha. You truly are ruthless, leaving them no way out. I admire that." Guan Xiefeng laughed heartily, then suddenly grinned mischievously. What if you were to accompany that woman and join me? Would that not be even more entertaining? Feng Yu shot him a reproachful glance. Young Master Feng, would you truly stoop to such humiliation against me? Since I have promised to be your woman, whenever you desire me, I shall oblige. However, this opportunity to take Qin Yi to bed is only available tonight. At that moment, Qin Yi had returned home, but aside from Zhou Yucui, the others were absent. Sister, why haven't you and brother-in-law returned yet? For some inexplicable reason, Qin Yi felt a sense of foreboding and dialed Qin Shi. I'm still working late. Yang Chen has gone to pick up Xiao Xiao. Haven't they returned yet? Qin Shi replied, the sound of her typing audible through the phone. Perhaps brother-in-law took Xiao Xiao out for some fun. I'll call him to check. You carry on with your work, Qin Yi said before hanging up. She was about to call Yang Chen when her phone rang first, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Qin Yi answered. Your niece is in my hands. You have 20 minutes to come to the Moonlight Tavern to fetch her. If you are late, you can prepare to collect your niece's corpse. A cold voice echoed through the receiver. Oh, and come alone. Do not inform anyone. If I find out, you can expect the same fate. After the call ended, Qin Yi stood in shock, her phone slipping from her grasp to the floor as tears began to flow uncontrollably. The voice was hauntingly familiar. It belonged to Guixiefeng, the owner of the Moonlight Tavern. Days earlier, she had visited the tavern alone, where Guixiefeng had drugged her drink. Had it not been for Sinba's timely arrival, she would have fallen victim to his scheme. Xiao Xiao's abduction must be because of me, Qin Yi thought, overwhelmed with guilt. Panic surged within her as she picked up her phone, uncertain whether to call Yang Chen. When he had inquired about her picking up Xiao Xiao, she sensed something amiss. His voice had betrayed a sense of urgency. Yet, it seemed he was trying to spare her from worry, withholding the grim truth of Xiao Xiao's kidnapping. I cannot involve brother-in-law any further. This situation arose because of me, and I must resolve it myself. Qin Yi resolved, seizing the keys to the Maserati and departing. Since learning that the car was not a gift for her, she had not touched it. Today, however, her concern for Xiao Xiao compelled her to drive it. The white Maserati darted through the bustling traffic like a streak of lightning. Originally a 30-minute journey, Qin Yi arrived in merely 15 minutes, executing a graceful drift as she parked at the entrance of the Moonlight Tavern. I want to see your boss, Qin Yi exclaimed, rushing to the bar's entrance and shouting at the receptionist. It was apparent that Guixiefeng had given prior instructions. The receptionist glanced at Qin Yi before leading her towards the innermost private room. Young Master Feng, the person has arrived, the receptionist announced, opening the door and ushering Qin Yi inside. Guixiefeng had been eagerly awaiting her arrival, and upon seeing Qin Yi, he greeted her with his signature sunny smile. Miss Qin, it's a pleasure to see you again. Nestled in Guixiefeng's embrace was a familiar woman, Feng Yu. Ignoring Feng Yu entirely, Qin Yi shot a cold glare at Guixiefeng and demanded, Where's Xiao Xiao? Miss Qin, it's been quite a while since we last met. Yet you seem rather displeased, Guixiefeng replied with a beaming smile. To an uninformed observer, his demeanor might suggest he was a paragon of virtue. Where is Xiao Xiao? Qin Yi gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on the scoundrel before her. Qin Yi, it appears you have yet to grasp your situation. If you wish to safely escort that little wretch home, you must first attend to young Master Feng Yu interjected, rising with an air of superiority as she fixed her gaze on Qin Yi. Feng Yu, how can you speak of Xiao Xiao in such a manner? She is merely a child. Can't you exercise a modicum of decency? After all, you are Xiao Xiao's aunt, Qin Yi replied, incredulous at Feng Yu's audacity. Slap. Before Qin Yi could finish her sentence, Feng Yu raised her hand and struck her across the face, fuming, You shameless woman, silence yourself. If it weren't for your useless brother-in-law, I wouldn't have found myself in such a predicament. You dare hit me. Qin Yi was not one to be easily intimidated. After Feng Yu's slap, she retaliated with a swift strike of her own. I'll teach you to watch your tongue. Grabbing Feng Yu by the hair with one hand while delivering a series of slaps with the other. Slap, slap, slap. The room echoed with Feng Yu's shrieks. Guixiefeng sat on the sofa, showing no inclination to intervene. Instead, he watched with keen interest. Young Master Feng, this wretched woman dares to strike me. Please help me. Feng Yu cried out, her left cheek swollen and reddened from Qin Yi's onslaught. Unable to overpower Qin Yi, she turned to Guixiefeng for assistance. Guixiefeng, still smiling, gazed at Qin Yi. Miss Qin, you are quite feisty. I find that appealing. Qin Yi, flushed with indignation, realized that with Xiao Xiao still in their grasp, she had to endure. You may do as you wish, but release Xiao Xiao first. Otherwise, even in death, you shall not have me. On my turf, you have no say. To be frank, that little girl is not in my possession at all, but with a mere word, I can determine her fate, Guan Xiefeng remarked with a smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. You scoundrel. Despicable. Shameless. Qin Yi seethed in fury. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Guan Xiefeng chuckled. Fang Yu's face was contorted with rage, having just suffered a blow from Qin Yi, while Guan Xiefeng, consumed by his desire for Qin Yi, showed no inclination to avenge her. What do you truly want? Qin Yi said, her eyes reddened. Meanwhile, a black phaeton was making its way towards the Moonlight Tavern. With Yangchen at the wheel, his expression dark as night. Just moments ago, Ma Chao had obtained the surveillance footage from the entrance of the Blue Sky Kindergarten. Upon learning that Fang Yu had taken away Xiao Xiao, Yangchen's murderous intent surged like never before. I swear, if you dare to harm a single hair on Xiao Xiao, I will personally reduce you to ashes, Yangchen declared with a fierce countenance. Suddenly, the phaeton screeched to a halt, the tires emitting a shrill cry that echoed around the Moonlight Tavern. Brother Chen, as Yangchen stepped out of the car. Ma Chao arrived just in time. Inside the private room, Qin Yi was shedding her garments, now left with but her last piece of lingerie. Hurry up. Do you wish to witness that little wretch missing limbs? Fang Yu taunted coldly. Tears of humiliation brimmed in Qin Yi's eyes. You will surely regret this. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the room, accompanied by chaotic footsteps and piercing screams. Guan Xiefeng's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening outside? Young Master Feng, let me check. A subordinate eagerly volunteered. As he reached the door, a loud crash resounded, and the door was flung open violently, sending the subordinate sprawling. The sight left everyone in the room utterly stunned. The door, specially customized, had been kicked in from the outside with unimaginable force. Who are you? Guan Xiefeng thundered in rage. Upon recognizing the familiar face, tears streamed down Qin Yi's cheeks. Yangchen, upon seeing Qin Yi clad only in her lingerie, was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. Ignoring Guan Xiefeng, he removed his coat and draped it over Qin Yi. Rest assured, none here shall ever see the light of day again. Yangchen's voice was as frigid as frost. His words bore a tyrannical weight, and the temperature in the private room plummeted after he spoke. Who the hell are you? Guan Xiefeng's face twisted with fury, shedding his previously genteel demeanor. Resorting to foul language. Brother Feng, this is Yangchen, the one who has taken everything from me. I do not desire his life, but I want him to live forever in regret, to cripple him, so he may beg at the gates of the Moonlight Tavern. Fang Yu's face was a mask of malice. Ever since that day in the city that never sleeps when Yang Wei publicly discarded her, she had lost everything. All thanks to the man before her. So you are Yangchen. Guan Xiefeng's eyes narrowed slightly. No sooner had he spoken than a fleeting shadow appeared. With a sharp crack, an arm seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air with an overwhelming force. Yangchen's eyes erupted with a fierce killing intent. Where is my daughter? Release Feng Xiao. After a brief moment of shock, the others in the private room, upon witnessing Guan Xiefeng being choked and lifted, turned pale and began to roar at Yangchen in anger. Blind them all, was all Yangchen uttered. Boom. Ma Chao casually grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it against the coffee table, reducing it to mere fragments. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot. Puff. When he reappeared, the broken bottle was thrust into the eye of a thug. A piercing wail of agony echoed throughout the private room. The onlookers felt their hearts race. Ma Chao's strikes were ruthless and unhesitating. Fang Yu was already frozen in fear, watching as Ma Chao vanished once more, each time reappearing to deftly insert the jagged bottle into the eyes of his opponents. In mere seconds, the four henchmen of Guan Xiefeng, who had just been watching Qin Yi undress, were left with nothing but bloodied sockets. Soon, all cries of pain ceased, not because they were no longer in pain, but because they had fainted from the agony. Qin Yi, too, was left in shock. However, as the memory of her recent humiliation surfaced, her heart grew cold. Though Guan Xiefeng was being lifted by his throat, he could clearly see the brutal scene of Ma Chao blinding his four subordinates. His pupils widened in shock and terror. Who the hell had convinced him that Yangchen was just a mere son-in-law of the Qin family, without any background? If that were the case, how could he and his men possess such formidable strength? Bang! Just as Guan Xiefeng was on the verge of suffocation, Yangchen casually tossed him aside, and he crashed heavily onto an expensive glass coffee table. I am from the Guan family. Do you dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid of the consequences from the Guan family? When had Guan Xiefeng ever endured such serious injury? Even though he sensed Yangchen's strength, he remained unafraid. His face twisted in a snarl. Don't forget, Your daughter is still in my hands. Whatever you do to me, I will do to her. Yang Chen's expression darkened to an extreme. Are you threatening me? Guan Xiefeng laughed maniacally. Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. If you don't kneel and beg me right now, you might as well prepare to collect your daughter as corpse. Haha. Truly. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. If you want to speak, I will seek her out myself. Yang Chen's voice was as cold as frost. Just as his words fell, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a burly man into the private room. Approaching Yang Chen, the man stood at attention, his eyes filled with excitement and reverence. Brother Chen, the people have been brought here. Please give your orders. Search for a 4-year-old girl. Leaving no corner unchecked, Yang Chen commanded. Understood. The burly man responded loudly, turning to leave. Guan Xiefeng's face twisted with rage as he shouted. Who are you to dare search my territory? But as he rushed out of the private room, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The entire corridor was densely packed with people, all clad in identical uniforms, each one a paragon of muscularity. Under the command of a towering brute, they surged into various private rooms. In a state of panic, Feng Yu hastily dashed outside. Upon witnessing the scene, her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. Yang Chen shot her a glance, prompting Ma Chao to stride over and, gripping Feng Yu's unruly curls, forcibly dragged her into a room. Feng Yu cried out in agony. Yet no one showed her any compassion. Since you refuse to speak, you shall inform me, where exactly is Xiao Xiao? Yang Chen loomed over Feng Yu, who trembled uncontrollably. Brother-in-law, I was merely tasked with bringing Xiao Xiao here. I have no knowledge of her whereabouts. You must consult Feng Xiao, he's the one orchestrating everything. You witnessed the fate of those men just now. If you remain silent, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang Chen gestured toward the incapacitated thugs strewn on the ground, their eyes gouged out, and casually lifted a wine bottle, shattering it to create a jagged edge as he pointed it menacingly at Feng Yu. Brother-in-law, please, I truly do not know where Xiao Xiao is. I beg you, consider my cousin Sake and spare me this once. I swear I shall never defy you again. As Yang Chen brought the broken bottle closer to her eyes, Feng Yu's voice turned desperate, and she felt warmth spreading as an acrid stench of urine filled the air. Cousin? You, a beast, dare to call her that? Xiao Xiao is merely 4 years old. How could you heartlessly deceive her into coming out? Yang Chen's fury ignited, and he struck Feng Yu across the face, exclaiming, Do you realize? If it were not for Qin Shi, you would have long since vanished from this world. Yet here you are, unrepentant and defiant. Tell me, how can I possibly let you go this time? Brother-in-law, I am not human. I am a mere animal. I will never dare again. Regardless, I am Xiao Xiao's aunt. I implore you, grant me one last chance for her sake. I promise I will never oppose you again. Feng Yu sensed Yang Chen's murderous intent bearing down upon her as she knelt at his feet, trembling uncontrollably. Qin, seething with rage, kicked Feng Yu to the ground, exclaiming, When you took Xiao Xiao away, did you ever consider that you were also her aunt? Slap, slap, slap. Qin unleashed a flurry of strikes across Feng Yu's face, her voice hoarse and nearly frenzied as she shouted, Speak. Where have you hidden Xiao Xiao? Feng Yu continued to shake her head, crying out, I truly do not know. Please, Xiaoyi, for the sake of our sisterhood, spare me. Qin understood that. Given the circumstances, Feng Yu's steadfast denial of knowledge was likely the truth. She collapsed onto the ground, her face a mask of despair. Yang Chen looked down upon her with a cold gaze, stating, Even a dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. I have forgiven you countless times, but this time, should you dare to lay a hand on Xiao Xiao, you shall pay with your life. Chen. I have scoured the entire Moonlight Tavern, but have yet to find anyone. At that moment, a robust man entered the private room and reported to Yang Chen, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed Guan Xiefeng. Brother Chen, should we go to the Guan family to seek someone? Yang Chen shook his head. Take this woman away and ensure she vanishes completely from this world. Understood, Brother Chen. The sturdy man nodded and gestured, prompting 2 other men to rush forward and drag Feng Yu away. Brother-in-law, I truly know my mistakes. Soon, Feng Yu's voice faded entirely. The imposing man departed with his companions, leaving only Yang Chen, Qin, Ma Chao, and the bewildered Guan Xiefeng in the room. It was the first time Qin witnessed Yang Chen's overwhelming dominance, her heart racing uncontrollably. She understood that she would never see Feng Yu again, yet she felt no sympathy or pity. Xiao Yi, Simba is waiting for you outside. He will take you home, Yang Chen suddenly remarked. Brother-in-law, what about you? Qin asked, her face filled with concern. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he turned to Guan Xiefeng. Xiao Xiao has not yet been found. I must continue. Qin Yi gazed deeply at Yang Chen, her face awash with concern. Yet, to avoid distracting him, she obediently chose to depart. After Qin Yi left, only 3 individuals remained in the private room. Guan Xiefeng's eyes gradually sparked with a hint of vitality. The earlier scene had indeed left him awestruck. As one of the 4 clans of Jiazhou, the Guan family was not to be trifled with. Those who dared to offend him were met with dire consequences. Tell me, where is Xiao Xiao? If you do, I shall let you go. How about that? Yang Chen, seated on the sofa, regarded Guan Xiefeng with an expression of calm resolve. Guan Xiefeng resumed his facade of insincerity and confidence, comfortably settling into the sofa opposite Yang Chen. With a sly smile, he fixed his gaze upon Yang Chen. Initially, I had no intention of harming your daughter. However, that wretched woman Fang Yu sought to lure you here for revenge, but now, I have changed my mind. What do you intend to do? Yang Chen was not particularly concerned for Xiao Xiao's safety. After all, she wore a pendant made from a stone he had given her, which had once shielded her from countless lethal attacks. Under the protection of that stone, what harm could possibly befall her in Jiangzhou? His only worry was that she might be locked away alone, frightened. My original plan was to deceive Qin Yi first, and then take advantage of her. As for you, I had no intention of causing you any harm, including your daughter, Guan Xiefeng stated calmly. I merely intended to follow Fang Yu's wishes, to let you worry for a while before summoning you to collect your child, while also teaching you a lesson. But unfortunately, you have revealed your formidable side to me. Tell me, if I were to hand your daughter over to you now, would you truly spare me? If I am not mistaken, Fang Yu has already met her demise. Hasn't she? Guan Xiefeng's composed demeanor instilled in Yang Chen a sense of foreboding. Such individuals were the most perilous, capable of anything. Fang Yu is the true mastermind. You merely acted according to her directives. There is no irreconcilable enmity between us. If you release my daughter, I assure you, I will not lay a finger on you. Yang Chen declared earnestly. It was not a deception but a genuine sentiment. For him, his daughter held paramount importance. Though he was unafraid of a madman like Guan Xiefeng, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Guan Xiefeng scoffed at his words, his expression dripping with derision. You think a mere sentence from you could blind my 4 brothers? One word from you could determine Fang Yu's fate. Do you truly believe I still trust you? Yet you cannot keep my daughter bound to you indefinitely, can you? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Enemies should be resolved rather than exacerbated. Release my daughter, and I shall let you be. Wouldn't that be a fair resolution? Guan Xiefeng shook his head. Rest assured, I have arranged for someone to care for your daughter. She is now my shield. I shall ensure her safety. Once I can guarantee my own security, I will release her. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The fact that I can sit here calmly discussing this with you is already a testament to my sincerity. Do you not fear that I might, in a fit of rage, end your life? I, Guan Xiefeng, have always approached my endeavors with utmost caution. I trust you possess the capability to easily extinguish my life, yet I invite you to attempt it. Should you succeed, you shall never again lay eyes on your daughter. An air of defiance adorned Guan Xiefeng's face, his expression radiating pride. Beside him, Ma Chao could no longer contain himself and abruptly rose. Brother Chen, he is courting death. There is no need for idle chatter. We should simply eliminate him. I refuse to believe that with your prowess, you cannot locate Xiao Xiao. Yang Chen extended a hand to halt Ma Chao, his gaze fixed intently on Guan Xiefeng. From the fluctuations in his demeanor, Yang Chen discerned the madness lurking within this man. While it would be straightforward to eliminate him, locating Xiao Xiao proved to be far more challenging. If finding his daughter were so simple, Yang Chen would not be engaging in such futile dialogue with an insignificant creature. His subordinates were still in search of Xiao Xiao. Yet thus far, they had only uncovered that she had been brought to the Moonlight Tavern by Fang Yu, after which she vanished without a trace. Yang Chen harbored his own doubts, yet the reality remained unchanged. They had scoured the entire Moonlight Tavern without success. This was precisely why Guan Xiefeng felt so emboldened. From the multitude you summoned earlier, it is evident you have been desperately seeking your daughter. However, with no leads, you dare not take action against me. Otherwise, your fate would mirror that of Fang Yu, Guan Xiefeng remarked with a grin. And how can you assure your safety? Yang Chen inquired. Either you perish, or I must flee this city, Guan Xiefeng replied, his smile radiant. What lies ahead is the most frenzied retribution I can devise. Should you survive my onslaught, I will be compelled to depart, but before I leave, I shall return your daughter to you. His blatant malice towards Yang Chen was indeed striking. He was the first to so brazenly express such lethal intent before him. Enough of this wasteful dialogue. I have said all that is necessary. Suddenly, Guan Xiefeng rose. Smiling as he added, you can either kill me now, in which case you shall never see your daughter again, or you will face my vengeance. If I cannot eliminate you, I will leave this city, and your daughter will be returned to you. With those words, he attempted to make his exit. Ma Chao stepped forward, blocking Guan Xiefeng's path. Yongchen, have you truly resolved to kill me? Guan Xiefeng maintained his composure, devoid of fear. Yongchen's lips curled into a slight smile. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall oblige. However, I warn you. Do not let a hair on my daughter's head suffer any harm. Once she is safely returned to me, I will unearth you from the depths of the earth and ensure you are ground to dust. Rest assured, as I have established the rules of this game, I shall not betray them. Your daughter will not experience any change, save for the absence of her parents. Guan Xiefeng replied with a smirk. Let him go. Yongchen commanded. Brother Chen, do you truly believe his words? Ma Chao's expression reflected his reluctance. I command you to withdraw. Yongchen admonished, his brow furrowing. Despite his discontent, Ma Chao recognized the futility of defying Yongchen's orders and chose to step back. Guan Xiefeng cast a teasing glance at Ma Chao before departing with an air of nonchalance. Chen Ge, how can you trust his words? If we let him go, what will happen to Xiao Xiao? Ma Chao exclaimed in anger. Yongchen replied with a cold smirk. All necessary connections have been established, and every potential lead has been pursued. Yet we remain at an impasse. What more can be done? Shall I take his life? Even if I did, it would not bring us any closer to finding Xiao Xiao. What then? As he spoke, a derisive smile crossed his lips, and he subtly gestured. Following Yongchen's gaze, Ma Chao noticed a listening device concealed beneath the coffee table. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that Yongchen had deliberately allowed Guan Xiefeng to escape. Just outside the Moonlight Tavern, Guan Xiefeng retrieved a small listening device from his ear. A cold smirk gracing his face. Who could possibly find those I have hidden away? He mused. Meanwhile, Yongchen and Ma Chao exited the bar. Chen Ge. Wouldn't it be more effective to capture him and threaten him at the Guan residence until he reveals Xiao Xiao's whereabouts? Ma Chao inquired as he drove closely behind. Until we locate Xiao Xiao, such actions would only endanger her, Yongchen replied, his expression frosty. Are we truly going to let the Guan family off the hook? Ma Chao's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. Rest assured, the Guan family will pay dearly for this, Yongchen remarked, a glint of icy determination in his gaze. Simultaneously, within a lavish villa, two women, one tall and one small, sat upon an opulent velvet carpet, surrounded by an array of toys. The little girl was gleefully engaged in play, while beside her sat a young woman in her mid-20s, her flowing hair framing her face as she read a fairy tale to the child. Occasionally, she would tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Auntie, this is the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's my favorite, the little girl exclaimed. However, looking out at the darkness outside the window, her smile vanished, and she pouted, Why hasn't Daddy come to pick me up yet? Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Your father and mother are just busy. They might come to fetch you soon, the long-haired woman replied tenderly. Her gaze filled with affection and a hint of concern. A black Panamera sped through the streets, with Guan Xiefeng at the wheel. Unaware that a black Phaeton was following closely behind. With Ma Chao's tracking skills, it would be virtually impossible for Guan Xiefeng to detect him. Before long, the Panamera entered a villa district and came to a halt in front of an upscale residence. Highly alert, Guan Xiefeng alighted from the car and surveyed his surroundings. After confirming no one was following him, he retrieved his keys and entered the villa. Chen Ge, could Xiao Xiao be here? Ma Chao, concealed among the nearby trees, asked Yongchen, who was similarly cloaked in shadows. Yongchen shook his head. You stay here. I will investigate. With that, he moved like a stealthy leopard, skillfully evading several cameras as he approached the villa. Inside the villa, as Guan Xiefeng stepped through the door, he beheld two figures, one large and one small, seated together upon the sumptuous velvet carpet before the sofa. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the gazes of the two women turned toward him. Guan Xiefeng. The young woman sprang to her feet, a hint of tension flickering in her eyes. Xia He, upon seeing me, it seems you are not at all pleased, Guan Xiefeng remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness as he gazed upon the stunning figure before him. Xia He, seemingly apprehensive, quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Xiao, her expression icy. It is quite late. What brings you here? What do you intend to do? Surely, you are aware of your intentions? Guan Xiefeng chuckled softly, casually draping his discarded coat over the coat rack. This evening, he had narrowly escaped death at the Moonlight Tavern. And his original desire for the woman he sought had gone unfulfilled. He now yearned to unleash his pin-up frustrations. His earlier demeanor in the face of Yang Chen had merely been a facade of calm. The brutal act of Ma Chao blinding his four subordinates, followed by the arrival of 100 imposing figures summoned by Yang Chen, underscored the gravity of his situation. It was evident that he had ventured onto treacherous ground. The fear gnawing at his insides compelled him to violently confront Xia He, seeking to expel the dread that consumed him. Sensing the malevolence radiating from Guan Xiefeng's eyes, Xia He was filled with indignation, her teeth clenched in fury. You promised that you would not touch me until I consented. She was not Guan Xiefeng's woman, rather. She had been forcibly confined in this villa a month prior, and only today, as dusk fell, had Xiao Xiao been brought to her. Guan Xiefeng offered a faint smile, glancing at the anxious Xiao Xiao, who clutched Xia He's clothing tightly. It appears you and this little girl have formed quite a bond, he remarked. What do you intend to do? Xia He was taken aback, hastily shielding Xiao Xiao behind her. You know precisely what you desire. If you wish to spare this child from witnessing something vile, then come with me to the bedroom willingly, lest I be compelled to employ force. Guan Xiefeng endeavored to mask his inner turmoil with a feigned smile. Xia He, filled with shame and fury, retorted, Do not overstep your bounds. Very well. I shall grant you 30 seconds to deliberate. Should you refuse to accompany me to the bedroom, I will have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Guan Xiefeng declared, abruptly rising to his feet. Xia He's face was a tumult of struggle and rage. Indeed, a month ago, when she was brought here, Guan Xiefeng had harbored intentions of violating her. It was only her threat of self-harm with a pair of scissors pressed to her throat that had enabled her to endure the past month. If it were solely her, she would not hesitate, preferring death to submission. However, with the presence of the young girl, her resolve wavered. As the time elapsed, it appeared she would indeed refuse him. Then I shall be forced to take matters into my own hands, Guan Xiefeng mused, advancing step by step towards Xia He. Do not approach. Xia He cried out in desperation, seizing a pair of scissors and pressing it against her throat, her expression resolute. Guan Xiefeng, do not push me. Otherwise, I shall take my own life before you. Xia He, if you are not concerned about leaving an indelible psychological scar on the young girl, feel free to stab away. I know you are unafraid of death, yet you ought to contemplate the consequences. Should you pierce, the rupture of the carotid artery would unleash a torrent of blood. It is evident that this little girl harbors affection for you. Tell me, if she were to witness you, bloodied and convulsing in a pool of your own lifeblood, would she not be rendered utterly petrified? This child can hardly be more than 4 years old, still so tender. And to behold such a horrific scene could very well frighten her to death. Guan Xiefeng appeared entirely unconcerned about Xia He's potential self-destruction, approaching her with a sinister smile while narrating the gruesome scenario. Silence! Silence! Xia He cried out, her face streaked with tears and her emotions tumultuous. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao burst into tears, unable to comprehend Guan Xiefeng's words, yet sensing the abnormality in Xia He's demeanor. Do not cry, dear. Your aunt is here. Xia He promptly discarded the scissors and embraced Xiao Xiao to offer comfort. A sly smile crept upon Guan Xiefeng's lips. After much soothing, Xia He finally managed to stabilize Xiao Xiao's emotions. Auntie, I miss my mommy and daddy. Can you help me call them to come and get me? Xiao Xiao's tear-filled eyes locked onto Xia He. Xia He regarded Xiao Xiao with a complex expression, although she was unsure of the reasons behind Xiao Xiao's presence. She recalled the individual who brought her stating that Xiao Xiao would be staying with her for some time. You may do as you please with me, but you must return Xiao Xiao home, Xia He suddenly declared. Guan Xiefeng narrowed his eyes slightly. I have brought you here and left you untouched for over a month. Surely you do not believe that I fear you dying in this place? Xia He bit her lip tightly, remaining silent, her gaze pleading. Since I have brought this little girl here, there is a purpose behind it. Do not overreach. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate her before proceeding with other matters. Guan Xiefeng said with a grin. Xia He understood that persuading Guan Xiefeng to release Xiao Xiao was futile, so she resigned herself to the reality. Xiao Xiao. Auntie is feeling a bit weary and wishes to rest for a while. Please play by yourself here, and when I awaken, I will keep you company, all right? Xia He gently grasped Xiao Xiao's shoulders, her expression tender. Xiao Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, fear evident in her countenance. She did not want to be alone in this place. Auntie, will you hold Xiao Xiao while we sleep together? Xiao Xiao implored with her moist gaze fixed on Xia He. With patience, Xia He replied, if we both sleep. And later Xiao Xiao's mommy and daddy come to find us. What will we do if they cannot locate us? Are mommy and daddy coming? Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Though reluctant to deceive Xiao Xiao, Xia He felt compelled to nod for the child's sake. Auntie will let you watch a cartoon first. Be a good girl and wait here for mommy and daddy. All right. Okay. Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully. After Xia He switched on the television, she followed Guan Xiefeng into the bedroom. Upon entering the room, Guan Xiefeng, unable to contain himself, made a sudden advance, only to be forcefully pushed away by Xia He. What? Do you still intend to resist? A flicker of menace flashed in Guan Xiefeng's eyes. Tears welled in Xia He's gaze as she bit her crimson lip, fixing her stare upon him. Were you not confident that I would come to love you? By behaving this way, I assure you, even in death, I shall never develop feelings for you. Whenever I, Guan Xiefeng, desire a woman, there are countless options available to me. You truly believe you hold any significance in my eyes? I shall have you tonight, and if you dare to refuse, I will not hesitate to eliminate that young girl. Guan Xiefeng spoke with a ruthless demeanor. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the bedroom door. Guan Xiefeng frowned, muttering, "This little pest is simply courting disaster." He stormed toward the door. Guan Xiefeng, do not act rashly. If you want me, I will comply. But do not take your anger out on Xiao Xiao, Xia He exclaimed, startled, fearing for the girl's safety. Just as she attempted to intervene, Guan Xiefeng flung open the door. Bang! The moment the door swung open, a familiar figure appeared before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Before he could utter a word, the person delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring through the air to crash onto the coffee table, shattering a bottle of red wine and several glasses that lay upon it. How could you find this place? Guan Xiefeng gasped in terror upon seeing Ma Chao, the impact to his chest causing him to wonder how many ribs had fractured. Yet, the dread coursing through him overshadowed his physical pain. He realized that if Xiao Xiao were rescued, his life would be in grave danger. Xia Yi stood frozen, her eyes wide as she witnessed Ma Chao confront Guan Xiefeng, a foot planted firmly on his chest. From the moment you abducted his daughter, your fate was sealed. You are destined to meet a gruesome end. You cannot kill me. The Guan family will ensure you face dire consequences. Guan Xiefeng trembled, vividly recalling the ruthless scene at the Moonlight Tavern where Ma Chao had effortlessly blinded his 4 subordinates. He was acutely aware that Ma Chao was indeed capable of killing him. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the living room. Knock him out and take him away. Yes, Brother Chen. Ma Chao responded respectfully. Xia He then comprehended that there were others in the living room. With a swift kick, Ma Chao rendered Guan Xiefeng unconscious. In a display of sheer strength, he effortlessly hoisted the 140 to 50-pound man onto his shoulder, approached the window, and leaped into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Daddy. Auntie is still inside. She has been playing with me all this time, and now we must leave. I'll go say goodbye to Auntie, Xiao Xiao said sweetly, hugging Yang Chen. Yang Chen was fully aware of Guan Xiefeng's nefarious intentions towards Xia He. Had he not feared frightening Xiao Xiao, he would have intervened much earlier. For this woman, Yang Chen harbors a profound sense of gratitude deep within his heart. Auntie, have you woken up? Daddy is here to take Xiao Xiao home. I'm leaving now. Xiao Xiao clung to Yang Chen's neck with one hand while vigorously waving at Xia He with the other. Until now, Yang Chen had only overheard the conversation between Guan Xiefeng and Xia He from outside, but seeing her true visage for the first time left him momentarily astonished. He could not deny that this woman was extraordinarily beautiful, clad in a pair of faded jeans and a simple white t-shirt, her flowing black hair cascading down her back, exuding an undeniable vigor of youth. Perhaps due to her prolonged confinement, she appeared to have lost considerable weight. The jeans seemed somewhat loose around her slender legs. Thank you for protecting my daughter just now, Yang Chen said earnestly, looking intently at Xia He. This woman had threatened to end her life to prevent Guan Xiefeng from touching her, yet just moments ago, she had compromised for the sake of a little girl she had only recently met. To Yang Chen, this was an immeasurable favor, and his heart brimmed with gratitude. Xia He gently shook her head, responding, there is no need for thanks. Guan Xiefeng merely used Xiao Xiao to threaten me. In fact, I have endangered her. Your daughter is delightful, and I hold great affection for her. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for tonight's events, Yang Chen said with sincerity, handing her a business card. My name is Yang Chen, and this is my number. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Xia He glanced at the card. It was quite ordinary, featuring only a string of numbers. She tucked it away with a slight smile. I am Xia He, she replied. Yang Chen nodded. From this day forward, you are free. You need not worry about Guan Xiefeng seeking you out again. With that, he turned and left, cradling Xiao Xiao in his arms. Ma Chao drove as Yang Chen and Xiao Xiao sat in the back, the vehicle speeding toward the Qin family estate. Yang Chen felt a sense of relief as Xiao Xiao chattered animatedly throughout the journey, recounting the stories Xia He had shared with her and engaging in games. As long as Xiao Xiao was unscathed, that was the best news. Upon returning Xiao Xiao home, they encountered Qin Shi, who had just arrived back from work. Where have you two been? Why are you so late? Unaware of Xiao Xiao's abduction, Qin Shi wore an expression of displeasure upon seeing Yangchen return with their daughter. I'm terribly sorry, Xiao Shi, it won't happen again, Yangchen replied with a gentle smile. When Qin saw that Xiao Xiao was safe and sound, her heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace. Mom, please don't be angry with Dad. Aunt Xia kept me company all night. She was so wonderful to me, playing games and telling me countless stories. I really like Aunt Xia. Oh, and her house is so big and beautiful. I had such a great time with her. Xiao Xiao, oblivious to the change in Qin Shi's expression, continued to rave about Xia He, then turned to Yang Chun, saying, Daddy, can you take me to visit Aunt Xia again tomorrow? Please? Noticing the shift in Qin Shi's demeanor, Yang Chun sensed her anger rising, filling his heart with bitterness. Xiao Xiao has been abducted, and aside from Yang Chun and Qin Yi, no one in the family is aware of it. He does not wish to cause Qin Shi any distress, hence he has no intention of informing her. Now, with Xiao Xiao's remark, it is evident that Qin Shi has misinterpreted the situation. You worthless fool, how dare you roam about freely while Xiao Shi has been so kind to you? Zhou Yuchui has long desired for Yang Chen and Qin Shi to divorce, and now she sees a perfect opportunity. Qin Yi's expression subtly shifts. She is acutely aware that Yang Chen has been searching for Xiao Xiao and could not possibly be gallivanting with another woman. Mother, please do not exacerbate the situation. She retorted angrily at Zhou Yuchui before hastily addressing Qin Shi. Sister, do not misunderstand. Brother-in-law intended for me to pick up Xiao Xiao, but I was unavailable. He had an urgent matter, which is why Xiao Xiao was left with a friend. You all claim to be busy, yet why was Xiao Xiao not brought home? Zhou Yuchui sneered. In my opinion, this fool has long been plotting to divorce Xiao Shi. His return is merely a ruse to take Xiao Xiao away. And tonight he deliberately introduced her to that woman. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Qin Shi's face flushed with anger, her eyes blazing as she fixed a piercing gaze on Yang Chen. You owe me an explanation. Yang Chen had not anticipated being misunderstood by Qin Shi, however. Given Xiao Xiao's words and Zhou Yuchui's instigation, it was no surprise that misunderstandings arose. Xiao Shi, please do not misconstrue this. Just as Xiao Yi mentioned, I had an urgent matter, leaving Xiao Xiao with a friend temporarily, Yang Chen said, his voice tinged with unease. Suddenly, Qin Shi let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as she picked up Xiao Xiao and retreated to her room. Brother-in-law, you must explain, Qin Yi urged anxiously, noticing Yang Chen still standing there. Yang Chen shook his head. There are matters I have yet to resolve. I cannot focus on explanations now. I will clarify everything with Xiao Shi upon my return. With that, he turned and departed. Ma Chao was still waiting outside. Guan Xiefeng was still in their hands. He needed to go to the Guan family himself. Under the night sky, a black phaeton sped towards the Guan family's direction. The Guan family, alongside the Su family and two other prominent clans, is renowned as the four great families of Jiangzhou, highlighting the Guan family's elevated status in the region. At this moment, the Guan estate is bustling with activity. Luxury cars worth millions lined up neatly in the parking lot. Today marks the 70th birthday of Guan Zhengshan, the head of the Guan family. Although it is already past 8 o'clock in the evening, the birthday banquet has yet to commence. The grand estate is ablaze with light, and within an opulent hall, dozens of large dining tables are filled to capacity. Every year, Guan Zhengshan's birthday banquet is a grand affair, primarily attended by members of the Guan family, with only a select few loyal allies present. Just then, a black phaeton parked in the lot, looking out of place among the other luxury vehicles. Brother Chen, it seems the Guan family is hosting a celebration, Ma Chao remarked, observing the elegantly dressed men and women entering through the doors. Yang Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Just in time. The officials are all here, sparing me the trouble of seeking them out individually. As Yang Chen was about to enter the estate, a voice of astonishment suddenly echoed behind him. A young man clad in a burgundy suit approached, his eyes widening with surprise upon confirming Yang Chen's identity. This was the birthday banquet of the official family. Aside from their kin, only families like the Wang family, who maintained friendly ties with the officials, were deemed worthy of an invitation to such an occasion. The youth, with a sneer, regarded Yang Chen disdainfully, declaring, the Qin family is merely a minor lineage. You, as the son-in-law of the Qin family, have no right to be in such a place. Hearing the mention of the Wang family, Yang Chen recalled that the young man's name was Wang Jian. He had encountered him on his first day back at the Qin estate, where Zhou Yuchui had persistently attempted to matchmake him with Qin Shi, a notion she had yet to abandon. Yang Chen dismissed Wang Jian as inconsequential, yet the latter seemed intent on provoking him. without an invitation. Does he dare to attend the official's birthday banquet? Wang Jian stepped forward, positioning himself in Yang Chen's path. Taunting. Surely you haven't fallen so low in the Qin family that you seek to scrounge a meal here? I have a profound disdain for those who obstruct my path. Particularly, dogs. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly glimmered with a chilling light. In the face of Yang Chen's gaze, Wang Jian felt an icy terror seep into his bones. His back drenched in cold sweat. You. Wang Jian seethed with rage. As the scion of the Wang family, his status was of the highest order. How dare Yang Chen humiliate him in public? Especially since Yang Chen had taken the woman he desired. In Wang Jian's eyes, Yang Chen was merely a lowly character from society's underbelly, easily crushable. Yet, he had just been intimidated by a mere glance from Yang Chen. This was an affront to his dignity. Yang Chen, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me? With a single word, I could dictate your fate. Do you believe me or not? At this moment, several attendees gathered at the estate's entrance, and Wang Jian felt the weight of their gazes upon him, as if they were mocking him. He turned to Yang Chen with an air of defiance, reprimanding him. Repeated provocations had ignited Yang Chen's ire. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of murderous intent dancing within his deep-set pupils. Seeing Yang Chen silent, Wang Jian mistook it for fear and boldly extended his right index finger. Commanding, you shall kneel and apologize now. Perhaps I might spare you, or else I will make you aware of the grave consequences of crossing me. A glint of amusement danced in Yang Chen's eyes as he inquired, and what might those consequences be? Wang Jian, brimming with arrogance, continued, the Wang family is currently aligning with the officials, in all of Jiangzhou, who would dare offend the Wang family. I advise you to obediently comply with my demands and refrain from verbal bravado. Oh, the Wang family is so formidable? Yang Chen replied with mockery, but I do not believe your words. What shall we do about that? Perhaps you could summon the head of the Wang family to discuss it with me? His words hung in the air, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. In contemporary Jiangzhou, the four prominent clans were the epitome of high society, and the Wang family had only recently established relations with the officials, basking in their family's glory. Yet, this young man dared to assert that the head of the Wang family should come to him. Wang Jian was thoroughly infuriated by Yang Chen's words, his face turning a deep shade of liver red. You scoundrel, are you courting death? He bellowed, unable to contain his wrath, and lunged towards Yang Chen. Standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, Yang Chen remained unmoved. This fool is doomed, as the young master of the Wang family. He is not someone just anyone can offend. Look, this lad is utterly paralyzed by fear, not even attempting to evade. Alas, I expected a thrilling spectacle. But it seems it will end so soon, how dull. The onlookers buzzed with speculation, seemingly envisioning Yang Chen receiving a thorough beating at the hands of Wang Jian. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Ma Chao, who had been standing behind Yang Chen, stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. Just moments ago, Wang Jian, brimming with bravado, was sent flying several meters away like a deflated balloon. Had Ma Chao not tempered his strength, it would have surely spelled disaster for 1,000 Wang Jians. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a serene smile graced Yang Chen's face as he addressed the struggling Wang Jian. In the years of my absence, I trust you have not ceased your harassment of my wife. I shall spare your wretched life this time. But convey a message to your father. He has half an hour to find me here, or I will not hesitate to pay a visit to the Wang family. Before the spectators could gather their thoughts, Yang Chen turned and strode into the Guanjia manor, leaving behind a sea of stunned faces. I will make your life a living hell. Wang Jian's eyes gleamed with malice, and only after confirming Yang Chen had entered the manor did he turn to leave. The Guanjia family, as a prestigious clan in Jiangzhou, illuminated its interior with opulence, and from afar, one could see the resplendent banquet hall, reminiscent of a royal palace. The lavishly adorned hall, capable of accommodating thousands of guests, was filled with elegantly set dining tables, already occupied. Isn't that Yang Chen, the worthless son-in-law of the Qin family? How did he manage to gain entry here? Upon finding a seat, Yang Chen was met with an exclamation from a nearby woman. She appeared to be in her 30s. With voluminous dyed curls, adorned in a custom-made cyan qipao that accentuated her ample figure. Silence. A middle-aged man beside her reprimanded in a hushed tone. My dear, I spoke no falsehood. Why must you silence me? The woman pouted, her expression one of discontent. Wang Luyo, I have warned you countless times, he is not an ordinary individual. If you dare provoke me again, I shall expel you from the Zhang family by tomorrow. The man's face was etched with frost. He was none other than Zhang Guang. During their first encounter in kindergarten, Zhang Guang had merely perceived Yang Chen as a formidable fighter. When they crossed paths for a second time at the Qin household, he had intended to collaborate with the Qin family, but upon seeing Yang Chen, he unhesitatingly declined. Their third encounter at Suji restaurant, where his wife, Wang Luyao, struck Zhou Yutsue, led him to rally a dozen elite family members, only to witness Yangchen dispatch each one effortlessly. It was then that he realized Yangchen was no ordinary man. Now, faced with him once more, he naturally refrained from inciting Yangchen's ire. Apart from Zhang Guang and Wang Luyao, there was another table nearby occupied by two acquaintances, Old Master Qin and Qin Fei. The moment Yangchen entered the banquet hall, Qin Fei caught sight of him and immediately wore a gloomy expression. "Grandfather, why is that waste? Yangchen, here too?" Old Master Qin had painstakingly secured 2 invitations from the officials, intending to cultivate connections at this gathering. Seeing Yangchen's unexpected presence, he was filled with bewilderment. As Yangchen settled into his seat, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Mr. Yang, had I known you would come, I would have come to fetch you earlier." A young man dressed in formal attire approached and took the empty seat beside Yangchen. Yangchen cast a curious glance at Yang Wei, surprised that a member of the Yang family from Zhou City had also received an invitation. However, since the Yang family aimed to exploit him, would Yang Wei still engage him in conversation if he were to learn of Yangchen's true intentions for being there? With a stoic expression, Yangchen lifted a cup of fine Zweiking tea to his lips and suddenly remarked, "If you wish to avoid being implicated by me, it would be prudent to keep your distance." Yang Wei momentarily failed to comprehend. Soon, he noticed the gazes of several individuals in the banquet hall, including Old Master Qin, Qin Fei, and Wang Luyao from the Zhang family, as well as some guests who had just witnessed Yang Chen's open provocation of the Wang family outside. Realization dawned on Yang Wei, and he sneered dismissively. "They're merely insignificant figures from small families, not worth concerning ourselves with." Clearly, he misunderstood Yang Chen's intent. Even he acknowledged that Qin Fei's ilk were trivial. So how could Yang Chen be unaware? Yang Chen had no intention of wasting breath on explanations, maintaining a calm demeanor as he awaited the opportune moment for his display of authority. Although he was unwilling to engage with certain individuals, there were those who sought to provoke him. "Grandfather, I will go and have a word with Yang Chen," said Qin Fei, not waiting for Old Master Qin to object as he approached Yang Chen's table. "Young Master Yang, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. Allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine," Qin Fei said cheerfully, raising a cup of tea to Yang Wei. Yang Wei offered a faint smile, showing no inclination to lift his cup. He had long since investigated the relationship between Yang Chen and the Qin family. Although he sought to leverage Yang Chen's influence for the benefit of the Yang family, Yang Chen was deemed more significant than the Qin family. Seeing Yang Wei hesitate to raise his cup, Qin Fei masked his embarrassment with a smile, gently tapping the bottom of his cup against the table before taking a sip. "Yang Chen, I never expected you, the discarded son-in-law of the family, to dare show up at an official gathering." Qin Fei leaned back, ostentatiously swirling his cup, his gaze filled with mockery and amusement. He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of many to Yang Chen. "Isn't that a descendant of the Qin family?" someone remarked, looking towards Qin Fei. "It seems so. I saw him arrive with the head of the Qin family, Qin Kuan. However, I heard the Qin family has recently aligned itself with the Zhang family, which is why they have the privilege to be here," another person commented, casting a teasing glance at Qin Fei. "I overheard a young individual mention that the youth in question is the cast-off son-in-law expelled by the Qin family. Could he possibly be the same son-in-law who, 5 years ago, had an affair with Qin Kuan's granddaughter?" Furthermore, some have taken note of the key phrases uttered by Qin Fei. Whispers circulated swiftly, and soon enough, everyone was aware that Yang Chen was indeed the man who had slept with Qin Shi 5 years prior. After all, the name Qin Shi had long echoed throughout Jiangzhou, and the events of 5 years ago had garnered considerable notoriety. Thus, being brought to light again became a topic of casual conversation. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how this so-called worthless son-in-law, Yang Chen, managed to gain entry. Many remained perplexed, for they were only familiar with Yang Chen's infamous reputation as the male protagonist from 5 years ago. They were oblivious to the fact that Yang Chen had seized the invitation from Wang Jian, initially intending to confront Guan Xiefeng to settle a debt. However, upon realizing that a birthday banquet was being held, he opted to alter his approach. It seemed that upon returning to Jiangzhou, he had maintained such a low profile that many considered him an easy target, thinking they could manipulate him at will, an ideal scenario for them to demonstrate their power. Qin Fei, perceiving Yang Chen's blatant disregard for him, was immediately filled with indignation. "Yang Chen, you worthless fool, did you sneak in here without permission? What right do you have to sit here?" This time, Qin Fei raised his voice even louder, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Yang Wei remained composed beside Yang Chen, showing no inclination to intervene, content to watch the unfolding drama. After all, to come to Yang Qin's aid at this juncture would render the spectacle rather dull. With a hint of mockery, Yang Qin responded, "Are you questioning the capabilities of the Guan family? Don't speak nonsense. How could I possibly doubt the Guan family?" Qin Fei exclaimed, his face paling. "To enter the hall today, one must possess an invitation, and it is the officials at the entrance who verify this. If I am here, how can you cast doubt? Are you suggesting that the security of the Guan family is inadequate, allowing me to slip through unnoticed?" Yang Qin smiled mischievously as he fixed his gaze on Qin Fei. "Stop talking nonsense. I merely worry that you took advantage of the crowd to sneak in." Realizing that many members of the Guan family were now looking their way, Qin Fei stammered, clearly flustered. "You claim not to be questioning the Guan family. Yet you consider me a worthless fool and assert that I snuck in. Does that not imply that the Guan family's defenses are alarmingly weak, allowing even a so-called fool in your eyes to enter unnoticed?" Yang Qin teased. Qin Fei's expression soured, his face a mask of fury. "Shut your mouth." At that moment, security personnel had already been alerted, and several guards approached Yang Qin, the lead guard addressing him with utmost respect. "We sincerely apologize for the interruption, sir, but we kindly request your cooperation in verifying your invitation." Yang Qin scoffed. "Even you question the capabilities of the Guan family, suspecting that I slipped in uninvited?" Though he indeed possessed an invitation, Yang Qin had come with the intent to stir trouble and had no intention of acquiescing to the Guan family's demands. The lead guard maintained a serious demeanor. Although the invitees were all allies of the Guan family, none were individuals he could treat with disdain. Yet tonight was the birthday banquet of Guan Zhongshan, and any misstep could not be tolerated, as it would be impossible to account for it to the Guan family. He could only grit his teeth and say, "I hope you can forgive me, sir. If it is indeed a mistake on our part, we will certainly apologize to you." Despite his lowly status and lack of backing, he had no choice but to act this way, for he feared offending the authorities even more. In the expansive banquet hall, the sudden appearance of numerous security personnel immediately captured everyone's attention. All eyes were fixed on Yang Qin, eager to discover how this young man had managed to gain entry. At that moment, Qin Fei felt a surge of panic. If Yang Qin did not possess an invitation, he would have unwittingly exposed himself before the officials. But what if Yang Qin did have an invitation? It was likely that the authorities would take notice of him as well. He felt an overwhelming sense of unease, akin to being caught between a rock and a hard place. "Yang Qin, I suspect you are merely toying with the officials, pretending you have an invitation," Qin Fei insisted, determined to confront Yang Qin. A slight smile curved Yang Qin's lips as he casually tossed the invitation onto the table. "Indeed, if even the officials question it. It seems the security measures are lacking. Here, let me give you another opportunity to verify whether the invitation is genuine and to ascertain whether I have truly intruded." The instant Yang Qin produced the invitation, Qin Fei's face turned ashen. The official invitation served as a ticket, not displaying the recipient's name, which meant that anyone in possession of it could enter the banquet hall. After inspecting it, the head of security promptly offered it back to Yang Qin with utmost respect, saying, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. This is indeed an official invitation. We were remiss in our duties. Please forgive us." Many who had eagerly anticipated a spectacle were now left disappointed. Qin Fei's expression was one of disbelief. How is this possible? What right does he have to receive an invitation from the officials? The old master Qin had expended considerable effort to procure 2 invitations. And now that Yang Qin had one as well, this reality was unbearable for him. The head of security cast a cold glance at Qin Fei, warning, "You would do well to mind your words and actions. I have personally verified this gentleman's invitation. Do you still wish to question it?" Silence. Just as Qin Fei was about to explain himself, he was interrupted by the old master Qin's sharp rebuke. "I truly apologize. It was my grandson Qin Fei who made an error. I, Qin Kuan, extend my sincerest apologies to everyone here." The old master Qin said as he rose and bowed respectfully to the guests. Though merely the security of the officials, they represented authority, and the old master Qin dared not offend them lightly. Qin Fei's face darkened, feeling as though everyone was mocking him. Yang Wei observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, remaining silent until the tension eased, at which point he deliberately remarked, "I told you, Mr. Yang is a distinguished guest of the Yang family. How could he possibly attend uninvited?" "You are mistaken, young master. This fellow is merely a worthless son-in-law expelled from the Qin family," retorted Qin Fei, his countenance growing even more dismal. "What right does he have to receive an official invitation? Perhaps he merely stole it from someone else." Yang Qin remained silent, lifting a porcelain teacup to sip delicately. "Qin Xiao, are you referring to that scoundrel?" the waist of a son-in-law from the Qin family, who, 5 years ago, had an affair with your cousin, that little security guard? A young man at the same table suddenly inquired with a chuckle. You are correct, Su Xiao. It is indeed this rascal. Had it not been for this incident, my Qin family would not have endured such humiliation for years, Qin Fei retorted. His expression laced with derision as he cast a scornful glance at Yang Chen. What is even more detestable is that this scoundrel vanished shortly after marrying into the family, disappearing for 5 years. Can you guess where he went? Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Someone urged eagerly. Ah. He went to the northern frontier and was gone for 5 years, only returning a month ago. Qin Fei laughed heartily. Served as a soldier for 5 years. He must be quite impressive, right? The earlier young man feigned surprise. Those present, all of wealth and status, would hardly regard a peer who had spent 5 years in military service with any seriousness. Quite impressive indeed, Qin Fei mocked. It is said he spent 5 years raising pigs in the northern frontier. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from his companions, exaggerated and boisterous. Qin Xiao. He is still a son-in-law of the Qin family. Can he truly be so pathetic? Another young man teased, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A son-in-law of the Qin family? Qin Fei scoffed dismissively. His wretched wife is a fool herself, choosing to associate with such a waste. Now, they have been expelled from the family by my grandfather. So do not associate him with the Qin family any longer. When did my wife become your topic of conversation? Yang Chen's voice was calm as he gently set down his porcelain teacup, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Fei. His features were sharply defined, resembling a chiseled statue. And at that moment, a hint of coldness graced his lips, his dark pupils gleaming with an intimidating light. For an instant, Qin Fei thought he glimpsed a flash of violet menace in Yang Chen's eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Suddenly, the temperature in the banquet hall plummeted, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Under Yang Chen's unwavering gaze, Qin Fei felt a palpable chill, as if he were confronting not a man, but a demon from the netherworld, instilling in him an acute sense of dread. Yet, this fleeting feeling was cast aside as he stubbornly protested. This is a well-known truth in Jiangzhou. Have I spoken incorrectly? Incorrect. Yang Chen's expression had turned icy, the warmth entirely dissipated from his demeanor. Qin Fei raised an eyebrow, ready to spar, but this is the truth. How can it be wrong? Yang Chen replied with indifference. Were those events not orchestrated by the Qin family to seize control of Sanhe Group from Qin Shi? In collusion with you? His words hung in the air, bringing a heavy silence. Even the conversations at nearby tables ceased, leaving everyone staring at Yang Chen in astonishment. Both Qin Laozu and Qin Fei were taken aback. Indeed, this affair had been a scheme meticulously crafted by Qin Fei, with Qin Laozu only discovering the details later. Yet, to acquire Sanhe Group, they had buried the matter. Apart from the grandfather and grandson, no one knew how Yang Chen had acquired this knowledge. If this matter were to be exposed, the Qin family would truly suffer a loss of face. Recently, the Qin family had received investments from the Yang family and had established connections with several prominent families and enterprises in Jiazhou, leading to rapid development. Many individuals, eager to associate with the Qin family, had taken the initiative to invite Qin Fei to dinner. He had become rather complacent, nearly forgetting that Yang Chen had once nearly brought about his demise. At this moment, however, he was reprimanded by Yang Chen, who unveiled the truth from 5 years ago, leaving him both humiliated and enraged. How dare you speak nonsense in front of the officials? Do you even know how to write the word death? Qin Fei exclaimed, springing to his feet, fury evident in his eyes. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Indeed, I do not. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to write it? A fierce killing intent flickered deep within Qin Fei's gaze, yet he remained brazen, striding forward until he stood before Yang Chen, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Since you are clueless, I shall teach you how to write. With that, he seized an unopened bottle of Romani Conti red wine and brought it crashing down toward Yang Chen's head. In that fleeting moment before the bottle descended, Yang Chen, like a specter, reached out and grasped Qin Fei's wrist with a swift motion. A sharp crack echoed as Qin Fei's wrist revealed stark white bone. A moment of stunned silence was shattered by a piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the banquet hall. Everyone stared at Yang Chen in disbelief. Unfazed, he picked up a teapot to rinse his hands and meticulously wiped them with a tissue, discarding the bloodstained paper carelessly after ensuring his hands were clean. Only then did he lift his gaze to Qin Fei. Do not speak of Jiangzhou. Even across the entire 9 provinces, how many possess the right to teach me? Do you think you are worthy? His domineering inquiry left Qin Fei feeling an icy chill envelop him. Strangely, The fear coursing through him surpassed the agony of his shattered wrist. At that moment, silence reigned. Not a soul dared to meet Yang Chen's gaze, each lowering their heads in trepidation, fearing that this harbinger of wrath might turn his fury upon them. Yang Wei, seated beside Yang Chen, was utterly astonished by his actions, trembling slightly from fear. Suddenly, he recalled Yang Chen's earlier words, warning that those who wish to avoid entanglement should keep their distance. Only now did he grasp the meaning. Yang Chen was likely not a benign presence. Qin Fei was but a spark, igniting the powder keg that was Yang Chen. This young man exuded a formidable aura, far from ordinary. Was he truly the useless waste cast out by the Qin family? Today marked the birthday celebration of the head of the officials. A scene of bloodshed would be deemed inauspicious, and the officials would undoubtedly not overlook this youth. After a prolonged silence, the banquet hall finally stirred with quiet murmurs. Yang Chen, seemingly indifferent, poured a fine Westlake Longjing tea into a white porcelain cup, stopping just as the tea threatened to overflow. It appeared to be perfectly balanced, neither a drop spilled nor a drop lacking, an impeccable equilibrium. The culture of tea ceremony carries the notion that wine filled to the brim shows respect to guests, while tea filled to the edge suggests deceit. Furthermore, there exists an adage that states tea should be poured 7 parts full, leaving 3 parts for goodwill. However, in this particular instance, the former interpretation holds more weight. He filled the teacup completely, implying an absence of any goodwill. This is undoubtedly directed towards the Qin family. Yang Chen lifted the teacup, foregoing delicate sips in favor of a single, swift gulp, the scalding tea cascading down his throat. An enveloping silence consumed the room, punctuated only by the sound of tea being swallowed. Throughout this, he remained seated, not shifting an inch. In the midst of this stillness, a young man in his 30s approached leisurely. His arrival infused the previously stagnant atmosphere with a hint of vitality. Guan Xuesong, the most distinguished third-generation scion of the Guan family, one of the 4 young elites of Jiazhou. A quarter of the Guan family's enterprises were entrusted to him, and it was rumored that the patriarch intended to forego the 2nd generation in favor of cultivating Guan Xuesong as the future heir. This young man had caused a commotion at the birthday banquet of the Guan family patriarch, and as the future head of the family, Guan Xuesong would certainly not let him off easily. As Guan Xuesong stood before Yang Chen, he looked down from his elevated stance. Today marks my grandfather's 70th birthday. Bloodshed is inauspicious. Provide me with an explanation, or you shall not leave this place. Yang Chen slowly raised his gaze, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. What relation does Guan Xiefeng hold to you? Guan Xuesong's brows furrowed slightly, puzzled by Yang Chen's sudden inquiry about Guan Xiefeng. Could it be that he has ties with him? He is my younger brother, but even if you are acquainted with him, without an explanation, no one can save you. In an instant, Guan Xuesong regained his composure, brushing aside a stray lock of hair obscuring his vision, and coldly declared, "You have brought bloodshed to my grandfather's birthday banquet. This is a grave offense." Upon confirming that Guan Xiefeng was indeed Guan Xuesong's brother, Yang Chen smiled faintly. "If you wish to avoid further bloodshed, it would be wise for you to silence yourself." "Are you threatening me?" Guan Xuesong responded not with anger, but with a laugh. In Jiangzhou, even among the older generation, no one dared to threaten him. Yang Chen shook his head, a smile revealing his pearly white teeth, and then rose from his seat. Observing Yang Chen's shake of the head, Guan Xuesong scoffed. "If that is the case, then all is well." However, barely had the words left his lips when Yang Chen suddenly reached out, seizing his hair. In a swift motion, Yang Chen slammed Guan Xuesong's head forcefully onto the dining table, face down. A thunderous crash resonated, and Guan Xuesong was instantly left bloodied. Following a brief moment of shock, a scream reverberated throughout the hall. All eyes converged upon Yang Chen, and in the presence of his upright figure, everyone felt a paralyzing fear, as if they could hear the pounding of their own hearts. "I am a man of action, never one to issue threats," Yang Chen proclaimed, his face radiating with a smile as warm as spring, before resuming his seat.